To avert the recurrence of the tragic events from my previous life, I have resolved to deliberately distance myself from the young ladies of the capital's elite circle. Although we are in the same class, I did not cast a glance in her direction, however. Fong Ro mistakenly assumed that I was sulking. Until the festive gathering, she discovered that I had already departed from the capital city. Zhou Mengyun, sensing the situation, quickly intervened. Jie, it's no big deal if we can't meet during the summer break. After all, we all attend the same university. When CI will inevitably return. A week later, Lin Yang, having attained the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, was interviewed. When he mentioned his impending enrollment at Tsinghua University, a hint of regret flickered across his expression. The only regret is that my desk mate did not accompany me. Had it not been for his guidance in tackling exercises, I would not have been able to gain admission to my most cherished field of study. The journalist is intrigued. Your desk mate is also an academic prodigy. Lin Yang wore a proud expression. Indeed, he achieved an impressive score of 7,693. However, he chose not to attend Tsinghua University, opting instead for Southern Medical University, where he will pursue an 8-year program encompassing both master's and doctoral studies. Upon the announcement, the grade group erupted with fervor. Everyone began to speculate whether Wen CI had completely given up on Fong Ro. At the same time, Zhou Mengyun, at a certain club in Beijing, pointed at the video and inquired of Fong Ro, Sister Ro, is this Lin Yang's deskmate? Wen CI? With delicate brows furrowed, upon hearing Wen Ci's incomplete words, a heavy sensation suddenly weighed down on her heart. Xie Xiaoyan rewound the video to the beginning. The conversation between Lin Yang and the reporter reached her ears, and Fong Ro's expression instantly turned frigid. I am utterly oblivious to this matter. Recently, I have severed all connections with my classmates from the 7th grade. During the day, I study traditional Chinese medicine under my grandfather's guidance, and, at night, I immerse myself in medical textbooks. Before the start of the new semester, Lin Yang called. Are you returning to Beijing for the farewell banquet? I heard Fong Ro has gone abroad. She will definitely not be coming back. At the teacher's banquet, her figure was indeed absent. My taut nerves finally relaxed. When it was my turn to express gratitude to my teacher with tea, everyone lamented that I had not applied to Tsinghua University. I smiled as I explained that my grandfather's clinic is located in Sioux City. I chose a university in Sioux City to honor my elders, and it would also facilitate the inheritance of the family business in the future. After the teachers departed, the students continued to revel. Laughter and cheer echoed in the private room, and I joined in the merriment with great amusement. This scene was captured by Zhou Mengyun and sent to Fong Ro. Fong Ro replied instantly with a string of periods. Zhou Mengyun jested, Sister Ro, if all else fails, perhaps we should have your private jet come to fetch you back. Just after finishing the video call with Fong Ro, a call from 7 came in, accompanied by a cold, icy voice. As the scene shifts, I find myself engaged in a game with my classmates. The bottle comes to a halt directly in front of me, and the crowd erupts, urging me to answer a question. To speak candidly, what does your ideal girlfriend look like? I spoke without hesitation, stating that a woman would suffice. My sole requirement is that she cannot be taller than me. Standing at 180 centimeters in shoes, she must be at least 10 centimeters shorter. Anyone exceeding 170 centimeters would be considered 7. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere at the scene fell into an immediate hush. It was common knowledge that Fong Rojing stood at a height of 171 centimeters. My declaration was akin to publicly announcing my resignation from the pursuit of her affections. At that moment, Xie Xiaoyan suddenly shouted, Sister Ro. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Only then did I see Zhou Mengyun holding her phone, while Fong Ro's face on the other end of the screen was so dark that it seemed capable of dripping water. My smile instantly froze, but I feigned ignorance and continued to play games with everyone. The following morning, I purchased the earliest high-speed train ticket back to Sioux City. Upon entering my grandfather's home, I was greeted by the sound of the delivery person at the gate, vociferously announcing the arrival of a package. I walked over, only to find that the recipient's name and phone number were entirely absent. The sender had also not been specified. I furrowed my brow, pondering who could have sent it. The courier gestures with a wave, indicating that signing for the package suffices. The goods have undergone thorough inspection, ensuring absolute safety. I hesitated to sign. The delivery person, exasperated, shrugged. If you won't sign, then so be it. After all, the package will be delivered. With that, he swiftly departed. I lowered my gaze to examine the delivery note, which was inscribed with an array of imported milk, liquid calcium, and fitness equipment. There was also a complete set of height-enhancing supplements. A wave of curiosity washed over me, leaving me to ponder whom this could possibly be for. I waited for 3 days without any news, pondering that perhaps I was overthinking the situation. Eventually, I exerted considerable effort to locate the courier and return the package intact. "Thank you for your assistance." The courier waved cheerfully. "The reimbursement from the boss is generous. I would gladly make 100 trips." I tentatively inquired, "Could you reveal the identity of the sender?" He jested. "Young man, is there any need to inquire? It is most likely someone who harbors affection for you that is pursuing you. Are you not aware of this in your heart?" After a moment, he added with an air of mystery, "I almost forgot. The young lady from the capital instructed me not to divulge too much, for fear of revealing the truth." I experienced twitching at the corners of my mouth. "Let it be. Let us consider this matter as if it never transpired." On the day of the new semester, I pushed open the door to my dormitory. My 3 roommates had already gathered. After we introduced ourselves and engaged in conversation, it became evident that all 4 boys in the dormitory were second-generation medical students. 4 individuals, united by a common purpose, immersed themselves in their studies each day, entirely oblivious to all else. In the blink of an eye, it is October 31st. Upon seeing the date, I was taken aback. This marks Fong Ro's birthday, as well as the day we obtained our marriage certificate in a previous life. A vibration from the phone startled me, and a text message emerged. "Dear esteemed customer, the gift you customized with our company has been delivered to the designated address. We look forward to your next visit. I cherish the fleeting memories of lawn that surge to my heart. In April, I have yet to be reborn. To bestow upon her a delightful surprise, I have specially commissioned a pair of gold bracelets adorned with diamonds." The address of Fangja Manor was retained. The timing coincided perfectly with her birthday. After my rebirth, I completely forgot about this matter. To my surprise, the gift had already been delivered. I still recall the moment I spoke with customer service, expressing that this was a gift for my future girlfriend. The customer service representative thoughtfully provided a gold foil card for me to engrave a personal message. Upon this realization, a chill coursed through my limbs. I hastily dialed the customer service. "Mr. Wang, the entire city of Beijing is aware that today marks the birthday of the esteemed young lady of the Fong family. The estate has been besieged by traffic since dawn, as affluent merchants personally deliver their gifts. Your present has already been delivered and duly recorded in the gift registry, along with your contact information. My heart has settled slightly. Although the gift from my past life was delivered, Fong Ro Si Ping likely did not receive it. It is highly probable that it was disposed of by her assistant. To ensure absolute certainty, I have removed Zhou Mengyun and Xie Xiaoyan from my blacklist. Indeed, I came across a recent photograph posted by Xie Xiaoyan, showcasing the entrance of Fangjiao Manor, adorned with an overwhelming array of opulent gift boxes stretching beyond the horizon. I felt a sense of reassurance. That little bracelet would undoubtedly never reach Fong Ro's hands. Early the next morning, the public relations assistant from the Fong family called me. She first expressed her gratitude for my congratulatory gift, then subtly inquired about my address, clearly intending to reciprocate. I expressed my disinterest. A sudden idea strikes me. Perhaps it would be better this way. I shall provide you with the address, and you may kindly return the gift I sent. On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause. The assistant's voice was somewhat hesitant. This might not be very convenient. I surmised that the gift had likely already been disposed of. No wonder she was so faltering in her speech. "Dear Mr. Wan, we have prepared additional gifts for you. In gratitude for your kind blessings." I no longer troubled her, providing the address of Sioux Medical University. "The gift will arrive by noon at the latest tomorrow. Please be sure to acknowledge its receipt." After hanging up the phone, I did not dwell on it further and continued to immerse myself in my studies. I did not anticipate that the return gift from the Fong family would arrive so promptly. This afternoon, upon returning to my dormitory from the Siet apartment building, I discovered a deep crimson gift bag waiting at the entrance. As I received it and expressed my gratitude, the delivery person hurriedly departed, seemingly anxious that I might refuse the package. Upon returning to the dormitory, my roommates immediately gathered around me. "What did you buy? The bag looks quite luxurious." Upon opening the box, I discovered a watch within. The exquisite design perfectly resonated with my aesthetic sensibilities. However, a fleeting glance at the price revealed it to be exorbitantly steep. Suddenly, I noticed an inscription on the clasp. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find it bore my initials WC. My heart skipped a beat, and my mind went blank for a moment. Yet, I quickly regained my composure, considering that this was likely a selection made by the assistant of the Fong family, and the engraving might simply be a standard feature. My roommate, Shen Ningyi, leaned in curiously. "Who gifted this to you? Hurry, put it on and see." I retrieved the watch and slipped it onto my wrist. It fit perfectly. Shen Ningyi exaggeratedly swallowed 7 times. "He is so handsome." He gazed at me with longing. When C.I., feeling somewhat presumptuous, inquired, "May I have the chance to try as well?" I smiled lightly. What is there to be presumptuous about? Saying this, I unfastened my watch and handed it to him. Other roommates joined in the fun, expressing their desire to participate as well. Consequently, the 3 of them took turns trying it on, yet none were able to fasten it properly. They all stared intently at my wrist, a sudden realization dawning upon them. With a gentle tone, one remarked, "This is clearly tailored to your wrist." The words sent chills down my spine. Lying beneath the night sky, I find myself wide awake, unable to succumb to sleep. My mind incessantly revisits the events of this day in a previous life, when suddenly I stumble upon an unsettling discrepancy. In my past life, I also presented a bracelet to the Fong family, yet no one from the Fong household reached out to me, let alone offered a token of gratitude. However, in this lifetime, the Fong family astonishingly reciprocated with such an exquisite watch. Could be Fong Ro? No, no, no. I shook my head vigorously in the darkness. Absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. One evening, as I was engrossed in my studies in the dormitory, Lin Yang suddenly sent a voice message. Classmate, Fong Ro has a boyfriend now. Were you aware of this? The news has taken the campus by storm, and the hot comments have surged through several rounds. You truly haven't caught even a whisper of this? I shall respond candidly, I truly do not know. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Then I shall send you a screenshot to spare you the trouble of searching for it yourself. The matter unfolds as follows. In a bid to garner attention, Zhou Mingyun posted 7 photographs of Fong Ro. Consequently, Fong Ro was promptly crowned as the nation's foremost campus beauty. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that, in one of those photographs, a ring gleamed conspicuously on the 4th finger of her right hand. It is evident to all that this serves as a signal of being in a romantic relationship. Upon hearing it, I instantly exhaled in relief. Indeed, I had overthought the matter. It had no bearing on me whatsoever. A smile graced my lips as I raised my chin. The nation's top school belle officially announced her boyfriend, truly a blend of sweetness and charm. The screen still displayed the dialogue between Lin Yang and me. A few roommates, intrigued by the mention of the national campus beauty, gathered around. Shen Ningyi wore a curious expression, urging, "Let me see what the national campus beauty looks like." I smiled as I opened the photograph. Behold, everyone, upon magnifying Fong Ro's image. 3 boys simultaneously gasped in awe. Truly, she is the nation's belle. Are there more photos of her? I yearn to see more. I found myself in a state of helplessness, resorting to showing them the screenshots sent by Lin Yang, one by one. The final image depicted Fong Ro seated on the ground in athletic attire, her left hand gently caressing the ring on her right hand. I squinted my eyes, feeling that this ring looked somewhat familiar. Wanyi. Shen Ningyi suddenly called out my full name, grasping my hand, and in an instant, I was rendered speechless. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart as I hastily retrieved the ring, comparing it to the photograph on my phone. It would be an understatement to say they resembled each other. They were, in fact, indistinguishable. I find myself in a state of bewilderment, my heart racing with confusion. I am unaware of who Fong Ro's boyfriend is, nor do I comprehend why she possesses a ring identical to mine. However, one thing is certain, I do not have a girlfriend. I shall continue to elucidate. This ring set costs $1,200. I purchased it at a shopping mall in Beijing. It is not a custom piece. Perhaps her boyfriend coincidentally acquired the same style. Shen Ningyi seized upon 7 keywords. You purchase a pair for 7. A chill ran through my heart as I candidly confessed. In truth, I can no longer recall the whereabouts of the other ring. Not long ago, This object was unearthed from its resting place. Within the box lay an invoice and a solitary ring. I had previously assumed that the other ring had either broken or gone missing. Who would have thought that, in my naivete, I might have presented it as a treasure before Fong Ro? After the lights were extinguished, I tossed and turned in my bed. Eventually, unable to resist, I took out my phone and downloaded the School Alliance app mentioned by Lin Yang. As I was about to enter my phone number to register, a trending pop-up appeared. The affiliated school's Chia Dai wears the same ring. Upon opening, I discovered that just 10 minutes prior, someone had posted a photograph of Chi, claiming to have encountered this former affiliated school cadet while he was filming abroad. It was evident that he was wearing a ring identical to the one owned by Fong Ro. I deleted the app with an expressionless face, a bitter smile forming within me. It turns out I was overthinking once more. Fong Ro's boyfriend is actually Chi. December 31st marks my birthday, as well as the day my parents obtained their divorce certificate. The moment my father departed the villa, my mother summoned me back to Beijing. In the one-family villa, I stood beside a cardboard box, meticulously placing important belongings inside, smiling as I embraced them and exited the room. As I descended the stairs, my mother flashed a smile at me and said, "Today is your birthday. This evening, let us go out and celebrate. I have made an appointment with someone." Mother nodded. "That will do. Mom can't leave for now. You all go out and have fun. Buy whatever you wish. Do not save money for me." This time, I received quite a bit. As I gazed upon my mother, a myriad of emotions swirled within me. Previously, we had agreed that once I turned 18, following your divorce, I would not choose to reside with either of you. I shall send the cardboard box back to my grandfather's home on my own. Tomorrow, I will take the high-speed train back to Sioux City by myself. Once I step outside, I shall not return to this place again. In the afternoon, I stood by the roadside in the capital city, waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, Lin Yang leaped out of the car, exclaiming, old classmate, it's been a long time since we last met." What initially began as a simple gathering of two old classmates soon transformed, for there are but a handful of familiar haunts frequented by the former young masters, making it all too easy to encounter acquaintances. I transformed from the bottom of the international class to an exemplary scholar with a score of 693, all thanks to Fong Ro. Mysteriously, I departed from Beijing without a trace, becoming an enigmatic figure in this remarkable tale. Whoever encounters me upon my return to the capital cannot help but approach and exchange a few words, casually snapping a photograph to share on social media. As the news spreads from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, nearly all of my classmates come to know of my arrival in the city. What was meant to be an intimate gathering for two has inevitably transformed into a class reunion. As soon as Zhou Mingyan received the news, she immediately called Fong Ro. Sister Ro, where are you?" On the other end of the line, Fong Ro's voice remained cool, yet her tone slightly elevated. "I'm not in the capital. I have something to attend to." Zhou Mingyun, flustered, spoke with a slowed pace. "Someone has returned to Beijing." Fong Ro paused, her voice trailing off. "Someone?" Zhou Mingyun quickly added, "Your boyfriend, when CI." The shrill sound of screeching brakes echoed from the other end of the line. Zhou Mingyun quickly interjected, "Don't worry, Rougi. I will keep things steady. No one will escape." "How long until your return?" On the other side, in a renowned CAF in the capital city, an increasing number of my classmates gathered to see me. With a smile, I spoke up. "It's nearly 6 o'clock. May I treat you all to dinner? Would you honor me with your presence, your highnesses?" Before the words had fully escaped my lips, a clear female voice interjected. I turned my head to behold Zhou Mingyun, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of fortune. As soon as the classmates caught sight of her, their gazes converged upon her in unison. "Is Yunjia not here? What about Rojia?" Zhou Mingyun intentionally paused, casting me a meaningful glance with a smile, and said, "Sister Ro, am rather busy. Let's go dine at Huangjiu." The spirited young women and men of Beijing embark on their journey without hesitation. I find myself unable to restrain them, and can only join Lin Yang in her vehicle, forcing a smile upon my face. My classmates may remain oblivious, yet I am acutely aware that the Huangjiu district is, in truth, the territory of the Fong family. Zhou Mingyun cast a silent glance at me, nonchalantly taking a sip. Sister Ro departed from the capital this morning and is expected to return by tomorrow at 7. It seems she may not make it in time for your birthday celebration. When CI, I hope you don't mind. Upon listening, The flicker in my eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Zhou Mingyun also began to beam with delight. The luxurious private room on the 33rd floor of the Seven Emperors was filled with joy and laughter. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyun smiled at me with utter sincerity. Sister Ro had just completed her business and returned to Beijing. After much pleading and persistence, I finally managed to have her join us. When CI, is this not a delightful surprise, an unexpected delight? The smile upon my face abruptly froze. Zhou Mingyun smiled with a profound meaning. Do you also believe that Sister Ro is together with Qi? I awkwardly tug at the corner of my mouth. Isn't that so? Did he not spring forth to claim that ring? Zhou Mingyun laughed heartily. When CI, in the middle of the night, you scrolled through the university circle. What made you stop later? Sister Ro clarified early that morning at 8. Her boyfriend is not Qi. If Qi were not Feng Ro's boyfriend, my smile would shatter completely, and I would be instantly overwhelmed with a tingling sensation at the scalp. I then took the opportunity of needing to use the restroom to slip into the stairwell, intending to discreetly make my exit. I ascended to the 18th floor in one breath. When the lights flickered on, they illuminated a young girl. Upon clearly discerning her features, I hastily retreated. The young girl approached me with deliberate slowness, cornering me against the wall. Her tone was frigid as she inquired, "Are you avoiding me?" As I realized I could not escape, I forced a smile that was both painful and unflattering. "Oh, what a coincidence!" Feigning nonchalance, I discovered that you too enjoy taking the stairs. Feng Ro remained silent, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she approached, stopping only when the tips of her shoes nearly met mine. The air hung thick with tension, and not a word was spoken. The stairwell was enveloped in profound darkness. I held my breath, my throat constricted, and my lips parted slightly, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. In the darkness, I am unable to discern her expression, yet a chilling sense of urgency envelopes me. It seems as though she is suppressing an intense flame within each passing second feels elongated, akin to a drawn-out torment. I persistently tapped my foot. The light illuminated at 7. Tentatively, I ventured to speak. "Could you please make way? Do not allow her voice to be as cold as ice. I wish to reside beneath the parasol tree, my mind a blank slate. She seems to have seen through my thoughts. I require a reason from you to evade me. Is it merely to flirt and then flee? To utilize and then discard?" A pang of apprehension struck my heart, compelling me to muster the courage to inquire. "Where would you like me to begin my explanation?" "University aspirations." She articulated each word slowly, as if they were squeezed from between her teeth, each syllable imbued with a chilling sense of despair. I let out a sigh, my heart pounding relentlessly. It was I who once aspired daily to attend Tsinghua University, yet ultimately, it was also I who quietly altered my aspirations. Confronted by Feng Ro's predatory gaze, I gently explained, "It's not that I lack the desire to attend Tsinghua University, rather, my sudden intrigue in the field of medicine compelled me to enroll in Sum Medical University. My grandfather cured Lin Yang's hand tremors with just 2 injections. You must have heard about this. It is precisely because of this that I have become utterly fascinated with the medical field." She gazed at me with a frigid stare. "Tsinghua University also has a medical school." I displayed a countenance of sorrow. I am aware that I once researched the medical department of Tsinghua University. However, the pursuit of a medical degree is inherently arduous, compounded by exorbitant costs. In contrast, Suzhou Medical University exhibits a greater sense of sincerity. Moreover, it is also suitable for me. Additionally, my grandfather resides in Sioux City, where I am pursuing my studies, allowing me to spend more time with him. Feng Ro furrowed her brows slightly, pondering the meaning of the city. I hesitated for a moment, and only under her piercing gaze did I slowly begin to speak. It pertains to the waiver of tuition fees and the provision of scholarships. Her tone is even colder. Isn't the Wen family worth over $1 billion? I let out a bitter laugh. "Feng Ro, my parents have divorced. Neither of them intends to support my college education." She paused for a moment, and the chill surrounding her dissipated somewhat. I secretly let out a sigh of relief and feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's nothing." In truth, I find my new life quite satisfactory. This time, she did not respond. Turning to walk towards the stairway door, she casually tossed out a phrase, "Go up and join them." or accompany me to another place for the new year. Especially the two words, with me, carried an extraordinary weight, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. I spoke impulsively. I approached them. She furrowed her brow, her hand pressing heavily upon the doorknob. Wenqi, do you not wish to celebrate the new year with me? I stammered. I made an arrangement with Lin Yang. Is it not splendid that you and I share this moment? Fang Rou's gaze was sharp as a blade. May you be blessed with peace and joy. I long to remain by your side. She slowly recited the inscription on the gilded card, her tone laced with a hint of mockery, her voice lowered by several degrees. Shall we celebrate the new year together on my 18th birthday? Chapter 20. Come with me. No, not at all. Su Jianni's hands and feet were icy, realizing there was no escape. She quickly composed her expression, forcing a smile as she awkwardly remarked, "What a coincidence. You enjoy taking the stairs as well." Qiyu offered no reply. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he continued to advance toward her, his black sneakers almost brushing against hers before halting. The distance between them grew even shorter. He remained silent. Su Jianni, too, refrained from speaking, caught in a stalemate. The lights extinguished, plunging the stairwell into darkness, enveloped in silence. Su Jianni held her breath, too anxious to exhale. Her lips parted slightly. She took careful breaths. Though she could not discern Qiyu's expression, she felt the chilling aura emanating from him, wrapping around her like a frigid mist, as if it could seep into her very core. He appeared to be quite furious. In the oppressive darkness, each second felt like an eternity. Qiyu was uncomfortably close. Unable to endure the tension, Su Jianni stamped her foot. The lights flickered back on, and she called out to him, "Qiyu, could you make way?" Not a chance. As she lifted her gaze, illuminated by the dim light, she noted his handsome face bore signs of fatigue, his expression frigid, and his piercing black eyes fixed upon her. The intensity of his stare was unnerving. Biting her lip, she grappled for words, unsure of what to say. Qiyu, as if reading her thoughts, mercifully prompted her, "Su Jianni, explain." "Explain what?" "The reason for avoiding me." The words avoiding nearly escaped her lips, but were swallowed back down, stifled by the severity of Qiyu's gaze. His tone was frigid, encapsulating their relationship since her departure from Beijing in a mere 8 words. "You flirt and then vanish, use me and discard me?" Su Jianni had heard the rumors and felt a pang of guilt. "I am not. You had better not be. And if I were..." A cold snort escaped him, leaving much unspoken yet heavy with implication. Su Jianni shivered. In this lifetime and the last, she had never encountered such a fearsome Qiyu. He looked exceedingly angry, and the chill from his gaze sent shivers down her neck, as if she were on the brink of losing everything. Daring not to open her eyes and utter falsehoods, she sought a means to defend herself. "Where would you like me to begin my explanation?" "University choices." The words tumbled from Qiyu's lips like ice, as if they exhaled a chill. She often boasted about her aspirations to attend Qing University, yet when the time came, she had not even applied. Meeting his ravenous gaze, Su Jianni softly recited her well-rehearsed justification. "It's not that I didn't want to attend Qing University. I suddenly developed a keen interest in medicine, which led me to apply to Su Medical University. My grandfather managed to cure Lin Wan's tremors with just a few needles. You've heard of that, right? That sparked my desire to study medicine, and it became an obsession." Qiyu scrutinized her. "Qing University also has a medical school." "I am aware of that," she replied, her face etched with despair. "At that time, I even researched Qing University's medical department, only to find it beyond my means. The cost of studying medicine is steep. In contrast, the earnestness of Su Medical University aligns more closely with my aspirations. Moreover, with my grandfather residing in Sioux City, my studies there would afford me the opportunity to spend more time with him." Qiyu's dark brows subtly knitted together in skepticism. What earnestness! Su Jianni seemed hesitant to articulate her thoughts, and under Qiyu's piercing gaze, her soft voice finally emerged. "They offer free tuition and scholarships." This appeared reasonable to him. Qiyu's tone turned colder. "Isn't the Su family worth over 100 million? Tears welled in Su Jianni's charming eyes as her gentle voice trembled with emotion. "Qiyu, my parents are divorced. They have no intention of supporting my college education." Instantly, Chi-Yu's icy demeanor softened significantly. I'm sorry. It's all right. Su Jianni felt a sense of relief wash over her. She reassured herself that being self-sufficient was quite satisfactory. Chi-Yu, from his elevated position, noticed that the cheap hair tie adorning her head had a yellowed rubber band, stretched thin. He fell silent, choosing not to respond. The toe of his black sneaker pivoted away from her white shoes, redirecting towards the stairwell door. As Chi-Yu opened the door, light flooded in. Are you joining them upstairs? Or will you spend New Year's with me elsewhere? The weight of his words was particularly pronounced when he emphasized with me. Su Jianni's heart raced. The suppressed dread surged within her. Receiving no answer, Chi-Yu turned to face her, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Su Jianni blurted out, I'm going to have to find them. Chi-Yu furrowed his brow, pressing the door handle back down forcefully, causing the stairwell door to shut again. Su Jianni, don't you wish to celebrate the new year with me? No, not all. I made plans with Lin Wan. You didn't make plans with me? May you find peace and joy. I wish to remain by your side. He recited words from the gilded card, which continued with, Chi-Yu, on my 18th birthday. Shall we celebrate the new year together? Only then did Su Jianni remember that she had not only inscribed a message, but had also discreetly left behind her diamond-studded hair tie. Chi-Yu, had he truly seen the platinum cufflinks she gifted him? Had he noted the engraving on the card? The thought sent a chill through her. Instinctively, she recoiled, her back nearly pressed against the wall. With great difficulty, she uttered, Chi-Yu, I meant that to be a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? A misunderstanding? The birthday gift I sent you was actually something I had commissioned back in April, but then, I forgo chi us gaze darken dominusly. Realizing she had misspoken, Su Jianni steeled herself to clarify. By May, I had already recognized the disparity between us and understood that we were not meant to be. Chi-Yu's expression became forbidding, a faint arch raising his right brow as he uttered chillingly. So, Su Jianni was terrified to the core, yet resolutely determined to confront the situation head-on, pondering whether things could simply be disregarded. Alas, they could not. The two fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere in the stairwell thick with an eerie tension. Su Jianni struggled to swallow, and then hesitantly spoke, Chi-Yu. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed through the air. The high ponytail that Su Jianni had tied so carefully unraveled, cascading down to frame her delicate face, with a few strands sticking to her lips. At that moment, a 6-cent elastic band snapped. Embarrassed, Su Jianni lowered her head, covering her face. She thought she heard a soft chuckle from Chi-Yu. When she raised her gaze again, she found him standing close before her, his shoes almost touching hers, offering the familiar 18K gold hair tie adorned with tiny diamonds. Su Jianni hesitated to take it. Had she truly forgotten the hair tie she had gifted him? Do you want me to help you tie it? He inquired. No need, she replied, accepting the hair tie and deftly securing her hair. All her dignity seemed to evaporate, and she finally allowed herself to relax. Chi-Yu opened the stairwell door and guided her towards the elevator, softly reminding her, don't forget to return it to me. Chapter 21. The entwined fingers approaching the midnight countdown, Su Jianni and Chi-Yu entered the opulent private room on the 33rd floor of Huangjiu, one after the other. Their classmates, having witnessed the two together on numerous occasions, were left with the impression that the bond between them was remarkably innocent. Everyone was aware that Chi-Yu had a girlfriend and thus did not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Su Jianni. Brother Yu, where's your girlfriend? Won't she be upset that you're not spending New Year's Eve with her? Ha ha ha. Can you even speak properly? Our brother Yu is not the kind to prioritize romance over friendship. Right, brother Yu? Chi-Yu settled into a high chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tone cool and composed. She values friendship over romance. Ah, what shocking news. No way, brother Yu. You're telling me a girl actually abandoned you for her friends? Ha ha. Is the last day of the year meant to drive me mad with laughter? Did your girlfriend really stand you up? No worries, brother Yu. Our group of single dogs will accompany you tonight. We're all adults here. How about we have a drink or two? Zhou Mingxi discerned the subtle hint of melancholy in Chi-Yu's words and recognized that the crowd was oblivious, which made him chuckle as he stepped outside. Lin Wan, upon seeing Su Jianni return, intended to inquire where she had been for so long. But her gaze was suddenly captivated by the black diamond-studded hair tie atop Su Jianyi's head. Excitedly, Lin Wan pulled Su Jianyi into a corner, speaking in a hushed, tremulous tone, "Classmate you and Chiyu." Su Jianyi's mind was a whirlwind, unable to sort through her thoughts, and she found herself nodding and shaking her head simultaneously. Lin Wan gasped in a flurry. Su Jianyi recounted the general sequence of events. "So, Chiyu's officially announced girlfriend is actually you, my classmate, but isn't that a stretch? He never explicitly asked to be her boyfriend, right? And I never agreed to anything either. We've already clarified that it was a misunderstanding, yet he refuses to listen. The crucial point is, why is there such a stark contrast between this life and the last?" Reflecting on it, it seems that the turning point was when I stopped pursuing him after my rebirth, that inadvertently captured his attention. That can't be right. In my previous life, I pursued Chiyu for so many years, employing the same tactics of allure and retreat, yet he never took the bait. So, where exactly lies the conundrum? Moments later, Zhou Mingxi personally led a waiter carrying an enormous cake into the room. Wow, what a gigantic cake! 18 inches, 3 tiers, half a meter high. Why does it look so much like Brother Yu's birthday cake? Of course it's the same style. Zhou Mingxi tossed a lighter towards Chiyu. "Brother Yu, light the candles." At this moment, the observant classmates began to sense something amiss, their gazes darting mischievously between Su Jianyi and Chiyu. Chiyu caught the lighter with one hand and approached the cake, striking a flame with a flick of his wrist. His long fingers deftly steadied themselves as he meticulously lit each candle atop the cake. The flickering candlelight illuminated his nose, accentuating its sharp, chiseled features. Lin Wan placed a birthday hat on Su Jianyi, steering her toward the cake, intentionally nudging her closer to Chiyu. Several students sensed something amiss, but, restrained by their silence, instinctively cleared a space beside Chiyu for Su Jianyi to occupy. Soon, the candles were lit, the lights extinguished, and the flickering candlelight danced around them. Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan led the group in singing the birthday song, the atmosphere lively and jubilant. Su Jianyi made her wish, her expression blissfully dreamy beneath the soft glow of the candles. "Hurry, Su Jianyi, the new year is almost upon us. Make a bold wish, no matter what it is." With her eyes closed, she pondered her first wish. Everyone hoped for happiness. The second? For all to pass their final exams without fail. Oh, splendid. The last wish. Suhieni fed Saident. Upon reopening her eyes, she lowered her hand that had been poised to make a wish, holding her breath as her lips parted slightly. She blew out all 18 candles in one breath. Darkness enveloped the room, the timing impeccably synchronized with the countdown reaching 0. Fireworks erupted outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the night with bursts of color. "Wow! Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" The classmates embraced and exchanged blessings amidst the dazzling display of fireworks. Su Jianyi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed in astonishment, her expression a blend of shock and confusion, as at that very moment, her pinky finger was caught by Chiyu. In that instant, a tingling sensation surged through her, akin to a jolt of electricity, evoking a primal instinct to flee, as if she were an animal sensing danger. Yet, she found herself unable to escape. The new year had arrived. Chiyu still held her pinky, the electric sensation coursing from where their skin touched, radiating to her heart, as if even her very pulse had succumbed to the tingling sweetness. Realizing the situation, Su Jianyi intended to shake off Chiyu's grip. Anticipating her move, Chiyu preemptively clasped her hand firmly. His touch was soft and silky, like cream. Chiyu was overwhelmed. Mere contact with her pinky no longer sufficed, and he advanced boldly, intertwining all 5 fingers with hers, binding them tightly against her palm, a grip so secure that no amount of pulling could free her. Outside, the fireworks continued their dazzling display, echoing the tumult in Su Jianyi's mind, which exploded in waves of vibrant colors. Had the world truly gone mad? Why did she perceive such an overwhelming sense of possessiveness in Chiyu's gaze? Inside the room, a group of students gathered chairs by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows to watch the fireworks. From their lofty vantage point, they beheld the fireworks soaring and bursting into magnificent shapes. A feast for the eyes. The view from above was distinctly different from that on the ground. Here, the panorama was unobstructed, the scenery exquisite. Is it any wonder that people claimed standing atop such heights gave one the illusion of possessing the world? After more than 10 minutes, the lights in the room flickered back on, prompting some students to notice the absence of a crucial figure, sparking curiosity. Where's Hugo? Has he gone to find his girlfriend? What girlfriend? Are you serious? Or just pretending not to see? What did you see? No way. You really didn't see him? Just a moment ago, they were holding hands. What? Whose hand? Who else could it be but his girlfriend? Brother Yu's girlfriend? Hiss. How did it circle back again? Let me sort this out. His girlfriend was already here? Among our group? The classmates who were in the dark have just caught on. Whoa. You all noticed it earlier and didn't say a word? Based on our own abilities to deduce, why should we inform you? Based on our keen observations, why should we disclose it to you? Based on what our eyes have seen, why should we reveal it to you? Chapter 22. Fondness on the rooftop of the Huangjiu building. Su Jiani accompanied Qiyu, appearing calm outwardly while her heart raced with trepidation. She intended to clarify her feelings to him, yet upon witnessing the scene before her, words eluded her. The expansive rooftop was engulfed in a sea of pink, flowers, ribbons, and arches all adorned in shades of pink. The velvet drapery enveloping the low walls and railings was pink, and plush dolls and decorations were scattered about. Even the surface of the swimming pool shimmered with a rosy glow. Remarkably, it managed to achieve a charming aesthetic without descending into the realm of the gaudy, showcasing an impressive design that could easily leave one in awe. Beneath a pink landscape tree, Su Jiani remained silent, her doe-like eyes widening slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitching ever so slightly. Qiyu turned his head towards her, questioning her discontent. Do you not like it? Aren't you fond of pink? Suddenly, she felt as though he had pierced her heart. Her vision began to blur. Was it truly for her that Qiyu had orchestrated this entire pink spectacle? In his previous life, he had never done such things for her. All that he had ever given were gifts she had clamored for. She recalled her 18th birthday, filled with anxiety lest he forget to gift her something. Days in advance, she sent him screenshots, expressing her desire for a particular gift, even imploring him to understand her wishes, fearing he might overlook her. Eventually, he yielded, perhaps wearied by her persistence, and she cherished that moment for an eternity. It was not that she adored the gift itself, but rather the fact that it had come from him. In her previous life, they both attended Qing University, and on the night of her birthday, fearing she might not find him during the New Year's countdown, she conspired with his roommates and classmates to invite him to their celebration. She neglected her own department's activities, insisting on positioning herself by his side, monopolizing his time to ensure he would count down with her, leaving no opportunity for other girls to approach him. She was desperate to carve out her presence beside him, and his lack of dismissal brought her joy. She had never dared to hope for his initiative, not even a hint of it. Now, having been reborn, he gifted her a bracelet and prepared this whimsical pink setting solely for her. It dawned upon her that Qiyu was capable of being affectionate, that his thoughtfulness was now within her reach. What then did her previous relentless attempts to please him amount to? An overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow washed over her. Su Jiani fought against the torrent of emotions, her vision blurring further. Qiyu's dark eyes deepened with concern. Do you not like it? Su Jiani shook her head vigorously, choked with emotion and unable to voice her thoughts. Wait a moment, Qiyu said, retrieving a box from beside the tree. He opened it, producing a thick skiing down jacket, wrapping it around Su Jiani and securing the hood. Struggling to hold back tears, Su Jiani was taken aback. Qiyu, seemingly unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within her, turned back after a moment, simply stating, "It's done." Done with what? She silently wondered, as Qiyu gazed down at her, a faint smile gracing his lips, curving ever so slightly. In that instant, the pink backdrop behind him transformed into soft white hues. Shimmering and brightening, the pink velvet fabric gradually fading under the illuminating light. Meanwhile, snowflakes as large as goose feathers gently drifted down. Su Jiani was taken aback. Did Qiyu smile? Had it suddenly started snowing? No, this weather was not conducive to snow. With great difficulty, Su Jiani averted her gaze. Lifting her damp eyelids to seek the source, and discovered a snow-making machine on the rooftop, currently spewing forth artificial snow. The sky was filled with snow, quickly cloaking the entire rooftop in a blanket of white. The heavy snowfall enhanced the allure of Chiyu, who wore a thin wool coat. Snowflakes settled upon his dark hair, exquisitely chiseled nose, and broad shoulders, accentuating his noble and aloof demeanor. He wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Su Jianni's heart trembled uncontrollably, a surge of long-suppressed emotions suddenly bursting forth. Her misty peach blossom eyes fixated on him, no longer obeying her will, unable to shift away. Ultimately, she could not resist being entranced by him. She felt utterly pathetic. Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks in a rush. The two were very close. Chiyu lowered his head, noticing the tears pooling in her eyes as they flowed down her face. His gaze darkened slightly as he reached out to caress her cheek, his cold, pale fingers brushing away her tears, creating a snowy scene, and yet she was moved to tears? Hadn't he devoted 321 days to delivering breakfast and gifts without considering how others might feel? Did he think everyone was made of stone, impervious to emotion? What did he mean by being moved? Chiyu was suggesting his heart. Such weighty revelation forced its way into Su Jianni's mind, and she felt as though her thoughts had suddenly jammed. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Chiyu's fingers and palm became damp from her tears. Su Jianni, you prefer white, not pink, correct? Su Jianni nodded. Her room was pink, her wallet was pink, her pencil case was pink, and even her phone case was pink. Many assumed she favored the color. In her previous life, she believed so too, but after her rebirth, she realized it was Su Li Su who adored pink, while she herself found white much more pleasing to the eye. Chiyu seemed to understand her better than she did herself. The boy's dark eyes fixated on her. I know you love pure white. You adore snow. Su City has no snow, nor does it have Chiyu. So, Su Jianni, do you regret leaving here for Su City? Su Jianni did not respond, her tears flowing even more fiercely. Chiyu's palm moved back, pressing against the nape of her neck, drawing her into his embrace. Wailing, Su Jianni pressed her face against his chest, unable to maintain her composure, and began to cry aloud. The cries grew louder, more frantic. Her torrential tears soaked through his wool coat, penetrating the thin layer beneath, reaching his heart. After what felt like an eternity, the artificial snow ceased. Su Jianni sniffed, pushing away from Chiyu. Her eyes were red from crying, but she had calmed considerably. I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet. Aren't you cold, wearing so little? Chiyu shook his head. Much better. Su Jianni, in the future, please consult me before making such decisions, all right? His gaze, as dark as ink, remained fixed upon her. His words carried an ambiguous weight. Why should she discuss her decisions with him? Su Jianni exhaled deeply. Chiyu, I believe you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? My tears are not born from sentimentality or regret, but rather from something else. Something you cannot disclose? She averted her eyes from Chiyu. I have explained myself, yet you appear unconvinced. I admit that my choice to attend university in Sioux City was partly to escape you, though that was not the primary reason. I genuinely wish to study at Sioux Medical University. It has been a dream of mine since childhood, one I had momentarily forgotten. Chapter 23 Enjoyment. Do you wish to become a doctor? Indeed. Su Jianni's mind was clouded. Was it her insanity, or had the world finally gone mad? Why did she perceive every word that Chiyu uttered as so ambiguous? She stiffly responded, Thank you for your support. I will certainly become a competent doctor. Chiyu fell silent, his expression reverting to its usual impassivity. Su Jianni smiled. Since we have clarified matters, and time is getting late, I shall take my leave. Where are you heading? Allow me to escort you. Thank you, but there is no need for that. I came with Lin Wan. Her family S-driver is here to pick us up. Chiyu's demeanor darkened, his voice devoid of inflection. Returning to Sioux City tomorrow? Yes. What time will you rise? I will see you off. No need. I have already purchased my high-speed train ticket. As they approached the entrance, Chiyu suddenly halted, blocking Su Jianni's path like an immovable wall. Su Jianni was perplexed. Why have you stopped? Chiyu turned to face her, remaining silent. Su Jianni, bewildered, asked, What's wrong? Chiyu, with an expressionless gaze, coolly remarked, Your boyfriend seems a bit upset. Su Jianni. Not at all. How did she suddenly have a boyfriend? Who was her boyfriend? Chiyu? No. Had they not just clarified everything? Sujiani's expression shifted from confusion to terror. Chiyu's tone grew colder, with a hint of irritation. Why won't you allow me to see you off? Sujiani swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. It is not a matter of whether you see me off. It is about how we became a couple. We are not in a relationship. You have not confessed. I have. Shall I repeat myself? No. No need. But you never asked me if I wanted to be your girlfriend, and I never agreed. You wrote me a confession card and gifted me a hair tie. I wore it. I agreed to be your boyfriend. I explained that was a misunderstanding. Not acceptable. Chiyu glared at her, his expression resolute. Sujiani felt powerless. Chiyu, I mentioned earlier that I aspire to study medicine in Sioux City. My work and life will also be there. I will not return to Jing City. I thought you understood. Distance is not an issue, but I have concerns. My studies are demanding, leaving me no time or energy for a romantic relationship. I have the time and energy. Can he converse with himself, then? It is hopeless. Sujiani fell silent. Chiyu's handsome visage grew increasingly frigid. Is it true that from the outset, you intended to use me and then cast me aside? Of course not. Sujiani sensed Chiyu's chilling aura and dared not affirm it. She fluttered her long eyelashes, her expression suddenly despondent. I genuinely do not wish to engage in a relationship right now. I was exhausting myself trying to please you. Chiyu, have you ever pondered why you remained indifferent before, yet became fervent after my departure? The truth is, you do not genuinely like me. You merely revel in the satisfaction of my pursuit, basking in the comfort of being adored. Chiyu's dark eyes captured her gaze, missing none of the subtle expressions on her face. As he listened to her articulate thoughts, he maintained an impassive demeanor, nodding with a cold timbre in his voice. The latter part of your statement holds truth. I indeed relish it. I thoroughly enjoy your pursuit, and it undeniably captivates me. However, this sentiment sounds rather insufferable. I am truly weary and cannot provide you with such experiences in the future. Is your reluctance to engage rooted in the exhaustion of being pursued? Sujiani hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chiyu's expression remained unchanged, his voice still cool and laced with an alluring chill as he said, "This time, I will pursue you, allowing you to relish the sensation of being sought after." Sufiani? This does not sound quite right, does it? Chiyu's dark eyes locked onto her delicate features, his gaze unwavering, and his clear voice deepened as if enticing her. I will pursue you until you are satisfied, until you agree to be my girlfriend. Sujiani's mind was in turmoil. She gazed at him in a daze, bewildered by Chiyu's transformation. A surreal feeling enveloped her, akin to slipping into a dream. Sufiani, do not look at me like that. It makes me want to kiss you. Not now, for I am not yet your boyfriend. Sujiani, I wish to touch you. What about a gentle touch of hands? Is that within your comfort? Still enveloped in confusion, Sujiani found herself unable to voice any objections. By the time she realized it, Chiyu had firmly grasped her fingers, rendering her unable to pull away. Chiyu led her downstairs to the 33rd floor, to the private room where they celebrated the new year. The classmates had all departed, leaving only the cleaning staff, along with Lin Wan and Zhou Mingxi. Chiyu and Sujiani entered, one following the other, prompting simultaneous whistles from Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan. Sujiani shot a glare at Zhou Mingxi. It was her oversight. In her previous life, she had known that Chiyu's companions were all dubious characters, none of them to be trusted. Zhou Mingxi, in particular, appeared sincere and enthusiastic on the surface, yet was utterly cynical and duplicitous, never uttering an honest word. He had a knack for playing both sides, creating a web of half-truths that left no room for suspicion. And she had fallen for his deceitful words, claiming that Chiyu would not return, that it took countless pleas to bring him back. Was he merely toying with her? Zhou Mingxi, sensing Sujiani's fierce and piercing gaze, also felt the chilling stare from Chiyu. A shiver ran down his spine. Zhou Mingxi forced a smile while inwardly laughing. Brother Yu, I have arranged for everyone to leave, except for this little Nuan who insists on waiting for your girlfriend to return. Lin Nuan glared at him, then leaned towards Sujiani. Shall we go downstairs to wait for the car? Yes. Do not fret, dear Nuan. The traffic outside is currently quite congested. Is your vehicle able to navigate through? Given the grandeur of this New Year's celebration, it seems we may have to wait an hour or two for the roads to clear. Perhaps we should linger here for a while? What shall we do then? My desk mate needs to catch the high-speed train in the morning. If we wait any longer, she will be deprived of sleep tonight. Zhou Mingxi smiled at Qiyu, saying, "This could be easily resolved, right, brother Yu?" Qiyu's voice was cool, and his tone resolute. "We shall reside here." "No, absolutely not." Su Jiani and Lin Wan vehemently rejected the suggestion, one after the other. Qiyu remained silent. Zhou Mingxi grinned and inquired of Su Jiani, "Which station?" "Beijing's South Station." "Then, that is even more suitable," he reasoned. "Isn't it more convenient for us to head to South Station than for Lin Wan to do so?" "Indeed," Lin Wan replied hesitantly. Su Jiani shook her head. "I can reschedule my plans for the afternoon." "But, deskmate, did you not mention that you needed to complete the assignments due tomorrow this afternoon?" Chapter 24. "Every night, since that's the case, shall we stay here?" Lin Wan suggested. "It's more convenient, saving us 2 to 3 hours. If we head back to my place, we might get caught in traffic in the morning, and you wouldn't have time to rest. But it's all right, my friend. I shall remain here to keep you company. My mantis fist has reached an advanced level. I can assure our safety. Can the two of us share a room?" Lin Wan inquired. "I've heard that the Huangjiu is quite popular and that rooms are likely fully booked. Will we still have a place?" Before she finished speaking, Qiyu responded, "Of course we do, right, Yugo?" "Indeed." And thus, it was decided with great delight. Su Jiani and Lin Wan were soon escorted to an opulent suite. With a gleeful smile, Lin Wan locked Qiyu and Zhou Mingxi outside, saying, "You two can head back now." She secured the door and glanced around, her voice bubbling with excitement. While it wasn't excessively gilded, the luxury was evident everywhere. Su Jiani remained relatively composed, occasionally echoing Lin Wan's exuberance with a word or two. The DCOR was familiar to her, though Qiyu said nothing. Su Jiani had resided here in a past life. She recognized that this lavish suite was reserved for the young mistress of the Qi family for her convenience, with Qiyu's own suite adjacent. There was a door concealed within the wall of the living room, connecting to Qiyu's side. A magnificent painting adorned that wall, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a minute crack in its center. When the door opened, it would bisect the masterpiece. A restless night ensued. Su Jiani stayed awake a little longer, while Lin Wan felt her guardian duty was fulfilled and, not wanting to intrude on the couple's precious time together, departed in her white SUV before dawn. When Su Jiani awoke, Lin Wan had already vanished. Qiyu arrived early, ringing the doorbell at 6:30. Su Jiani, her eyes slightly puffy, opened the door to him. Qiyu immediately grasped her hand, enveloping it in his warm palm. "Did you not sleep well?" Su Jiani jolted awake, retracting her hand. Breakfast was soon delivered to the suite. The general manager of Huangjiu personally brought a document for Qiyu to sign, and upon completion, respectfully handed over a black folder. "Master Qi, here's last month's expenditure bill, which also includes last night's expenses." Su Jiani found the wontons in her mouth suddenly difficult to swallow, recalling that their group of classmates had dined and entertained themselves here the previous evening. Once everyone had departed, Su Jiani hesitated, struggling to find the right words, before finally inquiring, "How much did we spend last night?" Qiyu, intrigued by her question, smiled slightly, as though it were an amusing inquiry. "Would you like to know?" "Indeed. After knowing, shall I transfer the full amount to you? After all, it was my birthday celebration last night." Qiyu's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze narrowing as he focused on Su Jiani's fair neck. He casually mentioned a figure, 180,000. Su Jiani shivered at the chilling thought. "Is it no discount?" Qiyu's gaze fixed intently upon her. "For your classmate, Su Jiani, an 80 discount. For my girlfriend, Su Jiani, a 0 discount. Choose wisely." Sujani, with a pang of reluctance, extracted her bank card from her bag and handed it to him, inquiring where to swipe it. Qiyu received the card, retrieving his black wallet to tuck the card inside. Inside, his wallet. Sujani's expression instantly became a mixture of disbelief and concern. Were it not for her first-hand experience of marrying him and knowing his background, she might have suspected him to be a scoundrel, seeking to swindle both wealth and affection. Qiyu smirked slightly. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant?" Not at all. The password is my birthday? As Sajani recalled the familiar password she had entered while applying for a new card, she suddenly realized it was indeed his birthday. Embarrassed, she nodded, her voice delicate and soft as a whisper, yes. Chiyu's lips curled into a smile. Your wallet? Was the bank card not sufficient? Was he also going to seize the cash from her wallet? Sajani felt tears brimming, reluctantly handing over her pink wallet as well. Chiyu opened her wallet and stuffed in a black card. What is this? My card, to be submitted to my girlfriend. The password is the last 6 digits of her phone. So, he was merely toying with her, was he? Chiyu drove Sajani to the South Station. During the ride, she overheard him on the phone. Yes, South Station. Could you trouble Uncle He to make a trip? Sajani paid little attention. Upon arrival, she noticed him handing the car keys to Uncle He, but thought nothing of it. As they entered the station, Chiyu, like her, took out his ID and scanned it at the gate, and it dawned on her. Chiyu, where are you going? To see you off. Sajani wanted to protest, to say it was unnecessary, but Chiyu didn't give her the chance to refuse. She was astonished by how he managed it. His seat was right next to hers. Second class. The space was not particularly accommodating for his long legs. As the train departed, Chiyu remained silent. The scenery outside blurred past, and soon Sajani felt her eyelids growing heavy. Noticing her drowsiness, Chiyu quietly asked, Sajani, may I lean on your shoulder? You wouldn't mind this, would you? She did not hear a refusal. Chiyu gently pulled her head down onto his slightly inclined shoulder. Sajani felt as if her head had found a pillow crafted just for her, and she settled in comfortably. The 5-hour journey saw Sajani asleep the entire way. As they approached their destination, Chiyu called her name. She stirred awake. Chiyu? So tired? Did not sleep all night? Fully alert now, Sajani quickly sat up, stealing a glance to ensure she hadn't drooled on his expensive coat. Oh, thankfully, she hadn't Sajani planned to visit her grandfather's house first before heading to school. Chiyu accompanied her to the mouth of the alley. She urged him to leave, fearing that if he walked her to her doorstep, her grandfather would be startled. You can't meet him? Not really. My grandfather has a short temper, dislikes strangers, and doesn't appreciate being disturbed. Chiyu fell silent. Sajani, eager to send him away, coaxed him gently, softening her tone. You should head back. I'll contact you later. Her voice was inherently soft and melodious, her tone sweetly teasing without her awareness. At that moment, when she persuaded Chiyu, it resembled a playful act of coaxing him. Chiyu relented. Oh, very well. He retrieved his phone. Am he back now? How did he know she had removed him? Had he sent her a message afterward? What did it say? Su Jiani refrained from asking, taking out her phone to re-add him. Is that sufficient? Yes, it must be done every night, she replied dismissively. All right, I shall call you each evening. Finally, Chiyu agreed to leave. Just then, an elderly man with white hair, returning from the market, approached and inquired upon seeing Chiyu. Young man, back again? Did you not drive today? No, I did not, he replied. Su Jiani's spine stiffened. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. And she quietly sidestepped. Chiyu turned his shoulder to shield her. The old man, having initially moved on, paused and turned back, calling out little Jiani. Su Jiani froze completely. Chapter 25, Destruction. Initially, old Su merely felt a vague resemblance and called out casually, only to discover that it was indeed his precious granddaughter, little Jiani. His bright, aged eyes instantly narrowed with inscrutable depth. From his vantage point, Jiani appeared as a timid ostrich nestled in the embrace of the young man, seemingly wishing to bury her head in the sand. Conversely, the aristocratic youth approached without hesitation, greeting her with a courteous nod and a glance. Old Su, keenly observant, noted that the young man maintained his composure throughout, his hands never straying inappropriately. When Jiani froze in bewilderment, he discreetly shielded her from the awkwardness, while also being mindful not to breach the boundaries of propriety between them. It was evident that he had been raised with strict discipline, embodying poise and etiquette. Observing his stature, he stood tall as a pine, with a robust physique. Examining his features, his face was well-proportioned, with pronounced brows, a high nose, dark eyes, and thin lips, exuding a contained vigor unmarred by vice. Truly remarkable. Old Su cast another discerning glance at Chiyu. Finally, Jiani snapped back to reality. contemplating that if she acted as though nothing had transpired, then indeed, nothing had occurred. Nonchalantly, she turned and approached her grandfather, offering to assist him with his eco-friendly shopping bag. "Grandpa, have you returned from grocery shopping?" Her grandfather, fully capable, did not require the assistance of his esteemed granddaughter. Though his words were directed at Gianni, his gaze lingered on Chiyu, who, remarkably astute, immediately understood. "Grandpa, allow me to carry it," he offered. Yes, good. "The young man certainly possesses more strength than this old man," replied old Sue. One stepped forward to take the freshly laundered shopping bag, while the other genuinely released his hold. They walked side by side. Gianni thought, why can't I carry a bag of vegetables? I'm robust and stand at 173 centimeters in height. Yet, something felt amiss. Was he, her grandfather, typically indifferent and reserved around strangers? And wasn't Chiyu known for his aloof demeanor? How could they walk side by side, engaging in conversation? Moreover, why did Chiyu refer to her grandfather as Grandpa? He was, after all, her grandfather. They weren't even a couple yet. Gianni's mind was in a tumult of confusion as the two figures in the distance turned back simultaneously to regard her. An old man and a young one, each possessing strikingly handsome yet distinctly different features, gazed at her in silence, their expressions inquiring why she had not yet joined them. A warm, soft sensation enveloped Gianni's heart, evoking an inexplicable sense of sweetness in the scene. She quickened her pace, assuming they intended to leave space for her in the middle. However, as she drew near, they both turned in unison, continuing their stride side by side, engaging in their dialogue. Left trailing behind, unable to interject, Gianni felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. The independent villa of her grandfather. Gianni remained perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Chiyu and her grandfather were engaged in a game of chess in the living room. Chiyu maintained his characteristic cool demeanor, while her grandfather was decidedly less aloof. The match was quite intense. Check your foot. Push a pawn. Checkmate. Flying elephant. Another checkmate. Mountain pass. Ah, how careless of me. Little Chiyu, do come back. Sigh. The self-aware Sagani, ever the busybody, took it upon herself to gather fruits, wash them, carve them into intricate shapes, and arrange them artfully on a plate before stepping out. As she lifted her gaze, it fortuitously met the deep, inky eyes of Chiyu. He cast a fleeting glance at her adorably waterproof apron, his expression darkening as something shifted within his gaze, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. In that moment, Sagani was transported back to her past life, where she played the role of a devoted housewife to Chiyu. A chill ran through her, and she placed the fruit platter on the coffee table, removing her apron. "Grandfather, it's getting late. I must return to school. Are you leaving now? Want you stay for dinner?" "No, I have assignments due tomorrow." "Go on then." Sagani's grandfather waved her off dismissively, preparing to set down another dish when he suddenly halted, casting a regretful glance at Chiyu. "Little Chiyu, you wish to accompany her, don't you?" "Yes." "What a pity we cannot have another round. The mountains and rivers may meet again. Shall we battle next time?" "Indeed, next time. Little Chiyu, do come by more often." "Certainly, grandfather." Sagani could hardly contain her frustration. "Grandfather, Chiyu is from the capital, studying at university. He doesn't have the time to visit Sioux City." "I know, my dear. A gifted student, attending Qing University, no less. But the matter of time is subjective. Is it not, little Chiyu?" "Indeed, I can find time to come every week." "Good child, but don't overexert yourself. A sound body is paramount." "Understood, grandfather." Sagani was exasperated. She stomped her foot on the ground. "Chiyu, are you leaving or not?" Chiyu's gaze darkened further, 2 shades deeper. Little did Sagani realize how her petulant foot stamping was perceived as endearing. Even in her anger, the inflection of her voice was soft, almost playful, which was quite vexing. Chiyu rose, standing beside Sagani. "Grandfather, we'll take our leave now. Go on, but do inform me in advance next time. I'll have the ink round and ready for you." Sagani, puzzled, asked, "What do you need ink for?" "To write for little Chiyu. There wasn't enough time today. We shall admire his calligraphy skills next time. Little Chiyu writes beautifully." "How does grandfather know Chiyu writes well? He hasn't written anything here." A sense of foreboding washed over Sagani. Her gaze drifted to the disarray of boxes sprawled across the living room, which had struck her as odd upon entering. Now, focusing on one particularly tall, transparent box, she recognized its contents, which were stacked densely, and they appeared somewhat familiar. Sagani's spine stiffened slightly. Her sweet voice tinged with urgency. "Chiyu, let us go." "All right." Just as they were about to depart, her grandfather, following Sagani's earlier gaze, spotted the pile of items and called out with a smile, "Wait a moment. My memory almost failed me. These are the treasures that Su Li Su had delivered, claiming they're your precious belongings from the capital. Little Jianni, do come and check if anything is missing." Su Jianni exclaimed in frustration that all of this was unwanted. At that moment, her only desire was to hastily drag Chiyu away. Su Lao was the first to approach, patting the tall, transparent acrylic box. It was unclear who Su Li Su had hired, as their handling of the items was rather careless. Upon delivery, the exam papers had spilled out. Fortunately, her grandfather had taken the time to gather and repack them. Had he not done so, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the young Chi had penned exquisite calligraphy. Suddenly called upon, Chiyu approached as well. Su Jianni cried out, "Let all be destroyed. Hurry! I cannot bear to remain on this earth for another second." Chapter 26. A gentle embrace before me lay a substantial box brimming with exercise books, examination papers, and sheets of draft paper. "Mr." Su observed the vigorous strokes of a young boy's pen, gliding gracefully across the page with the fluidity of a dragon in flight, reflecting the boy's formidable spirit that encompassed mountains and valleys. Simultaneously, the sharpness of his writing was tempered, showcasing a refined restraint, with an energy that could both surge forth and recede, revealing a depth of character. What was even more admirable was the boy's patient guidance. From the interplay of two distinct handwriting styles, he discerned the method by which the boy instructed his somewhat inept companion, Jai and I, in solving problems, rather than merely providing her with answers in a perfunctory manner. It was through the boy's relentless dedication day after day that Jia and I achieved her remarkable academic progress. Was it not? Indeed, the elegance of Chiyu's handwriting is commendable. The more I observe, the more I am enamored. Chiyu's focus rested on the meticulously arranged, flowery inscriptions. "The first math test Chiyu shared with me. I shall cherish it for eternity," she wrote, noting the date with precision down to the very hour. Chiyu mentioned that if I were less careless, I could have scored an additional 20 points on this exam. Sobi. His expression was somewhat fierce, yet that fierceness deeply resonated with me, she added, surrounded by a myriad of hearts. Chiyu explains problems so handsomely. The major questions were actually within my grasp, yet I feigned ignorance to ask him, as if he could see through my ruse, explaining it to me thrice. Ah? Chiyu is so adept at teaching. With just a guiding line on a challenging problem, I grasped it, while others remained perplexed. Could it be that I am becoming quite clever under Chiyu's tutelage? I am so delighted. Every mention of Chiyu filled her notes, each page adorned with her delicate handwriting, revealing her tender emotions and her careful, strategic steps. Chiyu, holding the papers, flipped through them, his fingertips trembling slightly, the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. His gaze grew darker, and the previously impassive expression on his handsome face began to soften into the faintest of smiles. Su Jia and I felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Her past infatuation lay bare before her, exposed not only to others but to the very object of her affection, an utterly explosive revelation. When she caught sight of Chiyu turning his head toward her, his somber eyes fixated on her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Oh no! Had he finally uncovered her secret obsession, even scrutinizing the draft papers he had penned? Jia and I licked her parched lips and hastily attempted to explain. "You know we're moving, right? We won't be living in that villa in the capital anymore, so we're clearing things out. Actually, I don't need these exam papers. They're all set to be discarded. But my mother is unaware and brought them over from the capital. I'll have Aunt Wong, who collects recyclables, gonna pick them up shortly." Chiyu's gaze bore into her, his voice cool and his tone enigmatic. "You don't want them?" "Correct, I don't want them." "Are you truly certain?" "Absolutely." "Very well. I shall assist you in disposing of them. Huh? At that moment, the sound of vehicles approached from outside the small villa. 2 or 3, it seemed. Chiyu's phone vibrated, and he answered. Yes. Wait a moment. A minute later, Sajani stood at the doorway, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed the 3 bodyguards in black from the chief family, each holding a box, lined up neatly outside the iron gate. A thought flickered through her mind. The chief family never visited empty-handed. She quickly realized that these gifts were likely intended for her grandfather from Chiyu. Sajani tugged at Chiyu's sleeve, her voice soft yet urgent. My grandfather detests receiving gifts. Don't assume that because you've played chess with him, he will regard you favorably. He won tea. He'll chase you away with a broom. She added, why not let them return for now? Chiyu tilted his head to regard her, clearly having heard of her grandfather's preferences. Naturally, he had come prepared. The white jade chessboard he gifted was well received by old Su. The medical manuscript he brought was met with great affection as Su Lao donned his glasses, unable to put down. The 2 large boxes of medicinal herbs were cradled in Su Lao's hands, his gaze filled with fascination. Remarkably, he could still spare a moment to wave at them. Little Jianni, didn't you say you were in a hurry? You should return to school. Please close the door behind you. Sajani remained silent. Outside the independent villa, Chiyu smirked softly. Are you worried I might be sent away? What nonsense! Sajani retorted through gritted teeth. Chiyu turned to Uncle He. There are several packed boxes in the living room. Please have them moved out and dealt with. Uncle He discerned the gravity of his words, and, with a smile in his eyes, inquired, Young master, where shall we dispose of these items? In my living room, the one in Jing City, or this one in Sioux City? Sioux City. When had Chiyu acquired a residence in Sioux City? Sajani recalled that in her past life, Chiyu owned properties everywhere, yet he seemed to lack one in Sioux City. Moreover, his method of handling her belongings appeared to involve transferring them to his place. What purpose could that serve? Couldn't he simply sell them as scrap? Sajani contemplated asking but sealed her lips, remaining silent. Inside the car heading to Sioux Medical University, she felt numb. She insisted on alighting a street away. Chiyu followed her as she intended to enter through a side door, walking alongside her down the secluded and tranquil path. The trees lining the road in Sioux City were still lush at the beginning of the new year. The ground was mostly free of fallen leaves, and the pavement was clean and tidy. Her white sneakers tapped rhythmically against the ground, while Chiyu's black shoes followed at a leisurely pace, their footsteps quiet as they traversed the path. Neither spoke until they neared the side door. Sajani halted, her gaze averted from Chiyu's. I suppose this is where we part ways? Indeed, Chiyu replied nonchalantly. As Sajani turned to leave, he grasped her wrist. Sajani, may I have a hug? Is this a boundary you can accept? She did not respond. He took her silence as consent, wrapping his long arms around her, enveloping her in an embrace. Just let me hold you for a moment. Don't shy away, all right? He held her, neither too tight nor too loose. As if the world had suddenly fallen into silence, the trees lining the street and the passing breeze quietly observed the tall youth embracing the soft, sweet girl. Su Jianni instinctively felt the urge to reciprocate his embrace, yet she suppressed it. He held her for but a fleeting moment before gently releasing her. A refreshing, fragrant aura enveloped her, lingering and entwining as he withdrew. Although he released her from his embrace, he did not let go of her hand, his grip firm, leaving her no chance to break free. Su Jianni found herself unable to leave, and in the stillness, she reluctantly lifted her gaze to meet his. Chiyu lowered his eyes, locking his gaze with hers. His dark orbs radiated a purity and chill akin to jade, while her peach blossom eyes appeared dim and evasive. His intense gaze ensnared her, and he parted his thin lips. Su Jianni, those who betray genuine hearts will face divine retribution. I do not wish for such wrath. Indeed, how ironic it was. She was the one struck by lightning on a clear day. Why had the once aloof Chiyu transformed into this? Chapter 27. Direct approach. Su Jianni returned to her dormitory, her spirit still lingering outside the side gate of Sioux Medical University. She shook her head, spending 20 minutes to block out the images related to Chiyu in her mind, gathering her thoughts to immerse herself in her studies. Fortunately, unlike high school, where various subject tests were distributed during every festive occasion, University assignments were given during class, regardless of holidays. Some extracurricular tasks she completed promptly after class, so she had not accumulated much work over the 3 days of New Year's. She darted between the library, laboratory, and study room, and by the time she finished her assignments, it was already midnight. After a quick wash, she succumbed to sleep. Just before drifting off, a vague feeling lingered, as if there was something left undone. Yet, she dismissed the thought, lacking the energy to rise and address it, and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. The next day, after submitting her assignments and attending classes, she returned to the dormitory with her roommates. Outside the building, 4 girls were preparing to enter. Suddenly, a cool and melodious male voice resonated. The sound was not loud but possessed a remarkable penetrating quality, easily discernible even amidst the bustling commotion. Su Jianni caught it immediately. She stiffly turned her head. Qiyu leaned against a car, appearing as though he had just alighted. Clad in a black trench coat, his dark eyes were fixed upon her, his expression inscrutable. While she could not discern his emotions, she sensed an impending storm. He seemed a bit intimidating. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she found herself bewildered. After all, she had done nothing to provoke him. Then it struck her suddenly. They had agreed to video chat. Yet she had completely forgotten amidst her busy schedule the night before. Instantly, her confidence faltered. Oh, how she wished she had simply forgotten without the burden of guilt. Qiyu remained motionless. Su Jianni quietly exchanged a few words with her roommates before shuffling towards him in her red and white sneakers. Behind her, the girls were chattering excitedly. So handsome. He looks so familiar, oh my. Is that the National Campus Heartthrob? Is it really Qiyu? ISNT he from Jing City Qing University? What brings him to Sioux City? Didn't they say he had a girlfriend? Is his girlfriend our Jianni? I thought it was just a coincidence with the identical hair ties. I knew there was something fishy between them. Immediately, someone raised their phone to snap a photo, posting it to the University Alliance Circle. However, the photo circulated for a while before being restricted to private view. In Jing City Qing University, Zhou Mingxi, who was idly working in a laboratory, soon received the news. Zhou Xiao, we intercepted a photo of Qi Xiao at Sioux Medical University. Do you want to release it? Zhou Mingxi opened the screenshot sent by the head of the Campus Alliance app and replied with a smile, I can't decide that. I need to ask first. You all hold on for now. Outside Sioux Medical University, a black Tianyu rolled down the road. Qiyu was driving, with Su Jianni seated in the passenger seat. As they waited at a traffic light, the atmosphere inside the car was peculiar and charged with tension. Unable to bear the silence, Su Jianni broke the ice. Haven't you returned to Jing City yet? Do you not have classes today? Wasn't it said that once school starts, you would be busy with a project group? Qiyu turned his head to glance at Su Jianni, recalling the recent hectic days that had consumed his brief holiday. Su Jianni bit her lip, hesitating to inquire further. She feared that one question might unleash a torrent of unforeseen revelations. Though her lips remained sealed, her mind erupted with chaos. What did he mean by having been busy recently, thereby sacrificing his holiday? Did he deliberately carve out this time to be with her? By uttering such words, did he not fear igniting her imagination? Or perhaps, was that his intention, to provoke her thoughts? No. Su Jianni tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning pale as she repeatedly admonished herself to remain calm, to refrain from overthinking. She recalled her past life. In her previous existence, Qiyu had never been so straightforward. Feeling Qiyu's gaze fixed upon her, she dared not meet his eyes. Feeling increasingly restless as the air in the car seemed to grow thin, she rolled down the window, letting the cool breeze rush in. Just then, the traffic light turned green, prompting Qiyu to turn his attention back to driving. A sigh of relief escaped Su Jianni, but it was short-lived as Qiyu's phone rang. The caller was Zhou Mingxi. After the first ring, Qiyu remained unresponsive. By the third ring, she heard him mutter, "Answer it for me." Oh. Su Jianni pressed the green button, and Zhou Mingxi's voice came through. "Hey, Yugo, are you driving? You were photographed at Sioux Medical University. Dozens of students have shared photos of you and your girlfriend in the campus circle. Should we keep blocking it, or do you want to announce it officially?" Su Jianni's mouth fell open in shock, her mind racing with questions, but as she grasped the implications, Her expression mirrored that of someone struck by lightning, rendering her too timid to speak. She held her breath, fearful that Zhou Mingxi would detect her presence on the line. Hey, Yuga, did you hear what I just said? What should we say then? Official announcement? Another red light halted their progress. Qiyu turned to look at Su Jiani. What do you think? Zhou Mingxi sensed something was amiss in Qiyu's tone, which sounded oddly detached, akin to snow cascading from an ice mountain, striking a chord of unease within him. No, Yuga, I was asking because I wasn't certain. Why are you asking me? I didn't ask you. Huh? Then who are you asking? Before Zhou Mingxi could finish, he realized the answer and tactfully withdrew. All right then. After you both come to a decision, let me know. Holding Qiyu's phone, Su Jiani stared at the abruptly disconnected call, feeling a sudden warmth in her hands and a tumult of confusion in her mind. Silently, she returned the phone, remaining mute. The car arrived at their destination and came to a halt. This time, Qiyu initiated the conversation. Don't you have anything to ask me? No. Su Jiani was clearly feigning ignorance. Qiyu was not to be so easily dismissed. I also invested in the Campus Alliance app. Oh, the photo from the playground. Qiyu continued to elaborate, referring to the photograph of you wearing the broken diamond pendant. Upon hearing this, Su Jiani felt a surge of panic. Her right hand instinctively reached for the car door lock. She found it, pressed it, and attempted to push the door open, yet it remained resolutely shut. The central locking system was engaged. Qiyu observed Su Jiani's forced composure, and a hint of a smile emerged on his lips. His voice icy as it rolled from his throat. That photograph was sent at my behest by Zhou Mingxi. Why? What do you think? Su Jiani dared not respond. Sensing her silence, Qiyu maintained his calm demeanor and continued. It was a message for someone. I wanted that person to see me wearing her hair tie, to understand that I had acquiesced to her request. Yet, that very person forgot the token they had sent and misinterpreted my connection with another unrelated individual. At this moment, Su Jiani finally lifted her gaze to meet Qiyu's eyes. He locked on her stare and inquired, So, should we make it official now? Chapter 28. Are you flirting with me? Announcing? What is there to announce? Su Jiani's mind was in a whirl. All she could perceive was Qiyu's piercing black gaze fixed intently upon her. His expression bore a blend of restraint and an unwavering, passionate affection, precisely the embodiment of her dreams. Her heart, as fragile as it was, felt ensnared by him. The way he looked at her, she would willingly surrender her life for him. What was there to announce? Her mind, seemingly beyond her control, nodded slightly. That subtle movement seemed to shatter a spell, instantly awakening Su Jiani. She abruptly shook her head, diverting her gaze from Qiyu's. And after a deep breath with her eyes closed, she spoke. We are not. What is there to announce? We do not share a relationship worth announcing. Her tone carried a hint of irritation, vexed with herself for being so easily swayed by Qiyu despite her rebirth. Qiyu's cold gaze remained fixed on her, noting her irritation. With a slight smirk, he responded, Su Jiani, if you wish, we could be. I do not wish to, she replied. Very well, he conceded, pausing before continuing with a smile. Then we are still not. Whatever you say, she murmured, a tremor of unease coursing through her. Her voice, though soft, retained an edge of irritation. Qiyu, could you refrain from looking at me like that and speaking to me in such a manner? Why? He queried, the underlying flirtation evident in his tone. Why? It makes me think you are flirting with me. I indeed am. Su Jiani felt a chill run down her spine. Was he serious? It seemed he understood that she was captivated by his eyes and knew precisely how to speak to disarm her. He could manipulate her effortlessly, ensnaring her in a web woven from their encounters, unveiling one by one the things he had done after her departure from the capital. It was a combination of sweet temptation and subtle seduction. At that moment, a thought involuntarily blossomed in her mind. Did she truly harbor feelings for her? A shiver of caution swept through Su Jiani. If he were genuine, what was she to do? Qiyu's allure was overwhelming. Merely withstanding his striking looks was a considerable challenge. Should he utter more sweet words or perform charming deeds, she would undoubtedly succumb once more to the depths of despair. No. The best course of action was to feign ignorance, dismissing his remarks as mere jest. As her gaze flitted about, she caught sight of a restaurant through the windshield. Her urge to retreat was suddenly rekindled. Chiyu, are you heading to dine? I have already eaten with my roommates in the school cafeteria. Excuse me? Her words faltered, swallowed back as she noticed the sudden chill in his demeanor, his aura strikingly formidable. The thought of departing was on her lips, but she quickly amended her statement. I can accompany you if you have yet to have lunch. That is not necessary. His presence shifted ominously, and she wondered if it would be so terrible to join him for a meal after all. In the restaurant's private room, the waiter brought in dish after dish, filling the table to the brim. Everything here is what Su Jianni enjoys. She swallowed hard, and encouraged by Chi Yu's gaze, she could no longer resist. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, becoming increasingly engrossed, her mouth full and unable to stop. In truth, Su Jianni had returned to her dormitory after class without having had lunch. She had stayed up late the previous night, woke up late in the morning, and had not eaten breakfast, leaving her genuinely hungry all morning. She buried herself in her meal, and the two of them exchanged no words. After they had eaten their fill, Chi Yu settled the bill while Su Jianni went to the restroom. Upon exiting the restroom, she found herself in a long corridor. Sufiani? A voice, somewhat familiar yet hesitant, called out. She turned to see a tall, handsome boy standing behind her, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight upon seeing her. Senior? She greeted with a polite smile. It's me. What a coincidence. You're here for a meal too. Yes. I've almost finished eating. Did you come with your roommates? Wait for me a moment. I'll drive you all back to campus. Su Jianni shook her head, about to decline, when a familiar presence enveloped her. Her right hand was seized firmly in a large palm. Chi Yu's voice was cold and distant. She came with me. Su Jianni felt awkward, unable to withdraw her hand, and she smiled apologetically. Thank you, senior, but I appreciate your kindness. The senior smiled knowingly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chi Yu, tinged with subtle hostility. Oh, how unfortunate. On the way back, Su Jianni insisted on parking a street away, and Chi Yu complied. She still preferred to enter the school through the side gate, and he accompanied her along the relatively secluded and quiet path they had taken last time. Unlike the previous occasion filled with ambiguous tension, this time, Su Jianni sensed an impending storm. Yet Chi Yu remained silent. Su Jianni decided to bury her head in the sand. Upon reaching the side gate, Su Jianni halted, intending to bid Chi Yu farewell. However, he did not stop, continuing ahead, his black limited edition sneakers already stepping into the entrance of the university. His large hand still held hers. Su Jianni panicked. Was he going to escort her inside? Although everyone had seen her leave in Chi Yu's car at noon, holding hands while walking through the university campus was an entirely different matter. Chi Yu. There is still some time before our afternoon class. Would you like me to take you somewhere? Sure. Chi Yu's gaze was cool as he followed Su Jianni to a small hill outside the school. Atop the hill stood a small gazebo. It was empty, but beside it, lush grass grew abundantly, and occasionally, the light-hearted laughter of young couples could be heard. Well, this is rather unfortunate, Su Jianni said with a slightly awkward smile, her voice soft. I didn't know this place was like this. Chi Yu's expression seemed less frosty now. He sat on the long wooden bench in the gazebo, his long legs extended far before him, his sneakers resting on the stone floor, and his slender fingers idly holding her small hand. Sujani sat beside him, her hand tingling under his playful grasp. She attempted to retract her hand, but to no avail. Resolutely, she decided to address his casual handling of her hand. Chi Yu, I would like to have a serious conversation with you. About romance? Well, not exactly. I believe that holding hands is a rather significant gesture. What are your thoughts on this? To me, it seems that we should at least be in a relationship akin to that of lovers before we hold hands. Therefore, could you refrain from casually taking my hand, especially in public? After all, we are not yet a couple. We will be in the future. Then, shall we wait until that time comes before we hold hands? No. Chapter 29. The first kiss. Su Jianni had long anticipated that Chi Yu would flatly refuse her. Undeterred, she pressed on. Yet, given our current relationship, holding hands in public might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. What about in private? That is not the crux of the matter. The present is indeed in private. As Su Jianni gazed at the hand that could not be retracted, A moment of silence enveloped them. Then, with a slight clenching of her teeth, she spoke with a firmer tone. Chiyu, I feel this is inappropriate. It feels as though you do not respect me. You have not sought my consent, and yet. Chiyu firmly planted his sneakers on the ground, elevating his tall frame as he stood before Su Jiani, slightly bending his legs as he grasped her hand tightly, looking down at her. Su Jiani, on the rooftop of Huangjiu, you nodded in agreement. But I only consented that once. I never said it could happen again. She had only acquiesced, then due to his persuasion. She had no clear understanding of his inquiry. Chiyu's dark eyes deepened, the corners of his lips subtly curling. You can hold hands in private, but you must seek my approval in public. Is it the understanding, Su Jiani? Su Jiani tilted her head slightly upward, observing him from below. She could see his sensuous lips forming a perfect line as he spoke, an inexplicable allure that momentarily captivated her, though her mind remained alert. This understanding, however, seemed flawed. Chiyu's expression began to frost over. You won't allow it at all? Su Jiani nodded. Is it because of that senior? It was fine before, but now that you've just encountered that senior, you refuse to hold hands. Su Jiani felt silent, her thoughts racing at the odd timing of Chiyu's jealousy. Chiyu, are you feeling possessive? Noticing her silence and the slight pout on her face, Chiyu's countenance hardened further, his dark eyes narrowing, exuding an unspoken danger. Do you have feelings for him? No. Su Jiani hastily shook her head, as if Chiyu had uttered something utterly outrageous. How could I possibly like him? Absolutely not. You have no idea about him. She hesitated briefly. In any case, I definitely do not like Qi Lin Yuan, and he does not like me either. Please do not jump to conclusions. Understood. Chiyu's face remained as frosty as ever, his crisp voice imbued with a chilling tone. Su Jiani, let me make this clear. My pursuit of you exists solely in the states of chasing or having caught you. I will not tolerate the interference of a third party. I have a volatile temperament, and if I discover a third party, I cannot guarantee the safety of their limbs, neck, or head. Do you understand? Su Jiani felt a slight shock within. Since her rebirth, Chiyu's temperament had indeed deteriorated significantly. In her previous life, he had not been like this. He had been aloof yet composed, gentle and courteous. She had known him for several years and had been married to him for 2, and his temperament had always been remarkably fine. What had gone awry? Chiyu appeared displeased with Su Jiani's distraction and silence. Remember this, all right? His imposing presence, coupled with his elevated stance, made the air feel thin as he spoke, pressing down on Su Jiani. She, with a rebellious spirit, exerted some force on the long wooden bench, propelling herself upward, while Chiyu, in perfect synchrony, braced her with his arm, helping her stabilize atop the chair. In this moment, Chiyu stood tall, and Su Jiani found herself a head taller than him. A sense of delight surged within her. How rare it was to look down upon Chiyu, speaking to him as if through her nostrils, and her arrogance immediately swelled. Let me tell you, Chiyu, Su Jiani, am an independent, complete, and free individual. Currently, it is you who is pursuing me. I have not agreed to be your girlfriend, so you have no authority over me. I can choose to be with whomever I please. Before Su Jiani could finish her playful banter, Chiyu encircled her waist, lifting her entirely from the long bench. He then extended his arm, pressing her head down gently, and his cool, soft lips met her own, sealing the soft petals of her lips that were parting and closing. The sensation, both cool and tender, radiated from their lips, swiftly enveloping every nerve in Su Jiani's body. It surged through her like a high-voltage current, igniting her nervous system and burning through her cerebral CPU. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring fixedly at Chiyu, who was now so close that their breaths intertwined. Was this their first kiss? In her past life, it seemed that their initial kiss had also occurred on this very day. Previously, she had orchestrated a seemingly accidental brush of their lips, and now, in this rebirth, it was he who took the initiative. Su Jiani's heart trembled violently. No matter how fervent the kiss, no matter how intense the actions, she had experienced it all with Chiyu in her past life. Yet, at this moment, it was different. This time, it was his willingness, and just the mere touch of his lips against her sent an unprecedented tremor coursing through her. It was a quaking of the soul. She sensed his anger, as well as his unmasked possessiveness towards her, a sentiment she had desperately sought in her previous existence. Su Jianyi's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Qiyu withdrew his lips, but kept her cradled in his embrace, their foreheads touching. "Do I have any authority over you?" She did not respond, and tears unexpectedly slipped from the corners of her eyes, cascading down onto Qiyu's face. The salty droplets rolled down, eventually finding their way into the crevice of his lips, one after another. Qiyu set her back down onto the long wooden bench, bending his knee to stand before her, his gaze nearly level with hers. "Crying just because I was a bit stern? I haven't done anything, and yet you've cried several times in front of me. Weren't you previously unyielding and utterly unspoiled? Now that I've won you over, you drop the act?" Su Jia and I shook her head, choked with emotion, unable to articulate a word. The tears had indeed ceased. Qiyu's slender fingers brushed away the remnants of her tears. "Crying won't help, Su Jia and I am not someone to be trifled with. You may refuse now, but in the future, you can only be my girlfriend. You are allowed only me as your boyfriend. Anything else is out of the question." Su Jia and I gazed at him with hazy, enchanting eyes. This was Qiyu, yet he seemed different from the aloof, cool school prince she had known. Qiyu seemed to have discerned her thoughts. Su Jianyi, daring to provoke me without truly understanding my nature? A playful smile curved his lips as he gazed at her, his eyes like obsidian, luring her in. They sparkled with clarity and purity, rendering Su Jianyi unable to look away. Instinctively, she shrank her neck, leaning back as if to distance herself. Qiyu's hand remained on her face, suddenly sliding down to grasp her chin, drawing himself closer and narrowing the space between them. For every inch she retreated, he advanced by 5. She found herself frozen in place. Qiyu observed her with satisfaction, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" "A bit." She stammered. Fear is futile. Be obedient from now on, and remember my words." Chapter 30. With an effortless grip, Qiyu released his hold, allowing Su Jianyi's chin to escape his confinement. He withdrew his hand, propping it against the side of her leg, his fingers tightly clutching the edge of the wooden chair, so close that his breath nearly caressed her face. "Do you remember?" Su Jianyi turned her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the rough carvings of the pavilion's columns. Mumbling a response, yes, I remember very well." Though she verbally affirmed her understanding, her heart remained untouched by his words. Just moments ago, she had merely been flaunting her bravado. In her rebirth, she had no intention of pursuing a romance. Such endeavors were merely a waste of time. Qiyu furrowed his brows, straightening his posture slightly. His arm, which had rested beside her, tensed, and his gaze lifted as if to challenge her to feign indifference. "Are you dismissing me?" "Of course not." "Su Jianyi, you promised to video call me yesterday in the same tone, and what happened?" He had waited all evening for her response, yet silence ensued. His attempts to reach her via video call were futile, and when he called, her phone was switched off. I was swamped with assignments, and my phone ran out of battery. I fell asleep from exhaustion. "Hand me your phone." "What do you need my phone for?" Su Jianyi inquired, but despite her question, her hands obediently surrendered the device. Qiyu finally stepped back, standing before her, taking her phone without requesting the password, directly entering his birth date. The phone unlocked. A smirk played on his lips as he cast a meaningful glance her way. Su Jianyi's expression stiffened. She typically utilized fingerprint and facial recognition, having long forgotten the password she had set before her rebirth, which happened to be Qiyu's birthday. The awkwardness of the moment was palpable. Qiyu accessed the settings on Su Jianyi's phone, navigating to the About Phone section, scrolling through its specifications. After a moment of silence, he returned the phone, encased in its pink cover, to her. Immediately, Su Jianyi felt compelled to change her lock screen password. Lowering her head, she sensed his gaze upon her. Despite the chill emanating from his stare, her small hand stubbornly tapped the option to alter the lock screen password. As her delicate fingers prepared to input a new code, Qiyu's large hand enveloped hers. His voice, cold and commanding, resonated from above. "Do not change it." The 3 words struck with finality, laden with veiled threats, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Jianni felt his grip tighten around her fingers, rendering her immobile. If I am not to change it, then release my hand. Under the weight of Chi Yu's innate, imposing presence, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Deciding against confronting him directly, she gritted her teeth, reminding herself that once Chi Yu departed Sioux City with her phone in hand, she could change the password at her leisure. In the afternoon, as classes commenced, Su Jianni arrived 10 minutes early. She collected the books that Shun Ning had brought from the dormitory, but instead of joining her roommates, she chose to sit in the last row of the classroom. Chi Yu remained beside her. He donned a black mask, his neatly cropped hair framing a pair of pitch-black eyes and a straight, prominent nose, exuding an undeniable charm. His classmates could not help but frequently glance at him, then at Su Jianni, engaging in hushed whispers and furtive exchanges. Unyelding, Su, Jani Urjid, Kiyu. We are delving into systemic anatomy theory today. This section, you understand, right? The content may not be suitable for the average person to hear or see. Perhaps you should retreat for now. I can find you after class. No, this is a specialized course. Chi-Yu, our instructor, might not welcome you as an observer. It would be rather unpleasant if you were to be dismissed in front of everyone. Wouldn't it? Just a thought seems rather unfortunate. It won't happen. Very well. I've made my case, yet it seems futile to persuade you. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds. The class commenced as the instructor entered the classroom punctually. Su Jianni felt a wave of tension, her expression stiffening as she sensed the instructor's gaze settle on the last row, specifically upon the masked Chi-Yu. However, her concerns proved unfounded, as the instructor merely offered Chi-Yu a faint smile before proceeding with the lesson without further comment. Su Jianni observed intently. She was certain the smile was directed at Chi-Yu. That single gesture truly made her question her own existence. Su Jianni, pay attention. Chi-Yu lightly nudged her arm, his voice steady yet low enough for only her to hear, daydreaming during class. Instantly, Su Jianni straightened, not sparing him a glance, fully engrossed in the lecture. Yet, the spot where Chi-Yu had touched her felt warm, tingling as if a current was coursing through her. The lesson progressed smoothly. The instructor conveyed serious content, laced with a humor only medical students could appreciate, and Su Jianni soon found herself absorbed in the lecture. Systemic anatomy was scheduled for the 5th and 6th periods that afternoon. During the break, the instructor approached the last row, smiling as he inquired of Chi-Yu, "Are you keeping up?" "Quite well. Your lectures are quite engaging. I have 2 questions that I do not fully comprehend and would like to consult you about." "Of course. Ask away." Chi-Yu posed his inquiries earnestly. The instructor responded with patience. Su Jianni sighed inwardly, noting the brilliance of his intellect. Even cross-disciplinary subjects were within his grasp. She was eager to hear Chi-Yu's questions, only to find her expression freeze upon realizing they pertained to the very concept she had struggled to understand and marked for clarification. Chi-Yu truly was. The class bell rang, signaling the end of the session. Upon hearing the instructor conclude, Su Jianni immediately tugged at Chi-Yu, hastily exiting through the back door, fearful that she would be encircled by her inquisitive roommates and classmates if she lingered. With no subsequent class scheduled, Su Jianni headed to the project group, making her way to the laboratory. The direction in which she led Chi-Yu was toward the project experimental building. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Jianni found herself slightly breathless, resting her hands on her knees and lowering her head to steady her breathing, while Chi-Yu listened calmly. At that moment, a bodyguard clad in black approached, respectfully offering a gift bag. "Young master, here is the item you requested." "Thank you." Sajani, having nearly recovered, lifted her head as Chi-Yu presented her with a rose gold mobile phone, its casing adorned with a pristine white cat. "What is this?" she inquired. "A mobile phone," he replied. "Yours?" she asked, perplexed. "No, it is meant for you." "But I already possess my own phone," she asserted, retrieving her pink-case device from her bag. Chi-Yu took it from her with ease, manipulated it for a moment, and, after a minute, handed the new phone back to Sajani. "All set." "What do you mean?" she asked. "The information from your old phone has been cloned onto the new one." "But why should I use the phone you've given me?" she questioned. "It is convenient." "Convenient for what?" "Even when the battery is low or the phone is powered off, you can still send me messages or call. This feature is indeed powerful." "But may I decline?" No, you may not. Chapter 31. Help me where refusal was not an option. Su Jianni understood that Qiyu would not grant her the opportunity to decline. If she were to stand her ground, he would only intensify his pursuit. The painful lesson she learned from the loss of her first kiss in the small pavilion lingered in her mind. At this juncture, it was wise to acquiesce to her desires while deftly navigating the situation. I accept the new phone, thank you, Su Jianni said as she placed the new device in her bag. What about my old phone? I'll handle it for you. Then please give it to me first. I need to format it. All right. Qiyu handed her the pink phone. With her head bowed, her fair neck was right before his eyes, and he gazed down at her, his expression inscrutable. Considering the circumstances, Su Jianni thought it prudent to manually delete all her photos before restoring factory settings. She opened the gallery, and the instant she did, regret washed over her. The screen was filled with thumbnails, all featuring Qiyu. The video she had secretly filmed of him playing basketball before her rebirth, the photos shared by Lin Wan just days ago, and an accidental screenshot of him. The last photo taken was also of him. Her expression froze, and her entire being stiffened. No problem. Her tone was clearly deceptive. Only then did Qiyu divert his gaze from her neck to her phone screen, where he noticed numerous images of himself. Cough. Qiyu's mirked lightly. Su Jianni felt a wave of embarrassment. His cough caused her trembling fingers to slip, and the photo of Qiyu sitting on the lawn, pulling his black hair tie, suddenly enlarged to fill the entire screen. She was mortified. Please let me explain. It's not what you think. This is utterly inexplicable. She repeatedly claimed she had no interest in pursuing a relationship, yet the evidence was overwhelming. Her bank card password was his birthday. Her phone password was his birthday, and her phone was filled with his photos. She even treasured countless drafts and test papers he had written. Who could possibly clarify such a situation? Qiyu's gaze deepened, his mood seemingly buoyant, and his cool voice rose slightly as he said, "Will you hand over the phone for me to handle?" All right. Su Jianni, like an ostrich, placed a hot phone into his palm. He grasped it and tucked it away. There's one more thing. Shouldn't you return it to me as well? What? The hair tie. Su Jianni was momentarily taken aback. Now, yes. But I didn't bring any other hair ties with me today. Qiyu extended a black, patterned transparent box. Through the semi-transparent packaging, she could see it was filled with hair ties. They came in a variety of styles, simple solid black, adorned with tiny diamonds, gold inlaid with jade, and pure white pearls. A delightful assortment, neatly paired, totaling around 18 pieces. The overall style is reminiscent of the 18K gold diamond hair tie previously purchased by Sagani. Yet it is evident that superior materials have been utilized, accompanied by a more meticulous design, a masterpiece from a renowned artist. At first glance, Sagani was enamored by the exquisite hair tie. What girl could resist such beauty? However, she diverted her gaze to Qiyu. Is this all for me? That seems inappropriate. I should select just one. I don't want it. Do you prefer to go to the lab with unkempt hair? Fine then. Sagani chose the simplest black hair tie, swiftly replacing it, and then handed back the diamond hair tie, saying, "Here, it's yours." All right. May I now proceed to the laboratory? Although our project is not classified, a certain level of confidentiality must be maintained, making it inconvenient for you to tour. Did you notice the turnstile? Entry requires facial recognition. One person per turnstile, and I truly cannot escort you inside. So, Qiyu, shall we meet again next time? No rush. Is there anything else? Sagani looked at Qiyu in puzzlement. He lowered his gaze, also observing her. Help me put it on. Huh? The hair tie. The one I just took off? It's quite dirty. I've worn it for days without washing. No. Qiyu's dark eyes fixed intently on Sagani, prompting her, the one you just selected. The same as yours. Sagani's realization made her ears flush. Isn't this a bit too intimate? She hesitated, and Qiyu spoke calmly. Help me put on properly, and I will allow you entry. All right. Sagani carefully pulled the pure black hair tie from the box, stretched it open, and slowly slid it over Qiyu's long fingers, eventually securing it around his cool, pale wrist. The black hair tie appeared to be quite snug on him. Qiyu suddenly let out a sound akin to a pained groan, causing Sagani's ears to flush even more. It's a bit tight. The hair tie has an adjustable design. Could you please help me with the size? Oh, okay. Sagani lowered her head to examine it and quickly adjusted it for him. Chi-Yu, his expression unreadable, rotated his wrist, seemingly satisfied, and his deep, dark gaze scrutinized Sagani before he spoke. All right. Imachum, then I shall take my leave. Sagani disregarded whether Chi-Yu would respond or if he had further challenges for her. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed into the laboratory building, swiping her card and passing through the turnstile in one fluid motion, not glancing back. Her actions appeared graceful, yet they were, in truth, a hasty retreat. The project Sagani was involved in was located in the large laboratory at the far end of the second floor. She donned her white coat, composed herself, and entered. A somewhat familiar male voice greeted her. You've arrived? Yes. Senior Chi, you're here so early today? The professor notified us last minute that the investors will be coming this afternoon to assess our progress. We need to prepare. Oh, what can I do? As it happened, our group had gathered quite well at that moment. Everyone set aside their tasks and came together, allowing me to coordinate everything. The masters and doctoral students in the laboratory, along with undergraduates like Su Jiani, assembled attentively to hear Qi Linyuan's arrangements. Qi Linyuan, a postdoctoral fellow recruited by Su Jiani's advisor, is 28 years old. Yet his youthful visage gives him an ageless appearance, earning him the affectionate title of senior from all the students in the lab. Su Jiani's assigned tasks were relatively straightforward. Having only recently decided to pursue medicine after her college entrance examination, she was starting from scratch, and her current knowledge base paled in comparison to that of her senior peers. Consequently, her contributions to the laboratory were limited to basic assistance. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the lab was harmonious, and her fellow students appreciated having a first-year student like her among them, enjoying the opportunity to mentor and guide her, ensuring she was not relegated to merely menial tasks. After half an hour of preparation, the investors were nearing arrival, and there was no need for anxiety. We were confident in the strength of our laboratory. 2 minutes later, Su Jiani looked up just in time to see her advisor enter with a group of people, smiling. Classmate Ji, this is our laboratory, and most of my team members are present here. Su Jiani was taken aback. Chapter 32. The Unsavory Encounter with Chi-Yu? As Su Jiani's gaze sharpened upon the group introduced by her mentor, she recognized the foremost figure, Chi-Yu, the very one whose sultry whispers had driven her to flee in haste merely half an hour prior. Clad in the casual attire she had seen at noon, complete with black sneakers, he exuded an effortless charm amidst a sea of formally dressed individuals, his commanding presence eclipsing all else. His attire did little to diminish the depth of his intellect or the piercing intensity he radiated. This iteration of Chi-Yu was a stark contrast to the aloof, highbrow, and restrained figure she was accustomed to. Su Jiani's expression was one of profound complexity. Classmate Chi, our project is currently in the midst of its experimental phase. Allow my postdoctoral fellow, Qi Linyuan, to provide you with a brief overview of our progress, her mentor, Feng Huang announced, glancing towards Su Jiani and gesturing towards her slightly plump hand. Linyuan, come. Introduce yourself to classmate Chi. You cast a cursory glance at Su Jiani, his gaze lingering for the briefest moment on her face before shifting to Qi Linyuan behind her. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Chi-Yu's dark eyes narrowed slightly, though his handsome visage betrayed little in the way of emotion. Qi Linyuan, having encountered Chi-Yu earlier in the cafeteria, also acknowledged him, their eyes locking in a silent exchange, one imbued with ambiguity, difficult to discern whether it held joy or sorrow, the other, a concealed scrutiny that barely veiled a semblance of friendliness. Professor Feng, who might this classmate Qi be? Qi Linyuan inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Ha, look at me. So joyous that I forgot to introduce everyone. This young man beside me is Chi-Yu, our project silent benefactor, Feng Huang exclaimed. Oh, an investor. Qi Linyuan stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Truly, Master Qi is remarkably accomplished at such a young age. I am Qi Linyuan, a member of the project team for several months now. Should Master Qi have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. If there are no particular requests, shall I begin from the very start? Feng Huang maintained her ever-present smile, while internally, she was a tempest of anxiety. With Qi Yu as the investor and Qi Lin Yuan a formidable presence in his own right, it appeared that the two were not particularly well matched. She could not intervene, but fervently hoped they would not create discord on her turf. Her small establishment had its share of challenges, and every graduate student needed to make a living. Ha ha! Feng Huang continued her awkward laughter, serving as a buffer. Lin Yuan, let us keep it cordial with Master Qi. Classmate Qi has just requested that we all refer to him as such, given his youth. How endearing, isn't it? Right, classmate Qi? Indeed, Qi Yu graciously accepted, shaking Qi Lin Yuan's outstretched hand in front of Feng Huang, who breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the atmosphere was not overly awkward. Yet, even the exchange of a simple handshake seemed to conjure a tension thick enough to alter landscapes, leaving her to wonder if this forced civility would endure until the investor's inspection concluded. At this moment, Su Jiani wished fervently to shrink into a ball and roll away back to her beloved dormitory. Who can enlighten her on the serendipitous reunion of Qi Lin Yuan and Qi Yu? What extraordinary coincidence has conspired to create this present scenario? Su Jiani's aspiration to escape the scene remains unfulfilled, as Qi Lin Yuan's persistent calls echo in the air. Jiani, could you assist me in retrieving the data chart and present it to everyone? Jiani, please showcase the experimental apparatus I mentioned. It is unclear whether Qi Lin Yuan is intentionally directing her. Any reference to something specific prompts her assistance. Professor Feng Huang, who holds Su Jiani in high regard, is aware of her background from Beijing City Affiliated High School, knowing that both Qi Yu and Qi Lin Yuan have also lived in Beijing. He deems it most suitable for Su Jiani to provide support. Gradually, the attention of the crowd shifts towards Su Jiani, who is suddenly recognized as a striking young woman with enchanting peach blossom eyes that captivate whether she smiles or remains neutral. Her voice, soft and delicate, inadvertently draws attention, leading to some rather inappropriate laughter in response to her speech. Qi Yu's handsome visage darkens instantly, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping across the room. One individual shivers and turns around, only to find it is Qi Yu, and immediately falls silent. Just as Su Jiani exhales in relief, she realizes that Qi Yu is not done with her yet. Classmate Su, could you help me enlarge that pile of data beside you? The text appears a bit small. Yes, that stack right next to you. Qi Yu's gaze now rests on Su Jiani, markedly different from his initial demeanor of avoidance. I didn't quite catch that, classmate Su. Could you display it once more? Your thought process is clear, and your explanation of its application is succinct. By the end, Qi Yu shows no restraint in expressing his admiration for Su Jiani, as if wishing to announce to everyone present that he has taken a liking to her. As the evening progresses, the glances exchanged between Su Jiani and Qi Yu become increasingly intriguing. Following the inspection report, a banquet is deemed essential. Professor Feng Huang prepares to generously treat everyone, yet Qi Yu insists on dining at the cafeteria of Su Medical University. Youth in leadership roles is delightful. Full of ideas, Professor Feng beams as he reserves a table on the second floor of the university's finest dining hall, economical yet ample for the gathering. No wine is ordered. The funding party brings their own. The group partakes in expensive yet low-alcohol wine that does not intoxicate but leaves a taste of wealth lingering in their mouths, quite intoxicating in its own right. After the meal, they emerge into the dim twilight. Some, having indulged too much, jestingly direct lewd comments towards Qi Yu and Su Jiani. Professor Feng, why not have Su Jiani see off young Master Qi? Upon hearing this, Su Jiani's mind races back to tales from her previous life about such occurrences. Wealthy benefactors investing in university projects under the guise of academic support, but with ulterior motives of courting young women. To her astonishment, this very scenario seems to be unfolding before her eyes. Professor Feng, however, is quite lucid. What nonsense is this? Our little Jiani is not yet qualified to escort. I must personally extend my sincerity. What can you do? Can you accompany him to his chambers? Only a young lady should do that. What absurdity is this? She is still a student. Mind your language. Qi Yu's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his icy gaze flickering towards his assistant beside him. The assistant, clad in a tailored suit, hurried over. visibly trembling. Young master, remove him, teach him a lesson, and expel him from the project team. Understood. The assistant exchanged a few words with the bodyguard, who promptly took action. Hey, what are you dragging me for? I'm a crucial supplier of experimental materials. You cannot treat me this way. Wait, my shoes. At least let me pick up my shoes. Before long, the surroundings fell silent. The onlookers exchanged glances. In the midst of the crowd, Chiyu approached the flushed Su Jiani. Shall I escort you home? Feng Huang stepped forward to obstruct him. What do you mean, classmate Chi? Chiyu's tone remained calm and unhurried, his cold voice resonating with quiet authority. Su Jiani is my girlfriend. My investment in this project was solely for her, to ensure she would not encounter such disgraceful circumstances today. Chapter 33. Restrain. Now it makes sense. What do you mean? I thought to myself, how could the heir of the capital circle come all the way to our Sioux city to invest for no reason? With this in mind, Master Chi's Jinglu Capital is not merely an allusion to financial giants. Rather, the Lu refers to Su Jiani SNI, doesn't he? It must be. The business media has entirely misjudged the situation. They even boast that the Chi family is now immensely powerful and that the heir, Chi Yu, intends to establish an academic faction for the Chi family. Viewed from this perspective, it seems that the heir is simply a hero beset by the charms of a beautiful woman. Wouldn't you agree? Is this not explosive news? Indeed. But would you dare to reveal it to the media? Absolutely not. Right. Let us just keep it to ourselves. Jinglu Capital has already profited immensely since its inception. We should trust Master Chi's vision and follow him in counting our riches. But wait, isn't this merely a project that Master Chi invested in for love? Won't we incur losses by following along? The crowd murmured quietly, though their whispers were hardly subdued. With a glance from Chi Yu, Assistant Su immediately comprehended and seized the opportunity to approach the group. Your concerns are not without merit. Our young master indeed invested to woo his girlfriend. If you're worried about losses, why not withdraw your investment shares now? Our young master is willing to buy them at a premium. Really? Is that true? How much? Assistant Su led the group aside to negotiate. The sky was dim. The streetlights cast a yellowish, faint glow. He stood before Sujani, his tall figure enveloping her, as though shielding her with an invisible barrier. Su Jiani looked up at him, her previously flushed cheeks now tinged with a delicate pink. She was no fool. She had already pieced the entire situation together. Chi must have been aware of the unsavory trends in the academic world, which is why he pretended not to know her upon entering the laboratory, aiming to prevent others from maliciously pairing them. However, when he noticed that some individuals were audaciously eyeing her, he too began to keep a watchful eye on her, almost as if he wanted to label her, dissuading others from coveting her. Yet, the initial scenario returned. There were still unrefined individuals who, after a few drinks, dared to publicly coax Professor Feng into presenting her Chi Yu. Chi Yu was infuriated. At that moment, his obsidian-like, enchanting gaze fixated on her. His eyes tranquil yet brimming with unspoken anger, his handsome visage as cold as ice. Su Jiani's fingers trembled, yearning to caress his face. But she quickly bit her lip and clenched her fist, forcing herself to hold back. Chi Yu gazed deeply at her tightly pressed lips, reached out, and placed his large hand around her wrist, gripping it rather firmly, gently pulling her closer. She did not flinch. Feng Huang, witnessing Su Jiani's acquiescence to Chi Yu's words and allowing him to hold her hand, maintained her protective stance but merely glared from the side. I understand your good intentions, classmate Chi, and rest assured, I, Feng Huang, would never exploit my own student to appease capital. Chi Yu turned to Feng Huang, stating that there would be no other capital in the future, and if the project needed funds, they should contact Assistant Su. This matter was handled splendidly, and Feng Huang, feeling a bit embarrassed, could no longer maintain her stern expression. Instead, she broke into a bewitching laugh. All right, it's settled then. I have Assistant Su's contact information, and should the project require anything further, I shall reach out to him. Noticing the time, she added, it's getting late, Chi classmate. Do you think my student can leave now? Chi grasped Su Jiani's wrist, stating, I will escort her back. Sufianimade no objections. Feng Huang chuckled. Well, You can certainly see your girlfriend home, but for the sake of my studentess' safety, I must accompany you. Chi classmate wouldn't mind, would you? Though it was said they would go together, Feng Huang was perceptive enough to keep a distance, following Chi Yu and Su Jiani from afar, almost like a shadow. Chi Lin Yuan trailed behind as well, expressing his discontent. Teacher Feng, I truly cannot stand Chi Yu's arrogant demeanor. If the project lacks funding, I could invest myself. Why must we seek his assistance? Go away, don't complicate matters. Is this merely a question of money? The young master of the Chi family can procure the most advanced and precise laboratory equipment for us. Do you possess such capabilities? Chi Lin Yuan fell silent. From a distance, Feng Huang watched as Chi Yu escorted Su Jiani to the entrance of the dormitory, witnessing her safely enter before he drove away. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, retrieving her phone to make a call. Hello, old Su. This is your student Feng Huang. Are you asleep? No, it's not that something happened to Jiani. I have a matter to discuss regarding a young man named Chi Yu. Oh, you know him? Yes. That is him. All right. I shall keep you informed of any developments. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things. Sleep well. After hanging up, Feng Huang's expression visibly relaxed, since old Su recognized and approved of Chi Yu. Perhaps it was not such a significant issue for the young couple to engage in a romantic relationship. Nearby, Chi Lin Yuan was also on his phone. Initially, he attempted to call, but the call did not go through, dark clouds gathering on his clear face as he realized he had been blocked. Undeterred, he sent one message after another, but received no response. Gritting his teeth, he sent another. Are you going to ignore your daughter? Still, there was no reply. Chi Lin Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. In dormitory 328, Su Jiani unlocked the door and stepped inside. The three roommates who had been studying turned their 6 eyes towards her in unison, rushing over. Ah, Jiani, you're back. Quickly, tell us, what is your relationship with Chi Yu? Why did he come to school to find you and accompany you to class? Is he your boyfriend? I'm dying of curiosity. Please tell us. Come on, Jiani. Sit here and tell us. With a helpless expression, Su Jiani replied, He isn't. What? He isn't? Then is Chi Yu pursuing you? MMA. He is pursuing you. 3 excited shrieks filled the air simultaneously, and Su Jiani, caught up in the atmosphere, couldn't help but laugh, albeit with a hint of resignation. So when do you plan to accept him? I don't plan to. How could you possibly disregard such handsomeness? Why, pray tell? The demands of academia leave me little time for romance. Very well then. The 3 young women appear somewhat disheartened. It is said that the first year of medical school is the most leisurely for students. Oh woe. Oh dear. Choosing to study medicine is akin to dedicating one's time and life to the service of others. Sigh. Had you not heard the warnings before selecting your major, that those who encourage the pursuit of medicine may face divine retribution? Alas, the path we choose must be traversed, even on our knees. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Jiani remains engrossed in her studies, illuminated only by the flickering light of her lamp. Suddenly, her phone, tucked away in the drawer, vibrates unexpectedly. She raises an eyebrow, recalling that she had set it to silent mode. Retrieving her phone, she discovers a message from Chi Yu. She opens it, silently awaiting a response from someone. JPG, Chapter 34. Enticing her with adorable expressions, the chibi-style emoticons bore a striking resemblance to Chi Yu, appearing alongside the accompanying text, creating a jarring contrast. Su Jiani's mind conjured an image of Chi Yu's aloof and stoic visage, prompting her to smile softly as she typed a response. Someone is still reciting lines, too busy to flip cards. How much is left? Half. I must memorize until midnight at least. Tomorrow's class is in the anatomy building. I must review the material several times tonight, or I will fall behind. Apologies, I won't have time for a video call tonight. Is it systemic anatomy you're studying? Yes. JPG. Chi Yu fell silent for a moment before sending a mind map. Su Jiani barely had time to examine it when a video call came through, and without hesitation, she pressed the red decline button. No time. Answer the video call. I'll help you memorize. Wait. Chi Yu sent another video invitation. Su Jiani hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately chose to decline again. Stop messing around. JPG, give it a try. No, JPG, 2 choices, try video calling me. Or I will drive to your dorm right now. Su Jianni furrowed her brow in silence. Qiyu was becoming increasingly less aloof and refined. He truly meant what he said, regardless of the potential chaos it might cause. Another video invitation came through, and, after much deliberation, she gathered her book and exited her dorm, seeking a quiet, well-lit corner. After donning her headphones, she connected the call. Qiyu appeared on her phone screen clad in pajamas. He seemed to have just showered, his hair still damp, droplets occasionally cascading down his sharply defined facial features, landing on his collarbone. His collarbone. Only then did Su Jianni realize that his choice of sleepwear was somewhat unorthodox for a gentleman. She immediately shut her eyes. But after a moment, she felt it was futile. If he could wear such attire, why should she shy away from looking? She abruptly reopened her eyes, her gaze wide and fixed upon him. Qiyu casually grabbed a towel, slowly drying his damp hair in an unmethodical manner, droplets flying haphazardly, occasionally rolling down his alluring Adam's apple. Su Jianni felt parched, unable to discern whether Qiyu was being oblivious or intentionally teasing her. Knowing well her admiration for his looks, why was he silent? He even emitted such enticing sounds. Su Jianni could no longer bear it. She wanted him to change clothes. Want to see me change? No. Su Jianni's inner turmoil escalated, her teeth clenched. I'll end the video call. Do you want me to come down to the dorm right now? It dawned on Su Jianni, her teeth grinding even harder. No. Qiyu had nearly finished drying his hair. The water had ceased to drip. His cool gaze pierced through the phone at Su Jianni, his tone serious. I want to change my clothes. The only time I take them off is for my girlfriend, and you're not her. Su Jianni was left speechless. Who would be so eager to see? Qiyu, what have you memorized so far? Su Jianni, caught off guard, replied candidly. Clearly, she had barely covered less than half, perhaps just a quarter of the material. Once again, she was trying to mislead him. Qiyu did not expose her. Instead, he calmly guided her through the remaining content, and after completing it, he showed her the mind map he had previously sent, assisting her in a comprehensive review. This swift endeavor took less than half an hour. Remarkably swift. Su Jianni was evidently taken aback. Although Qiyu had not explained any problems to her for quite some time, their tacit understanding remained intact. Strangely, the same concepts she struggled to memorize repeatedly, she could effortlessly recall when articulated by Qiyu. It was somewhat uncanny. Thank you, Qiyu. I have class tomorrow, so I should head back. Su Jianni feigned a shiver. The night air was quite chilly. I'm just by the staircase. The wind is coming in, and if I don't leave soon, I'll freeze. Understood. Upon returning to her dormitory, a message from Qiyu arrived. Send me the schedule. Su Jianni pouted slightly, but ultimately decided to be honest and sent it over. Course schedule. JPG. ISNT the exam week approaching? Aren't you going back to Jing City to prepare? Worried about me? After all, failing a course doesn't look good. Indeed. The next day, Su Jianni emerged from the anatomy building. Knowing she had no classes in the afternoon, Qiyu reached out to her again. Su Jianni suggested they study in the library, citing the impending exams as her reason. The library at Su Medical University required students to swipe their cards or show their faces to enter, and Su Jianni assumed Qiyu would back down upon realizing this. To her surprise, he agreed. Even more astonishing was that the turnstile posed no obstacle for him. It was one thing for the professors to recognize him. But why did the turnstile acknowledge his face? Are you disappointed? No, not at all. Seeing him approach with a laptop bag, Su Jianni assumed he had finally heeded her advice and was preparing for the finals, promptly shifting the topic. Qiyu, how many subjects are you taking? 21. How many courses have you enrolled in this semester? With the dual degree, 39. In a quiet corner of the library study area, Su Jianni composed herself, focusing intently on her studies and practice questions. Qiyu, on the other hand, was absorbed in his laptop, his fingers occasionally flying across the silent keyboard. They each immersed themselves in their tasks, productively spending the afternoon. As dinner time approached, the number of people heading to the dining hall increased. Su Jianni closed her book and turned to Qiyu. Have you finished your work? Shall we go eat? Wait 2 minutes. This is quite rare. Su Jianni leaned closer and glanced at Qiyu's laptop screen, her eyes widening in surprise. This is what you were working on this afternoon? Yes. But, all right, give it a try. Chiyu took Su Jianni's hand and placed it on his mouse, his broad palm enveloping hers, guiding her finger to initiate the program. That's not. Su Jianni struggled to find her words, finally managing to ask, "Why are you doing this?" At that moment, a three-dimensional figure appeared on the computer screen, capable of being enlarged or reduced. The laptop of Chiyu possesses a touchscreen akin to that of a mobile phone. He grasped Su Jianni's hand, guiding her in the manipulation of the model, molding it larger and smaller. The skeletal structure, with a mere click, could be adorned with muscles or stripped away, demonstrating remarkable flexibility. Countless intricate fragments of tissue models could display their names and descriptions, which could also be concealed. The question bank offered a plethora of options, including multiple choice questions, fill-in-the-blank queries, and analytical problems. Have you figured out? Yes. Do you enjoy it? Did you complete it all in one afternoon? Not exactly. I purchased a ready-made version. The finished product was somewhat rudimentary, so I made slight adjustments. It cannot be as simple as just a few minor tweaks, can it? The programs and applications designed to assist with medical memorization that Su Jianni and her roommates explored, many of which they purchased, failed to meet such precise demands. Moreover, how could he possibly input her class notes into the database? Was it merely because he flipped through her book a few times? Sufiani, you haven't yet expressed whether you like it. I do. Could you come over, embrace me, and say, "Chiyu, how wonderful it is to have you like before." Chapter 35. A kiss, will you grant it? In a secluded corner of a library at Su Medical University, Su Jianni sat on a wooden chair, her expression slightly stiff. Chiyu grasped her hand, and her flustered gaze collided with his deep, dark eyes, ensnaring her in their depths. The proximity between them sent a tremor through Su Jianni's heart. She instinctively withdrew her hand, lowering her eyelids to avert her gaze to the buttons of Chiyu's shirt, deliberately ignoring his tantalizing question. In a hushed tone, she said, "You need not help me with this application program. I can review without any aids. It would be a waste of your precious afternoon, and I would feel guilty." Chiyu remained silent, his penetrating black eyes still fixed on Su Jianni. As she softly parted her lips to shift the topic, she added, "Don't you have 21 exams? If you don't review, won't you fail?" "Not at all. But if you do review, wouldn't you achieve better results? Wouldn't your GPA be slightly higher? No need to review. Chiyu, why not return to Beijing to study?" Su Jianni finally registered his words, her eyelids lifting in surprise as she asked, "Why don't you need to review? If I've learned it, why review? But won't you forget if you don't review? If I forget, can it be called learning?" Such sound reasoning. Su Jianni found herself speechless, realizing she shouldn't measure Chiyu's intellect with her own modest understanding. The world is indeed varied. She slightly raised her head to gaze at Chiyu, whose expression remained stoic. Yet, his earlier tone betrayed a hint of displeasure, prompting her silence. Chiyu regarded her upturned face, charmingly innocent, and with a single hand. He closed his laptop, taking her by the hand. "Shall we go eat?" "Let us go. After eating, shall we return to study?" "I wish to return my dorm." "Then let us return here. Don't pack your things just yet. Or do you wish to go somewhere else?" "Let us just return here." Although Su Jianni verbally declined, her hands and eyes betrayed her, as she utilized the program Chiyu had created for her, effectively shortening her intended study time while ensuring a solid grasp of the material, yielding results that were twice as effective with half the effort. A couple of days later, at 7:30 in the evening, she exited the library. "Chiyu, can that application run on my phone?" "Yes." "Then could you help me?" And may I recommend it to my classmates?" "Male classmates or female classmates?" "My female roommates." "That's fine." As Chiyu assisted her with the installation, he casually inquired, "Is the competition among your classmates intense?" "Not really. It's a healthy competition. They share good resources with me as well." "And what about at Qing University? Is the competition fierce there?" Indeed, Su Jianni was aware, for in her previous life, she had also attended Qing University, where the exceptional students vied fiercely for scholarships and various accolades, a spectacle that was truly remarkable. In her previous life, her infatuation with love had spared her from many troublesome matters. Once the installation was complete, Chiyu returned the phone to Su Jianni, inquiring about their evening plans. Tonight, We have an extra 3 hours. How did he know how much time she had saved? Well, he had indeed helped her conserve it through his own efforts. So, she might as well make good use of it. Su Jianni smiled and asked, "Where do you wish to go?" Chi Yu, illuminated by the streetlight, glanced at her and asked, "Did you grow up in Sioux City?" "Yes." "How did you know?" "Your accent, soft and sweet." "Oh, you noticed? I lived with my grandparents in the ancient town of Sioux City when I was young. You've been in my grandfather's little villa, right? That area is the old city center, where I had a wonderfully happy childhood. I used to roam the ancient streets, bustling with life and surrounded by playful and friendly companions. Let me tell you, the games we played back then were incredibly fun." As Su Jianni spoke with increasing enthusiasm, Chi Yu's dark eyes deepened. Her eyes sparkled, reminiscent of the way they used to light up upon seeing him, though this time it was not because of him. "Take me for a stroll," he requested. "Where to?" "The ancient town, your childhood haunt." "Sure." The entire Sioux City is not large. Driving from Sioux Medical University to the ancient town takes merely 15 minutes. Sioux City's ancient town, a quintessential representation of the misty Jiangnan, was once a quaint village but has since expanded into a bustling metropolis, while the core of the ancient town remains perfectly preserved, showcasing ancient bridges, alleys, and structures. Steeped in history and charm, a feast for the eyes. As they wandered the old streets of Sioux City at night, the dim lights creating a hazy ambience. Su Jianni led Chi Yu along the time-worn flagstone paths, laughing as they emerged from a narrow alley. Suddenly, the view opened up before them. The river meandered lazily, cradling a weathered old passenger boat, while the sound of a pipa floated through the air, harmonizing with the gentle strains of the soft Sioux dialect. The melody was filled with tenderness and longing. Gazing at the familiar scene, Su Jianni felt her nerves ease, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. "How is it?" "Isn't it quite different from Jing City?" "Indeed. Growing up here is a delight." By the riverside of Sioux City, they strolled, listening to music. The popular Aunt Sue Online used to live not far from my grandfather's house. Her singing was beautiful, and she was gentle, often serenading us children with songs and stories. We all loved to mimic her way of speaking. Many of my tones and intonations were influenced by her. "Would you like to visit the pavilion to hear her play and sing?" "Next time." "All right." Leading the way, Su Jianni ascended the ancient bridge and turned to Chi Yu, saying, "This stone arch bridge is quite famous. It has stood for over 1,000 years, unwavering." Nearby, a girl playfully urged her boyfriend, "Come on, hug me. Legend has it that lovers who embrace on this bridge can never part." "Hurry, hug me." Feeling embarrassed, Su Jianni lowered her head and hurried down the bridge. Just as they were about to descend, a man obliviously approached, and without paying attention, Su Jianni also failed to notice, and it seemed they were on a collision course. Chi Yu, with swift reflexes, promptly seized Sagani's arm, drawing her into his embrace. Sagani's body instantly tensed. "I hope I haven't injured you, my friend." "Not at all." As the crowd dispersed, Chi Yu continued to hold Sagani close. She struggled to break free, her woolen knit sweater brushing against his woolen coat, producing a rather intimate sound. Chi Yu's gaze darkened, his voice low and commanding, "Do not move." However, Sagani protested, "Just let me stay in your arms a little longer." Reluctantly, she continued to nuzzle closer. Chi Yu added, "Tomorrow we return to the capital." Sagani fell silent. At the edge of the ancient bridge, the two remained intertwined. She remained rigid in his grasp, while he firmly encircled her waist and head, pressing her further into his embrace. Moments passed as he cradled the back of her head, compelling her to gaze up at him. "Sagani." "Yes. I wish to kiss you. Will you allow it?" "No." "No." Su Jianni's gaze flickered, hesitating to meet Chi Yu's eyes. She bit her lip tightly, her petite face displaying a stubborn defiance, pressing her palm against his chest and pushing him away with considerable force. Sensing a hint of wavering in her voice, Chi Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. His cool tone deepening, then let it be. Although he verbally acquiesced, his dark eyes remained fixed on her lips, the intensity of his gaze igniting a tremor within Su Jianni, causing her to push him even harder. Chi Yu smirked, loosening his hold around her waist, pinning her against the stone bridge, enveloping her in a gentle embrace that eased her resistance while preventing her escape. His voice, now husky and alluring, resonated deeply. Su Jiani, when will you deign to accept your birthday gift? What gift? Su Jiani leaned against the ancient stone bricks, her expression rigid. Had she done something astonishing before her rebirth? Why couldn't she recall a single thing? It was maddening. 1. 89 meters. A handsome and useful boyfriend. Su Jiani felt tears welling up. I don't want it. Reasons for refusal? I have no time or energy. My studies are demanding. That reason is invalid. Try again. Huh? Talking to me 1T affect your studies. I can teach you everything you won't learn on your own. I'm quite proficient, am I not? That is not a reasonable argument. I dislike long-distance relationships. Chiyu's gaze remained locked on her. I will come find you, but not too frequently. The time I'm not with you, you can devote to your studies. It was a perfectly closed loop. She found herself unable to refute him. Su Jiani bit her soft lip. Regardless, I simply do not want it. Her sweet and soft voice, though petulant, carried a hint of endearment. Chiyu's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. I will let you off tonight. Take your time to think of a new reason. Next time we meet, if you cannot provide a valid excuse, I shall not allow you to refuse. Chiyu returned to Beijing. Su Jiani immersed herself in rigorous study and exam preparation. Each evening, Chiyu would video call her. Sometimes he would assist her with her studies. Other times, she would quietly work on problems in her dormitory, while he busied himself on the other end of the call. Su Jiani shared the application Chiyu had developed with Shun Ning and the others. They were delighted with it, and during a meal together, Chen Yuedong casually remarked that if the text could be read aloud, it would be even better, allowing them to utilize it while eating, walking, or sleeping. Su Jiani mentioned this to Chiyu in passing. The next day, Chen Yuetong discovered that the application had been updated, incorporating an artificial intelligence voice system. Oh my gosh. Chi, the campus heartthrob, is simply too considerate. Please, Jiani, accept this genius and elevate our lives to new heights. Indeed, Jiani, he truly loves you immensely. You should simply accept his pursuit. If someone else were to take him away, trust me, you would undoubtedly feel regret. As night fell, Chi released a new application installation package, prompting Su Jiani to manually update it. She complied. Upon launching the new application, she discovered an added voice feature, which piqued her curiosity, and she listened intently. Afterward, she found herself speechless. During a video call, Chiyu inquired, "Do you like it?" She hesitated and finally managed to stammer out, "How can you use your own voice? Our roommates are listening while eating and sleeping. Others don't have this. Only my girlfriend does. It's specifically recorded for her, a boyfriend's version, while others utilize artificially synthesized voices." Su Jiani fell silent, feeling embarrassed. Chiyu's breath noticeably rose and fell with delight. Su Jiani, were you feeling jealous before? No. In the bustling capital city, within an upscale banquet hall adorned with towering skyscrapers, glasses clinked, and elegantly dressed individuals mingled. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a glistening face, approached with a smile. "Madam Chi, it is a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is only through a friend's introduction that I have the fortune of meeting you today. Indeed, you are as remarkable as the rumors suggest, a woman of exceptional grace, rivaling any man. Thank you for your kind words. To be frank, I have come this evening to extend my apologies to you and Qi Shao." Oh, Qi Shao's newly established capital has swiftly become a financial sensation, eliciting envy from many. Indeed, one of my subordinates, lacking discernment, has caused trouble for Qi Shao in Sioux City, and now he finds himself in dire straits, which he deserves. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. "I am here to apologize on behalf of my subordinate. It is my mismanagement that has led to such an incident." Madam Chi appeared somewhat taken aback, smiling politely yet firmly. "Your words are too much. Please elaborate on how your thoughtless subordinate has wronged my son." The middle-aged man recounted the events surrounding the incident at Sioux University, where a supplier of experimental equipment was taken away by the Chi family bodyguards. Not only was he hospitalized, but overnight, all his orders were also rendered null and void. Madam Chi, while losing over 100 million in revenue is unfortunate, I must maintain your son's dignity. I implore you, considering my acceptance of this bitter fruit, to allow Qi Xiao some leniency and refrain from pursuing absolute retribution. Humph. Madam Qi chuckled lightly. There is no need to spare my son any face. What do you mean by that? This incident can also be viewed as my son lacking discernment and breaching decorum. As he has just entered the circle and taken large strides, he must learn a lesson. Let your subordinates do as they wish. I will not intervene. This, I dare not. They are but ants. How could they presume to teach Qi Xiao a lesson? Do not hold back. Let them act freely. I will not hold them accountable. Do you understand? I understand. Madam, you truly possess extraordinary courage. Once the middle-aged man departed, Madam Qi's female assistant leaned in and asked, Madam, do you truly not care? Are you not afraid they might resort to some vile and extreme measures against Qi Xiao? Madame Qi laughed heartily. Without weathering the storms of wind and frost, how can one ever uphold the entirety of the Qi family? What kind of person you remains a mystery to me. If they truly can reach him, then my efforts in raising my son have been in vain. Please investigate that Su Jiani. She has the ability to incite you heir's wrath. This girl poses a significant threat. In Su City, Su Jiani completed her final examination and leisurely exited the academic building. As a delicate drizzle began to fall over Su Medical University, she had an umbrella, as did her roommates. Beneath the hazy rain, the four young women walked forward, sheltered under their umbrellas, with the exams behind them and the semester drawing to a close. These four pampered girls finally resolved to forsake the cafeteria for a meal at an outside restaurant. Just as they arrived at the entrance of a small eatery, with their umbrellas still unfurled, a car sped toward them, rudely splattering them with mud. Liu Huan was about to unleash a torrent of curses when the car door swung open and several burly men emerged. Sufiani. Chapter 37. Delicate and charming, Su Jiani slightly narrowed her peach blossom eyes. The sudden voice was filled with fury, yet lacked strength and bore a certain crudeness, as if it were vaguely familiar. A burly man held an umbrella, while another middle-aged man emerged from the car. He was neither tall nor short, quite stout, and his black suit was stretched out of shape. With his right arm encased in a plaster cast resting across his chest, he cast a venomous glare at Su Jiani. Sufiani, he shouted once more. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but his slightly greenish face, marred by residual swelling, made it hard to recognize him at first. Not recalling who he was, Su Jiani maintained her umbrella, her voice emanating from beneath its edge. I am Su Jiani. Who are you? Even at death's door? You dare to be arrogant. You don't know who I am. If it weren't for you, would I have lost my job? Is this how my hand would end up? Squinting to observe his bone structure, Su Jiani finally recognized him as the man who had that night spoken to her mentor, Feng Huang, about sending her to Chiyu's bed. Was this divine retribution for his misdeeds, resulting in his fall and fracture? Is it my fault you have a wicked heart? I didn't break your bones, so why seek me out? You, big brother, don't waste your breath with her. Let us bind her. We need not fear that Chiyu will intervene. Precisely, let us go. Wait, are you scared? Haha, too late. Su Jiani lifted her umbrella, resting it on her shoulder, and stared directly at the man with the cast. Despite the rain, she indicated towards the nearby food street that was still under construction, where a rain shelter was present. After speaking, she turned to her roommates. You all go ahead and order. I will join you shortly. The plastered man and his burly companions laughed in derision. Who do you look down upon? You little girl, have you received any training? Haha, do you think you can provoke us just because you have some skills? How audacious. Let us go to the rain shelter. Big brother will entertain you. They cackled as they made their way towards the shelter. Su Jiani walked at the forefront, followed closely by Shun Ningyi, Li Yuran, and Chen Yuetong. Jiani, don't be afraid. I've learned a bit. So have I. There are in team many of them. Even if we can't win, I can at least cover your escape. Su Jiani smiled softly. No need. Just stay by the side and wait for me. The gentle rain drizzled upon the pale green glass canopy. Beneath the shelter, Su Jiani leisurely folded her umbrella, a transparent one she had purchased for $9.99 with free shipping. It was non-collapsible and would sway precariously in a strong wind. She secured the canopy tightly, fastening the cheap umbrella button, and pointed it toward the group of burly men. Who among you will come first? Surprisingly, her stance exuded a certain charm. The 7 burly men erupted into laughter simultaneously. What do you mean by first? Of course, we brothers will come at you together. As they spoke, the 7 of them approached, fists clenched. Su Jianni continued to smile, very well. Gripping the umbrella handle firmly, she exerted her wrist, swinging the umbrella outward, aiming its tip at the first burly man rushing towards her, who was ready and reached out to seize her umbrella. As Su Jianni spun the tip of her umbrella, it struck the second burly man charging at her. In a fluid motion, she leveraged her momentum to deliver a swift kick to the side, sending another hefty adversary sprawling. Hiss! That kick was powerful. The girl possesses remarkable skill. My brothers, we have encountered a formidable opponent. Do take this seriously. Though she appears delicate, who would have anticipated her prowess in combat? The rain fell steadily in Sioux City, and the temperature was slightly cool. Today, Su Jianni donned a fleece-lined hoodie paired with denim jeans. Her feet clad in convenient white sneakers, moving with an effortless grace, as if gliding through the air. It had been a while since she engaged in such physicality, and the thrill invigorated her. Shen Ningyi, Li Yurun, and Chen Yuedong watched with increasing excitement. Ah, does that hurt? A kick to the knee joint. Given the angle and force of Jianni's strike, one might surmise she could have torn a ligament. Perhaps more. Just look at the agonized posture. I estimate at least a fractured patella. That man's wrist joint is remarkably flexible. I fancy that one over there, his skull, is quite distinctive. Surely he possesses a perfect crown. How on earth is that individual able to contort his neck to such an extent? Extreme stretching, indeed. The scene was utterly bizarre. Before long, 5 burly men lay incapacitated on the ground, leaving only 2 who barely managed to remain upright. Their expressions were perplexed. Having always been dominant, how could they fail against a seemingly delicate girl? In their extreme frustration, they launched another assault, with one of the men sliding in for tackle. Su Jianni, gripping the umbrella handle, grounded it firmly against the earth, leaping gracefully over the sliding man's head. The tips of her white sneakers grazed the ground as she pivoted, delivering a flurry of rapid kicks. Soon, the last 2 adversaries also succumbed to the ground, pained and unwilling to rise. With a gentle tap of her shoe against the earth, she shook off the raindrops that had landed on her sneaker, pointing the umbrella tip at the plaster man. Are you going to fight too? The plump middle-aged man, his legs trembling, fervently shook his head. You're bullying me. Su Jianni chuckled. If you're not going to fight, then be on your way. She reopened her umbrella, raising it above her head. The umbrella had clearly become somewhat misshapen, yet it still served its purpose of shielding her from the rain. All done, let us go eat. Wow, let us go. The plastered man glared with venomous intent. Su Jianni, do you think you could just leave? Su Jianni turned around, amused. What? Do you wish to join the fray, personally? I have recorded everything. You intentionally harmed me. Not only have you and your boyfriend injured me, but you've also harmed my bodyguard. You owe me medical expenses. Shen Ningyi could no longer contain herself. Sir, are you all right? She pointed her glasses. Can you see clearly? I've been recording since you approached. Tell me, who initiated the conflict? Li Yurun grinned. Sir, if you have the audacity, share the video so everyone can witness how 7 burly men were bested by mere girl. The 7 men on the ground suddenly found themselves engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. Sister, may I address you as such? Please refrain from disseminating the video. We are but a few brothers striving to make a living, and it is crucial to maintain our dignity. I earnestly beseech you, esteemed lady, let us consider this matter as though it never transpired. Su Jianni shook her head resolutely, stating that it was imperative to report the incident. No, please. We were merely engaging in a friendly exchange. There was no altercation whatsoever, and I assure you, I would never impose the medical expenses upon you. The man, consumed by anger, was rendered speechless. The 4 young women departed, giggling. Jianni, you possess remarkable skills. We should have a friendly match someday. I wish to join as well. Although I doubt I could rival your prowess. Facing those 7, I would only be able to defend myself. It appears that everyone has received training. I have aspired to be a doctor since childhood. My family, fearing I might encounter trouble with patients, encouraged me to study martial arts from a young age. What a coincidence. So did I. As a child, I was bullied and beaten. My mother promptly found me a coach to begin my martial arts journey. What about you? Gianni? My parents, concerned about the possibility of abduction, specifically enrolled me in martial arts classes. Chapter 38. How could she in a quaint restaurant near Sioux Medical University? For young women were engaged in lively conversation, their plates nearly emptied. I have a flight home tomorrow, and I'm going to miss you all so much, exclaimed one. Tong Tong, I will miss you too. What time is your flight tomorrow? Shall I drive you to the airport? Please spare me. I haven't forgotten that you struggled through 3 attempts to pass your driving test. Oh, you're being so harsh. Another chimed in. At least I am the only one among us with a license. Show me some respect. When are you leaving? Han Hang? I have a flight tomorrow as well. At 3 in the afternoon. Gianni, shall we accompany them to the airport? One suggested. What do you think? Su Gianni nodded. Sounds good. I have nothing else planned. The 3 girls turned their sparkling eyes toward her. Gianni, during the month-long winter break, will you be visiting the capital, or will the school heartthrob come looking for you? Ah, well. Su Gianni replied with a smile. I doubt we will meet. He is quite busy, and I have my own commitments during the break, including time in the lab and learning traditional medicine from my grandfather. Oh, I don't believe that. Neither do I. Gianni, you may be able to endure, but I don't think you can. I think so too. He hasn't seen you in days. He must be at the end of his rope. Su Gianni smiled helplessly. Don't say such things. He is not that kind of person, and our relationship does not necessitate constant meetings. Nave, Gianni, you truly do not understand boys. The way he looks at you, one would think he wants to devour you whole. How could he possibly go an entire winter break without seeking you out? Su Gianni narrowed her eyes. We can talk, but please don't laugh so lewdly. He. Hey, hey, hey. The 3 girls erupted in mischievous laughter, their smiles bright and sunny. Unable to resist, Su Gianni joined in, playfully feigning anger as she reached out to swat at them. They retaliated, and soon the 4 girls were laughing and playfully wrestling with one another. After a delightful lunch gathering, they returned to the dormitory at around 3:30 in the afternoon. Outside, a sleek black Rolls-Royce was parked, and upon seeing Su Gianni, Assistant Su approached her, holding up a phone. Miss Su, our young master is looking for you. Su Gianni, still reveling in the laughter with her roommates, immediately froze upon hearing his words. Her 3 roommates exchanged knowing glances, silently sharing a mischievous giggle. A hint of pink flushed Su Gianni's cheeks, leaving her uncertain whether it was embarrassment or anger. Assistant Su handed the phone to her under the umbrella. Miss Su, our young master is not here, but is calling you via video. Have you received this new phone? Yes. Su Gianni accepted the phone, the screen illuminating with Chi Yu's sharply defined features, his lips pressed together, and his dark eyes exuding a chilling demeanor. Holding the umbrella, Su Gianni sought a secluded spot before speaking. Chi Yu, you were looking for me? His tone was frigid as he adjusted the camera angle. It was then that Su Gianni realized the camera had been aimed at the ground. Assistant Su had been filming her the entire time he brought the phone over. The camera shifted to face her. Both individuals beheld each other's faces. Chi Yu spoke first, inquiring about the umbrella. What is the matter with it? Do you notice something? The quality of this umbrella is rather poor. The wind is strong, and it tends to tilt after being blown about. Chi Yu fell silent. Soufiani di Plaith. It's just a light drizzle in Sioux City. Where's the strong wind? She chose not to speak the truth. Su Gianni shifted the topic, asking, What brings you to me? Did you forget your phone? No, I have it. But you didn't answer my call? Did you call me? After the exam at noon, the 4 of us from the dormitory went out to eat. The little restaurant was quite noisy, and I didn't notice my phone vibrating in my bag. It was not intentional. I see. Chi Yu's cold tones softened slightly. Is winter break here after the exam? Yes. Are you returning to Beijing? Huh. Right now? My driver can take you. Su Gianni was taken aback. Her heart raced unexpectedly, her mind blank. Chi Yu's gaze seemed to penetrate through the phone screen, firmly locking on her delicate face, and he slowly uttered 2 words. Is that all right? Su Gianni remained silent. Chi Yu continued in a composed tone. I cannot spare the time to visit Sioux City, but I wish to see you. He did not articulate those 3 words. yet Su Jiani felt their weight. His paws thickened the air with unspoken affection, deepening her awareness of his concealed emotions. A shiver ran down Su Jiani's spine, as if Chi Yu's thoughts had invaded her very skin, permeating her senses entirely. She found herself unable to refuse or agree, leaving her in silence. After a prolonged moment, Chi Yu seemed to perceive her feelings. Su Jiani, are you not yet ready to be my girlfriend? Sufiani Nadid. Her expression a blend of confusion and helplessness. All right, I will wait for you. The corners of Su Jiani's eyes began to glisten with tears. Chi Yu noticed and said, "Don't cry. I'm not there." Upon hearing his words, Su Jiani felt a lump in her throat, tears instantly spilling down her cheeks. Landing on the phone screen, Chi Yu's expression darkened ominously, and after 3 seconds of silence, he turned and spoke. "Uncle He, prepare the car." "No," Su Jiani cried out, panic-stricken, feeling as though she were fracturing. Her voice was both soft and resolute. "Chi Yu, don't come. Please don't. I do not wish to see you." Chi Yu's brows furrowed, an eternal frost seemingly settling between them, his voice icy yet fragile. "You must. Wait for me." Su Jiani's vision blurred entirely. "I refuse. Do not come." She ended the video call and sank to the ground, utterly devastated. The transparent umbrella that had been resting on her shoulder trembled incessantly in the gentle rain, emitting a soft, mournful sound that lingered in the air. Her heart fluttered again. How could she possibly feel this way about Chi Yu? How could she not be affected by him? The internal struggle was excruciating. What should she do? She ought to distance herself from him. "Chi Yu, could you please refrain from bothering her?" A sleek black Continental glided onto the highway, where Chi Yu was engaged in a phone conversation. "Young master, please look into any interactions the Chi family had with Su Jiani during late April and May, and investigate if anything unusual occurred around her." "Understood." After ending the call, he swiftly navigated to Assistant Su's contact and dialed. "Young master, please find out where she went today and whom she met." "Misu?" "Yes." "Very well, please hold for a moment." It wasn't long before Assistant Su called back with an update. "Young master, Miss Su encountered kidnappers this afternoon. Do not worry. Despite the presence of 7 burly men, she managed to handle the situation with an umbrella. I have located the relevant surveillance footage from the roadside shops. Should I send it to you now?" "Yes." Chi Yu opened the video, watching it in silence repeatedly. Uncle He, who was driving, inquired, "Young master, how do you know that Miss Su got into a scuffle? Her umbrella frame is bent." Chapter 39. Caressing her hair, biting her lips in the heart of Beijing. The residence of the Qi family stands in stark contrast to the grandeur of their estate. This ancestral home is a stately and elegant Sihyuan-style villa, surrounded by tall walls that preserve the traditional architectural style of Beijing's courtyard houses. The design emphasizes symmetry, featuring intricately carved beams, painted eaves, and beautifully adorned corridors and gardens, exuding an air of graceful opulence steeped in ancient aesthetics. In the main hall, several prominent figures, known as the pillars of the Qi faction, are impeccably dressed and exude an imposing presence. Each one is a formidable leader in their own right, yet they sit dutifully on wooden chairs, engaging in conversation with the elder Qi outside the hall, in front of the ornate window frames. Madame Qi wore a stern expression. "Have you urged him?" "I have, but there has been no response from the young master. Send someone to fetch him." After a while, a female assistant rushed in, panic evident in her voice. "Madam, it's bad news. The young master has taken a highway." "Whose car is he in?" "Uncle Yes." "Where's he headed?" "Most likely to Sioux City." "What nonsense! Why would he go to Sioux City at such a time?" "Stop him immediately." They tried, but they were unable to. The young master's men are too formidable. This is outrageous. Beneath her elegant and refined makeup, fury erupted on Madame Qi's face. "What day is it today? Several uncles are waiting for him, and he is off, indulging in romance." Quickly regaining her composure, her tone turned sharp. "That girl, what is her name? Sufiani? Is something amiss with her?" "Indeed, there's a situation. Our people discovered at noon that someone attempted to kidnap Su Jiani. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Who has the audacity to act so recklessly? Does anyone from the domain dare to interfere?" "Madam, it is the same individual who was reprimanded by the young master previously." "Really? Do you recall the person who apologized to you at the banquet and mentioned the investment in the Sioux Medical University project? He was dismissed and unable to cope. Sought to abduct Sue Gianni. However, he failed and his men were actually injured by her. Since she is unharmed, then why is he going to Sioux City? Does he need to personally placate her over such a trivial matter? That girl is truly a calamity. His actions have embarrassed so many uncles. Madame Chi was infuriated, her lips twisting in displeasure. Yet she said, "We must quickly devise a plan to cover for him. This may prove challenging. The young master's uncles are all influential figures with pressing commitments. It is rare for them to gather. And I truly cannot conceive of any pressing matter that could justify his absence from his family banquet." Just as the assistant finished speaking, a spark of inspiration struck Madame Chi. "Not everyone has arrived yet. Bring me my phone." The assistant promptly complied. Madame Chi, with her phone in hand, dialed a number, her tone respectful. "Seventh uncle, it's me. I have a favor to ask of you." "Yes, how did you know? Did the young master consult you in advance?" All right, that's all." "Thank you, seventh uncle." Madame Chi casually handed the phone to the assistant, who promptly took it from her. "Remember, you went to old Seven's place and told everyone the same. Understood?" "Understood, madam." Madame Chi visibly sighed in relief. Though her anger lingered, at least the matter was resolved. "You must return to the capital immediately to see me." "Yes, madam." In the hall, old Master Chi listened to a group of younger relatives recount various matters, growing weary. Suddenly, he inquired, "Why hasn't Ti Xiaoyu arrived yet?" "Indeed, why hasn't Ti Xiaoyu come? We brothers gathered here today precisely to seize him. Without his presence, how can we proceed? I suggest we refrain from competing and adhere to the original plan. Let Xiaoyu spend his winter break with me. I've meticulously scheduled his entire holiday, filled with both theoretical and practical training. It's the most fitting arrangement. Your stable routine pales in comparison. It would be far better for him to come here. As I've been noticing promising developments lately, if we cannot secure Xiaoyu, we truly miss a vital opportunity for real-world experience. Old Seven just contacted me. Xiaoyu has been summoned by his scientists for assistance. Secret weapon development? Yes. Then what are we even competing for? Xiaoyu is intelligent. Unlike us, who are merely robust, he will undoubtedly align with Old Seven. It sounds as if your intellect is inferior to Xiaoyu's, yet you believe brute strength suffices. Xiaoyu can visit Old Seven, but he wouldn't truly follow him. You all understand the confidential nature of Old Seven's operations. If Xiaoyu were to adopt his path, he would have to live incognito. How could the helmsman of the Qi family remain hidden from view? That poses a dilemma. Indeed, otherwise, why would we gather here today? It is precisely Old Seven who, at an inconvenient time, has diverted Xiaoyu. If only our family had more exceptional young talents like Xiaoyu, we wouldn't need to compete so fervently. Our Qi family certainly has outstanding descendants, but none can truly match Xiaoyu. He may be a bit aloof and proud, seemingly looking down on his uncles. Let us not sow discord. Do you not know Xiaoyu's temperament? If we cannot meet today, let us consider this a visit to see the old master. Quite so. At 7:30 in the evening, at Sioux Medical University, Sue Gianni lay on the bed in dormitory 328, drifting in and out of slumber. Her phone rang and vibrated incessantly, yet she ignored it, allowing it to continue its relentless buzzing. Growing impatient, Sue Gianni finally picked it up and pressed the answer button. A cool, familiar voice responded, "Come down." Sue Gianni, still groggy, replied with a petulant tone, "Come down? Where?" "Downstairs of the dormitory." Feeling somewhat alert, she protested, "I don't want to. Do you expect me to come up?" "No. Wait a moment." Quickly, Sue Gianni brushed her teeth, rinsed her mouth, splashed water on her face, hastily tied her hair into a high ponytail, donned a thin turtleneck sweater, and slipped on a knitted long coat. Without even glancing in the mirror, she padded down from the third floor in her fluffy cotton slippers to the entrance of the dormitory. Outside, a fine drizzle persisted, the sky overcast and heavy with moisture. Unprepared for the rain, Sue Gianni hesitated, knowing her slippers would surely get wet if she ventured out. After much deliberation, she stood still, uncertain. Not far away, Chi stood before the car, holding a black umbrella. Clad in a black sweater and a black trench coat, he exuded an air of elegance and stature. akin to a tall, graceful tree swaying in the wind. The light rain accentuated his noble demeanor. His dark eyes caught sight of her figure, and with long strides, he approached her, the wide umbrella enveloping them both. "Chiyu," she called out to him. Her sweet, innocent face bore the marks of tears, with her peach blossom eyes swollen and red, the result of an unknown duration of weeping. Chiyu's gaze darkened as he placed the umbrella handle behind her, encircling her waist and drawing her into his embrace. The unique fragrance that enveloped her, mingled with a hint of beer, wafted into his nostrils. "Have you been drinking?" he inquired softly. "Just a little," she replied. "How much?" "About half a bottle." Su Jianni struggled to free herself from his hold, but he tightened his grip, rendering her unable to escape. "Chiyu, please don't embrace me here. This is the entrance of the dormitory. Our classmates can see us coming and going." Chiyu tightened his grip on her hand, leading her out of the dormitory. Su Jianni barely had time to feel sorrow for her beloved cotton slippers before Chiyu pressed her against the corner of the building, her back against the wall. Shielded from the rain, he placed the black umbrella on his shoulder, creating a private space for the two of them. Gently, he ran his fingers through her hair, caressing it over and over with utmost tenderness, his gaze burning with intensity. Su Jianni felt a shiver run through her heart racing. "Chiyu, please stop. Didn't you say you couldn't spare the time? Isn't it risky to come rushing over like this? Amend it. I truly don't want to see you." Before she could finish, Chiyu lowered his head and captured her incessantly chattering lips with his. The bite was slightly painful, yet he teased her gently, her lips unbroken but as vividly red as if they were bleeding. Chapter 40. The more fiercely you hit me, the more passionately I will kiss you. In the corner of the dormitory building, a black umbrella shielded the boy's head and back, revealing only his long legs encased in black trousers, which were pressed against the slender fabric of her pencil pants. Beneath the umbrella, his fluffy cotton slippers were already soaked, tiny droplets of water clinging to the surface. Under the shelter of the umbrella, Su Jianni's breath was stolen by Chiyu, her delicate nostrils flaring as she struggled to capture the air around her. Chiyu kissed her deeply, as if savoring the sweet taste of candy, unwilling to relent. Delving deeper into the jar, seeking to extract every last bit of honey, Su Jianni felt herself growing weak and dazed, as if thrown into the ocean, gasping for air, teetering on the brink of drowning. She felt tears welling up, perhaps a consequence of having cried too much earlier, her peach blossom eyes swollen and reddened. Yet no tears would flow. After what felt like an eternity, Chiyu, in a rare act of mercy, finally released her lips. Su Jianni gasped for air, greedily inhaling, and mustered the strength to lift her weak arm. Smack! She slapped Chiyu's face. The air beneath the umbrella instantly thickened. Realizing what she had done, Su Jianni's expression stiffened, yet she bit her slightly upturned lip and defiantly met his gaze. For a fleeting moment, Chiyu's dark eyes reflected shock, swiftly replaced by a deepening intensity, as if a fire ignited within, both bright and searing. His heavy gaze locked onto hers, intertwining with her fearless stare. As he slightly curled his lips, his tone measured and unperturbed. "First time in my life someone dared to slap my face." Su Jianni was acutely aware of how precious Chiyu's face was. After all, not even Madame Chi had ever struck him, nor had the staunchly strict grandpa, Chi, ever laid a hand on his beloved grandson. She felt a pang of fear, yet she could not cower. "You were the one who acted like a rogue first." Chiyu effortlessly grasped Su Jianni's hand that had just slapped him, lifting it to his face and gently tapping it again. Confused, Su Jianni looked at him. Chiyu's handsome countenance remained as stoic as ever, exuding an austere demeanor, his breath crisp as the air around him. "Su Jianni, how about a few more slaps? With all your might, please? The fiercer you hit me, the more fervently I shall kiss you. All right?" Su Jianni, utterly stunned, shook her head, her expression frozen. "I will never hit you again. Not hitting me is even better for kissing. You're insane." The gentle rain drummed softly on the black umbrella, the sound of the falling droplets almost muted. Beneath it, the soft, pleading whimpers were soon swallowed, leaving only the sound of their unsteady breaths. After what felt like an eternity, Chiyu tightened his embrace around the weakened Sujiani, his crisp breath enveloping her completely. His usually cool voice was now husky, laced with temptation. Sujiani, I don't wish to let you go tonight. No. Come back to Beijing with me. No. Sujani, despite her lack of strength, persistently push him away. Chiyu, wake up. We are not in a romantic relationship. Are we not? No. In your eyes, perhaps not. However, in my heart, you have been my girlfriend since I donned your hair tie. I never declared a breakup. Therefore, you remain mine. Is it possible to discuss love in such a fragmented manner? What absurd logic is this? She rejected his notion, though they had created a slight distance. The air between them remained charged with an unmistakable intimacy. Chiyu gently tucked away a stray lock of hair that had fallen during Sujani's struggle. Securing it behind her ear, in a low voice, he inquired, "Do you remember what you said last time?" "What?" "Provide a new excuse, a reason to decline being my girlfriend." "Speak now." "I cannot." "Then simply comply and be my girlfriend." Sujani's mind was a muddled mess, incapable of formulating a response. She cast her gaze downward and curled her toes. "My shoes are wet." "Is it? I feel a bit cold. I wish to return to my dorm." "Come to my car." "No. Here are the keys." "Don't worry. Your boyfriend Wanyi whisked you back to the capital." How did he know this was her concern? Although her boyfriend had indeed contemplated such a thing just moments before. Must he be so earnest? Sujani fell silent. Chiyu's voice regained its usual icy tone. "Will you walk, or shall I carry you?" Once again, she faced the pressure of his ultimatum. This time, Sujani refused to yield to his tyranny. "I choose a third option. I'll carry you, then I shall walk alone." "Very well." The black European car was warm, the heating abundant. Uncle He, the driver, understood the unspoken cue, stepped out with an umbrella, and strolled away. Inside the vehicle were only Sujani and Chiyu, each occupying their respective side of the opulent seats. "Are you warm enough?" "Quite warm, to the point of being almost too hot." Sujani uttered this casually. Her thick cotton slippers had kept her feet dry, and she felt no chill. In fact, she was so warm that her back began to sweat, and her cheeks flushed. Yet, the matter she wished to evade lingered. Chiyu spoke again. "Can we discuss it now?" "Discuss what?" "The reason." Sujani averted her gaze from his cool, yet alluring eyes. "Could you crack a window? I'm worried about carbon monoxide poisoning." "Very well." The window slid open slightly. Outside, the fine rain continued to fall gently, a quiet cascade. "Your reason?" "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you cannot articulate it, then why must I provide a reason? Why must I accept you as my boyfriend if I cannot express myself?" Sujani was pushed to her limits, rebelling against his demands. "Chiyu, this is your insistence. I never acquiesced to any agreement. Why must I engage in such a childish and authoritarian game with you? If I had to articulate why I refuse to accept you as my boyfriend, it is simply because I do not wish to. So what? Indeed, I once enjoyed pursuing you, but now I refuse to chase after you. What's wrong with that? Is this not my freedom? Am I not entitled to such liberty?" Sukiani grew increasingly assertive as she spoke, standing at 173 meters. Her presence swelled to that of 2 meters, and she fixed her gaze upon Chiyu's inscrutable dark eyes. "Chiyu, let me tell you, I simply do not like you anymore." Chiyu narrowed his eyes, his emotions inscrutable. "So what is the reason for your disdain now?" "Dislike is dislike. What rationale is there?" She retorted. "If I must elaborate, it was once your visage I admired, your aloof persona that captivated me. Do you understand the allure of being aloof? The more unattainable, the more one yearns to possess it. Yet now you," Sukiani bit her lip, "you are now tyrannical and domineering, like a despot. How could I possibly harbor affection for you? Must I articulate it? I only fancy the elusive Chiyu, and now that the fish is bitten, it has lost its charm. How could I remain interested? I am indeed that sort of heartless woman. Are you satisfied now that I have confessed?" As Sukiani's fervor escalated, she nearly leapt from her seat. Chiyu extended his long arm, drawing her into his embrace and settling her upon his lap. Sukiani resisted, struggling fiercely within his hold, yet he maintained his grip, allowing her to flail. Once she calmed slightly, Chiyu spoke with a heavy tone, fabricating a web of lies. "Are you comfortable?" Sukiani opened her mouth, hesitating to respond. Chiyu continued, "Sukiani, I do not believe such fabrications. You cannot wound me. You only inflict pain upon yourself. Shall we observe the agony etched upon your countenance? He pressed his cool lips against her cheek before withdrawing. I can differentiate between affection and aversion. Clearly, you still harbor feelings. Your eyes are swollen from tears. Why do you refuse to admit it? What are you attempting to conceal with your fabrications? Su Qiani ceased her struggle, her body yielding as she nestled closer into his embrace, falling silent. He pressed on with his inquiries. What transpired that made you fear approaching me since May? Chapter 41 Compulsion. Su Qiani pressed her lips together in silence. Qiyu lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes heavy with intensity. Be good, tell me, he urged. She remained silent as he maintained a steady, penetrating gaze that overwhelmed her senses. Su Qiani felt a wave of anxiety wash over her under his scrutiny. What was happening? Qiyu's long, powerful fingers pressed against her lips, caressing them back and forth. Speak the truth. A tingling sensation spread from her lips, and Su Qiani wished to escape. But at that moment, she was seated sideways on Qiyu's lap, his fingers curving around her chin, his grip firm around her waist, leaving her no avenue of retreat. Even then, her lips remained defiant as she spoke. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Do you wish for me to kiss you? I do not. Qiyu's gaze remained steady, his fingers kneading her lips with a gentle yet firm insistence. Then use them to express what I yearn to hear. Aware that evasion was futile, Su Qiani felt her earlier ire dissipate. She had merely reacted in anger, and now her bravado was significantly diminished. Back in May of last year, I suddenly became aware of the disparity in our statuses, and it left me feeling inferior, acutely aware of my unworthiness. How did I come to know? I investigated. No one from the Qi family had reached out to you around that time. Who in the capital is unaware of the Qi family? Did you need someone from your family to introduce you? Qiyu's tone was resolute. That doesn't add up. You knew my background before. It never seemed to bother you. During that time, I rode in your car home on 2 consecutive holidays. You remember, right? Yes. At that time, Su Maojian, my father, learned about you. When he saw you bringing me home, he became infatuated and insisted I should curry favor with you. I found it utterly repulsive and resistant. You may not grasp the depth of this inferiority and shame I felt. In any case, I was hurt and instinctively wanted to distance myself from you. Furthermore, my parents were beginning to clash over divorce. I was born into such a family, and your indifference was quite disheartening. I truly did not wish to further embarrass myself by attempting to reach for you. Su Qiani was not lying. Though she refrained from speaking of her past life, her feelings of inferiority before Qiyu, both pre- and post-marriage, were rooted in the same origins. At that moment, her expression conveyed a genuine sorrow, intertwined with stubbornness. Now you understand? Why must I lay bare the delicate pride I have painstakingly safeguarded for you to see? Qiyu withdrew his fingers from her lips, wrapping his arms around her entirely, holding her in a manner that was firm yet tender, powerful yet affectionate. He spoke. There was no indifference. In the past, I craved your admiration and relished it. The disparity of our origins is neither your fault nor mine. It is now I who insist on our togetherness. As for your concerns, I can resolve them. They shall not genuinely trouble you. I will not allow external factors to affect our relationship. Su Qiani, trust me, will you? Sufiani dimant saident. Her expression was somewhat dazed, and she recalled that in her previous life, she had never confided in Qiyu. She had always tucked her feelings away, carefully, masking her inner wounds with charming smiles and flattery. At this moment, upon hearing the young Qiyu utter such words, she couldn't help but wonder if, had she spoken a bit more in her past life, her relationship with him might have been different. No. Sagani silently shook her head. There could be no what-ifs. She was Sagani, capable of being shameless and heartless. Yet she would never truly strip away her armor to reveal her innermost pain to anyone. She had grown accustomed to burying her deep scars beneath layers of trivialities. Today, it was merely a chance occurrence that Qiyu clung to her words, and in her reluctance to discuss her rebirth, she had resorted to diverting the conversation to other matters. Qiyu, receiving no response, lowered his head, his strong jawline slowly brushing against Sagani's hair, gliding down to graze her ear before resting against her shoulder. His cool breath caressed her neck. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Sagani felt a shiver run down her spine, and curiously, the more he crossed boundaries, the more she resisted, her mind becoming increasingly clear. I don't want this. Chiyu, the imprint of my family background weighs heavily on me. It is not something you can simply unravel with a few words. The gap between us will always exist. My parents are not unkind to me, and I am not lacking in worth. Had I never encountered someone of your caliber, I might have lived my life without a shred of inferiority. It is because of you that I feel inadequate. Do you not understand? I don't wish to lower myself to the dust. The best course of action is to keep my distance from you, and I implore you not to provoke me further. I have already come to Sioux City. If you truly hold even a modicum of affection for me, could you return to your capital and embrace your princely life, and cease your pursuit of me? Just as Sagani fervently declared her resolve to sever ties, a sharp pain shot through her neck, a genuine bite. Chiyu had truly bitten her, nipping and sucking. She distinctly felt his icy lips gradually warming against her skin. She was losing her mind. She found herself unable to escape or shift away, firmly ensnared in his embrace. Chiyu, please, don't do this. Her tone shifted from indignation to helplessness, her voice softening, pleading, as tears fell before his gaze. At last, he released her neck, yet his arms remained encircling her. Crying again? Oh, you always force me. Sagani's eyes glistened with tears. Chiyu's voice turned husky. Yes, I am forcing you. You do not like me this way? I do not, nor do I appreciate your manner of speaking. Oh, you must reason with me. Even if my words are harsh and unpalatable to your ears, you cannot coerce me into submission. Sagani sought to reason, hoping Chiyu would engage in discourse. Where is the lack of reason? When faced with problems, you do not seek to resolve them with me. You only wish to evade. Without even trying, you dismiss us. What kind of reasoning is this? I know the outcome without needing to try. How can one know without attempting? I am acutely aware. In her past life, she pursued him fearlessly, yet the outcome was tragic. She fell into despair and plummeted from a cliff. Now, as the reincarnated Su Jiani, how could she be oblivious to the potential consequences of their continued endeavors? Chiyu ensnares her, guiding her gently, yet she cannot help but reflect. Who is truly being unreasonable? Unconsciously, Su Jiani finds herself aligning with Chiyu's reasoning. He remains unaware of her previous life's events, rendering her steadfastness seemingly unsupported from his perspective. Her logical reasoning falters, unable to navigate the complexities. Chiyu gently clasps her fingers, intertwining them, and adopts the tone he once used to teach her problem-solving. Have you unraveled it? Is it not Su Jiani who was unreasonable from the outset? It appears so. Shall we give it a try? No. You refuse again? Su Jiani, do you intend to remain in this vehicle for the rest of the day? Chapter 42. What's wrong with this posture? Sobi, you're so fierce. Are you planning to force me again? Tears immediately streamed down Su Jiani's face. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were already swollen and red from crying earlier in the afternoon, now feeling a bit dry, unsure of how much effort it would take to squeeze out a few more tears. Chiyu's fingers brushed against her cheek, catching each tear with a tone that held a hint of indulgence. Did you think your tears would sway me to your side? Do you not realize that seeing you cry only intensifies my desire to tease you? Su Jiani was momentarily stunned, her peach blossom eyes wide open, the tears that were about to spill swirling back in. Chiyu gently wiped away her tear stains, his curled fingers sliding down to catch the loose strands of her hair, wrapping them around his long fingers. She would believe anything. Why was she so easily deceived, yet suddenly alert when it came to being my girlfriend? No matter how I approached her, whether gently or firmly, I could not seem to win her over. As if she were equipped with a fraud detection app. Is there a possibility that I simply am not inclined to pursue you? Chiyu did not respond to her words, his gaze deep and contemplative, playing with the strand of her hair, soft and silky, a mere lock no longer satisfying him. His hand, which had encircled her waist, slid to the back of her head, tugging gently at the hair tie that held her high ponytail, causing her long, dark hair to cascade down. Sufieni? Chiyu loosened the hair tie, slipping it onto his own wrist, where he already wore an identical one. At that moment, they stood side by side, The black hair, tie adorned with gold, seemed to possess a serene quality in his hands, akin to a charm procured from a temple. Chiyu, why are you tugging at my hair? To tidy it up. Oh, can you tie hair? Not yet, but I should be able to learn shortly. Su Jianni's expression was one of profound complexity. After a while, Chiyu seemed to have had his fun, successfully tying her hair into a high ponytail that resembled her original style perfectly. Su Jianni's expression grew even more complicated. Why not wear that pearl hair tie? Don't you like the pure white pearls? There are too many. It hasn't reached its turn yet. That day, Su Jianni had reluctantly accepted half a box of custom hair ties under the classic coercion of a choice from someone, leaving the other half for him. Every morning, she would send him a photo of whichever one she wore, suspecting he wore one as well. Now, seeing it, her suspicion was confirmed. At the time, Su Jianni felt no discomfort, as Chiyu always had a way of persuading her, making her subconsciously categorize all the bizarre occurrences as reasonable. Now, upon reflection, every single incident was anything but reasonable. What was the nature of her relationship with Chiyu? Why was she wearing the same hair tie as him? Why could he embrace her whenever he wished or kiss her at will? Just like now. Why was the car so spacious? And yet she had to sit on his lap? Su Jianni felt as if she had suddenly awakened. She rested her arm on the edge of the chair, subtly attempting to slide away. Chiyu maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to her desire to escape. However, just as she was about to succeed in her endeavor, he abruptly pulled her back into his embrace. Su Jianni resolved to clarify her intentions with him. Chiyu, I have something to discuss. Please let me go. Are you planning to play tricks again today, refusing to acknowledge your boyfriend? Yes. It seemed correct. It felt inappropriate to phrase it that way. Su Jianni was taken aback when he preemptively countered her, drawing her into a convoluted train of logic that left her bewildered. All right, I shall let you off the hook today. Chiyu gazed at Su Jianni, who was caught between wanting to retort but refraining from doing so, and spoke in a flat tone. Is there something you are concealing from me? No. Are you truly certain? Absolutely not. Then allow me to inquire. You will respond. You may ask. Just as Chiyu was about to pose his question, Su Jianni regained her composure. Wait, please let me down. I wish to sit beside you. Why sit beside me? So we can converse face to face. You can observe my expressions and ascertain if I am deceiving you. Correct? That is a valid point. Su Jianni thought she had finally persuaded Chiyu. But then he grasped her waist and spun her in midair. Suddenly, her limbs stiffened. Why was she now straddling his lap? This was rather intimate. This is inappropriate. Is it not? Huh? Did you not say you wanted to speak face to face? Do you think this position poses a problem? I harbor no ulterior motives. Do you? I do not. Then what is wrong with this posture? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Chiyu interjected. I watched the video of you fighting with an umbrella this afternoon. Su Jianni's attention immediately sharpened. Why is there a video? Are you having someone spy on me? You are overthinking it. There are surveillance cameras on that street. Oh, as for the altercation, I have dealt with the relevant individuals and matters. They will not appear before you again. Okay. However, I require an explanation regarding a certain issue. What issue? The techniques of the Qi family. How do you know them? Chiyu scrutinized Su Jianni's face, as she had previously suggested, observing the subtle muscle movements to determine her honesty. Su Jianni found herself in a predicament, desperately trying to respond. Did I use your Qi family's techniques this afternoon? Yes. Could it be that you misinterpreted what you saw? I reviewed it several times and confirmed its accuracy. Martial arts across the world share similarities. Perhaps my martial arts instructor taught me techniques that coincidentally align with those of your Qi family. Surely, those moves cannot be exclusive to your family alone. They are indeed unique. Then it is plausible that a misunderstanding occurred. Perhaps my instructor is acquainted with someone from your Qi family. Last year, you conceived a technique. Yet you were still learning martial arts from your instructor at that time? Not quite. Facing Chiyu's inquisitive gaze, Sagani forced a puzzled expression, deeming it rather peculiar. It could merely be a coincidence. One move may be coincidental, but you executed 5 consecutive techniques with identical sequence and motion. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? The techniques I devised myself. Could I truly be mistaken? Sagani beamed with joy, akin to a famished individual discovering sustenance. This resolves the mystery. It must surely be something you taught me. Yet, she immediately felt a sense of dread, If it were that simple, why would Chiyu approach her with such gravity? I taught you? Sagani, I recall we have never sparred, nor have I imparted any knowledge to you. At that moment, the memories of Sagani's past life began to resurface. In her previous existence, she only began to pester Chiyu for sparring in university. Perhaps she had unconsciously absorbed some of his techniques. Her earlier confusion stemmed from a misalignment of memories. Chapter 43. She deserved to be kissed. Breathless, Chiyu's dark eyes gazed deeply and unwaveringly at Sujiani's face. He concealed his emotions, revealing nothing, while Sujiani remained oblivious to the turmoil within him. She felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart, yet she endeavored to maintain an appearance of calm composure. Meeting his gaze, she forced a smile and feigned ignorance. Is that so? Didn't you teach me? I distinctly recall you instructing me. Am I mistaken? Perhaps it was you who erred? Chiyu responded with an indifferent hum, his gaze cooling as it shifted from her face to the window, as if he understood he would not receive the answer he sought from her. Outside, the persistent drizzle that had lingered throughout the day finally ceased. He released his arm from her waist, his fingers absently tapping the broad armrest of the chair. Sujiani contemplated sliding off his lap, yet the frigid aura surrounding him rendered her hesitant. She could sense his anger and felt too intimidated to move. A lingering sense of PTSD gripped her, fearful that any misstep would prompt him to pull her back and escalate her punishment. Through the bulletproof glass, he stared at the streetlight beneath the nearby trees, while she remained silent, patiently waiting for him to speak. After a long moment, Chiyu's gaze returned to her petite face. Cool and piercing. Now you understand? Did you not consider that I might be angered while you toyed with me? Sujiani bit her lip, her sweet voice tinged with sorrow. Yet her words trailed off. Chiyu appeared to have anticipated her hesitation, his tone a blend of resignation and clear affection. If you prefer not to speak, you need not. Even though your boyfriend is thoroughly exasperated, he will wait for the day you are ready to talk. Oh, Chiyu remained still. Emboldened, Sujiani sought to slide off his lap once more. Your boyfriend traveled a great distance to see you. Should you not soothe him after causing such distress? This. In that moment, Sujiani realized the cleverness of Chiyu's approach. He consistently labeled himself as her boyfriend at critical junctures, embedding in her subconscious the belief that he was indeed her partner. Consequently, his request that transcended the bounds of ordinary relationships seemed entirely reasonable. For instance, at this moment, Sujiani instinctively understood that, given Chiyu's recent temperament, he would likely expect her to engage in behaviors typically reserved for a girlfriend attempting to placate her boyfriend. Aware that she had provoked his anger, she recognized her culpability and felt compelled to yield. She had previously overlooked his subtle manipulation of concepts. He was not her boyfriend. Even if she were to appease him, it should fall within the realm of normal interpersonal interactions, such as offering an apology or expressing regret, rather than. As Chiyu awaited her response, observing her soft lips bite and release, then bite again, a clear sign of her internal conflict, he felt an irresistible urge to take action. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he decisively pressed her head down, perfectly aligning her tender lips with his. Then, he naturally slid his palm down, gripping the nape of her neck. As she stood there, momentarily stunned and about to speak, he seized the opportunity to kiss her deeply. Sujiani's heart raced. It felt as if she understood everything, yet that understanding seemed utterly futile. Chiyu's relentless pursuits left her defenseless against his advances. Ugh! Next time that rascal calls her out, if she responds, she truly deserves to be kissed breathless. Beijing, the Chi family's ancestral home. In the dead of night, Chiyu stepped out of the car, satisfaction evident on his face. Despite the exhausting drive on the highway, there was no trace of fatigue upon his icy countenance. The guard at the gate, seeing his car, hurried over just as he reached him. Young master, why have you come so late? The old master and old madam have already retired. Madam Chi, along with your uncles, have all gone to rest. I'll go in alone. Do not disturb the others. Understood, young master. Please. The following day, several uncles were summoned to the main hall by the old master early in the morning. Upon arrival, they discovered Chiyu engaged in a game of chess with the old master. One by one, the uncles stood quietly by, each afraid to utter a word. Chiyu had the old master at his wit's end, and the uncles dared not breathe too loudly, fearing they might be called upon as rescuers. It was amusing. They didn't want to face the old master's wrath for failing to save him, nor did they wish to be dragged into a rematch with Chiyu. Well, they would surely be bested. They were aware that they could never outmaneuver the crafty Chiyu, but losing to him in front of everyone was simply unacceptable. As the last of the uncles arrived, 3 minutes later, the old master angrily tossed his chess pieces aside. Lost. That rascal's skills have improved again, humph. Thankfully, the old master did not summon them as reinforcements. However, it soon became apparent that he was scanning the room, seemingly in search of someone to challenge. The once formidable uncles, seasoned from countless battles, now appeared notably timid. Who among you wishes to face Xiaoyu? No one dared to respond. Chiyu, maintaining a stoic expression, gathered the chess pieces. Grandfather, the uncles have arrived. Let us discuss serious matters. When Madame Qi received the news, the important discussion in the main hall had already concluded. She hurriedly brought her female assistant to seek out her son. You were returned last night without notifying me? Madam, within the entire ancestral home, only the gatekeeper knew the young master had returned. He was instructed to remain silent, so he did. I only discovered it when I saw the kitchen preparing the young master's favorite breakfast. Madame Qi anxiously navigated through the corridors of the old home, finally catching sight of Chiyu in the old master's study. You rascal, you return without a word of greeting. Do you not consider me your mother? Mother, there are too many matters at hand. You must explain everything to me clearly. First and foremost, have you concluded your meeting with your uncles? Where will you be going for your training? South Defense 7. You. Madame Qi was so enraged that smoke seemed to emanate from her 7 orifices, clutching her chest and exclaiming, Do you wish to drive your mother to her grave? With so many options available, why did you choose the remote and obscure Nanfang Qi? Close? Close to what? How can a secluded corner be considered near anything? Wait, do not respond just yet. To spare me from further agitation, allow me a moment to compose myself. After taking several deep breaths, she finally spoke. It is near Sioux City, is it not? Indeed. You. After keeping me in suspense, you have driven me to the brink of despair, all for the sake of that wretched girl. How could I have known I raised a son with such a romantic disposition? Mother, I have my own considerations. Your father is away on business these days. When he returns, I shall see how you explain this. I have already mentioned it to him. And do you expect him to consent? Yes. Chapter 44. Offer you 10 million to be my son's girlfriend. How could your father possibly agree? Indeed, he is currently at the pinnacle of his career, and your uncles wield considerable influence, but they will inevitably retire. If you do not take over your father's responsibilities at the very least, you must ensure the Kais establish a strong foothold for the younger generation. Otherwise, when your father and uncles step back, who will safeguard the illustrious Qi family? I have my own considerations and have already persuaded my father and uncles. What considerations? Mother, this matter is highly confidential. You have overstepped your bounds. Yes. I only have a right to manage the Qi family's business. The entirety of the Qi family's assets rests in your hands. What does money even signify? It is merely a faiade of wealth. If the Qi lineage were to falter in the future, and your father were to retire, do you believe these few coins would save the Qi descendants? Mother, you are worrying unnecessarily. Chiyu withdrew a book from the shelf, perused it briefly, and added it to the stack of books he had gathered. If I truly wished to relinquish my duties, I would not have gone to Nanfang Qi. What do you mean? Chiyu offered no reply. Madame Qi caught a glimpse of the book he had taken out, and her temper flared upon recognizing it. You little rascal. What do you need these rare medical manuscripts for? Each one is worth a fortune, and you have amassed quite a pile. Qi regarded her coolly. Did you not know? Madame Qi trembled with anger, taking a deep breath. Yes, I know. You intend to give them to your girlfriend, Sujiani, right? Indeed. Spoiled to this extent, do you dare claim that your upcoming trip to Nanfang Qi is merely a coincidence that it is near her? It is no coincidence. It was premeditated. Qi selected a substantial stack of books, snapped a photo, and sent it to someone. The familiar red exclamation mark appeared again, and his icy visage darkened instantaneously. Madam Qi noticed his change in demeanor, but remained oblivious to the fact that he had been blocked by Su Jiani. What is wrong? I must take my leave. Qi grabbed a pile of books packed into a cardboard box, and, as he headed outside, attempted to call Su Jiani. Beep, beep. He dialed several times, but no one answered. Madam Qi followed closely behind, keenly sensing her son's unusual aura. What is happening? Mother, where is your phone? My assistant has it. Why do you ask? It is nothing. I cannot use your phone. What? As Chiyu reached the door, a waiting bodyguard approached to assist him with the box. Do you have a phone? Yes, it is in my pocket. Young master, why do you inquire about my phone? May I borrow it to make a call? Oh, please, young master, go ahead. Chiyu took the phone and swiftly dialed Su Jiani's number. Beep, beep, after 2 rings. No one answered. Chiyu inquired of the bodyguard. Where is this phone number registered? In Jing City, young master. What's the matter? Are there any phone numbers not registered in Jing City? Yes, there is Xiaohu's number. Hand it over to me. Please wait a moment, young master. After a short while, the phone was retrieved, and Chiyu adeptly dialed Su Jiani's number once more. Beep, beep. In a mere 2 rings, the call was connected. A soft and tender voice emerged. Hello? Su, Jia, and I. The call was abruptly terminated. When Chiyu attempted to call again, he encountered the same disconnection. Observing her son, Mrs. Qi was left with no doubt. Her son had evidently been blocked by his girlfriend. He had generously offered the rarest volumes from the revered collection of the old master to win her favor, yet she remained utterly indifferent, refusing to even answer his calls. It became apparent that her son was the only one invested in this pursuit. How could Su Jia and I possibly look down upon her son? Mrs. Qi felt a sense of offense. What flaw could there be in her son? Countless admirers in the capital city longed to vie for his affection. Yet how dared Su Jia and I treat him with such coldness? As you embark on your first romantic venture, remember, one must not overly indulge their girlfriend. Mom, she isn't even my girlfriend. What? She doesn't want me. I'm still pursuing her. You chose that location during the winter break to be closer to her. Something like that. Mrs. Qi's worldview shattered. It seemed imperative to meet Su Jia and I at once. In Su City, Su Jia and I was busy rolling medicinal pills in her courtyard. After blocking Chiyu, she felt a sense of tranquility envelop her, invigorated by the newfound solitude. Is Su Jia and I here? A familiar feminine voice called from beyond the iron gate. Peering out, she recognized the assistant of Mrs. Qi curiously. She stepped outside. Miss Su, our lady wishes to meet you. Jia and I followed her to a nearby CAF. Upon encountering Mrs. Qi, the familiar pressure from her previous life washed over her. Without thinking, she blurted out, Mom. Mrs. Qi gasped. Upon realizing her slip, Su Jia and I quickly corrected herself. Oh my, your brooch is simply exquisite. I adore it. Where did you acquire it? Is there a link? Mrs. Qi replied with a stoic demeanor. I was being presumptuous. Such a brooch appears custom-made. It is unlikely there is a link. With an impassive expression, Mrs. Qi removed the brooch and offered it to her. No. That is too generous. It suits you perfectly. I have no occasion to wear it. I absolutely cannot accept it. There has never been a precedent in the Qi family for retracting gifts once given. Then I too cannot accept it. I have no precedent for accepting valuable gifts from strangers upon first meeting. Mrs. Qi casually set the brooch aside, as if even its worth did not warrant another second of her time. Mrs. Qi is a formidable woman in the business realm, the matriarch of the Qi family, exuding elegance and grace, yet harboring a steely resolve. In her previous life, Mrs. Qi had never been particularly fond of Su Jia and I, neither openly supportive nor overtly hostile. Yet, in the Qi household, the absence of Mrs. Qi's endorsement was a challenge in itself. I prefer directness. You may know me, or perhaps you do not. I am Qiyu's mother. Greetings, Mrs. Qi. I have heard about the situation concerning you and my son. Sagani, with her blood boiling, sensed the impending arrival of a wealthy matron ready to throw money at her. Mrs. Qi silently produced a card, delicately pinching it between her fingers and presenting it to Sagani, offering you 10 million. Sagani cheerfully accepted the card, inquiring if it was indeed about your son. Very well. Auntie, I promise you. Should we sign a contract? Mrs. Qi looked at her, her expression laden with unspoken words. No. I offer you 10 million. In exchange for your agreement to date my son, to become his girlfriend. Sagani, taken aback, returned the card, her expression equally perplexed. Then I cannot accept this money. Do you find my son undesirable? No, no, no. It is not a matter concerning him. It is my own issue. I have no desire to engage in a relationship. I simply wish to study medicine and become a doctor, dedicating myself to the art of healing. 10 million is too little for you? I could acquire a hospital and transfer it to your name, provided you agree to date my son. Chapter 45. Chiyu, please let me go. Madam Chi, a woman of considerable wealth, offers an extravagant sum, yet the situation is perplexingly strange. Why must she insist on me accepting her son Chi Yu's pursuit instead of simply allowing her to disappear with the money? Su Jianni's gaze fell upon the 1 million yuan bank card, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Is the private hospital not to her liking? Madam Chi gracefully intertwined her fingers, stating, "It matters not. Feel free to voice any demands you may have. As long as you agree to date my son, I can fulfill any wish you desire. I have no demands. I appreciate your kindness, Auntie, but please take your leave. Regardless, I will not be with Chiyu. As far as I know, during your time at Jing City Affiliated High School, you pursued my son daily. You harbored feelings for him, yet now you refuse to be with him? Auntie, let bygones be bygones. Those past events are already turned over in my book. Ah, the art of pursuit through retreat? My dear, there is no need for such tricks in my presence. What I can offer you will undoubtedly surpass anything you might scheme. Prolong this game, and you may find yourself with neither fortune nor affection." Su Jianni was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she steadied her emotions and spoke with a soft yet resolute tone. "Auntie, perhaps I did not express myself clearly. Allow me to reiterate. My relationship with Chi Yu is in the past. I am not engaged in any games. I simply no longer harbor feelings for him." Madame Kiskovd. Ignoring the veiled derision in her tone, Su Jianni stated candidly, "From your gaze and tone, I sense your disdain for me, and your lack of faith in my relationship with Chi Yu. If that is the case, why invest money to facilitate our connection? Initially, I did not intend to intervene. After all, young people will have their whims. However, now that Yu has made a misguided decision in his pursuit of you, I cannot remain indifferent. I must correct this before it solidifies." Madame Chi regarded Su Jianni with a condescending gaze. "My intentions are laid bare before you, my dear. Now, may I inquire, what do you truly desire?" Su Jianni's expression turned icy. "I wish for you to manage your son and prevent him from seeking me again." Has negotiating wounded your pride? I had underestimated your feelings for you. Su Jianni. Madame Chi lowered her gaze slightly, appearing less haughty. "Let me be frank, my dear. You, in his quest to be near you in Sioux City, is making an exceedingly foolish choice, one of great consequence. If you genuinely care for him, do not indulge in petty grievances. Grant him the agreement he seeks. Only by doing so can you dissuade him from making a foolish mistake." Su Jianni. She was exasperated. The logic was all too familiar. Having endured much, she had developed immunity to such tactics and swiftly extricated herself from the pit Madame Chi had dug, refusing to be ensnared. "Auntie, this is moral coercion. What your son chooses to do is his affair and does not concern me. If you believe his actions are foolish, you should persuade him yourself. Instead of coming to me seeking sacrifice." Mrs. Chi was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled warmly. "My dear, fret not. What Annie has promised still stands. As long as you agree to Ewer, the benefits I will offer you shall be plentiful. If you find money too mundane, I can provide you with alternatives. If you wish to study medicine, I can assist you in transferring to the finest medical program in the capital next semester and connect you with the best mentors. I could invest in establishing a laboratory for you and help you recruit a team of capable assistants. Publishing several first-author SCI papers during your university years would not pose a challenge." Each word struck Su Jianni with a sense of disbelief. "No, Auntie, I have stated unequivocally that I will not be with Chi Yu. Why do you not believe me? Is what I offer not sufficient? We can continue to negotiate." No, you are offering far too much." Su Jianni replied with a resigned smile. "However, no condition you present can sway me. Given your prior investigations, you must realize that I hail from a well-off family. My parents have never deprived me materially. Thus, I harbor no desires for wealth. I have experienced both luxury and the simplicity of a 2-dime plastic bag from the supermarket. These things do not concern me. I know precisely what I want, and I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at this time. Even the most prestigious SCI papers would not reflect my own achievements. And I do not seek them. My pursuit of medicine is not to become a dean or an academician. I aspire to be a doctor like my grandfather, to save lives, overcome complex ailments, and assist many. This is my lifelong ambition. Su Jianni held Mrs. Chi's gaze, as if she could glimpse the timid and obsequious version of herself from a past life reflected in her eyes. I have chosen medicine because it is an endeavor that cannot be diluted. Every step must be taken by oneself to hold any merit. I am currently embarking on this journey. In engaging in a romance with Chi, you would only hinder my progress. Therefore, Auntie, if you wish to deter him, it may be more effective to counsel him directly. With that, Su Jianni departed. Mrs. Chi picked up her phone from the table, now facing downwards, and remarked, "That rascal. Did you hear all of that? Indeed, this girl is more stubborn than a mule, impervious to both soft and hard persuasion, resolutely unwilling to be in a relationship with you. Why waste time on her? Hang up. Wait, I have not finished speaking. So, are you still not going to South Defense 7? Give me a definitive answer. Go. Everyone says you are blocking her path, and you still wish to pursue her. Thus, I will accompany her." Mrs. Chi had more to say, but on the other end, Chi Yu had already hung up. The female assistant approached. "Madam, just as Miss Su left, I saw a young master following closely behind her." Ah, children grow up beyond their mother's reach. The CAF was not too far from Su Jianni's small villa, a few minutes by car, but over 20 minutes on foot. The alley leading to the shortcut was sparsely populated, with closed doors and few passers-by. As she walked, she sensed someone trailing behind her. Su Jianni, maintaining her composure, quickened her pace and turned into a narrow alley, pressing herself against the wall. Before long, she sensed someone approaching and instinctively kicked out. The individual, seemingly anticipating her move, effortlessly seized her leg. Unable to retract her limb, she retaliated with a punch, but he deftly blocked her attack, countering by pinning her against the wall, his body looming over hers. Confronted face to face, Su Jianni first caught the familiar, pleasant scent emanating from him before her gaze settled on his face, prompting her to cease her struggles. His single hand held both of her hands firmly above her head while he gripped her leg, leaving her in an awkward and ambiguous position, rendering any further resistance futile. "Chi, will you let me go?" she inquired. "No," he replied. Chapter 46. Hurt? A cold voice, heavy with emotion. After Chi Yu spoke, he pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze chilling as it settled on Su Jianni. One of her legs remained firmly grasped beneath his hand, the pressure rather uncomfortable, yet she refrained from moving or requesting his release. Her small face was devoid of expression, icy and unyielding. Both appeared to be in a foul mood. In the narrow alley, their silhouettes drew too close, imbued with an unsettling tension. The air around them felt thick and fraught, as if a mere glance or a heavy breath could ignite a spark. Yet, neither made a move. They remained locked in a standoff for 3 minutes. Eventually, Chi Yu relinquished his hold. Su Jianni's toes touched the ground, her form trembling slightly as she frowned. Her legs numb from the tightness of her jeans, which, despite their flexibility, could not accommodate her current discomfort. The silence was pierced by his cold voice. "Did that hurt? Numb? Should I carry you back?" "Absolutely not." With her toes still touching the ground, she began to circle, gently moving her ankles and legs, gradually regaining feeling. "Madam Chi came looking for me just now." Are you aware? Did you know before she arrived, or after?" "Before." "Then why did you not stop her?" "I had no desire to intervene." Su Jianni clenched her teeth. "Do you know what she would say?" "About half of it I can guess." "So you overheard my conversation with her? Did you have a listening device?" "Phone call." "You." Fine. "Chiyu, we must have a proper fight today. What just happened doesn't count. I wasn't prepared and you subdued me too easily. Let's go another round." "Stand there and let you hit me?" "Not at all. Who do you look down upon?" "I've had some training. You cannot hold back. If you do, I'll be able to tell, and I'll be very, very angry." Chiyu stepped aside, finding a suitable spot to stand, his expression indifferent. "If you're angrier after we fight, Can I comfort you? Let's talk about that after. Is your leg no longer numb? It's fine now, let us begin. Su Jianni assumed her stance, feigning an attack on his left cheek while actually aiming for the right. She believed her strategy flawless, yet he saw through it instantly and subdued her with ease. Again, why can you subdue me in just 2 moves? Again. They repeated the process time and again. Breathless and exhausted, Su Jianni finally achieved a personal best, managing to evade 3 of Chiyu's moves, a humiliating defeat for her as a martial artist. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Leaning against the wall, her face flushed from exertion, she wrestled with profound doubts about her existence. In her previous life, she could occasionally hold her own against Chiyu, so why was the reborn, enhanced version of her being so thoroughly bested? Chiyu stood beside the wall she leaned against, looking down at her. Can I hold you? No. He remained still. Su Jianni was taken aback. Was he really being this obedient? She stated that if he did not comply, he would remain still. Previously, he had always been assertive and domineering, never having heeded her words. Su Jianni could not help but lift her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with confusion. Chiyu seemed to comprehend her thoughts and elucidated in a cool, magnetic tone. You dislike it, which makes you angry. When you pinched my leg just now, I was quite upset as well. Why didn't you release your grip sooner? After a moment of reflection, she replied, Oh, have you calmed down now? No, he retorted. Who calms down so swiftly? Su Jianni felt a peculiar sense of delight at his sudden compliance, as if she had been charmed, and surprisingly, her anger seemed to dissipate somewhat. Ah, how unworthy of her! She maintained her composure. Madam Chi mentioned that you made an extremely foolish decision. What is it? The special training over winter break. I chose to go to Nanfang 7. The border defense stronghold to the south of Sioux City? Yes. Su Jianni fell silent. She was aware that Chiyu was enrolled in a military training program, yet she recalled that in her previous life, he had not traveled to Sioux City. He had remained in Beijing during his freshman winter break. Shall I take you back? Or do you wish to go somewhere else? I'll return to continue preparing the medicine. My grandfather will be waking from his nap soon. Very well. Chiyu escorted Su Jianni back to the small villa, played a game of chess with her grandfather, and then departed in a hurry, maintaining a respectful distance without so much as brushing against her. Before he left, Su Jianni was urged by her grandfather to accompany him to the Iron Gate, where he inquired, Was my behavior satisfactory? Yes. Can I be removed from the blacklist now? Let's discuss it later. In the following days, Chiyu frequently visited to play chess with her grandfather, much to the latter's delight, leaving Su Jianni with little room to decline his presence in their home. Occasionally, he would arrive in a military green undershirt, changing into a jacket, or sometimes he would change entirely before coming. Su Jianni could discern from his proximity whether he had bathed or sustained any injuries. If he had bathed, he bore a strong scent of snow. If not, he exuded an overpowering aura of hormones. Fortunately, she had yet to detect any hint of blood. She came daily. Sometimes he would play a game and leave, while other times he would linger for a meal. Most of his interactions were with her grandfather, and he rarely spoke to her. On the rare occasions they accidentally brushed against each other, he would courteously apologize. Su Jianni found the situation rather perplexing. His gaze seldom lingered on her, at least not in a manner she could easily perceive. Even when their eyes unexpectedly met, he would quickly avert his own. This continued for 7 days. After finishing a meal, Chiyu prepared to leave, and her grandfather once again urged Su Jianni to see him off, to which she did not object. Upon reaching the Iron Gate, he did not turn away as he had previously, but stood before her, motionless. Su Jianni looked at him, puzzled. Why aren't you leaving? Is there something you need? Am I still not performing adequately? Am I still on the blacklist? Oh, I had forgotten. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's dark, piercing gaze fixed upon her. Shall I be removed now? Very well. Su Jianni retrieved her phone and, in his presence, removed him from her blacklist. There, you may go now. All right. Is there anything else? Su Jianni, may I embrace you? Your boyfriend longs to hold you. Will you permit it? Su Jianni offered no reply. How could she respond? Were you to pose such a question to me, I would undoubtedly refuse the embrace. Chiyu's gaze darkened as he instantly comprehended her meaning. With a swift motion, he enveloped her in his arms, her delicate form resting against him, the fragrance of her presence filling his senses. He dared not hold her too tightly, carefully gauging the boundaries. And as the time approached the limit he believed she could endure, he took a deep breath before gently releasing her. Chapter 47. Do you want me to feed you? In the southern part of Sioux City, at the Nanfang 7 checkpoint, Chi-Yu passed through the entrance gate. His handsome visage bore a rather indifferent expression, and an aura of coldness surrounded him. The guard at the entrance, upon seeing him, greeted with a smile. "Team Chi, you're back?" A simple response. Yet, the guard discerned a tonal shift in his voice, one that deviated from the usual melodic fluctuations. Curiosity piqued. He observed Chi-Yu's expressionless face and, with keen professionalism, unearthed a trace of faint joy, a rare occurrence indeed. "Team Chi, did something good happen today?" Then congratulations. "Thank you." Chi-Yu passed through the first gate and proceeded to the second security check. The cold machine, as ever, scanned and processed the data. Male, height 190 centimeters, weight. Identity confirmed, passage permitted. He lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, lost in contemplation and oblivious to the machine's announcements. The guard and the security personnel heard it all. "Did I hear that correctly? 9 meters? Wasn't he 189 yesterday?" Such precise instruments cannot err. It seems Team Chi has unexpectedly grown another centimeter. Youth at 18 truly evokes envy. Unlike me, my height has plateaued, and even a miracle wouldn't elevate me to 190. It appeared that Chi-Yu only then registered the information, his cold voice uttering an emotionless query. "Am I now 190? "Indeed, congratulations, Team Chi-Yu." After he left, the guard and the security personnel exchanged glances. Hadn't he seemed quite pleased moments ago? How did his expression shift so drastically? That suddenly solemn face was intimidating, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Perhaps he recalled some pressing matter? The following day, Su Jianni spread an array of herbs and medicinal materials across the courtyard, meticulously distinguishing their types and observing the differences between fresh and dried herbs. Her grandfather stood beside her, imparting knowledge on which herbs could be used fresh, which required drying, the optimal dryness for medicinal efficacy, and the differences in effects and contraindications. She diligently took notes with a pen and a voice recorder. Chi-Yu arrived, carrying something in his hands. Furrowing her brow, Su Jianni approached to unlock the iron gate. Murmuring softly, "Are you here to bring gifts for my grandfather again?" "No." Chi-Yu entered, greeted Su Lao, then turned to Su Jianni and said, "This is for you." "For me?" Su Jianni closed the iron gate and looked down, recognizing the familiar white packaging that resembled a certain imported milk. Previously, there had been a delivery of this milk among the parcels she and T signed for. At that moment, her suspicions were confirmed. The young gentleman from Jing City, who had delivered the package, was indeed Chi-Yu himself. "Why are you sending me milk again?" "Again?" Su Jianni retorted. "Did you orchestrate the previous delivery? Now I know. Then why not call me?" Su Jianni lifted her chin, nostrils flaring, unwilling to engage in a conversation. "If you wanted to speak with me back then, why didn't you reach out yourself? Why play mind games, attempting to coax me into calling you?" I should have taken the initiative." Chi-Yu effortlessly carried the items into the living room, retrieving a cup from another bag, rinsing it thoroughly before pouring in the milk. He swirled it gently, ensuring the temperature was just right, not too hot, nor too cold, and presented it to Su Jianni. "Drink up," he urged. "Why should I?" She retorted. "I'm already 190. Su Jianni, puzzled, replied, "Congratulations on surpassing 180. But why should I drink milk just because you've grown taller?" "To grow taller," he countered. "Am I growing taller?" "No, Chi-Yu. While I do wish to defeat you physically, my competitive spirit does not extend to chasing after your height." "Thank you very much. Have you forgotten your own words?" "What did I say?" "Your ideal boyfriend is 188 meters tall." Su Jianni recalled having mentioned at a class reunion that her ideal partner should not exceed 188 centimeters, nor be more than 15 centimeters taller than her. Now that he stood at 190, he insisted she drink milk to catch up? Absurd. "I want tea, drink it." "Chi-Yu, my parents never forced me to drink milk while growing up. I simply don't like it." His cool gaze lingered on her lips. "Should I feed you?" "Please, no." The look in his eyes suggested something far from innocent. Sujiani shot him a glare. You might not know this, but I'm actually allergic to milk. Really? Of course it's true. If I hadn't seen you drink it before, you might have succeeded in deceiving me. You're allergic to seafood, but not to milk. Well, fine. In exasperation, Sujiani decided to address the matter directly. Actually, I just made up the 188 figure. I don't mind if my boyfriend is 20 centimeters taller than me. Not convinced, Chiyu smirked. Unless you sign for me right now. That's illogical. Her argument fell apart, leaving her at a loss. I suppose I will drink the milk. She took the cup from Chiyu's hand, closed her eyes, and in a few swift gulps, consumed the 250 milliliters of milk. She then let out an ungraceful burp. Chiyu pressed his finger against her lips, gently sliding it away to wipe the milk off the corner of her mouth. Under her stiff and anxious gaze, he took the cup from her hand and turned to wash it. The water splashed noisily in the sink. Feeling awkward, Sujiani walked over to him, her soft voice barely above a whisper. Chiyu, my grandfather is in the yard and could come in at any moment. Please be cautious. Understood. It was the eve of the new year. Sujiani received a brand new motorcycle, delivered by a messenger from Su Li Shu. The metallic sheen was striking, slightly brushed with pink foot pegs and a pink and white helmet. Nini, do you like the motorcycle? I love it. Thank you, Mom. As long as you are happy. My dear, Mother sees how diligently you study and has taken the time to obtain a motorcycle license. Knowing your fondness for it, she decided to gift you one. Oh, Mother's business is just getting off the ground, and she is exceedingly busy. Hence, she will not be returning to Sioux City for the new year. You shall spend it with your grandfather instead. Yes, on New Year's Eve, I will arrange a festive dinner delivered to your home. There is no need for that. My grandfather and I have already made arrangements. That is for the best, as I would not want to provoke your grandfather by having him think that I ordered the meal, stirring up memories from the past during such a festive time. Nini, please keep your grandfather company for me. Understood. After hanging up, Sujiani found herself at a loss for words regarding her feelings. Su Li Su had originally intended to return to Sioux City for her career, but after encountering Qi Linyuan at the Sioux Medical University laboratory that day, her expression changed dramatically, prompting her to flee to another city. Chapter 48. Embracing You Tightly. Is that all right? A striking motorcycle, adorned in shades of silver and pink, gleamed in the courtyard, captivating Chiyu's attention upon his arrival. Is this yours? He inquired. Yes, my mother gifted it to me, she replied. Can you ride? Of course. Sujiani reminisced about her past life, where she had been too timid to reveal her passion for motorcycles to Chiyu. During her university days, she had covertly ridden, fearing he might deem her unsuitable for a domestic life. After their marriage, she had stored her beloved bike at a racing venue, hardly touching it for over 2 years. Now, standing before a motorcycle with Chiyu, an inexplicable urge surged within her to confess. I have a license, you know. I passed all the tests on my first attempt, outperforming many of the boys present. Chiyu's gaze fell to her face, observing the sparkle in her eyes as he smirked, impressive. You've outshone me. You can't ride a motorcycle? She teased. No license, he admitted. How rare. Finally, I possess something you do not. Sujiani felt her confidence swell to new heights. Chiyu's lips curled into a playful smile. Shall we take it for a spin? Of course, she replied. However, Sujiani hesitated. The prospect of going out alone with Chiyu made her uneasy. She feared that if she agreed, he might take liberties. Recalling the last time, she had nearly lost her breath from his kiss. Yet, he had been quite the gentleman lately, though perhaps that was merely because they were at home with her grandfather present. Sujiani contemplated, twirling the pink and white helmet in her hands before finally resolving. I just remembered that I haven't fully grasped the pharmacology my grandfather mentioned earlier. I'll go out once I've reviewed it. Chiyu glanced at the helmet. All right. Inside the small villa, Chiyu and her grandfather were engaged in a game of chess. Sujiani, clutching her notes, gazed longingly at her motorcycle. After much deliberation, she succumbed to the itch in her heart, yearning to ride her beloved pink and black bike. She set her notes aside and stood up. Just then, Chiyu finished his game. Her grandfather noticed Sujiani's eagerness. Little Gianni, are you planning to ride? Yes. Since it's your first time, it would be safer for Chiyu to accompany you. Chiyu, are you free later? I am. Grandfather, is it really necessary? It's safer this way. I can only be at ease knowing Chiyu is with you. As a young lady, what if you encounter strangers while riding? Grandfather, I can hold my own. You're unaware that Chiyu is the most dangerous of all? What if you cannot defend yourself? Fine. Sujiani had already devised a foolproof excuse to reject Chiyu's company, so she chose not to argue further with her grandfather. The three of them stepped into the courtyard. As Sujiani reached for her pink and white helmet, a troubled expression crossed her face. Grandfather, I fear I must go out alone. What is the matter? Didn't Tiwi agree that Chiyu would accompany you? I have no helmet. My mother only purchased a singular pink helmet for me, intended for my bicycle rides. Without a helmet, Chiyu is prohibited from sitting behind, which is quite unsafe. Sujiani gazed regretfully at Chiyu, expressing her disappointment at not being able to take him along this time, stating that she would have to wait for another opportunity. With a cheerful demeanor, Sujiani secured her helmet and pushed her beloved motorcycle forward. Chiyu opened the iron gate for her. As Sujiani joyfully wheeled her bike outside, her smile abruptly faltered upon spotting the bodyguard clad in black standing outside the gate. Young master, here's what you requested. Chiyu leisurely donned the newly delivered black helmet and said, let us go. Sujiani was left speechless. Had she endured such pain merely to buy him time? The thought sent her spiraling into further despair. Under the watchful eyes of Su Lao and the bodyguard, Sujiani revved the motorcycle, carrying Chiyu, and they vanished at the alley's entrance. From the quaint villa to the alley's mouth, Chiyu maintained a composed demeanor. As they turned the corner, his arm wrapped around her waist, firmly encircling her slender figure, his presence enveloping her back completely, leaving no room for gaps. Sujiani was taken aback, causing the motorcycle to sway perilously. A cool voice resonated through her helmet, instructing her to focus on riding. How could Chiyu demand her concentration when he was the very distraction? She was well aware of his propensity to take liberties. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions stirred by Chiyu, Sujiani navigated through the narrow lanes of the ancient city of Su, moving leisurely, imbued with a touch of romance. Upon exiting the historic district, the road widened, and without warning, Sujiani accelerated, her speed escalating. Chiyu, positioned behind her, seemed poised to speak, but ultimately refrained, tightening his embrace around her waist, shielding her entirely within his grasp. Sujiani reveled in the exhilaration of the swift ride, thoroughly enjoying the velocity, a passion she had cherished in her previous life and continued to adore even after her fateful plunge from motorcycle. After a considerable journey, she finally halted at the base of Hanming Mountain, the farthest point east in Sioux City. The black and pink motorcycle stood out vividly by the roadside, complemented by her long legs, one slender and graceful, the other strong and elongated, both firmly planted on the ground. Sujiani removed her helmet and inquired, "Shall you dismount first?" Upon dismounting, Chiyu handed her the helmet, requesting her assistance in hanging it properly. A gentle breeze stirred, playfully tousling Sujiani's already disheveled hair, with several strands drifting onto Chiyu's attire. He instinctively moved his fingers, tempted to smooth her hair, but ultimately restrained himself. Once Sujiani secured the helmet, she turned around, the wayward strands returning to their place, though some loose strands still cascaded down her face. Chiyu felt an insatiable urge to touch her, but held back. It was a tad nerve-wracking sitting behind on the motorcycle for the first time, fearing I might fall off. You ride rather quickly, and I held onto you tightly. Would that bother you? Sujiani's expression transformed into one of profound complexity. Could she truly admit that it did? She can say that you are not afraid. You simply wish to hold me tightly, don't you? Of course. Such words cannot be uttered. Upon exiting the vehicle, his handsome visage bore the same indifferent expression, exuding an aura of stoic aloofness. If she were to say such a thing, passers-by might mistakenly believe that she, this enchanting creature, was teasing him. It was quite exasperating. Are you upset? Not all. Sujiani could not be bothered to engage in such trivialities. Riding her bike brought her immense joy, and at that moment, her spirits were elevated. This is Hanming Mountain, where a temple resides. Have you heard of it? Yes, I have heard it is a place to seek romantic fortunes. Sujiani had not considered that aspect. Are you bringing me here to visit it together? No. Shall we go then? No, we must return. It's late. And grandfather will worry. All right. Chapter 49. He likes you. In the heart of Sioux City's ancient district lies the majestic Hanming Mountain to the east. Su Jianni chose an alternate route to escort Chiyu back, traversing through lush foliage and gentle breezes, with the charming scenery of blue bricks and gray tile surrounding them. Upon their return to the wrought iron gate of the small villa, twilight enveloped the sky, heralding the imminent arrival of nightfall. Chiyu assisted Su Jianni in securing the gate, allowing her to smoothly maneuver the motorcycle inside. The courtyard was dimly lit. After parking the motorcycle, Su Jianni retrieved Chiyu's helmet and extended it towards him. He declined, instructing her to set it aside. Fine, she thought, acknowledging that he likely wouldn't need it again. She would just keep it for him. Holding the helmet against her hip, she struck a rather striking pose. Noticing that Chiyu had no intention of leaving, she inquired, "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Chiyu shook his head and stepped closer, so close that Su Jianni could hear the incessant vibrations of his phone. She surmised that he was in a hurry to leave, yet he remained rooted in place, standing before her, which stirred an unsettling premonition within her. Each time this happened, he would, as she had anticipated, he enveloped her in his embrace. Chiyu's long arm wrapped around her shoulder blades, pulling her firmly into his chest. Su Jianni clutched the black helmet at her waist with one hand while the other was pinned beneath his grasp, leaving her unable to push him away. She squirmed to break free. "Su Jianni, don't move," he spoke calmly. "Your boyfriend will not see you for a long while. Just a quick embrace." Turning slightly to face the gate, Su Jianni caught a glimpse of a black car parked outside, likely waiting to take Chiyu away. She recalled from her previous life that during the new year, members of the Chi family would gather, and almost all the elders sought an audience with Chiyu, the future patriarch. Many peers would also come to share their yearly achievements, akin to a report, making his New Year's celebrations quite busy. He was indeed the linchpin of the Chi family. She had witnessed his hectic demeanor in such moments before. Lost in her thoughts, Su Jianni remained still in his embrace. Observing her compliance, Chiyu's gaze darkened, and he tightened his hold around her slender waist. She snapped back to reality. "Is it over now?" "It cannot be over. I wish to kiss you. I know you would not agree to it. I only dare to think of it." Chiyu rested his chin against her forehead. "This year, we won't be able to meet again. Will you promise to behave with your boyfriend next year?" Sufiani felt silent. What was the necessity of such an arrangement between this year and the next? Was he attempting to deceive her? Moreover, would she truly remain obedient after such an agreement? It seemed highly improbable. At that moment, the headlights of the car outside flickered repeatedly, casting light upon the two figures in the courtyard. Su Jianni stiffened and began to struggle, urging, "You should leave. They're urging you." Chiyu's dark eyes turned icy as he glanced at the car, and strangely, the vehicle ceased its flashing. He turned back, his finely sculpted jaw gliding against her forehead, trailing down, his cool lips brushing against her smooth skin, landing softly on her brow. Feeling increasingly tense, her heart raced. "Hey, don't do that. My grandfather will see us." Finally, Chiyu released her, standing before her, yet unwilling to depart, his gaze deep and somber. Su Jianni felt her heart race under his intense scrutiny. "What is it now? You let me off this year. Will you ask me to be your girlfriend next year? Let us discuss that next year." "All right." At last, Chiyu took his leave. Su Jianni closed the iron gate and returned to the living room, where she discovered a cardboard box on the coffee table. "Grandfather, what is this?" It was sent by Xiao Chi. Su Jianni opened the box and rummaged through its contents, her expression shifting to one of distress. She took out her phone and sent a message. "I don't want this. Please have someone come collect it." "What do you not want?" "The medical books. They are not originals, merely copies." "Do you not want them?" In a black Rolls Royce, at a red light, Chiyu fixated on his phone. The driver, Lao He, noticed his seemingly cheerful demeanor and asked, "Young master, are you feeling happy about something?" "She has finally taken the initiative to contact me again." As he spoke, a faint smile curved his lips. Lao He chuckled in silence, recognizing how pitiful his young master was, finding joy merely from a message from Su Jianni. It was amusing. When she pursued him, she was shameless, yet now, her rejection was equally resolute. In the small villa, Su Jianni was oblivious to her own growing willingness to seek out Qiyu. She repeatedly examined the medical book, which appeared remarkably like an original. "Grandfather, come look. Qiyu claims this is a copy." "Oh, Jianni, are you worried these books are too precious to be damaged?" "Yes, if they are of great value. Shouldn't we refuse them?" "Grandfather, are you implying something? You have never been fond of receiving gifts. Why accept whatever Qiyu offers?" Old Master Su settled into a chair by the coffee table. "Let us set the record straight. Firstly, these books are unique and meant for collection. I suggest you transcribe or scan them for study and return the originals. Oh, secondly, I am not blind. That young man from the Qi family comes here daily to play chess with me. Does he seek my company?" "Grandfather, he is clearly interested in our precious Jianni." Old Master Su smiled, recognizing that his initial gifts were not overly extravagant, yet within his means, showcasing Qiyu's sincerity. The more effort he puts in, the more he values you in his heart. Accepting the gifts is my stance, a recognition of his intentions, and a signal that my Jianni is worthy. What can be accepted and what cannot, the old man understood well. Su Jianni bit her lip, pondering for a long moment before speaking. "It seems you have taken quite a liking to him from the start, because he has affection for you, dear Jianni." "Huh? He hasn't even officially visited, yet you've met him?" "Huh? On the day of your birthday, you returned to Beijing, unbeknownst to Shaoqi, who foolishly drove all the way to my place." "Ah." Later, when he mentioned his age, Grandpa realized he must have only recently acquired his driver's license. Furthermore, Grandpa came across the papers he presented to you. Upon this revelation, Su Jianni felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Could we not bring this up? The audacity she once possessed in her previous life has truly vanished. Grandpa continued to speak, having discerned your affection for him from those papers. "Oh dear," she thought, "could we not keep the past buried? He also saw his fondness for you." What did Grandpa say? Qiyu harbors feelings for her. If he did not, how could he be so patient in teaching her? It was evident that he had been touched. Noticing Su Jianni's stiff expression, Grandpa chuckled and remarked, "You must have felt something, right? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on it." Chapter 50. Sweet baby, did Qiyu harbor feelings for her? Had he liked her all along? Su Jianni felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, her heart and mind entangled in confusion and rigidity. She yearned to sift through the examination papers her grandfather mentioned, only to remember they had already been moved by Qiyu. A myriad of memories from both past and present flickered through her disordered mind, countless fragments of recollections. Each visage of Qiyu and every word he spoke revealing the truth. Her grandfather was indeed correct. Qiyu had liked her, and for a long time. Thus, from Qiyu's perspective, they were mutually enamored. She pursued him, and he willingly allowed her to chase, relishing the pursuit. After her rebirth, when she ceased her chase, he turned the tables, courting and coaxing her, viewing it all as a delightful game between lovers. Throughout, he had always regarded her as his girlfriend. Yet in their previous life, he had never made it explicit, merely toying with her affections. Recalling her past life, Su Jianni had pursued him through university, enduring years of his indifference, which made her wish to strangle him. Even more infuriating, whenever she entertained thoughts of giving up, he would cast a line to reel her back in, leading her to believe he would soon reciprocate her feelings. How could he be so heartless? Did he not realize that beneath her brave facade lay a fragile heart? She lacked the confidence and fortitude of the esteemed Qi family heir. She felt insecure and hurt. As the clock struck midnight, ushering in the New Year's Eve, Qi sent a video call. Su Jianni did not refuse. She positioned her phone beneath her face, exposing an unflattering angle, indifferent to the potential damage to her appearance. "Su Jianni, your boyfriend has safely arrived in the capital," he announced. In Qiyu's phone, a pair of rosy lips was magnified, the nose puffing slightly, resembling a spoiled yet endearing little kitten. The softness of those lips was irresistible, the intricate lines visible under the high-definition camera tempting her to caress and tease her lips into disarray. Qiyu's gaze was deep and contemplative. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Humph." Her voice was sweet and soft, provoking an immediate stir in Qiyu's heart, his cool demeanor softening. "Come on, tell me what's wrong, Humph. Are you busy? If not, I'll end the call." Don't. I have something to say. Your boyfriend wishes to see you a little longer. How audacious. Teasing her. Su Jianni lowered her gaze, her alluring eyes meeting the camera, casting a beguiling glance that she did not wish him to behold. Chiyu's thoughts raced. Until now, he had always referred to her as her boyfriend, but this was the first time Su Jianni acknowledged him as such. A gentle smile curved his lips, which he could not suppress. Baby, I just returned to the capital. Do you expect me to rush over again tonight? Who are you calling baby? Your boyfriend's girlfriend. Oof. Who is your girlfriend? Chiyu curled his thin lips, unabashedly revealing the joy that resided deep within him. The allure of his handsome visage exuded a certain sensuality, tempting Su Jianni to close her eyes. Was her girlfriend behaving so well tonight because she had finally touched her boyfriend's heart? Was it the medical books she adored? Or perhaps the reading plan and knowledge point analyses he had crafted for her? Su Jianni was momentarily taken aback. He had gone so far as to create a reading plan and analyses for the collection of medical texts. Perhaps they lay buried at the bottom of a box, unseen by her. Chiyu had not anticipated such a favorable response. His late nights spent grappling with challenging material had not been in vain. He had meticulously prepared her review points and established a sequence for her reading. I'll write you a key analysis later for your convenience in reviewing. No. Su Jianni's heart fluttered. This rascal always knew how to strike her deepest chords. In their past life, he had also patiently taught her those daunting high school mathematics and university courses, guiding her and ultimately winning her over. I like those books. Well, I'll go fetch a few more shortly. No, I'll return the books after I've scanned them. Su Jianni's expression was a mix of awkwardness. You focus on your own matters. My grandfather will teach me the medical texts. He is a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I don't need your help. Chiyu detected the emotion hidden beneath her words, his tender heart stirred by her teasing, a delightful sensation that made his voice soft yet clear. Baby, do you feel sorry for me? Who feels sorry for you? Who is your baby? Stop saying that. Stop calling me that. All right, I'm going to take a nap. I have to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. Good night, baby. Oomph. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a heavy snow blanketed the capital. In Sioux City, freezing rain clung to the trees, covering the city's vibrant greenery and blossoms with delicate layers of ice, crystalline and beautiful yet chilling. On the second day of the new year, Chiyu arrived. Su Jianni was taken aback. The highways were laden with snow. How did you get here? I borrowed my seventh uncle's plane. You can fly? Not yet. I'm still learning. Soon, I'll take you up into the skies. As they exchanged New Year greetings and gifts, Su Jianni's grandfather had already filled the living room with festive offerings. Although the Su family had few relatives, many had been treated by her grandfather. At that moment, a few were seated in the living room. Su Lao personally brought Chiyu's New Year gift over and placed it on the coffee table. Little Chiyu rarely visits during the New Year. Jianni, take him out to explore and experience the festive atmosphere of the ancient city. Thus, Su Jianni led Chiyu outside. The ancient district of Sioux City retained its old-world charm, with preserved architecture and rich cultural heritage, bustling with tourists enjoying the festive season. She contemplated the many places she could show Chiyu, but was also mindful of the commitments of the Chiyu family, uncertain of how much time he could spare in Sioux City. Upon exiting her home, Su Jianni walked ahead, guiding the way, while Chiyu followed closely behind. As they stepped out of the alley and into another, she turned back to inquire when he would return to the capital. Chiyu drew her close, enveloping her in his embrace. She hesitated, but upon opening her mouth, he enveloped her with his cool breath. He held her tightly, kissing her with fervor. Although Su Jianni possessed considerable strength, she found herself utterly unable to break free from his embrace. His kisses intensified, and she gradually forgot her struggle. After a lengthy moment, he released her, yet did not let go. Sweet, my dear. Su Jianni bit her lip in silence, her nostrils flaring erratically, filled with his scent. Chi regained his breath, still yearning, and leaned in closer. Su Jianni clenched her lips tightly. He pressed his lips against the taut corner of her mouth, teasing, darling, biting so tightly, it drives me wild. Just a bit tighter, and I wonder if I could pry it open. Su Jianni was at a loss. Loosening her grip was not an option, nor could she hold on tighter. Her enchanting, Peach blossom eyes bore into him. Chiyu brushed against her lips, his once cool mouth now radiating warmth, igniting a flutter within Su Jianyi's heart. Chapter 51. Sagani. I adore you. Sagani bit her lip, entangled her thoughts before making a resolute decision to resist his advances. Chiyu's approach was indeed invasive, reminiscent of someone methodically attempting to unlock a door with a gentle yet persistent tool. He encircled Sagani's waist, holding her close, deliberately easing his grip to allow her the illusion of escape, yet rendering her unable to break free. He did not press her against the alley wall nor restrain her head. Instead, he provided her ample room to evade him. Without hesitation, she refused to indulge him. As he leaned in, she dodged away, and when she could evade no longer, she was met with his teasing kisses, prompting her to retreat in the opposite direction. A cycle of evasion ensued. Eventually, Chiyu seemed to become entirely absorbed in the moment, his dark eyes glinting with intensity as he tightened his hold, effortlessly dismantling her defenses. Unable to withstand his fervor, Sagani surrendered, allowing him to consume all the air from her lungs. Above them, icicles delicate and crystalline, hung from the eaves, a remnant of last night's freezing rain, each varying in size, yet perfectly aligned. Beneath those eaves, Sagani found herself utterly defenseless against his kisses, their shoes resting on the stone pavement, the soles crunching over remnants of firecrackers. Silence enveloped them for what felt like an eternity until the sound of playful chatter broke through, prompting Sagani to push against Chiyu in desperation. But her efforts were futile. Tears threatened to spill. Suddenly, the crackling sound of firecrackers erupted nearby, bathing them in a warm glow. And only then did Chiyu release her. Sagani's face flushed with indignation, having been deprived of breath. As soon as he let her go, she gasped for air, the damp chill filling her lungs. It took her a moment to recover before she glared at him. After kissing me multiple times, you still don't know how to breathe properly, darling? Let me teach you. I shall instruct you now. No, someone's coming. They 1T approach. Don't. Okay. Chiyu, surprisingly, heeded her warning. Sagani's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. In her past life, she had rushed in, oblivious to the affections he harbored for her. It was not her naive clarity that blinded her. Rather, he had concealed his feelings with remarkable depth, possessing an inherent ability to suppress his emotions, remaining rational to the point of indifference. Only in moments like this, held tightly in his embrace and subjected to his passionate onslaught, could she glimpse the fervent love he had kept hidden. Chiyu truly had feelings for her. Sagani simultaneously realized with a mix of exasperation and delight that the aloof Chiyu possessed a mischievous streak, cunningly orchestrating their interactions, playfully toying with her emotions. It was not merely her past ignorance that had allowed her to be ensnared by his cold demeanor. It was only after recognizing his affections that she willingly endured his playful teasing, leading to the revelation of this monumental secret. Very well, you enjoy this game, don't you? A cold breeze swept past them. Chiyu wrapped her in his warmth. What are you thinking about, darling? I'm considering where to take you. As Sagani spoke, she walked ahead. Chiyu matched her pace, holding her hand, and she did not resist. Her soft, delicate hand fit perfectly within his grasp, and his gaze deepened. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to kiss. Is half an hour of kissing not sufficient? Sufieni Faf. Refusing. My lips are slightly sore. Could you check if they're swollen? It's the new year. With so many guests at home, everyone has their eyes on us. How will I explain this to Grandpa? Chiyu turned his head, lowered his gaze, and scrutinized her. Indeed, her lips were slightly upturned. Rosy, but not swollen. Continuing to kiss might lead to that. His eyes darkened thoughtfully. Let us visit that ancient bridge again. Oh, Su Jianyi led him there. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, lively and festive, as they encountered many dressed in Hanfu, some in heavy Ming-style winter attire, others in thin Tang palace garments paired with down jackets, as if traversing between ancient and modern times. It was now afternoon, and the sky was overcast. The ancient bridge was bustling, predominantly with couples. Chiyu took her hand and led her to the spot where they had stood last time, wrapping his arms around her. Ice hung by the stone bridge, so he refrained from pushing her further. A familiar sensation washed over Su Jianyi. and she then dared to confirm the intentions he had shown her during their last embrace. She playfully curled her lips and asked, "Why are we here again? Didn't we come here before? Last time, we weren't truly lovers. Now we are, so let us return once more." Lovers must embrace to ensure their bond remains unbroken. How meticulous. He genuinely believes that. Su Jianyi smiled and teased. "Do you wish for us to remain together indefinitely?" When did you start liking me?" Chi Yu remained silent. He grasped her hand, lifted it, and took out his phone to capture a photograph. The backdrop was the icy banks of the Su River, where a thin layer of ice coated the surface, beneath which koi frolicked, viewed from the bridge. In the frame, a pair of delicate, slender hands, pale and graceful, were held tightly by his long fingers, adorned with a diamond-studded hair tie at the cold white wrist. The composition was exquisite, the image imbued with a hint of intimacy. What is the purpose of this photo? To make it official, Chi had already posted the freshly taken photo on his social media with one hand. Su Jianyi's tone was firm. "Absolutely not." Again, with the refusals? "I just resolutely turned down Mrs. Chi's generous offer of 10 million, and after finally building a respectable image. You want to announce that I've been won over by you? Think about it. What will become of my dignity?" Chi turned off his phone, his gaze steady as he observed her expression without speaking. "Moreover, is it not lacking in ceremony that I've suddenly become your girlfriend without any clarity?" "You still haven't said you like me." Su Jianyi was careful to mask her true feelings, attempting to convey a sense of seriousness. Yet Chi Yu, possessing keen insight, caught the fleeting glimmer of mischief in her eyes. He smiled, his tone both earnest and affectionate. "Su Jianyi, I like you. Oh, will you be my girlfriend?" "I cannot." Chi Yu pressed his phone, illuminating the screen, the implication of a threat clear. "Say it again, will you?" All right. Since you are so sincere, I shall accept. But I have conditions." "Go ahead, darling. The matters concerning our relationship must remain confidential. Do you not find the thrill of a clandestine romance rather enticing?" She gazed at him, a playful smile gracing her lips, and asked, "Darling, do you wish to indulge in this?" "Absolutely," he replied. "Very well, then let us agree that, to the outside world, we shall not disclose our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend." "Understood. But what if others make a guess? Let them speculate. You must not concede to their assumptions." "I have a condition," she stated. "What condition?" "If I encounter admirers, I must decline, asserting that I have a boyfriend, one with whom I shall not part." "All right then. So, are we officially in a relationship now?" "Indeed. Does this mean a girlfriend is entitled to perform a certain act?" "What might that be?" "Kiss her boyfriend. Did we not just share a kiss?" "That was you. Darling, you initiated the kiss." Chapter 52. Satisfaction. Su Jianyi slightly narrowed her peach blossom eyes, her expression restrained yet unable to conceal a hint of rippling delight. In her previous life, she was a humble admirer, acutely aware of the distinction between initiative and passivity. Chi Yu desired her to take the lead in kissing him. His face, cool and handsome, bore a consistently indifferent expression, his gaze lacking deep affection. At most, his eyes appeared somewhat dim, and his voice retained its crispness, perhaps slightly deeper than usual. However, through the lens of his affection for her, she could discern a flicker of urgency in his brow. He truly liked her, perhaps very much so. Su Jianyi struggled to contain her joy, a blend of elation from both her past and present, although tinged with a hint of bitterness. A profound sense of fulfillment blossomed within her, as if a solid stone had settled in the deep pit of her former unrequited love. It seemed that engaging in a relationship with him was nothing to fear. He had initiated this, and she wondered if he would survive her playful teasing. With a smile, Su Jianyi teased, "Absolutely not. You really hurt me with that kiss earlier. I can't kiss you now." "Blame yourself." Chi Yu, undeterred by her playful banter, proposed. "Then how about you hold me instead?" "All right." As soon as the words left her lips, she boldly embraced him. Inwardly, she mused, "Chi Yu, you cold-hearted enigma. You lost me once. Now that I'm offering my embrace again, you better cherish it, or I might just slip away." She enveloped him without hesitation. For a fleeting moment, Chi Yu's tall, statuesque frame stiffened, but soon thereafter, a wave of profound satisfaction coursed through his body. From the warmth of her embrace around his waist to the comforting pressure of her body against his chest, radiating through his limbs, penetrating his very marrow, and filling his mind, it was an intoxicating sensation. Chiyu instinctively tightened his hold on Su Jiani, deepening their embrace. This was the feeling he craved. He yearned for her with an insatiable desire. He possessed countless ways, both noble and ignoble, to win her over, yet he longed for her to take the initiative. He cherished the sparkle in her eyes when she saw him, the way her heart and mind filled with thoughts of him, how she invited him into her world, allowing him to occupy her entire existence. Only he could claim her wholly. In that way, he felt he truly possessed her. It was the only means to fill the chasm in his heart that her presence had carved. From the very beginning, he understood that Su Jiani was not his prey. She was an exceptional huntress in her own right. He did not mind giving her the experience of the chase while she, in turn, could offer him the most extraordinary experience, surpassing that of any predator toying with its quarry. Amidst the ancient bridge, draped in frost, they held each other close, savoring the tranquility of their embrace. Unlike the many lovers that traversed the bridge, their hold lingered longer. While other couples came and went, they remained entwined. Eventually, after a considerable time, they took each other as hands and departed. That evening, Chi returned to the capital city on a private plane. The two of them had entered into a romantic relationship. In the stillness of the night, they conversed without restraint. Yet by day, a mere message was sent in secret. After only 3 days of acquaintance, during a meal, old Su playfully inquired, "Have you and Xiao-Qi become an item?" Su Jiani nearly choked on her rice, coughing awkwardly before blushingly asking, "Grandfather, how did you know?" "Your expression and your clumsy attempts to conceal your feelings are quite telling," he replied with a knowing smile. "Oh," Su Jiani said, a hint of anxiety coloring her voice, "you don't disapprove, do you?" "Disapprove of what?" He laughed. "Of me dating Chi Yu at such a young age. To me, little Jiani, although you are still young, you are effectively an adult, are you not? If you cherish him and he reciprocates your feelings, why should I stand in the way of your romance? Besides, the advantages of your relationship outweigh the disadvantages. He will not hinder your studies, but rather assist you. As for Xiao-Qi, I trust he is a rational individual who will not be clouded by love. Suhianinadid, indeed. Chi Yu is a person of reason over emotion, as he had been in his past life. Grandfather, you are remarkably open-minded. Many adults would not share your perspective. Little Jiani, I am a doctor. I have witnessed the fragility of life. I understand that aside from life and death, many matters are trivial. Moreover, your grandmother's early departure has significantly influenced my outlook. Your grandmother and I were childhood sweethearts. She was more perceptive than I. She wished to be with me long before I was ready, and only after I achieved some success did we unite. Before her passing, she expressed her regret for not spending more time with me, and I too lament that we could not have been together longer. If I had committed to her sooner, we would have shared more moments together. Thus, little Jiani, cherish the time you have while you can." Su Jiani's expression turned somber. "I'm sorry, grandfather, for bringing back memories of grandmother. It's all right. If I do not remember her, who else in this world will? Grandfather, I sometimes think of grandmother as well." "Good. Little Jiani, you are the most obedient. Your grandmother adored you dearly." They quietly finished their meal. After a while, old Su's demeanor grew serious. "With your grandmother and mother absent, there's a matter I must remind you of." "Oh." Su Jiani was perplexed. Why did grandfather say it that way? Was there something that should have been conveyed by her grandmother or mother that could not be directly stated by him? "What is it, grandfather?" "While you are young and in love, it is crucial to maintain a respectful distance." "Huh?" Old Su's expression was grave. Initially, Su Jiani failed to grasp the implication, but as old Su remained silent, realization struck her. Although both were in the medical field, discussing such matters felt overwhelmingly embarrassing at that moment. She feigned calmness. "Grandfather, I understand. We will be careful." Indeed, little Chi possesses a calm demeanor and a composed presence, suggesting he is unlikely to act impulsively. As for you, Jiani, it is essential that you also remain mindful of your own actions. As Su Jiani contemplated speaking, she thought to herself that it was actually Chi Yu who was prone to such behavior, having already taken liberties with her on multiple occasions. Yet, how could she possibly voice such thoughts? Instead, she simply replied, I am well aware of my boundaries, grandfather, so please do not worry. In a swift attempt to divert the awkward conversation, she added, regarding my relationship with Chi-Yu, I hope you will refrain from mentioning it to my mother. Given Chi-Yu's unique background, she feared her mother's reaction. Grandfather, of all people, surely understood Su Lisu's vanity and would not disclose anything to her. Chapter 53. The deceptive character on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, with merely a week remaining before the winter break concludes. In the quaint little villa of the Su family. Early in the morning, Su Jiani was inspecting the modest herb nursery she had constructed. She assessed the sturdiness of the makeshift structure, ready to replace it if necessary. Some herbs were precious, requiring protection from the cold and frost, while others thrived with the harshness of frost, enhancing their potency and ease of care. A white SUV approached outside the iron gate. It was Lin Wan. She had visited the Su family on the first day of the new year to pay respects to the elderly Su and deliver gifts. Captivated by the enchanting charm of Jiangnan, she had wished to linger for the celebrations, but was compelled by her parents to return home. Now finally free, she hastened to visit. Hearing of her arrival, Zhou Mingxi from the Zhou family had tagged along, riding in her car. As Su Jiani observed the two entering through the gate, an enigmatic expression crossed her face. Lin Wan smiled openly, saying, Classmate, please refrain from regarding me with such eyes. Some individuals merely have too much time on their hands and are here to join the merriment. My relationship with him is entirely innocent. Oh, I see. Su Jiani nodded in agreement, choosing not to dispute her words. Observing Zhou Mingxi's gaze fixated on Lin Wan, she sensed there was an underlying story to unfold. Curious about her mini nursery, the two joined her in her endeavor. Before long, Xie Xiaoshan arrived. Having driven another vehicle and followed the location shared by Zhou Mingxi to the Iron Gate, Su Jiani found this unexpected. Yet since they were somewhat acquainted, she personally opened the gate for him. Hello, it has been quite some time, Su Jiani. Indeed it has. Though perhaps it would have been better if we had not met. Your expression indicates that my presence is unwelcome. Are you afraid I might bring up your past sorrows? Rest assured, I shall not mention your unreciprocated affection for Yu Ge and the subsequent heartbreak. Su Jiani refrained from engaging with his words, pondering how he had remained oblivious to the multitude of updates circulating while studying abroad. It was perplexing that upon returning to the country, he had no one to enlighten him. What brings you here? Where Zhou is, I must follow. I heard that Yu Ge spent the winter break near Su City, which piqued my curiosity. In previous years, I traveled abroad and had long wished to see this place. Even more bewildering to Su Jiani was the fact that Xie Xiaoshan had brought along a woman, Bai Yinlu, the belle of Beijing. Hello, Su Jiani. I am Bai Yinlu. Greetings. Who among the populace was unaware of her identity, just as everyone in the Beijing-affiliated high school recognized Chi-Yu. Before Su Jiani could inquire, Bai Yinlu cheerfully elaborated. I am set to portray a delicate beauty in an upcoming film, and the director wishes to capture the essence of Su Yu's soft tones. Thus, I came to Su City to learn from Aunt Su, and I accompanied Xiaoshan here. Oh, I see. Su Jiani's smile felt somewhat forced. Upon reflection, Bai Yinlu had not directly wronged her in a tangible sense. It was merely the whispers and rumors that had painted her as a rival in Su Jiani's mind. It was her own envy and admiration for Bai Yinlu's brilliance that had led to her feelings of inadequacy. The image of the illustrious Bai Yinlu standing beside Chi-Yu during the alumni gathering had become the final straw that weighed heavily upon her heart. Her envy was not directed solely at Bai Yinlu. Any woman radiating such brilliance before Chi-Yu would elicit her jealousy. She yearned for that luminosity, lamenting the loss of her own. Now, having shed the oppressive shell of her former self, plagued by a melancholic state, Su Jianing perceived the essence of her own collapse with startling clarity. Her hands and feet were inevitably chilled. What are you all doing? Oh, this thatched shed looks quite amusing. I want to try making one too. Su Jianing, teach me once more. This step, then to which step? Xie Xiaoshan, stop trying. The three of us have mastered it, while you, with your clumsy hands, remain inept. Is this the caliber of a prestigious university student? Do not insult me or my institution. Weaving this from grass is hardly difficult. I can surely learn. Su Jianing, teach me again. No, twice. Several young individuals sat on small stools, enthusiastically crafting the thatched shelters, quickly filling a large basket with their creations. Only Xie Xiaoxuan's turned out crooked and would fall apart with a mere tug, yet he remained utterly captivated by the task. Su Jining shook her head. How had she not recognized his foolishness in her previous life, mistakenly placing him in her intelligence-gathering group regarding Qiyu? It was he who mentioned by Yinluo's return to the country, followed by the revelation of Qiyu's affections, which led to widespread misunderstandings, including her own regarding Qiyu's feelings for Bai Yinluo. It dawned on her that she had been misled by this fool's ambiguous information countless times in her past life. Unbelievable. At that moment, Xie Xiaoxun finally managed to create a thatched shed that held together, elated beyond measure. I can also weave grass shoes. Would you like to learn? Xie Xiaoxun? Really? Can you teach me? Of course, but be prepared to develop calluses. The 5 young people were engrossed in their grass weaving. Xie Xiaoxuan's expression oscillated between excitement and despair, occasionally grappling with existential doubts, scratching his head in confusion. Su Jining observed quietly. As noon approached, the doorbell rang outside the iron gate. Su Jining paid little heed, assuming it was someone coming to pay respects to her grandfather. She rose from her stool to answer the door. To her surprise, both Xie Xiaoxun and Zhou Mingxi stood up, moving faster than she did. Yuga? Yuga? Qiyu? Su Jining's spine stiffened as she faced away from the iron gate. What was Qiyu doing here again? How fortuitous. Was the Qi family supposed to be busy until after the Lantern Festival? With an impassive expression, she approached the iron gate, casting furtive glances at Qiyu, silently pleading him not to embrace her, especially with so many eyes upon them. Qiyu stood outside the gate, having discerned the situation within, well aware of the unfolding drama. He noted Su Jining's desperate signals and her posture that suggested a desire to maintain distance. His gaze was cold, and he did not approach her. Yuga, what brings you here? Zhou Mingxi, smirking mischievously, hinted, did you send Yuga your location? Qiyu's tone was cool and detached. What are you all doing here? Zhou Mingxi pointed his chin at Lin Wan, revealing that she had followed him. I pursued Zhou Go and asked, Yuga, where shall we go to have some fun? I heard you will be around during the winter break. Do you know of many delightful places? Qi replied coolly with 2 words, chess. Huh? What chess? With whom? At that moment, Su Lao happened to walk out. Xiao Qi, you're here? Xie Xiaoshu. Lin Wan. Bai Yinluo. Zhou Mingxi's smile grew ever more mischievous and radiant. Su Jianyi's face was exceedingly awkward. Qi strode past them. Grandfather, shall we go inside? Gulme. I have set up the chessboard. Sufiani. Chapter 54. Only with me 8 pairs of eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, watched as Qiyu confidently entered the Su family's quaint villa. Subsequently, they turned their gaze towards Su Jianyi, their expressions laden with complexity. In the yard, Su Jianyi's petite face stiffened, her demeanor notably awkward. Strangely enough, you may find it hard to believe, but Qiyu has developed a profound friendship with my grandfather. Oh, his presence here has little to do with me. Oh, please, do not jump to conclusions. Oh. The 4 synchronized exclamations of O resonated, yet each carried a distinct connotation. Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan had known since New Year's Eve that Su Jianyi and Qiyu had grown close. But they were taken aback by Qiyu's newfound acceptance into the Su family, seemingly gaining the approval of old man Su. Was this progress not a tad hasty? Lin Wan was astonished. Zhou Mingxi silently praised the unfolding drama. Xie Xiaoxun was bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation, yet he evidently doubted Su Jianyi's claims, pondering if this was not a classic case of denial. Surely, he was not the only one who noticed. Bai Yinlu also harbored doubts, yet since Qiyu's arrival, the two had scarcely interacted, and on the surface, it seemed to align with Su Jianyi's assertions. She observed discreetly. It was noon. An old man, Su invited Qiyu to stay for lunch. Zhou Mingxi, without hesitation, decided to join in on the meal. Xie Xiaoxun, accustomed to following the crowd, resolutely stayed as well. Lin Wan required no persuasion, for she had come to spend time with Su Jianyi. Wherever Su Jianyi dined, she would too. Bai Yinlu chuckled, proclaiming she would partake as well. After all, It would be rather impolite to send guests away on New Year's Day without sharing a meal. Su Jianni glanced at the unexpectedly increased company and instructed the aunt to prepare additional dishes, ensuring a well-rounded banquet. Fortunately, the abundance of food prepared for the festive occasion prevented the group from resorting to mere rice. The gathering of Beijing girls and boys had come more for the intrigue than the meal, their eyes darting between Su Jianni and Yu, unabashedly searching for clues. After much observation, they found no overt signs of interaction between the two, as if, just as Su Jianni claimed, they shared no particular connection. During the meal, there were no indications that Su Jianni and Yu intended to sit together. However, curiously, they both seemed to instinctively settle, one on each side of old man Su. Was this not a bit peculiar? Yet, one could argue it was a mere coincidence. As the meal commenced, the air conditioning hummed comfortably, prompting everyone to shed their outer garments and prepare their chopsticks. Yu also removed his layers, slightly rolling up his sleeves, revealing his pale wrists adorned with a black cord. It was a gold-inlaid jade piece. Upon closer inspection, 4 pairs of eyes noticed something odd. It resembled a hair tie. Had they seen it somewhere before? In unison, the 4 gazes drifted towards Su Jianni's hair, their silence speaking volumes. Xie Shaoshun felt a chill run down his spine. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon the evidence he sought? Goodness! Surely, he was not the only one to have realized this. Aside from the clueless Xie Shaoshun, the other 3 were well aware of the rumors circulating in their academic circle regarding the broken diamond hair ties, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding. Lin Wan and Zhou Mingxi. One extravagant show. It's unbearable to watch. Bai Yin Lu frowned. Are these 2 truly together? I must continue to observe and uncover more details. Su Jianni, accustomed to the scene, failed to notice the subtlety in Yu's actions as he served food, neither overly warm nor cold, merely suggesting, "You all should eat more." Yu cast a cold glance their way, affirming, "Once we finish eating, we should return to Beijing." "Don't, brother Yu. We've only just arrived. Surely we should indulge in a few more days of fun, right, Xiaowan?" "Indeed. My deskmate promised to take me out for a stroll. You all can head back first. The hotels here in Sioux City are fully booked, and my deskmate's home cannot accommodate you all." "Deskmate, may I stay with you tonight?" "Of course." Yu shot a frosty glare in their direction. Lin Wan shivered at the icy stare, but chose to ignore it, continuing to eat. "Deskmate, the cuisine here in Sioux City suits my palate. I absolutely adore it." "Then eat more." Yu glanced at Zhou Mingxi, who felt a chill from that gaze, silently laughing within while maintaining a cordial facade. "It would be inappropriate to stay at someone else's home during the new year, right, Xiaowan?" "In Sioux City, the custom dictates that only family members may stay at home during the new year. Guests must find accommodation elsewhere. My grandfather saved me. He is my true grandfather, right? Grandpa, I can stay here tonight, can't I?" Old Su chuckled. "Of course you can. Our Su family does not adhere to such formalities." Zhou Mingxi persisted. "Ultimately, it would be quite right. We should respect their customs, shouldn't we, Xiaowan? Then where will I stay? If you don't mind, you can share my accommodation. The production team has arranged a luxurious suite for me, and I can offer you one of the rooms." "All right then, I'll stay with you." "Thank you, Yinlu." After the meal, everyone's lodging was sorted, and they were set to enjoy their outing, first heading to the renowned Hanming Temple on Hanming Mountain, a must-visit. With 6 individuals, they would need 2 vehicles. Xie Shaoshun drove his own car, with Bai Yinlu accompanying him. Lin Wan wished to ride with Su Jianni but was forcefully pulled into Xiao Xie's car by Zhou Mingxi. "Can you not be so oblivious? Did you not see how grim Brother U.S. expression is? Why approach him? Mind your own business. He was in Sioux City every day before. He must know how annoying my deskmate can be. I'm the one who hasn't seen my deskmate in ages." As the car drove off, it abruptly came to a halt. The driver, Xie Shaoshun, incredulously turned to look at the 2 individuals who seemed to be bickering playfully, realizing they might actually be developing feelings. "Wait, so you mean Brother Yu is with Su Jianni?" "Yes. So you all knew this already? I thought I was the only one who had noticed." "Come on, with your dense demeanor. It's no surprise you didn't catch on sooner." "Me dense? I'm not the one being obtuse." Xie Shaoshun's gaze shifted between the 2. "I'm not the one being slow, Zhou Dog. You tell me, Aren't you and Wan involved in something as well? Don't think I haven't noticed. Absolutely not. Definitely not. In a sleek black Rolls-Royce, as Su Jiani and Yu entered the vehicle, he elevated the partition. The expression on Su Qiani's face became utterly indescribable as Yu reached out and pulled her from another luxurious seat, cradling her in his lap. She did not resist. Instead, he buried his chin into the crook of her neck, displaying an excessive intimacy. You're not allowed to reside here. Huh? The baby's room can only be occupied by me. The baby's bed is solely for my use. The baby can only sleep with me. Suyeni? No. Yu, are you feeling jealous? Lin Wan is a girl. So what? Su Qiani fell into silence. Yu's reaction was so explosive that she found it impossible to connect his current demeanor with his usual self, feeling as if pressing down revealed two entirely different personas. Baby, when shall we sleep? Su Qiani. Su Qiani. Chapter 55. Rest assured, leave it to me, all right? Su Jiani finally came to her senses, though perhaps it would have been better had she not. Her expression stiffened, her limbs and body rigid, startled by his words. Yu was aware that she understood, and as she remained silent, he shifted his chin into the crook of her neck, his face drawing near to hers. Su Jiani was acutely aware that he knew she comprehended his insinuation, and she felt as if she might shatter from the overwhelming intensity of the moment, rendered momentarily speechless. In his past life, Yu had not been like this. During their 2 years of marriage, it had always been her who took the initiative. She had only thrown herself at him once upon graduating from university, and again just before her fall. Those 2 instances were the entirety of her boldness. The Yu of her previous life epitomized aloofness and restraint. What on earth was happening now? They had only officially been in a relationship for a week, and yet he posed such a provocative question. Su Jiani parted her lips, then pressed them together again, caught between words. Yu lifted his chin, drawing her closer into his embrace, gently grasping her small hand. His voice was cool and melodious, his tone casual. Are you frightened? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Indeed, my dear does not understand. Su Jiani thought they might let the topic pass, but after a moment, Yu, having sufficiently toyed with her delicate hand, slipped his long fingers into her sleeve, grasping her fair wrist and stroking it rhythmically. It's merely a matter of time, my dear. Are you afraid? How was she to respond? Answering would imply she understood his meaning, a realization she was not ready to concede. Thus, Su Jiani opted for continued silence. I shall study this thoroughly and devise a strategy. Rest assured. Leave it to me, all right? Su Jiani understood she could not evade this matter any longer. Biting her lip, she vaguely sought refuge in her grandfather's words. He had once said regarding such matters that they were still quite young and should maintain appropriate boundaries. He merely inquired, without suggesting they should bed down immediately. Or does my dear wish to now? I do not. Do not slander me. Thank heavens, they finally arrived at Hanming Mountain. Su Jiani leaped from the Rolls-Royce, her speed akin to lightning, while Yu, hands in pockets and clad in black sneakers, ambled leisurely behind her. At that moment, Xie Xiaoshu's car also arrived. The 6 young people set off in unison from the foot of Hanming Mountain. They were all tall and agile, reaching the summit in just an hour. Atop Hanming Mountain stood the renowned Hanming Temple, a place attracting visitors from far and wide. Su Jiani and Yu followed the path leading to the temple. Everyone, listen closely, do not worship haphazardly. There are customs to observe at Hanming Temple. Those already in a relationship should walk to the left to seek harmony and peace, while those who are not should proceed to the right to seek a romantic connection. Those who have previously prayed and now possess a relationship should walk down the center to express their gratitude. Su Jiani grew up in Sioux City, yet she was astonished to find that the Hanming Temple now possessed such precise guidance after a long absence. Although it was considerate, did it not serve as a mirror to reveal hidden romances? What about those who wished to conceal their affections? Why had no one leaked such explosive information? Before the open gates of Hanming Temple, 5 individuals stood motionless, each with a distinct expression. Only Xie Xiaoshun resolutely headed to the right. Come on, Zhou Go. We'll take the right path, right? As he walked, he realized no one was following him, causing him to stop in bewilderment. The 5 remained stationary, prompting him to question his existence. In her heart, Su Jianyi wrestled with whether to honestly walk left or continue feigning nonchalance towards the right. Qiyu took her hand publicly, no longer shying away from their connection. Su Jianyi instinctively wanted to shake him off, but found herself unable to do so. Let us go. Su Jianyi remained still. They all knew now. There was no need for pretense. Su Jianyi felt awkward as he led her along. Wait, were they not supposed to go left? Why was Qiyu guiding her straight toward the middle door? Did we take a wrong turn? Not all. We've never been here before. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her. Her eyes widened in surprise. You have been here? Yes. When? She did not respond. Su Jianyi walked alongside him, pressing for answers. When did you come to Hanming Temple? As they crossed the red threshold, they entered through the door. Xie Shaoshan, increasingly skeptical, cast a sharp gaze at Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan. Zhou Go wore a smile that concealed his true feelings, while Lin Wan appeared quite uncomfortable. Under Xie Shaoshan's scrutinizing stare, Zhou Mingxi took Lin Wan's hand and headed toward the left door, not even sparing Xie a glance. Xie Shaoshan. He had studied abroad for half a year, and yet the domestic scene was this thrilling? Yugo had not even mentioned it, and Zhou Go was already off the market. Was he, Xie Shaoshan, the only single one left? Bai Yinluo, having tidied her scattered emotions, stood there dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Are we going or not? Yinluo, you're still single? Why wouldn't I be? Beneath the ancient ginkgo tree, in front of the wishing platform, Su Jianyi bent slightly, pen in hand, inscribing words onto the red silk. Qiyu stood quietly beside her, observing her every move. Once she finished and lowered the pen, preparing to lift the red silk, Qiyu leaned in closer, his profile nearly brushing against her cheek. He took the pen she had just used and inscribed his name next to hers on the silk she had written. Sufiani? Qiyu, this is mine. Now it belongs to both of us. You could simply write another. There is no need to be so frugal. A single piece of red silk costs barely 10 yuan. Qiyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. At that moment, Su Jianyi realized it was not merely a matter of cost. It was something deeper. The warmth on her cheeks intensified. Qiyu smirked, your wish is my wish. Sejani's face grew even warmer, as if she were reluctant to write. Humph. Qiyu gently embraced her, lowering his head to lightly touch her flushed cheek. I am lazy, darling. Make more wishes. I shall assist you in realizing them. Sujani. Qiyu released her and conversed with the individual at the wishing platform, who nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a tall tripod was brought forth. Qiyu stepped onto it and hung the crimson silk they had just inscribed at a lofty height. Sejani, is that even possible? The absence of a prohibition implies its possibility. ISNT it said that the higher the wish is hung, the more likely it is to be fulfilled. Indeed, I had always thought that throwing it higher would demonstrate greater sincerity. There exists a state known as standing on the shoulders of giants. Standing on a tripod serves the same purpose. Very well, darling may stand upon my shoulders, utilizing me to realize your aspirations. Yet, there is no need to constantly suggest that she should rely on him. Chapter 56. The entire experience upon exiting Hanming Temple. There remains much to explore on Hanming Mountain. The two pairs of lovebirds have been thoroughly exposed, and they genuinely indulge in their private world, leaving behind Xie Shaosan with incessant exclamations. Sufiani, unacquainted with how others roam Hanming Mountain, chooses not to wander. Setting herself apart from the crowd, Qiyu finds a secluded and winding rocky outcrop. Before she can inquire about his presence there, he embraces her and kisses her fervently, seemingly with no end in sight. Stay close to me, breathe. Haven't grasped it yet? Let me try teaching you again. Understood? With tears glistening in her alluring eyes, Su Jianyi responds softly, I understand. No need to teach me anymore. I've got it truly. Her voice, sweet and delicate, transforms even her rejections into a form of coyness, evoking a sense of playful resistance. Qiyu's fingers caress the nape of her neck, his palm resting against her fair skin, his cool voice laced with allure. Is your boyfriend teaching you well? Indeed. Has your girlfriend truly learned? Yes, I have. Then it's your turn to kiss me. We didn't kiss last time. Qiyu gently strokes her nape, his touch tender. Still, all right. Su Jianni, not one to shy away, tilts her face up to him, only to find he is too tall. Embarrassed, she realizes she cannot reach him, so she rises onto her toes. Yet, he remains slightly elevated. Why don't you lower your head? Qiyu does not budge. He simply gazes down at her with a cool demeanor, his fingers lightly tracing her nape. In that moment, realization dawns upon Su Jianni. She wraps her slender arms around his neck. He smiles, his hands sliding down to embrace her waist, and he lowers his head in alignment with her. She kisses him, subtle, lingering. Using the method he taught her to breathe, she kisses him at her own pace. Feeling the eternal frost in his demeanor gradually thaw. As she attempts to pull away, he tightens his grip around her waist, transforming passivity into assertiveness, guiding her into a more intense experience of breath and longing. Time stretches on, releasing her lips. Su Jianni believes it is time to return and reunite with the other four. Yet, Qiyu holds her close, resting his chin against her neck, remaining still. Why not leave, darling? Qiyu's palm, through the fabric of her down jacket, rests against her lower back. Is this all right? Just a gentle squeeze. What an oddly peculiar request. Suhyeni diman silent. Qiyu interprets her silence as consent. His long fingers, unbeknownst to her, slip beneath her thick down jacket, deftly grasping her delicate waist, his palm aligning with her waistline. A shiver runs down Su Jianni's spine, and she emits a soft, incredulous sound. Realizing it is far too delicate and shameful, she promptly shuts her mouth. Qiyu begins to unabashedly squeeze her waist, just her waist. Yet, Su Jianni feels as if she might faint, burying her face in his chest, silently enduring his strange yet thrilling caresses. Time lingers on. Qiyu's hands were neatly wrapped around the exterior of her down jacket. Su Jianni's voice was somewhat enchanting. Can we go back now? They must be waiting for us. Qiyu replied, yet remained still. Are we leaving? Not really. We've already kissed and touched. It's not enough. Such a good baby. I can't help but desire more. I want all of you from head to toe. Su Jianni's expression was difficult to articulate. The Qiyu of her past life was not like this. Whether before or after marriage, it was she who chased after him. Every morning, he would receive her good morning kiss as a request from her. She would tie his tie, eagerly awaiting the gentle kiss on her forehead. That single gesture seemed to invigorate her for an entire day. He rarely, if ever, initiated any physical affection or requests. The contrast was stark. Having married him, yet never having dated him in her previous life, she never imagined that their romantic relationship would be so different. So, the man in marriage is inherently different from the boy in love? What are you thinking about, baby? Nothing much. Were you frightened by your boyfriend again? No. This level of intimacy is acceptable for a girlfriend. Perhaps we could explore something different next time. No. Please no. It's terrifying. Is Qiyu the type to inch forward like this? It certainly seems so. Only then did Su Jianni realize that since they began the new year together with intertwined fingers, hand-holding, embracing, and kissing, he had been gradually testing her boundaries, stepping further into her comfort zone. She could not maintain her defenses. They were utterly unguarded. Well, then let us not. Qiyu acquiesced, taking her hand as they walked back, seemingly respecting her refusal, yet perhaps not taking it seriously. Before descending the mountain, Su Jianni visited the restroom, and Bai Yinlu accompanied her. The line was long due to the crowd. Suddenly, Bai Yinlu spoke from behind Su Jianni. You know about the diamond-studded hair tie incident, right? I'm referring to the incident when I wore the same diamond-studded hair tie that you did. Oh, at that time, I was unaware that it was the hair Tai Qiyu showcased. The one I wore was provided by my assistant, and she was the one who took and posted the photo. Oh, Su Jianni, do you believe my explanation? I do. You don't think I'm deceiving you, do you? Perhaps I did it deliberately. It doesn't matter, whether intentional or not, it won't affect me. Su Jianni's expression was impassive. Bai Yinlu laughed. I've witnessed it. Those who are loved can indeed be this arrogant. Your composure suggests that you are certain I cannot affect you and Qiyu. Does he provide you with such confidence? Su Jianni turned her head, casting a speechless glance at Bai Yinlu. Why aren't you speaking? I just don't wish to discuss this in front of so many people. At that moment, Bai Yinlu finally realized that everyone in line was eavesdropping, both the young and the elderly, and they couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, let's discuss this later outside. After washing their hands and drying them, Su Jiani and Bai Yinlu found a spot to converse. Bai Yinlu took the initiative, saying, "My assistant was arranged by my aunt, deliberately creating such sensational rumors. The gossip from school was similarly orchestrated. Oh, aren't you curious as to why? Why? To deal with the Qi family. My aunt is the assistant to Qi Yu's second aunt." Oh, although Su Jiani didn't grasp the first part, she was already aware of the latter from her previous life. It's somewhat difficult to articulate. I serve as a pawn for my aunt, alleviating the burdens of her mistress. They're grooming me, with the expectation that I will one day prove useful. Useful for what? To ensnare Qi Yu. Chapter 57. The baby takes me inside Su Jiani. Is it hard for you to believe? At that moment, an indescribable expression appeared on Bai Yinluo's beautiful face, yet she self-deprecatingly continued, "They were drawn to my appearance, believing my looks were sufficient, and thus began to treat me well, providing my family and me with substantial material assistance. Indeed, her beauty was remarkable. Otherwise, she would not have become the belle of the capital's affiliated high school. My family was not well off. My parents lacked any viable means of making a living and had little integrity, easily accepting the benefits they offered. For a long time, I thought my aunt treated us well because of her regard for my father. It was not until I turned 18 that she laid bare her intentions, revealing their plan for me to entangle with Qi Yu in the future. Aware of my humble origins, they promised to arrange a path for my advancement, providing resources to cultivate me into a future leading lady. Such an opportunity, though tainted with ulterior motives, was indeed monumental. Countless individuals would yearn for such a chance without ever acquiring it. I accepted it. Sufiani. She had never envisioned it this way. I will strive diligently to become an international film queen. Therefore, Su Jiani, I candidly confess that I am your rival in love, whether I desire it or not. I am now. If you remain with Qi Yu in the future, they will undoubtedly go to great lengths to separate you. And I will inevitably be one of their instruments, so be wary of me. Su Jiani gazed at Bai Yinluo with a complex expression. If that is the case, why are you telling me all this? I do not know. Perhaps it is because I like you, or perhaps it is to invoke your sympathy, in hopes that you might lower your guard against me. I do not sympathize with you. This is your own choice. Bai Yinluo smiled indeed. I hope you and Qi Yu part ways soon, so that the person I must contend with is not you. Oh, Su Jiani, do not dismiss this lightly. Allow me to remind you, individuals coveting the heir of the Qi family, Qi Yu, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. I am merely an ordinary pawn among them. Oh, do you know how many distinguished young ladies Qi Yu met in the capital this new year? Su Jiani shook her head. I do not know. Not less than 1,000, at least 100. I know your family's circumstances are decent, but it is still insufficient for you to become Qi Yu's wife. The Qi family would never accept you into their fold. You may manage to date him, but that is about all. I'm sorry, but she was indeed married into the family in her past life, albeit through rather unspeakable means. Su Jiani refrained from voicing her thoughts. Bai Yinluo smiled again. By the way, I mentioned that my trip to Su City was genuinely for filming, but I'm also here on a mission to get closer to you. Qi Yu's second aunt heard that Madame Qi offered you 10 million, which you rejected. She wants to know whether you and Qi Yu are truly involved. I have already deduced the answer and will report it truthfully to my aunt. Qi Yu's second aunt will know immediately. Oh, this second aunt of the Qi family, with her heavy schemes and means, never considers right or wrong, only the effectiveness of her actions. Su Jiani had encountered her before in her past life. Su Jiani, aren't you going to persuade me a little? Perhaps a few kind words from you could help me navigate this situation. Do as you wish. Aren't you afraid? They might very well do something to you and Qi Yu. The Kais are deeply entrenched in their ways. Even if Aunt Qi doesn't take action herself, she will certainly inform others. That is a matter for Qi Yu to handle. Qi will deal with his family affairs. I have no interest in it. Bai Yinluo understood, realizing the impatience reflected in Su Jiani's words and expression, which clearly suggested that if Qi Yu could not manage his family's people, and they provoked her, she might very well kick him aside in frustration. Ha ha ha. Sujiani, I truly adore you for this. You are such a source of pride for us. Chiyu must really cherish you to allow you such freedom. We should return now. Let's go. Bai Yinluo insisted on linking her arm with Sujiani's. Sujiani frowned, questioning whether they could truly be friends. How can we not be friends? I quite like you. If you ever break up with Chiyu, we could easily become good friends. Can't future friends hold hands? That is not quite the logic, is it? Before Sujiani could pull away, Bai Yinluo had already intertwined her arm with hers, guiding her back. Chiyu cast a cold, piercing glance at the jubilant Bai Yinluo's hands. Bai Yinluo laughed joyfully. Previously, she had perceived Chiyu as icy and godlike, but now, through her newfound lens, she discerned the jealousy and threat hidden beneath his expressionless facade. As Sujiani approached him, the frost on his handsome face immediately melted away, softening the rigid lines of his features. Bai Yinluo chuckled inwardly. It would be delightful for those wealthy, powerful individuals who looked down on others to witness the unremarkable demeanor of their desperately aspiring prince of the chief family. There were numerous folk activities near Hanming Mountain. The six of them dined out, enjoying the evening until darkness fell, before dispersing to their respective places. On the return journey, only Sujiani and Chiyu occupied the back seat of the car. He pulled her onto his lap, his arms tightly encircling her, burying his head into her shoulder. His breath seeping into the collar of her sweater, cascading down to her collarbone. Sujiani contemplated pushing him away, but refrained, waiting for him to speak. After a moment, he finally asked, "My dear, what did Bai Yinluo say to you?" She mentioned that during the new year, you met hundreds of young socialites in the capital. It was merely a customary exchange for the new year. Are you feeling jealous, my dear? Not particularly. You're not jealous? Huh. I enjoy it when you're jealous. When you chase them all away, just like before. No, it's just that I used to. She had truly guarded him closely, monopolizing every possible moment that could be exploited by others. It was difficult to explain, regardless of the past. Do as you please in the future. Chiyu tightened his embrace, drawing her in closer. I have always been attentive. In the future, my dear, be mindful. Aside from me, do not hold hands or embrace anyone else. When have I ever? No, Chiyu, is that really necessary? It is quite common for us girls to behave this way. If your boyfriend disapproves, should I simply find another one? Sujiani felt a sudden chill as Chi Yujun's expression turned icy, instilling a sense of dread within her. I was merely jesting, she quickly backtracked. Joking is not permissible. He replied sternly. Very well. I shall retract my previous statement and refrain from mentioning changing boyfriends in the future. All right. I promise not to bring it up again. Is that all it takes to appease you? Upon returning to the small villa, Chiyu parked the car and embraced Sujiani around the waist, refusing to let go. Chiyu, I must go inside now. Darling, I have nowhere to go tonight. But you have a place in Sioux City, don't you? During the new year, would you truly leave me to dwell alone in that desolate house? What is it that you desire then? Either you accompany me, or you allow me to enter with you. Chapter 58. The voice of Chiyu, cool and deep, was imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Be good. Choose one. Sujiani's expression and gaze were complex as she looked at him. Choose what? Choose whether I was struck out by my grandfather with a broom or whether I had my legs broken by him. Grandfather wouldn't he do that? How long have you known him? You've only seen his gentle side. You have no idea how fierce his temper can be. Sujiani was very close to Chiyu, feeling his phone vibrate. She immediately thought that given the busy nature of the Chi family, it was already a stretch for Chiyu, the future heir, to spare a day in Sioux City. He would definitely return to Beijing tonight. What a tease. Clearly about to leave, yet still flirting with her. Sujiani raised an eyebrow, her peach blossom eyes blinking playfully. Shall we give it a try? The last syllable lingered, sweet and flirtatious. As she spoke, she gazed at him with her alluring eyes, attempting to convey emotions she wasn't quite skilled at expressing. But her inherent charm made her gaze irresistibly seductive. Chiyu was evidently taken aback by her unexpected playfulness. Recognizing her intention to tease him, his eyes darkened further, and a smirk formed on his lips. Try what? Take me away. Come back tomorrow and see if my grandfather will break my legs. All right. Eh. In an instant, Chiyu lifted her off the ground, holding her securely in his arms. This was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Sujiani struggled fiercely, yet Chiyu's grip was unyielding, his arms as solid as steel. Panic surged within her. Chiyu, what are you doing? Chiyu carried her towards the sleek black Rolls-Royce. We're going to try what you suggested. Sujiani felt utterly helpless, her voice trembling. I was joking. Chiyu, please put me down. I'm serious now. He settled her into the back seat, leaving no room for refusal. Uncle He, the driver, appeared startled. Young master? Drive. To the helipad? No, to Sushui Bay. Oh, understood. Sujiani found herself enveloped in Chiyu's embrace, his scent overwhelming her senses. She felt both suffocated and exhilarated. Finally, as Chiyu loosened his grip slightly, she managed to lift her head. She met his dark gaze, poised to speak, but his cool lips descended upon hers, stealing away her breath once more. Chiyu seemed to be losing control. No, not just a little, but completely. Sujiani was brought to tears by his kiss. Not the kind of tears one feigns, nor the kind born of heartbreak, but genuine tears that flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She had no idea what she had done to provoke him. In that moment, she felt the intensity of Chiyu's emotions. A fervor he had never displayed in his previous life. Never. What was happening? After what felt like an eternity, Sujiani melted into Chiyu's embrace, his hold on her unyielding. It was as if he were a ravenous beast, her tears not enough for him. He raised a hand to gently press down on her head. As her half arm and hand finally regained some mobility, she used them to push against his chest, repeatedly and resolutely. She seemed to sense it and finally released her lips. Sujiani felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had he truly awakened from his previous frenzy? He held her close, gazing into her eyes without any pretense. In those deep, dark eyes, emotions surged, emotions of possession and concern. She found herself unable to look away, her gaze betraying an unrecognized fascination. All she knew was that this was what she had yearned for in her past life. Silence enveloped them. Neither averted their gaze. After 30 seconds of this intense exchange, alarm bells rang in Sujiani's mind. She realized that if they continued to stare at each other like this, something was bound to happen. She turned her head aside. Chiyu, what is wrong with you? You were quite fierce just now. Fierce? Sujiani turned back, pointing to her slightly stinging lower lip. Look, it's all chafed. Isn't it? You did that. Still not fierce? Chiyu lowered his gaze to the spot she indicated, his long eyelashes casting alluring shadows on his face. That was me. I was fierce. He leaned closer, lowering his head. Sujiani immediately recoiled. What are you going to do? Blow on it? No. At that moment, the car came to a halt. We've arrived. Where? Sushui Bay. Sujiani had heard of this elite area in Sioux City. Do you usually stay here in Sioux City? Occasionally. Most of the time, I return to Nanfang Chi. Oh. Peering out through the glass window, Sujiani was struck by how the elevator doors appeared more grand and impressive than those in other neighborhoods. She bent down and stood up from Chiyu's lap. He did not stop her, but as she attempted to sit on the adjacent seat, he grasped her slender leg. Sujiani laughed. Why are you holding my leg? What is the baby doing? Making room for you. Aren't you getting out? The baby isn't getting out? Why get out for? Didn't you say you wanted to try? I was just joking. You took it seriously. Sujiani found herself at a loss and stared intently at him. Would you be willing to let my grandfather break my legs? Absolutely. You have a heart of stone. With her legs still in his grip, she was caught in the middle of his seat. Her fierce words lacked conviction, and she resorted to softening her tone. I admit I was wrong. Okay? I shouldn't have made such a joke. And? I don't really know. Why don't you, my boyfriend, tell me why you went crazy just now? I promise to change next time. What does that mean? Do you know how terrified I was? Chiyu smirked. Do you think showing weakness now will help you? Let us address one thing at a time. First, tell me how I provoked you. Come up with me, and I'll tell you. Suddenly, Sujiani's ears flashed crimson. How could he articulate such a simple sentence with a voice so cool and composed, rendering it so vivid and expressive? Chiyu discerned the chaos in her eyes and the sudden blush on her ears, and his previously calm tone deepened by a couple of degrees. We're already here. Will you come? Su Jianni's heart raced with a cacophony of emotions. This impudent fellow knew precisely how to bait her, and she felt herself on the verge of capitulation. Just observe, I shall not impose upon you. The hour was still early, and she could have Uncle He escort her home later. The boxes you left behind are upstairs. You might want to see if there's anything you wish to reclaim. Su Jianni thought of the stack of test papers and manuscripts. Indeed, she was eager to rummage through them. Very well, you have my word. I shall have Uncle He take me home afterwards. MHM. Su Jianni obediently alighted from the vehicle, oblivious to Chi Yu's slight smirk and the deepening shadow in his gaze. Chapter 59. Accompany me, Suwater Bay, a high-rise residence, 18th floor. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them, leaving only Su Jianni and Chi Yu inside. At that moment, Su Jianni finally realized, in a state of confusion, that she had been unwittingly led back to his home by Chi Yu. The situation was decidedly precarious. A chill ran down her spine, yet she feigned calmness as she crouched down to untie her shoelaces, her voice barely above a whisper. Chi Yu, do you have any slippers that I can wear? The slight tremor in her tone betrayed her, though she remained oblivious. Chi Yu also knelt down slowly to untie his shoes, his head drawing near to hers, allowing him to sense her breath hitch before she composed herself once more. After changing into his slippers, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and lifted her effortlessly, placing her sock-clad feet atop the surface of his cotton slippers. Chi Yu, you didn't prepare my shoes? Su Jianni was unnervingly close to Chi Yu, her heart racing as he tightened his hold, as if intending to carry her away. She immediately protested, wait. I have a habit of washing my hands before going home. Before she could finish, Chi Yu had already lifted her and brought her to the sink. Standing on his shoes, she felt his presence behind her as he leaned down, his body pressing against her back. His arms encircled her, reaching around to turn on the faucet, and the water cascaded down as he gently took her hands, methodically helping her wash them. Su Jianni was rendered speechless with astonishment. Chi Yu meticulously cleaned each finger, then dried them one by one. What else do you wish to do, my dear? And nothing else. Are you certain? Absolutely. What she truly desired in this intimate moment was something she dared not voice. Chi Yu picked her up once more, heading straight to the bedroom. He laid her down on the bed, and her expression changed dramatically. She knew she couldn't physically overpower him. Within 3 attempts, he would easily subdue her. Thus, she resolved to rely on her wit. Remaining silent, she studied Chi Yu's expression. He wore a neutral demeanor as he leaned closer, pressing down toward her. Su Jianni felt a wave of panic wash over her, her voice trembling. No, Chi Yu. You promised you wouldn't do anything to me. Chi Yu had already reclined beside her, enveloping her securely in his embrace, his lips curving into a smirk. Did you think I would do something to you now? Su Jianni's back, layered with her down jacket, pressed against Chi Yu's chest. She curled into herself, resembling a cooked shrimp. I didn't think that, but our coats are so dirty. One they soil your bedding? Do you wish to take off your clothes? I don't want to. Well then, we shall not remove them. So suddenly realized, this isn't what I imagined. Yet, lying here in such an intimate embrace felt undeniably ambiguous and strange. She squirmed, attempting to rise. Chi Yu's voice was deep and husky. I haven't dare to kiss you, fearing it might escalate. If you keep squirming, I instantly. Su Jianni ceased all resistance, obediently nestling into his embrace, too afraid to move. Good girl. Stay with me for a while. I'm tired. Okay. Indeed, it was merely a simple act of slumber. Soon, Su Jianni discerned that Chi Yu's breathing had grown even and tranquil, and the strength of the arms enveloping her had relaxed somewhat. He must have fallen asleep. Given his busyness and fatigue, it was entirely normal for him to drift off so quickly. Su Jianni contemplated escaping from his embrace. But as soon as she made a move, the grip of Chi Yu's arm tightened slightly, compelling her to remain beside him. After a considerable duration, Su Jianni's once tense nerves had loosened significantly, yet she remained wide awake. Maintaining a single posture for an extended period was quite uncomfortable, and she resolved to free herself from Chi Yu's hold. Learning from her previous experience, she did not attempt to wriggle directly out. Instead, She cleverly extricated herself from her down jacket, successfully liberating herself from his embrace. Chiyu furrowed his brow slightly, his face brushing against the jacket she had left behind, rubbing against it before he succumbed to sleep once more. In this moment, he appeared profoundly attached to her. Su Jianni felt her cheeks flush and gritted her teeth in frustration. "Oh, Chiyu, in my previous life, I married you, becoming your legitimate wife. Spending over 2 years yearning for you night after night, only to have my heart shattered by dawn. Now, having been reborn and wishing to distance myself from you, you come creeping back, wearing that look of unwavering affection. Are you truly so cheap-hearted?" Gazing at his handsome visage softened by sleep, illuminated by the night's glow, she was irresistibly tempted to pinch and nibble at him, yet she refrained, fearing she would awaken him. She stepped out of the bedroom and proceeded to the entrance. Opening the shoe cabinet, there, nestled within, lay a pair of pristine, plush slippers. She retrieved them and slipped them on. They fit perfectly, reminiscent of the ones she wore in her dormitory. How amusing! She had known all along that her shoes had been prepared, yet he insisted they were absent. Merely to tease her, entering the living room, she noted that Chiyu had not lied. The boxes from her grandfather's house were indeed neatly arranged in his living room. After surveying the area, she failed to locate the transparent box containing the examination paper she sought. A thorough search led her to discover it in Chiyu's study. The examination papers and manuscript pages were meticulously organized on his bookshelf. As she pulled half of them out, idly flipping through, she noticed they had been sorted chronologically, causing her face to flush once more. A glance at the small note she had inscribed on the first examination paper sent shivers of embarrassment down her spine, conjuring memories of a particular night when Chiyu sat at this very desk, poring over her nonsensical scribbles. The thought was so overwhelming it made her wish to wander the earth in solitude. With a determined spirit, Su Jianni forced herself to review the papers repeatedly, gradually shifting her focus from her own writing to Chiyu's elegant handwriting. His script was truly beautiful and captivating. The same ink flowed from his pen, exuding a quality and grace that surpassed others. At times, she could become so mesmerized by his writing that she lost track of time, and this was one such moment. Returning to her senses, she endeavored to view the papers from an outsider's perspective. Slowly, she began to perceive the care her grandfather had mentioned. In her previous life, the examination papers and manuscript pages Chiyu had used to explain problems to her had been examined countless times, yet she had never uncovered the secrets within them. This was due to her flawed perspective. She'd been hopelessly enmeshed in her own hidden affections. From an external perspective, particularly from Chiyu's vantage point, one could easily discern the profound patience he exhibited towards her, bordering on indulgent affection. He truly cherished her, a sentiment that had blossomed long ago. "Darling, why are you awake?" Chiyu suddenly encircled Su Jianni from behind. She was seated, and his arm rested across her collarbone, poised dangerously close to constricting her throat, rendering her breathless. Su Jianni was startled, her nerves taut as she set down the paper she had been clutching and turned to face him. "You're awake?" His hair was slightly disheveled, and beneath the tousled strands, his dark eyes were fixed intently on her. "Yes, the darling isn't here, so I can't sleep." At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Su Jianni. "You didn't sleep at all when I wasn't here?" It wasn't as fragrant. "The darling smells wonderful," he remarked, nuzzling into the crook of her neck. This was simply overwhelming. Suddenly, Chiyu let out a sharp gasp, sounding quite pained. Su Jianni instinctively tensed, her voice laced with concern. "What's wrong?" Chapter 60. Scallion White Chiyu remained silent, his handsome visage betraying a hint of vulnerability. Su Jianni discerned a flicker of anguish within him, and, without a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Is it your stomach that pains you?" Oh, in her previous life, Su Jianni had meticulously monitored Chiyu's dietary habits and was well aware that he did not suffer from any gastric ailments. However, he was notoriously finicky. He would not touch dishes he deemed unworthy, and even those he found marginally acceptable were sampled only once before being dismissed, regardless of his gnawing hunger. Reflecting on it, she recalled that during lunch at her grandfather's house, he had barely eaten, and at dinner at the foot of Hanming Mountain, he had scarcely touched his meal. Ah, the pampered son of the Qi family certainly has a discerning palate. If you're not in pain, then who is? At that moment, Qiyu sensed the coolness in Su Jianni's tone, a stark contrast to her previous concern for his well-being. He raised his head from where it had nestled against her neck, distancing himself from her seat to meet her gaze directly. Leaning against the desk, he appeared to be in such discomfort that he needed the support to remain upright. Su Jianni regarded him with a complex expression. He was clearly ravenous. It was not the right time to inquire about when he had begun to harbor feelings for her. Qiyu remained silent, his dark eyes fixated on her face. Unwavering, unable to endure the intensity of his gaze, she spoke again. Would you like something to eat? Shall we order takeout? Even before Qiyu could respond, Su Jianni already anticipated his answer. He would rather starve than consume any random takeout. If her assumptions were correct, Qiyu had likely brought his chef with him to Sioux City, but perhaps they were on holiday for the new year. In this apartment, she was the only one capable of cooking. Recalling Qiyu's occasional mischievous nature, she fell silent. Noticing her reticence, Qiyu finally voiced his desire. I do not wish to order takeout. Darling, I crave noodles. Oh, in an instant, Su Jianni grasped the unspoken implications of his words, yet she feigned ignorance. Then why not cook some yourself? I cannot. Oh, but, darling, aren't you capable of making noodles? She indeed possessed that skill, along with the ability to prepare all the dishes he relished. Thanks to her past life, she had diligently mastered them all. Yet she presently had no desire to step into the kitchen for him. She had not forgotten the morning of her fall, when he remarked, "The breakfast made by Annie is the same as yours." Simultaneously, she found herself at a loss for a valid excuse to decline, for it would be disingenuous to claim she could not cook. After all, Qiyu had dined at her grandfather's house, where she had occasionally prepared noodles, which he had sampled. Qiyu remained unaware of her past life, and she could not reveal that a lingering emotional bond from her former existence prevented her from allowing him to starve before her eyes. To cook or not to cook, that was the dilemma at hand. Noticing the uncertainty flickering in her eyes, Qiyu pressed his thin lips together, his handsome face paling slightly. Leaning against the desk, his tall frame suddenly bent lower, sinking down further. A sharp gasp of pain escaped him, elongated and heavy. Su Jianni could not bear to witness him starve before her eyes. She approached the refrigerator, conducted a thorough inspection, and then donned her gloves to retrieve the frozen shrimp. Hastily defrosting them, the shrimp immediately perked up at the edge of the sink, waving their pincers joyfully. Qiyu stood behind her, his handsome face appearing less pained. Upon seeing Su Jianni preparing to handle the shrimp, he furrowed his brows. Wasn't the baby allergic to seafood? I did not consume it. Would there be an issue if we came into contact? It should be all right. Su Jianni shook her gloved hands. I am wearing gloves. However, there is indeed a concern. She was allergic to live seafood. In her previous life, she had no experience handling seafood and suffered an allergic reaction that necessitated a hospital visit for an injection. Eventually, she learned to be cautious and always wore gloves. Qiyu's brow remained furrowed. Baby, if there is any risk, it is not imperative to eat shrimp. There is only this in the refrigerator. If not shrimp, will you eat plain noodles? Qiyu's handsome face remained expressionless. I can forego it. I am not that hungry. I merely desire the sensation of you cooking for me, an experience I cherish. Su Jianni shot him a glance. Were you just feigning a stomachache? A bit, he admitted. Then let us proceed. Su Jianni ignored him further and reached for the shrimp. Qiyu grasped her wrist. Baby, teach me. I will handle it. I will not be allergic. As he spoke, he began to remove her gloves. Su Jianni, feeling somewhat foolish, was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of grievance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her vision blurred slightly, and her nose tinged with bitterness. She quickly suppressed her emotions and calmly instructed him on how to devein the shrimp, how to separate the meat, and how to add oil, waiting for it to reach the appropriate temperature before adding the battered shrimp. Qiyu learned quickly, skillfully preparing the shrimp. Su Jianni had also cooked the noodles for him. She took some scallions, trimmed the roots and green tops, leaving only the white parts, and chopped them delicately before sprinkling a handful atop the perfectly plated noodles. Let us serve it. Chiyu paused, surprised. How did you know I only eat the white parts of the scallions? Sujiani was taken aback as well. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, feigning an expression of embarrassment. I have observed you closely in the past. Then, she added a rhetorical question. Have I perhaps observed incorrectly? If you dislike the white parts, you may remove them with your chopsticks. Indeed, I like them. Oh. Chiyu sat at the dining table, took a bite, and his gaze deepened. The taste was overwhelmingly familiar. He took several more bites, growing increasingly acquainted with the flavor, which perfectly aligned with his preferences. As far as he knew, only the old cook from the Chi family could achieve such a level of culinary excellence. Even the chefs hired by Madame Chi, after several months of training, either resembled the dish without capturing its essence, or vice versa. They were incomparable to this bowl of noodles. Upon reaching the bottom of the bowl, Chiyu set down his chopsticks. Sagani felt a twinge of anxiety. Chiyu was not someone easily deceived, and she feared he might sense something amiss. As he consumed his noodles, she observed his expressions closely. However, with his remarkable ability to regulate his emotions, it proved difficult for anyone to discern his true feelings. And Sagani gleaned nothing substantial. Thus, she remained unsettled. When Chiyu lifted his gaze to meet hers, an unspoken question lingered in the air. Sagani, taking the initiative, asked, "Have you finished? Can the driver take me home now?" "Not in a hurry," he replied, noticing her unease yet unable to fathom its cause. "Darling, why not be candid with me? What makes this bowl of noodles so exceptional?" "What do you mean?" she responded, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Only the old chef of the Chi family could create such noodles. Sagani hesitated, her expression laced with anguish, as if tears were on the brink of spilling forth, threatening to erupt in a fit of despair. Chiyu stood, moved closer, and enveloped her shoulders in an embrace, drawing her close without uttering a word. "It's all right," he reassured softly. "I will wait. Please do not rush, all right?" Chapter 61. Heartache. Chiyu personally escorted Su Jiani back to the small villa. Throughout the journey, her mind was elsewhere. He refrained from inquiring about the bowl of noodles. If she chose not to speak of it, he could simply have someone investigate. Her demeanor was unsettling, as if a single word from him could shatter her composure, causing her to weep uncontrollably as she had before. He could not bear to witness her tears, which fell like droplets onto his already wounded heart, intensifying his anguish. Chiyu recalled the first time he saw her cry so desperately. It was on the day the college entrance examination results were announced. He had assumed she had performed poorly, yet the outcome was evidently different. Since May, she had ceased to rush towards him, no longer employing her unique tactics, nor preparing the noodles that only his family's cook could master. What could be the reason for such a change? At the Iron Gate, Su Jiani glanced at her phone before looking up at Chiyu. "It's 10 o'clock. Are you returning to Beijing tonight?" "Yes. I will be entering the laboratory in a couple of days for some menial tasks. My time is quite limited, and there are only a few days left of winter break. You need to make the trip back and forth between the two cities. It's quite a distance. Are you worried about me?" Su Jiani did not respond. Chiyu then asked, "On which day?" Which day will I enter the laboratory?" "The day after tomorrow, the 10th. "All right." Chiyu observed her stable expression, surmising that her recent emotional turmoil had subsided. He gently pressed his cool lips to her forehead. "You should go inside. I have explained to Grandpa the reason for my late return. There is no need for deception." Oh. Su Jiani's expression became slightly awkward, as if implying that she frequently resorted to lies. That night, Su Jiani lay in bed, tossing and turning, struggling to fall asleep. The events that transpired at Su Shui Bay had profoundly impacted her. The first revelation was her realization of Chiyu's feelings for her. She had pondered why his attitude towards her had undergone such a drastic transformation, from the aloof, ascetic demeanor of his past life to the fervent disregard for his persona in this life. The difference was staggering. She had even questioned whether he sought revenge against her, for his privileged temperament could hardly tolerate anyone undermining his authority, especially amidst rumors that she was exploiting him. But that was not the case. It was simply because he liked her. With this understanding, many things began to make sense. Whether she pursued him as she had in her previous life or maintained a distance in this rebirth, it seemed they were destined to be together in the end. Yet, a question arose. If she loved him and he loved her in return, why had their marriage in the past life turned into a tragedy? Was it because he had never expressed his feelings to her? Indeed, she had declared her affection for him, even professing her love. Yet he had merely responded with a non-committal mm. It was akin to emotions concealed within an examination paper. She had laid her heart bare, while he had remained silent. Merely acting. Did he not comprehend how significant his words were to her? Sighing deeply in the darkness, Su Jianni released a soft, lingering breath. In her previous life, trapped within the logic of a humble admirer, she had been reluctant to believe in his genuine affection, and as long as he remained silent, she lacked the confidence to embrace such a possibility. This is a matter concerning the two of them, yet marriage has never solely been about two individuals. It also encompasses his family and hers, his esteemed Qi family and her distinguished Su family. Particularly poignant is the manner in which she entered the Qi family in her past life. As Su Jianni contemplated this, her fingers instinctively clutched the blanket. Even though Qi Yu now expresses his feelings more fervently, the disparity in their backgrounds remains unchanged. Should they ultimately find themselves once again stepping into the grave of matrimony, it is likely it would become her tomb as well. Thus, Su Jianni reminded herself to simply enjoy the romance. She let out a gentle sigh as she spoke these words to herself, followed by a smile. Yes, romance. She felt a mix of fear and courage. She ought to be brave. She has always been courageous. Even after enduring numerous hardships, she is Su Jianni, and she possesses the audacity to pursue romance with anyone, including Qi Yu. She has always been that valiant person. As her grandfather once said, being with Qi Yu would not hinder her studies or aspirations. Rather, it could serve as a positive influence in her life. Why shouldn't Shi, this splendid Qi Yu, who cares for her deeply, is leagues ahead of the Qi Yu from her previous life? Gossip from her past life cannot defeat Su Jianni. She was able to marry such a Qi Yu. Surely, this wonderful Qi Yu deserves her affection. She is merely 18, unburdened by thoughts of the future. The crux of the matter is that he never even afforded her the chance to refuse. He desires her company, and regardless of her hesitations, he possesses the means to draw her in. She is both in awe and exasperated by Qi Yu's unwavering determination, always choosing to interpret her resistance as playful banter. If she strikes back, he retaliates with charm. The psychological strength of the Qi family's heir is unparalleled. Could it be that Qi Yu has also been reborn? Su Jianni found it difficult not to ponder this possibility. Can romance truly transform someone from aloofness to the Qi Yu of today? She struggled to comprehend whether he had always been this way, or if rebirth, or something else entirely, had altered him. From Qi Yu's current demeanor, it was evident that he had not experienced rebirth. This brings to light a second incident that occurred at Su Shui Bay. Due to those scallions and that bowl of noodles, Qi Yu seemed to harbor suspicions about her. She cannot explain it, unless she divulged the truth of her rebirth, a notion she was reluctant to share. He merely handed her a rubber band, yet he effortlessly assumed the role of her boyfriend, indifferent to her wavering feelings. Should she reveal to Qi Yu that they share a past life, and that she was once his wife, she shuddered at the thought of how he might interpret that revelation. It is indeed quite terrifying. Su Jianni couldn't help but shiver. Today, as she prepared to peel a live shrimp, he exhibited such concern for her. If he were to learn of her past sacrifices for him, she could only imagine his reaction. The thought was too daunting to entertain. Su Jianni pondered throughout the night, her thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic, until she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Wan, Zhou Mingxi, and Xie Shaoshun departed from Su City. Bai Yin Luo remained, dedicated to perfecting her role, choosing to stay in Su City to study under Aunt Su. Su Jianni rode her motorcycle to Su Medical University, poised to swipe her card to enter the laboratory. Chapter 62. Adults and children. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Su Jianni turned to see Qi Yu. Clad in a black down jacket with the zipper unfastened, the garment was impeccably designed, gently conforming to his physique even when left undone, revealing just a hint of a black sweater beneath. As he approached her, his tall stature and long legs delivered a striking impact to the aesthetics-oriented Su Jianni. He drew near, and Su Jianni slightly furrowed her brows, wondering why he had come again. ignoring her unspoken thoughts. Chiyu halted in front of her and grasped her hand, remarking on its chilliness. His broad palm tenderly rubbed her small hand, adjusting the pressure as if attempting to warm her. Su Jianyi's expression was one of mixed emotions. Despite her thick down jacket made of 90 down and having just ridden a motorcycle through the brisk air, her hands, which had only recently shed their gloves, should not have felt so icy. "Is the baby warm now?" he inquired, his voice almost a whisper. "Warm," she replied, her voice sweet yet barely escaping her lips. "Is the baby's little face cold?" "Chiyu, don't push your luck." Didn't I mention that I would be heading to the laboratory? I asked you not to shuttle between the two cities anymore. Why are you here today? Didn't we just spend nearly an entire day together 2 days ago? The investors are here to inspect the project as progress and to check on the well-being of a certain support staff member, he stated matter-of-factly. Are you worried that I might be overwhelmed with work? As Su Jianyi swiped her card to enter the laboratory, Chiyu followed closely behind, unfazed. She felt his clinginess was excessive. Allowing him to accompany her into the lab would surely provide fodder for her senior colleague's teasing. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Chiyu, you're not seriously planning to visit the project team upstairs, are you?" "No." His voice was cool, yet slightly muted. "I'll escort you here and return at noon to take you out for lunch." The two stood rather close, and while Chiyu remained still, Qi Linyuan, observing from behind, perceived the situation quite differently. In the corridor leading to the laboratory entrance, Qi Linyuan had been amiably discussing data with a PhD from the research team when he noticed Su Jianyi. He was about to smile when he saw the tall figure standing too close to her, and his expression faltered upon recognizing Chiyu, whose demeanor had suddenly turned grave. Approaching, his gaze and voice turned serious. Qi Linyuan addressed Chiyu, "Young Master Qi, although you represent the investors, please respect our project team and refrain from entering our laboratory outside of designated inspection times, as it may disrupt our team's work." Chiyu turned to him, his tone frosty. "Who determines the inspection times?" "The investors," Qi Linyuan replied. Su Jianyi immediately sensed the tension rising between the two. Qi Linyuan, exasperated, added, "Even if young Master Qi wishes to visit, proper notice should be given, and the time should be mutually confirmed. You may consider my presence a random inspection, but if you're deliberately seeking a quarrel, fine." Qi Linyuan gritted his teeth and smiled. "Please, young master. Su Jianyi, come with me. I have to discuss the latest task arrangement with you." "All right." Su Jianyi lifted her foot to follow. Chiyu grasped her arm. "Dear, remember to wait for me at noon for lunch." Su Jianyi followed Qi Linyuan upstairs, noticing his rather grim expression. Yet he did not reveal the new task he had for her. "Su Jianyi, are you truly in a relationship with Chiyu?" "Do you realize he is from the Qi family? Do you have any idea how bothersome they can be? Setting that aside, you're only a freshman. Do your parents approve of you dating at this age?" "I am of age now, and my grandfather supports us." "What about Su Lisu? Does she have no objections?" "She doesn't know yet. Aren't you afraid to tell her?" "Not necessary. I will inform her, if I can get in touch." Su Jianyi was quite taken aback. This was the first time Qi Linyuan had mentioned her mother's name in her presence. Previously, he had never brought it up and had been subtly probing for information, since he had openly spoken about it. Although Su Jianyi found it exceedingly strange and hard to voice, she still asked him, "Senior, do you know my mother?" Qi Linyuan fell silent. "Just now, you mentioned my mother's name. I recall I never disclosed it in front of you or included it in any enrollment or project documentation." Qi Linyuan's expression stiffened slightly. "Su Jianyi, matters concerning adults are not for children to inquire about." After saying this, he inquired, "Has Su Lisu not returned to Sioux City for the new year? You have just turned 18. Does she truly leave you behind for the holidays? Do you know which city she went to and with whom?" Su Jianyi chuckled in response. "I don't know. Senior, how could a child know about adult matters? Regardless, it is still too early for you to be in a relationship. I am 10 years older than you. I have been through this and advise you to dedicate more time to your studies and experiments." "Oh, thank you for the advice, Senior." Having finished the stairs, they reached the end of the corridor, arriving at the laboratory. Qi Linyuan had already organized his chaotic thoughts and began to explain the entire project's progress and the current focus of tasks to Su Jianyi, ultimately detailing her specific duties. Clearly, He was cultivating her overall perspective of the project from the very beginning. Su Jiani listened attentively, diligently crafting her task plan, committing to complete each item with utmost quality. Through her first semester of studies and the continuous accumulation during the winter break, Su Jiani's reservoir of knowledge expanded significantly, enabling her to contribute more in the laboratory. Furthermore, with Qi Linyuan intentionally assigning her more crucial tasks to occupy her time, she found herself exceptionally busy. When engaged in her work, Su Jiani was a person of unwavering dedication. In order to expedite the preliminary analysis of a set of data, she, like her seniors, consumed her lunch in the laboratory, eating the delivered boxed meals. She did not share Qi-Yu's discerning palate. As long as it did not contain seafood to which she was allergic, she could consume nearly anything, no matter how unpalatable it was, especially when she was diligently engaged in her tasks. As night fell, Su Jiani emerged from the laboratory, sharing laughter and conversation with Qi Linyuan and others. Casually glancing upward, she noticed Qi-Yu waiting beneath the street lamp. Having accomplished much throughout the day, Su Jiani was in high spirits as she cheerfully remarked, "See you all tomorrow. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. See you tomorrow, Jiani." Only Qi Linyuan did not reciprocate her farewell, his brow furrowed in concern. "So late, and you're still going out with him?" Su Jiani replied with a smile, "It's just child's play. Adults need not interfere." At that moment, Qi-Yu approached Su Jiani, his cool voice sending a chill through the air. "Shall we go?" Qi Linyuan scoffed. "Go ahead, I'm coming with you. I'll drive you both." Chapter 63. Love at First Sight. Lasting affection. Qi-Yu's expression remained unchanged, yet the atmosphere in the room became suddenly frigid, palpable to all present. "Sufjani, fili nokworth," interjected, "Senior, is that really necessary?" Qi Linyuan turned his gaze toward Qi-Yu, asserting, "It is indeed necessary. If I do not drive you back, how do you intend to return? On foot? That seems implausible, considering the distance from here to your home. Therefore, you must ride in his car. Even if he is your boyfriend, it would be inappropriate to constantly rely on his vehicle, wouldn't it?" Su Jiani's discomfort intensified. If it was inappropriate to ride with her boyfriend, how could it possibly be acceptable to accept a ride from Qi Linyuan? What did he think he was to her? She found herself at a loss for words. Finally, Qi spoke up, "What is wrong with my girlfriend riding in my car? Can you guarantee that you won't make any inappropriate advances toward her in the vehicle?" The tension in the air was palpable, an unspoken standoff. The others in the laboratory contemplated leaving, but felt it would be too abrupt to do so at that moment. Thus, they remained, eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Su Jiani, mortified, said, "Senior, thank you for your concern, but could you please refrain from being so concerned?" Qi Linyuan seemed to realize at that moment that he had overstepped his bounds. As merely Su Jiani's project leader, such interference was excessive. His expression was a mix of anguish and indignation. "I apologize for my indiscretion. I shall see you all tomorrow." With that, he departed without casting a glance at anyone. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Su Jiani and Qi-Yu. He appeared somewhat irked. She could discern his mild irritation, yet the depths of his emotions remained obscured, though she could sense there was more beneath the surface. Qi-Yu's gaze lingered on the direction Qi Linyuan had taken, his eyes chillingly narrowed, lost in thought. Su Jiani broke the silence. "Shall we head back?" Only then did Qi-Yu withdraw his gaze, looking down at her. "Are you contemplating removing me from the project group? Would that upset you?" His tone was icy, his voice betraying a hint of inquiry. Su Jiani was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile. "I wouldn't be upset." "Why would I be upset? It's not like you're the one feeling angry and wanting to expel him from the project group, is it?" "Qi-Yu, I understand you might be feeling jealous. There's truly no need for that. Senior Qi is merely concerned for my well-being, not in the manner you might be imagining." Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she felt the convolutions of their situation were such that anyone aware of them would be left astounded and at a loss for words. Am I not permitted to share this with you?" Qi-Yu's gaze darkened slightly. "Is it possible to investigate this matter?" Su Jiani found herself unable to provide a direct response and could only offer a wry smile. "Qi-Yu, you needn't inquire about everything concerning me. Is a hug also beyond question? What about a kiss? Wait, does his mind twist so quickly?" Qi did not wait for her response and acted upon his presumed answer. beneath the dim streetlights in front of the laboratory building. He embraced Su Jiani and gently pressed his lips to hers, albeit just for a fleeting moment. And then he departed. Su Jiani was utterly speechless. Neither could she classify him, nor could she ignore him. A feeling of pent-up breath lingered within her. He inquired, "Shall we head back?" "Where else?" "To my place." "No." After saying this, Su Jiani offered a brief explanation. "I'm quite busy today and feeling a bit fatigued." When Chiyu found himself waiting for someone at noon, he sought out Feng Huang to obtain the project task allocation sheet, confirming the nature of her assignments and realizing she was not deceiving him. He took her hand, leading her forward a couple of steps. Suddenly, Su Jiani halted. "Chiyu, I just remembered I rode my motorcycle here this morning. How about I take you back?" As she spoke, she began to pull him toward her vehicle, parked beneath a tree. Upon arrival, she gasped, "Oh my, why are there so many icicles hanging from my bike?" It was evident that it had been completely encased in ice, the crystalline form adhering to its contours, leaving behind a frosty trace. While some of it had begun to melt, it was clear that riding it was impossible. "It rained ice this afternoon," Chiyu's cool voice articulated, strikingly chilling. Su Jiani's expression was one of heart-wrenching despair. Her delicate voice bore the weight of her anguish. "If only, just if only, I had parked it in the shelter." The contrast between her motorcycle, adorned with icicles, and those of others parked indoors, untouched, was stark and jarring, striking deep within her soul. My beloved bike. She was momentarily at a loss regarding how to retrieve it, uncertain whether it would even be rideable after being frozen. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly surged. The rustling above her head startled her, but before she could comprehend the situation, Chiyu had shielded her, enveloping her securely in his embrace. The ice from the leaves fell, striking him with a resounding thud against his black down jacket. Su Jiani heard it. She also heard Chiyu ask, "Are you all right?" In an instant, her concern for her bike faded, leaving her in a daze. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of their first encounter years ago. At that time, she had crossed the basketball court with her classmates from the international class, where many were playing. A basketball had suddenly come hurtling towards her. Ordinarily, her athletic prowess and martial arts training would have enabled her to dodge it effortlessly. Yet the moment she glimpsed Chiyu, his extraordinary beauty seemed to cast a spell, rendering her immobile. Then, just as he did now, he had stepped in to protect her. She would always remember how close he had been, his cold, pale arm extending to intercept the ball aimed at her. Following his arm, she had seen his 5 fingers gripping the basketball, the tension so alluring it had caused her heart to race. Su Jiani now felt that fate was cruel, allowing her to encounter Chiyu's mesmerizing visage at a time when her resolve was weak, and not only that, but also orchestrating a moment where he shielded her, his voice as pure and cool as ever asking, "Are you all right?" How could she ever find solace? To him, it was merely a trivial gesture. Yet, she found herself irresistibly captivated, cherishing it deeply within her heart, allowing it to ferment and flourish into an insatiable longing, a yearning for him. The direct consequence of this was her instant and enduring infatuation with him. Even now, in her rebirth, she remains ensnared by this fateful attraction. Was the baby pondering the memory of our first encounter? Su Jiani promptly shifted the subject, asking, "Did the ice shards injure you? Isn't there a carport nearby? You could have pushed me. We could have sought refuge together." Not paying attention, Chiyu deftly steered the conversation back, inquiring, "What was the baby thinking during our first meeting?" Chapter 64, my dear. It turns out I was the one who noticed you first. What was I thinking at that moment? Hadn't she already told him before? That thing. What thing? Su Jiani's expression was slightly awkward. She couldn't help but think how stunning his face was, so captivating that it left her breathless. Why did he need her to reiterate it? They were already in a romantic relationship. Didn't he find it redundant to mention it again? Chiyu smirked. "So, my dear, you liked me the moment you laid eyes on me." Sufiani? Hadn't she mentioned it to him countless times? During her pursuit of him, she would occasionally reveal her feelings. Oh, Su Jiani suddenly recalled that she had expressed this to the Chiyu of her past life. But the Chiyu before her had not heard it. In this new life, she had not pursued him again. It was he who had taken the initiative to court her. Beside the bike shed, in front of the frozen motorcycle, Su Jianni looked up at Qiyu. His breathtakingly handsome face was right before her, lips curling into a gentle arc, and his dark eyes were deep and profound, glimmering with faint starlight, indicating his immense joy. Was he truly so pleased just to know she had fallen for him at first sight? Su Jianni couldn't help but smile back at him. Seeing her smile, Qiyu's gaze darkened, locking with hers. My dear, I feel the same way. Huh? The first time, someone crashed into my embrace rather forcefully, her double ponytails tangling with the button closest to my heart. As strands of hair were pulled away, something deep within him was also drawn out. Sufiani? No. In high school, she always wore high ponytails. She suddenly remembered that she had indeed worn double ponytails once. During her first year's basketball game, when she was pulled in by the cheer captain to be a basketball babe, everyone had sported double ponytails then. So, the first time Qiyu saw her, Su Jianni was utterly shocked and sweating profusely, staring at him with her enchanting eyes filled with complex and unexpressed emotions. Qiyu, the first time I saw your face, you blocked the basketball for me. Do you remember? That was in our second year. You're referring to the basketball game in our first year. Su Jianni bit her lip, feeling inexplicably parched, and struggled to speak again. So, it was you who first him. My dear, it turns out I was the one who noticed you first. Qiyu responded calmly. Su Jianni fixed her gaze on him, catching the sudden flush that appeared on his handsome face only to be quickly suppressed. She was astounded. 1,000 monkeys suddenly danced in her heart, while another 1,000 ducks swam in her mind, quacking and chattering away. Oh, Qiyu, to think you noticed me first and dared to admit it, yet you still maintain that indifferent demeanor. Qiyu gently wrapped his arm around her. My dear, Qiyu, am not the approachable, benevolent type. Not just anyone can pursue me with incessant inquiries. I do not allow just anyone to monopolize my time. I am not lacking in breakfast companions or material possessions. You understand? He indeed lacks nothing. He is the heir of the chief family, wanting for nothing and with a mere utterance. He could commandeer an entire breakfast establishment solely for his own service. Su Jianni certainly comprehended his meaning and recalled his earlier, unabashed declarations of reveling in her pursuit of him. Now, she could fully grasp the implications. If he were disinclined, relentless pursuit would only breed disdain. It is his affection for her that allows him to savor her chasing after him. However, does he not realize the extent to which she strained in her previous life, pursuing him for 5 long years? When she graduated from Qing University, she resorted to despicable means to force him into marriage, unwilling to part ways with him. Had he offered even the slightest clear response, she would not have been driven to such desperation, sobbing uncontrollably. Babe, why are you crying again? Qiyu gently caressed her small face, attempting to wipe away her tears, yet they remained unyielding. Su Jianni gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice laced with a distinct cry. Qiyu, you heartless. Yes, I'm heartless. Please do not cry, all right? You enjoy this while remaining aloof and allowing me to chase after you. Yet you make it impossible for me to catch up, sobbing. I was wrong. My dear, you have been wronged. Qiyu embraced her tightly. Presently, it is I who is pursuing you. Su Jianni cried even louder. I have allowed you, this heartless one, to catch up, sobbing. I, Su Jianni, am utterly spineless and lack any resolve. Qiyu pressed her head into his embrace, his broad palm gently stroking her hair. You are not spineless. You are the bravest, my dear. It is all my fault. You have pursued me for 321 days. I would revolve around you 100 times over. Su Jianni. She lifted her tear-streaked face from his dark sweater, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her teeth still clenched. 100 times 321 days amounts to 30,000 days, does it not? If they were to live to 130,000 days would encompass the remainder of their lives. Heartless. Even now, he seeks to ensnare her. No, who wishes to be entangled for a lifetime with you. Qiyu, let me make this clear. I have merely agreed to date you, not to discuss the future. Should I ever feel discontent, I shall cast you aside. At last, her tears ceased. Her sweet, delicate face revealed a fierce expression. He dared not speak the truth. He found her anger quite endearing, and he maliciously wished to provoke her further. As this thought crossed his mind, he ruthlessly suppressed it. He could not continue to be so heartless. His beloved might depart. Chiyu lowered his head, his forehead resting against hers, rubbing gently. "My dear, you may kick me in your anger, but you must not cast me aside. Separation is the ultimate boundary. You cannot cross this line, understand?" Oomph. The following day, Su Jianni emerged from the small villa, en route to the laboratory, where a black Rolls-Royce was parked outside the iron gate, with Uncle He standing before the vehicle. Upon seeing her emerge, he approached her directly. "Miss Su, the young master returned to the capital last night and asked me to escort you to the laboratory." "No need. I can take a taxi," she replied. "Please, Miss Su, do not put me in a difficult position," he insisted. "Oh, thank you, Uncle He." At the traffic light, Uncle He inquired, "Miss Su, have you ever considered learning to drive and obtaining a license?" Su Jianni shook her head. "Not at all. I can't afford a car right now. So what's the point of getting a license?" Uncle He wanted to mention that the young master had already selected and reserved a car, merely awaiting Su Jianni's license to present it to her, but he dared not reveal even the slightest detail. "Besides, I currently have a motorcycle. It's quite convenient to ride in our winding little alleys," she added. Thinking of the motorcycle adorned with icicles, Su Jianni felt a pang of sorrow, uncertain of how long it would take for the bodyguard to repair it at the behest of Chiyu. Chapter 65. Matters in the laboratory. As soon as Sukani arrived, Qi Linyuan beckoned her aside for a conversation. "I was out of line last night. I should not have made such remarks in public that caused you embarrassment. Sukani, I sincerely apologize." "Oh, how much do you know about my relationship with Su Lisu?" "I know nothing at all." "Senior, please refrain from discussing it. I have no interest whatsoever." Sukani felt a wave of discomfort. Qi Linyuan also appeared somewhat awkward, remaining silent. Sukani's demeanor clearly indicated she was aware of something. How did she come to know? Did Su Lisu confide in her? What had been said, and when? Suddenly invigorated, Qi Linyuan continued, "Senior, if there is nothing else, may I return to reviewing the data?" "Wait, you recall that I visited your home, right? 10 years ago, when I was your age." "Senior, you mentioned that was a decade ago. I was just a child then. How could I possibly remember?" Sukani felt not only embarrassment, but also discomfort. Over the time she had spent with Qi Linyuan, she had come to understand his character. He was indeed peculiar and contrarian. If you asked him something, he would be reticent. If you showed disinterest, he would insist on divulging information. As expected, Qi Linyuan continued. "That was my first visit to the capital, staying at your home, which Su Lisu arranged for me. Later, I attended the affiliated high school of the capital, and, subsequently, I was recognized by the Qi family, thereby transforming into a wealthy heir, and my life began to change." He seemed poised to open his heart to her, eager to convey everything clearly. Sukani, however, felt even more awkward and uncomfortable. "Senior, I am not jesting. I genuinely do not care about this matter. But Sukani, I must share this with you." Sukani found no reason to indulge him. "No, Senior, I have the right to refuse to listen." Perhaps the words she was about to utter were inappropriate, yet she implored him to maintain a clear division between personal feelings and professional duties. "If your regard for me was solely due to my mother, I sincerely hope you can adjust your perspective. I do not accept such favoritism." Qi Linyuan appeared as though doused with cold water, his fervent thoughts finally settling. "I apologize. I lost my composure again. Sukani, please do not misunderstand. I am not one to blur the lines between personal and professional. My animosity towards Qi Yu stems from a desire, from an elder's perspective, to protect such a promising talent as you from being derailed by a romantic relationship. You can understand my hostility towards Qi Yu, can't you?" Sukani remained silent. Qi Linyuan continued, "Sukani, you are truly gifted. My esteem for you is not solely because of Su Lisu. Please do not harbor such thoughts. Oh, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" With a resigned smile, Qi Linyuan replied, "You need not regard me as a formidable adversary. Shall I explain yesterday's tasks to you?" "Please proceed, Senior." Qi Linyuan wasted no further time, swiftly transitioning into a constructive mode. He began to identify the shortcomings in Sukani's work from the previous day, offering her the most suitable methods of resolution while also commending her strengths. Though merely a postdoctoral fellow, he emerged as the linchpin of the entire project team. It was due to his exceptional expertise that Feng Huang steadfastly advocated for him before Qiyu. This brief interlude did not diminish Su Jianni's enthusiasm for the project. She immersed herself in the experimental work, easily losing track of time when engrossed. After a day of diligent effort, as she exited the laboratory building, night had yet to fall. Su Fianni, a familiar feminine voice, approached from afar. It was by Yin Luo, striding towards her. She seemed inherently suited for the entertainment industry, and after merely 2 days of tutelage under Aunt Su, she already exhibited an air of delicate elegance. Su Jianni gazed impassively at Bai Yin Luo, who had recently proclaimed herself her rival, remaining silent. As Bai Yin Luo drew near, she reached out to entwine her arm with Su Jianni's, but this time, Su Jianni was prepared and successfully evaded her, leaving Bai Yin Luo to grasp at nothing. Oh dear, Su Jianni, why won't you let me link arms? Did you seek me out for something? Indeed, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing her deliberately coy tone, Su Jianni felt a twinge of discomfort. What is it? I'd like to treat you to a meal. We're not exactly on dining terms, are we? Why not? I consider you a good friend. A friend who is both rival and ally. At that moment, Shu approached. Miss Su, are you heading home now? Perceiving the reluctance etched on Su Jianni's face, he appeared to intervene, his demeanor serious, as if he bore certain duty. Gratefully, Su Jianni responded, Yes, I'm going home now. Thank you, Shu. Bai Yin Luo chimed in. In that case, I'll accompany you to my grandfather's house. I quite enjoy the dishes prepared by my grandfather's aunt. Su Jianni felt exasperated. One by one, they all seemed to disregard her exclusive relationship with her grandfather. Before she could decline, Shu's expression hardened. I apologize, but my young master's car is reserved solely for his girlfriend. Other young ladies are not welcome. Despite this, Su Jianni felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Bai Yin Luo, though also awkward, quickly regained her composure, laughing. With that remark, I felt as if I had stepped into a bygone era. Quite the loyal servant you are. I have no desire to ride in your young master's car. I have my own vehicle at my disposal. Perhaps you could lead the way while my chauffeur follows behind? Furrowing her brow, Su Jianni regarded Bai Yin Luo. What exactly do you want from me? She found it hard to believe that the culinary skills of her grandfather's aunt could compel Bai Yin Luo to shamelessly intrude. There must be something significant she wished to discuss. Bai Yin Luo replied with a smile. I do indeed have something of great importance to share. Why not abandon the chauffeur of a certain young master and join me for a meal? I have something to tell you. Su Jianni remained silent. Bai Yin Luo continued. Su Jianni, I too am trapped in circumstances beyond my control. If you refuse to dine with me, I shall accompany you to your grandfather's house, and my matters will follow. She emphasized the word matters heavily, hinting at something more profound. Su Jianni understood all too well. Behind Bai Yin Luo stood Aunt Chier, who seemed intent on seeing her. However, due to the presence of Uncle He, it was inappropriate for her to approach directly. Thus she dispatched Bai Yin Luo to seek her out. Bai Yin Luo's message was quite straightforward. Should Su Jianni choose not to comply, Aunt Chier would pay a visit to her grandfather's residence. This was a blatant threat. With an impassive expression, Su Jianni replied, I will accompany you. Matters concerning you could be discussed outside. It will be best if you refrain from disturbing my grandfather, as he cherishes his tranquility. Su Jianni then entered Bai Yin Luo's vehicle, prompting Uncle He to immediately relay a message to Qiyu in the capital. Chapter 66, 10 million in hand in Su City, a familiar CAF. The last time Madame Qi sought out Su Jianni, it was in this very establishment. Su Fianni sur mi sed correctly. The matter Bai Yin spoke of pertained to the second aunt of the Qi family. The second aunt, the wife of Qiyu's second uncle, is a socialite in the capital, boasting a background, education, and acumen that she believes surpasses that of Madame Qi, however. As she is married to the second uncle rather than Qiyu's father, within the Qi family, she is merely the second aunt, not the matriarch. Even those outside refer to her as Madame Chier rather than Madame Qi. The second aunt possesses a strong-willed nature and is unwilling to resign herself to a lesser status. Simultaneously, she is adept at feigning composure and patience. skillfully masking her ambitions with a facade of subtlety. In her previous life, Su Jiani invested considerable time and endured much hardship before finally seeing through her. Thus, Su Jiani could deduce that the visitor would undoubtedly be the second aunt. This particular second aunt would not confront her directly or risk a public confrontation with Uncle He, as such an open rift with Chi Yu was beyond her. Yet, the second aunt is also quite audacious, seeking to assert her dominance in other areas she can control. Choosing this AF for their meeting serves as a means to satisfy her twisted psyche, a competition against Madame Chi. If Madame Chi fails to manage Su Jiani here, and the second aunt succeeds, it would serve as a testament to her superiority over Madame Chi. With an impassive expression, Su Jiani regarded the elegantly attired middle-aged woman, who appeared unhurried, stirring her coffee with an air of pretentious grace. Unlike Madame Chi, she did not offer even a semblance of courtesy by inviting Su Jiani to sit. In the second aunt's eyes, someone of Su Jiani's perceived lower status was unworthy of sharing her table. Unwilling to indulge her arrogance, Su Jiani pulled out a chair and sat across from her, fully aware that the second aunt would feel affronted by her boldness. If in her previous life Madame Chi neither supported nor deliberately obstructed her, this second aunt had been the one to complicate her existence within the Chi household the most. It could be said that the majority of her struggles within the Chi family stemmed from this very woman. "You are Su Jiani?" The second aunt furrowed her brow, and as predicted, upon seeing Su Jiani dare to occupy the seat opposite her, her visage contorted into one of disdain and aversion. Such a lack of manners. To sit down uninvited before the elder speaks. How could such a child possibly be deserving of our Chi family's heir? Su Jiani smirked. "I am indeed Su Jiani." The second aunt's gaze, filled with contempt and frivolity, assessed Su Jiani's face, noting its beauty. However, mere appearance would not suffice for a union with Chi Yu. "Thank you for the compliment. I, too, hold a strong confidence in my looks." "Huh." The second aunt glanced at her assistant standing nearby, who promptly handed her a bank card. Dressed in black gloves, she pinched the card and then tossed it before Su Jiani, akin to discarding filthy refuse. "There is 10 million within. Last time, Madame Chi mentioned that should you become Chi Yu's girlfriend, you would receive this sum. I am here today to deliver the card. The Chi family honors their word. We shall not owe you, a mere girl, 10 million. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the second Mrs. Chi." Su Jiani scoffed coldly, raising her fair wrist and deftly tucking the card in her purse, all while maintaining a leisurely demeanor in front of Mrs. Chi. "The card has been delivered. You may take your leave now." Mrs. Chi was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. Was it truly resolved so effortlessly? Surely, there must be some deception at play here. I need to ascertain the truth. With a smile that barely concealed her irritation, she thought, this is precisely how it should be, for those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed the wise. After all, with your capabilities, it's impossible for you to ever amass such a sum in your lifetime. Of course, this 10 million is not a gift bestowed without conditions. Su Jiani, by accepting this sum, you tacitly agree to our transaction. Once Xiao Yu has had his fill of you, we shall ensure your departure, and you will leave him without question. Su Jiani's smile grew even colder. I stated that the card has been delivered, yet I never agreed to any subsequent terms. You. Mrs. Chi's composure shattered. Su Jiani, what do you mean by this? I distinctly recalled that during our last meeting, Madame Chi stated that should I accept Chi Yu's courtship, I would receive 10 million, without any mention of subsequent stipulations. If you wish to discuss further conditions, you may have Madame Chi come to negotiate anew. I shall not entertain intermediaries. Mrs. Chi was infuriated. She had personally produced 10 million, only to be met with disdain. Su Jiani was no ordinary girl. She had the audacity to leverage Madame Chi against her. Su Jiani did not miss the myriad of emotions flitting across Mrs. Chi's face and continued, I genuinely did not expect such a disparity between the second Mrs. Chi and Madame Chi in comparison. Madame Chi's generosity is markedly more pronounced. Had she come to negotiate, she would undoubtedly present a different level of sincerity, for one matter indeed warrants another price. That woman is not generous at all. That 10 million came from her own pocket. She would never dare ask that woman for reimbursement. It was as if she were paying out of her own funds, only to have Su Jianni declare that she was not as magnanimous as that woman. Mrs. Chi was on the brink of exploding with rage. It seemed Su Jianni had pinpointed her sore spot with stunning accuracy. Yet, despite knowing this crafty girl sought to provoke her, she could not maintain her composure. Very well, 10 million is of no consequence. Mrs. She cast a glance at her assistant, who promptly produced another card. After regaining her composure, she grasped the bank card with her gloved hand and tossed it aside as if discarding refuse, this time landing it squarely in front of Su Jianni. 20 million. From now on, when I say you are to leave Chi-Yu, you shall leave him. Su Jianni did not reach for the card. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, her smile possessing an innocence that belied her intent. I am sorry, but I have feelings for Chi-Yu and will not betray my affections for the sake of 20 million. Your offer is nothing short of an insult. I refuse to engage in this transaction. I am only willing to negotiate with Madame Chi. At least she would not attempt to ensnare me with ulterior motives. Sujani's words once again struck a nerve with Aunt Chier, igniting a storm of emotions within her. The elegance that adorned her countenance vanished entirely as she thought of something. You insolent girl, will you truly know? It is impossible for you to discern the nature of my relationship with that woman in such a brief span of time. Did Chi-Yu divulge this to you? Sujani smiled. Ah, it seems our negotiations have reached an impasse. Therefore, there is no further need for discourse. I am grateful for your 10 million. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 67. I'm quite well. Am I leaving? Madame Chi was infuriated, her face a mask of anger as she struggled to maintain her composure. You ungrateful girl. You wish to take away my 10 million without any agreement. Su Jianni had already risen to her feet, her stature elevated by her heels, standing tall in the face of Madame Chier's fury, matching her intensity. With a sigh laced with mockery, Su Jianni remarked, just moments ago, you claimed 10 million was inconsequential. Is it truly acceptable for Madame Chier to be so disingenuous? You. Madame Chier glared at her, seething. Su Jianni, suddenly empathetic, replied, I can understand your reluctance. After all, as you mentioned, 10 million is no small matter. If you are hesitant about parting with it, there is no need for subterfuge. You may speak candidly, and I shall comprehend completely. I may not possess the generosity of Madame Chi, but I harbor no shame in that. Madame Chier trembled with rage. Su Jianni opened her handbag, retrieving her wallet and unfastening it, feigning an intention to extract her bank card. Her movements were swift in acquiring the wallet, yet deliberately slow in producing the card. Since you are so reluctant, I shall return this 10 million to you. The way she spoke and acted resembled a mere act of charity. Casting a disdainful glance at Madame Chier, akin to viewing a beggar, her haughty demeanor surpassing that of Madame Chier when she had earlier flung the bank card at her. Never had Madame Chier been humiliated in such a manner regarding money. Her face contorted in fury, her voice sharp and filled with indignation. Get out. Take your 10 million and leave. How could that be? Su Jianni feigned distress, finally extracting the bank card from her wallet. This 10 million feels rather burdensome. I hardly dare to retain it, especially given your apparent unwillingness to reclaim it. Assistant, Madame Chier, shall I assist you in donating it instead? I happen to know a charitable organization in Jing City. With your benevolence, you certainly wouldn't refuse, would you? Assistant, Madame Chier. Su Jianni cheerfully dialed a number, articulating her intentions, engaging in pleasant negotiations. Yes, indeed, a lady who cherishes charitable endeavors wishes to make a contribution, and she is the second madam of the Chi family in Jing City. Excellent. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Kindly send me your account details. Both Madame Chier and her assistant exchanged bewildered glances. After hanging up, Su Jianni smiled and inquired, what is the password for your bank card? Would you be so kind as to facilitate the transfer of this 10 million to the recipient's account? With a mere glance from Madame Chier, her assistant cautiously confirmed the legitimacy of the charitable organization and proceeded to assist Su Jianni in completing the transaction. Madame Chier glared at Su Jianni, acknowledging her cunning. Donating it is certainly better than giving it to Su Jianni for free. Yes, Yes, it has been received, correct? Would you like to invite Madame Chier to your donation ceremony? No, no. I fear she would not attend. You possess such influence there? Then, I shall go. Madame Chier suddenly declared. Sujiani smiled, fully aware that Aunt Chier would not miss such an opportunity to shine. Indeed, she had assured that she would attend, and thus, one could confidently promote the event. After hanging up the phone, Sujiani turned to Aunt Chier with a grin, asking if everyone would now be pleased. The other party would personally contact her assistant, having already provided the necessary contact details. May I take my leave now? Leave? In front of the CAF, Sujiani departed. Soon, her assistant's phone rang, and as she answered, her heart sank progressively, her expression growing increasingly grim. Madam, what is it? The good news is that this donation ceremony is expected to have a significant impact, with mainstream media set to broadcast the event live. And the promotional information has already been disseminated instantaneously. And the bad news? It concerns a project for sheltering stray cats and dogs, requiring your presence to interact with these animals. Aunt Chier harbors an extreme aversion to dirt, particularly detesting the fur of small creatures. In the depths of winter, when these animals shed profusely, should any hair touch her clothing, she would undoubtedly suffer nightmares for several nights. Aunt Chier's hands trembled with rage, and she seized the elegantly stirred coffee cup, shattering it violently against the floor. You wretched girl. Investigate. Dig deep. In front of a narrow alley in Sioux City, Sujiani exited the CF, taking a shortcut home, her spirits lifted. Bai Yinlu silently trailed behind her, ignoring her presence. Sujiani continued on until she could no longer bear it. Could you stop following me? Sujiani, I wish to apologize to you. And then, please forgive me. No more next time? Of course there will be. Then what is the significance of your request for my forgiveness this time? Bai Yinlu, oblivious to the boundaries, possessed a thick skin that even Sujiani envied. With a smile, she replied, I do not know. Sujiani, I genuinely like you and hope you do not harbor anger towards me for today's incident, as it would affect my ability to approach you again in the future. Sujiani halted, standing firm. Bai Yinlu, I do not like you. One must always face the consequences of their actions. You cannot threaten me with my grandfather and then expect me to treat you as before. Bai Yinlu maintained her smile, but I have my reasons. I was compelled to act as I did. I had informed you beforehand that I was not in control. Sujiani fixed her with a cold gaze. That is your predicament, not mine. Why should I bear the burdens of your choices? Just because you warned me of your deceit does not absolve you of your wrongdoing. Bai Yinlu, you ought to be aware of your position before acting. One cannot commit wrongs and then refuse to acknowledge them. Bai Yinlu's expression turned pitiable. Yet, Sujiani, even if you do not like me, you do not hate me, do you? This is what I admire about you. I have observed you for quite some time. Starting from the moment you approached Chiyu, you possess everything I envy, not merely the vast wealth of the Su family, but also the nurturing environment in which you were raised. You exude an aura of affection and care, embodying sincerity and openness, with a heart that radiates warmth devoid of any insidious darkness. Your interactions with others are marked by a gentle disposition, though you may experience dislike or disdain. Hatred is foreign to you, as if no person or circumstance warrants such animosity. Despite being raised in privilege, your magnanimity is a quality my timid and shrinking family has never bestowed upon me. Bai Yan's eyes welled with tears as she gazed at Sujiani, expressing a sincere desire for friendship. Sujiani's smile was icy, affirming her worth. She was acutely aware of it. In her past life, she had been so humble that she had forgotten her own value. However, my goodness does not obligate me to forge a friendship with you. Cease your pursuit. You must recognize that with a mere flick of my wrist, I could shatter your bones. Chapter 68. Has the Chi family disdained me? Before Sujiani could return to the small villa, a video call from Chiyu came through, his icy voice unusually tinged with urgency. Darling, someone from the Chi family is looking for you? Yes. Who? Your second aunt. I will speak with her. It's already over, Sujiani replied, fatigue evident in her tone and on her delicate face. Noticing her weariness, Chiyu softened his tone. My dear, you've worked hard. I was in a meeting and only just received news from Uncle He. Otherwise, I wouldn't have initiated this video call at this hour. It appears that even secret meetings require proper alerts in the future. A sudden darkness enveloped Chi Yu's deep eyes. Some individuals in the Chi family have become bothersome due to their elevated status. Do not heed their words. This matter will not simply be brushed aside. I will personally confront your second aunt. Should any Chi family member trouble you again, remember to call me immediately. Su Jiani replied softly, "It's all right. I can handle it. I have connections, darling." Chi Yu fixed his gaze upon Su Jiani. A couple of trivial matters may seem insignificant, but too many will inevitably alter your state of mind. I shall not permit such occurrences. If you encounter any issues, you must report them to me. Su Jiani shifted her phone aside, concealing the sudden glimmer of tears that brimmed in her enchanting eyes. Why did Chi Yu think this way? Why could the 18-year-old Chi Yu utter such domineering words? While at 23, he remained cold and only offered half-truths. In their previous life, they had faced similar situations after marriage. She had assured him that she could manage, and initially, she did handle a few matters quite adeptly. He had agreed, stating that if she couldn't cope, she should tell him, but then he never followed up. Of course, she wouldn't confide in him. She believed that if she couldn't even maintain harmony with the Chi family, how could she, Su Jiani, be deemed a suitable partner? How could she earn Chi Yu's affection? It was merely a matter of enduring a little longer, of yielding to those disdainful individuals. As long as she could remain with Chi Yu, what did all the hardships matter? She wasn't foolish. She was merely naive. Darling, there's nothing more. I'll hang up now. Darling, adjust your phone. No. Are you crying again? What is the reason this time? You were so radiant and lively. Why are you on the verge of tears over just a few words? Chi Yu's inquiry heightened Su Jiani's emotions. Her phone still set aside as she bit her soft lips in distress. Because you're infuriating. Indeed, I am infuriating. It is my inability to completely control the Chi family at present, which has led to your distress today. It will not be like this in the future. Wait for me. It won't be long. In that instant, tears streamed down Su Jiani's face, her vision blurred, and her breath trembled noticeably. Chi Yu's voice took on a soothing tone. Darling, do not cry. I truly cannot leave right now. Sujani exhaled heavily, her emotions suddenly surging as if they had nearly returned to a semblance of normalcy, though not due to the events of the day. Why was that? She preferred not to disclose. Forcefully, Sujani kicked the icy remnants in the corner, shattering them underfoot, the sound of her shoes crunching echoing in the silence. With the school term approaching, she had classes to attend and projects to work on in the laboratory, leaving her quite occupied. Stay well in the capital. There's no need for you to come here. And as for Uncle please summon him back as well. Once the semester begins, I will be residing in the school dormitory and one require a vehicle. Sujani expressed all this in one breath. After a 10-second silence, Chi Yu spoke. Are you trying to draw a line, my dear? Is it because the Chi family looks down upon me? I cannot agree to this. I will borrow Uncle Chi's plane right away. Wait for me. Sujani rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with exasperation. Chi Yu, please refrain from this behavior. You're breaking character, you know? I still prefer your aloof persona. Where did you ever get the idea that I wanted to sever ties? I was merely speaking the truth. The school term is imminent, and aren't you busy as well? ISNT, there's something you wish to say? What is it? Chi Yu fell silent. Sujani understood immediately, finding herself inexplicably amused. No, is it you who wishes to say something to me? Impossible. Chi Yu. Didn't you mention that you wanted me to experience the exhilarating feeling of being pursued by you? I'm quite intrigued now. Let us engage in a proper romance. Chi Yu, in our past lives, we never had the chance. I wish to love you like this. A long-distance relationship could be quite healing. Very well. At the Chi estate in the capital, Mrs. Chi, dressed in a simple yet elegant gown with a purple shawl adorned by a platinum brooch, was snipping off the split ends of flowers with scissors, her expression placid. Did you say she donated 10 million to the charity for stray cats and dogs? Yes, madam. How peculiar. Hasn't she always been afraid of small animals? And why precisely 10 million? Mrs. Chi clipped a small branch of flowers, her expression contemplative. The female assistant quickly replied, Indeed, madam, You are astute. The second lady made the donation only after visiting Sioux City. She went to Sioux City? To see Sujani? Yes, she specifically met with Sujani at the CAF where you last saw her. However, we have not uncovered what exactly was discussed. Mrs. Chi set down the scissors, glancing at her assistant. In the future, you must inform me of such significant matters beforehand. Oh, I merely thought the second lady's affairs were of greater importance and prioritized them. Little did she know that Mrs. Chi was now so concerned about Sujani. Mrs. Chi surveyed the freshly cut flowers, placing them in a vase and adjusting their position. From now on, pay more attention to that girl, Sujani. Anyone from the Chi family who comes into contact with her must report to me. This girl, Sujani, possesses far more capability than I had imagined, and you values her more than I expected. Understood, madam. The female assistant inquired why madam believed that someone from the Chi family would seek out Sujani. Madam Chi gracefully picked up the scissors, delicately trimming away the excess leaves. We are capable of investigation, and so too are others. It is merely a matter of time. Initially, Yuer was set to undertake her winter training in the capital, and while the members of the Chi clan remained tight-lipped, the sudden change to Nan Fong Chi presented a different scenario. Wherever Yuer goes, she will undoubtedly gain preferential access to the resources of the Chi family, ensuring her future prospects will surpass those in other locations, which understandably unsettles some individuals. Upon further investigation, it became clear that Yuer's intentions were tied to that young lady, Sujani. However, did not Sujani reject our young master? Yet, Yuer's frequent trips to Sioux City, with that unmistakable glow on her face, can I, as her mother, truly be oblivious to it? It is highly likely that they are indeed romantically involved. Chapter 69. The affection he once expressed as the academic term commenced. The icy grip of winter melted away, ushering in the warmth of spring in Sioux City. Sujani shed her down jacket and donned a white lab coat, bustling between the anatomy building and the laboratory, her lively figure immersed in a whirlwind of activity. On the third day of classes at Sioux Medical University, Chi arrived in Sioux City, seizing the moment to catch her, clasp her hand, and pull her behind a large tree for a kiss. Sujani's willingness was slightly more pronounced than before, causing the long-frozen demeanor of Chi Yu to thaw, revealing a glimmer of warmth in his once-cold gaze. Having tasted a small victory, Chi Yu yearned for more. Sujani reluctantly managed to spare 2.5 hours at noon for him, yet when he attempted to embrace her during lunch, she decisively rebuffed him. Their interactions began with playful affection and remained so until the end. As Chi Yu drove Sujani back to Sioux Medical University, he finally broached the troubling matters at hand. Darling, your second aunt will no longer be a source of annoyance, nor will Bai Yanluo. Sujani was taken aback by his swift resolution, commenting on how his second aunt hardly seemed amicable and questioning how he managed to pacify them so quickly. Indeed, he replied, I did approach my second aunt and exchange a few words, though I did not confront Bai Yanluo. Oh. Sujani pondered what casual remarks could possibly deter Chi Yu's second aunt from causing her trouble. Are you feeling jealous, my dear? Does it bother you? What bothers me? She retorted, Bai Yanluo. Sujani considered defending herself, but recalled her past life where she had been deeply affected by the situation. Thus, she transformed her passivity into proactivity, challenging him, what relationship exists between you and Bai Yanluo that would provoke my jealousy? The corners of his lips curling into a subtle smile as he remained silent. He then retrieved his phone, swiped, captured a screenshot, and sent it to her. Confused, Sujani glanced at the newly received message, sensing from the thumbnail that it contained a dialogue between him and Bai Yanluo. Her expression remained impassive, instinctively resisting the urge to dismiss the phone. Chi Yu leaned closer in the passenger seat, grasping her hand. Darling, don't you want to see? Who wants to see your conversation with Bai Yanluo? Chi Yu pulled her hand closer, lifting it to his lips, showering it with kisses. You're feeling jealous, aren't you? Denial won't change that. You simply love me. Sujani was left speechless. Just a glance? Chi Yu held her fingers, attempting to guide her to open the screenshot. She resisted, her fingers curling up, but he firmly straightened them. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes as he led her to tap the screen. Did you not recognize your own avatar? Finally, Su Jiani opened her eyes. The screenshot revealed her own conversation with Chiyu. A prominent red exclamation mark adorned a line of text from last June, showcasing Chiyu's explanation to her. Su Jiani, I have little connection with Bai Yinlu. The baby has seen this. The words I spoke before are precisely what I wish to convey now. Su Jiani's heart was tumultuous, yet her face remained impassive. However, why did you send me that message back then? To clarify for someone, to avoid misunderstandings. Chiyu turned Su Jiani's small hand over and kissed her palm. At that time, rumors about me circulated fiercely in the group, and someone had not spoken to me for a long while, assuming she was jealous and throwing a tantrum. Oh, Chiyu, adept at using his fishing tactics with her, noticed she was drifting away and cast out a tempting bait to draw her back. In both this life and the previous one, this seemed to be the first message he actively sent her. She had blocked him, so she never received it nor responded. Consequently, the one holding the fishing rod grew anxious and jumped into the pond to catch her himself. Su Jiani then realized that she could actually turn the tables on him. Baby? Seeing Su Jiani's cool reaction, Chiyu kissed her little face, lamenting that he hadn't managed the rumors with Bai Yinlu sooner. I appreciate your jealousy, but please do not take it to heart, all right? Sufyani, absent mindith, replied in a calm tone. One cannot really blame you. As a person of such prominence, you likely cannot manage the multitude of rumors surrounding you. Whether with me, Bai Yinlu, or others, it is all the same. Moreover, I'd already left the group at that time and did not witness the frenzy of rumors flying about. Even if I'd seen them, I wouldn't have felt jealous. My indifference then stemmed from other reasons. You are insufferable. Chiyu pinched her fingers playfully. Yes, I'm insufferable. In the past, he was excessively blind, believing that Su Jiani was an impregnable fortress, impervious to the barrage of rumors. He thought all girls pursuing him would never stand a chance against her. He greatly relished the psychological pleasure derived from her jealousy and her willingness to defend him, a sentiment that indeed revealed his darker side. Now, for reasons unknown, he could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Baby, I will no longer give you the opportunity to dislike me. Oh, what is the baby thinking? Chiyu gently grasped Su Jiani's delicate chin, lifting it to intertwine their gazes, drawing her back from her wandering thoughts. Su Jiani slightly narrowed her enchanting eyes and then blinked. Chiyu, you are aware of your second aunt's expectations of Bai Yinlu, right? Yes. Her taste is commendable. Bai Yinlu is indeed beautiful, and once her elegance catches up, she will shine even brighter. Your feelings towards Bai Yinlu. Chiyu's fingers, which had been resting beneath Su Jiani's lips, pressed upward, tracing the outline of her lower lip. Baby, ask me what kind of face I prefer. What kind of face do you like? Almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, a blend of 7 parts beauty and 3 parts sweetness, a radiant smile that lights up her entire face, and a voice so soft and endearing it becomes alluring. Such a visage is what can capture my heart. Chiyu. Su Jiani felt her ears flush instantly, wanted to turn her face away, but unable to as he held her still. She inquired again if Bai Yinlu truly became an international film queen, a goddess adored by millions. Would you come to like her? Sajani, whether or not I am fond of you, is a matter determined at first glance, independent of any subsequent embellishments. Do you understand? Is that so? Indeed, it is. She is just like that, akin to him. Sajani suddenly comprehended, realizing at this moment that in her past life, when Chiyu expressed his desire to confess to the one he cherished, it was indeed aimed at her, Sajani. Reflecting on a moment, he uttered those 2 words of affection. She vividly recalled the intense focus etched upon his handsome face. It was unmistakably directed at her, yet she mistakenly believed it was for another. What is even more poignant is that upon hearing his confession, she threw herself into his arms. His ease in accepting her embrace was merely because he thought she had grasped the essence of his declaration. Tears instantly streamed down Sajani's face, cascading uncontrollably. Chiyu pressed his lips to her brows, questioning anew, "Why do you weep?" Chapter 70. My dearest boyfriend Sajani found herself unable to contain her emotions. The despair and bitterness from her past life transformed into tears that surged forth from her enchanting eyes, only to be enveloped by Chiyu's lips. Outside the side entrance of Sioux Medical University, a black European car was parked beneath a tree where the young girl inside wept silently, her tears cascading uncontrollably. The boy's gentle voice, filled with tender reassurances, could not soothe her. He adjusted his seat to embrace her, pressing her back against the steering wheel, and kissed her with the delicacy of walking on thin ice. Time passed slowly. Chiyu exhausted every soft and firm word he could muster, until Sujani finally let out a sob, emerging from her past life, her tears ceasing. She awkwardly smiled, initially a feeble attempt, but gradually, genuine joy illuminated her eyes, spreading across her entire face, igniting a charming radiance. This time, it was Chiyu who could not restrain his overwhelming emotions. He pressed her against the steering wheel and kissed her fervently, transforming the atmosphere within the car into a fiery embrace. Sujani complied, allowing his affections. When they finally parted, his forehead rested against hers, his unsteady breath warming her lips, his words laced with a hint of longing. "Darling, do you wish to take my life?" Sujani turned her face away, her slightly flushed lips curling playfully, her eyes gleaming with a lazy, relaxed smile. "What would I want with your life?" Chiyu offered no reply, instead cradling her head against his chest, where she could hear the powerful and tumultuous rhythm of his heartbeat, as if his heart were on the verge of leaping from his chest. Sujani's smile deepened. Chiyu truly cherished her, his feelings resembling a fervent infatuation. She reflected on her past foolishness for not recognizing it sooner. "My dear, you mustn't cry anymore." "All right." Seeing her respond so readily, Chiyu added earnestly, "If you must cry, let it be for my kisses." Sujani lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes sparkling like stars, her voice sweet and languid. "All right. I will only cry if you kiss me fiercely." Her small hand pressed against his chest, clearly feeling the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. "Darling," Chiyu called her in a sticky sweet tone, leaning in again. Sujani playfully blocked his lips. "No. Our date has exceeded the time limit. I must return now, Chiyu." Chiyu tightened his hold around her slender waist, mimicking her words. "No, I don't want to let my darling go back. Can we postpone the afternoon and evening plans to tomorrow?" Sujani shook her head, still smiling. "No. A date is a date, and studying is studying. Boundaries must be clear. Do you remember what it means to date me in advance?" Chiyu held her even closer, refusing to answer. Sujani continued, smiling. "You once promised to support my medical studies, so please play your role as a supportive partner. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Chiyu loosened his embrace slightly. "Darling, answer one honest question, and then I will let you go back." "Ask away." Her boyfriend wanted to know what he had done right to bring her from tears to laughter. In the event that such a situation arose again, he wished to emulate the same approach to comfort her. The smile in Sue Kiani's enchanting eyes momentarily faltered, only to return again. She replied, "No, you haven't done anything right. It was I who suddenly came to understand many things." "Huh? That's a different matter altogether." Chiyu's fingers glided along her waist, his silence conveying a clear intent. He would not let her go until she clarified her thoughts. Sue Kiani chuckled softly. "All right, I shall speak. Chiyu, I pursued you with great difficulty in the past. You cannot imagine the extent of my struggles." "Yes, I know. My dear, it must have been hard." "No, you truly do not understand. Unrequited love is a bittersweet torment. I concealed countless grievances that have accumulated into a deep sorrow. Yet, I now realize you too have harbored feelings solely for me, which has brought me some balance and peace. Looking back, it was my obstinacy that led to such unfulfilled longing. My dear, there is no issue. I was the foolish one." Sue Kiani smiled, narrowing her peach blossom eyes. "You are aware, then? In the future, if I act foolishly again, you must scold me sternly. You wishful thinker. I shall not even lay a finger on you, nor allow you to touch me." "Chiyu, I have answered your questions. May I be released now?" Chiyu's fingers lingered on her waist, neither tightening nor loosening their grip. "What time will you finish your experiment tonight?" "Uncertain. Perhaps 9, perhaps 10. I shall wait for you." "No, don't. Are you not returning to the city? After finishing the experiment, I will be exhausted and wish only to return to my dormitory for sleep, lacking the energy to deal with you." Chiyu tightened his grip slightly. "I insist. Come to my place tonight." "No, that is too far. Indeed, it is a 20-minute drive, which is somewhat distant. Chi finally released her, allowing Su Qiani to exit the vehicle. His sudden silence sparked her curiosity. You aren't considering purchasing a property near Su Medical University, are you? Absolutely not. Oh good. Su Qiani sighed in relief. Chiyu took her hand, escorting her to the laboratory. She smiled and bid him farewell, extracting her fingers from his one by one before entering without a backward glance. Chiyu watched her until her figure vanished from his sight. His dark eyes clouded, concealing all emotion, as he retrieved his phone and dialed Assistant Su. Young Master Chi? Is there a faculty building at Su Medical University? Yes, there is. Is it on campus? Yes, why? Purchase it. Su Qiani entered the laboratory, donning her white coat and immersing herself in her work. She was Su Qiani, a woman who had always known what she desired and resolutely pursued her goals. Whether it was her past life's yearning to be with Chi Yu or her rebirth's ambition to become an outstanding doctor in the medical field, she would give her all. As for Chi Yu, it seemed that in this lifetime, she need not exert much effort. She merely needed to align with his thoughts as he desired. As Sagani contemplated Chi Yu, the lingering bitterness that once resided in her brow and eyes dissipated significantly, replaced by a burgeoning sweetness and a delightful smile. She has come to understand the intricate entanglement of her past life with Chi Yu, realizing that their ultimately tragic unrequited love was not one-sided. He harbored feelings for her as well. The tragedy of their former existence can be attributed to numerous factors, one of which is her own entrapment and adoration, leading to a gradual loss of self. In this rebirth, she has been on a quest for rediscovery, and she is now slowly reclaiming her essence. She must not lose herself again, Sagani reminded herself. There is nothing wrong with loving someone, nor is there any fault in engaging in a romantic relationship with that person. However, sacrificing one's identity for the sake of love is an error. How wonderful it is now, as everything is aligning positively. Chapter 71. Sweet to the point of annoyance in March, Sioux City becomes a delightful haven for spring appreciation. With the old bridge basking in warm waters, the riverside resonating with soft melodies, and lush greenery adorning every corner of the city. At this time, Su Jiani is still a first-year medical student. Her course load for the upcoming semester slightly more demanding than the previous one. She meticulously slots in traditional Chinese medicine studies, experiments, project tasks, and a tightly packed schedule. In contrast, Jing City in March still clings to the remnants of winter, with the days being mildly warm, yet the nights remaining frigidly below freezing. Chiyu emerges from a teaching building at Qing University, his long fingers gliding over photos on his phone, magnifying the schedule sent by Su Jiani, growing increasingly silent with each glance. Seizing the opportunity during a break between classes, he calls her. After a few beeps, the call connects, but the background noise is somewhat chaotic. He hears her delicate breaths through the earpiece and surmises that she has placed the phone against her ear before calling out to her. Baby. Kiyu, please hold on. I have a few questions for our teacher. I'm currently in line. Once the students ahead of me finish, it will be my turn. You can message me if you need anything. Oh, I'm almost up. I must hang up now. I will call you back when I have some free time. As the call disconnects, Chiyu is left listening to the beeping tone, his silence deepening. This phrase, uttered by Su Jiani numerous times, was repeated last night, and now he finds himself still waiting for her to find time for him. Yet she has not reached out to return his call, not through video, nor a phone call, nor even a simple message or emoticon. Unable to restrain himself, he asks her for her schedule, and she obediently sends it over. He realizes she is indeed busy, leaving no gaps even during the lengthy break between classes. It feels rather dismissive. She has become so indifferent that she can barely muster the effort to change her responses to him. This was not the case before. In the past, she could craft entire books from the stones at his feet, her playful words vibrant and rich. With a grave expression, Chiyu arrives at the incubation laboratory at Qing University. The projects housed within the building are all connected to him in one way or another. Either he directly invested in their establishment, or he sponsored the precision instruments and equipment. This very building was also funded by the Qi family. As he approaches the building, he spots two familiar figures, Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan. It appears Zhou Mingxi has come to the laboratory out of curiosity, with Lin Yuan accompanying him. This semester, Zhou Mingxi has dyed his hair a flaxen brown. He leans in to wrap his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, only to be evaded, receiving a swift kick from her instead. Zhou Mingxi chuckles, unfazed by the playful assault, and whispers something into her ear. She shoves him away forcefully, kicking him again with more vigor, blushing as she scurries off. Zhou Mingxi stands there, grinning mischievously, until he finally notices Qi Yu, whose expression is devoid of emotion, but clearly darkened. Zhou Mingxi approaches with a grin. "Yugo, it's rare to see you idle. My girlfriend is rather clingy. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Having a girlfriend from the same school has its downsides. There's no escaping her." Qi Yu's tone is icy. "Keep your distance." Zhou Mingxi retracted his mischievous grin, adopting a pained expression. "Don't be angry, brother Yu. I'm not being pretentious. I'm speaking sincerely. I've grown accustomed to the closeness with my girlfriend, and I truly understand the sweetness that can also become a source of annoyance. I envy you and Su Jiani for maintaining some distance. Unlike me and Wan, who attend the same school, she has many demands. She insists we share all our meals together, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Our daily rendezvous seem endless, and after our outings, I must escort her back to her dormitory." Brother Yu, don't leave yet. I haven't finished speaking." Qi Yu, with a cold demeanor, strode heavily into the laboratory, his black sneakers echoing against the floor. Zhou Mingxi hurried to catch up with him. "Let her be. She has her own ways. Sometimes she complains about even a short walk, insisting I carry her. With her weight, my legs tremble under the strain. I dare not mention how heavy she is. On other occasions, she demands I ride my bike to take her back to her dorm. You know how vast Qingdao is, right? After a long date, it takes me over 10 minutes to ride back. She clings to me, making it difficult to breathe while I pedal. The frustration is unbearable." She halted. "I recorded that." "What?" Zhou Mingxi's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother Yu, I confess I was exaggerating. Please do not share that recording with my dear Wan. Please don't smile like that, brother Yu. It frightens me. How about I teach you some techniques for charming your girlfriend? I'm quite adept at that, wouldn't you agree?" Qi shot him a frosty glance. "Such as?" Zhou Mingxi immediately leaned in to share his insights. At the Qi manor, Madame Qi held her teacup delicately, blowing gently before taking a sip and setting it down. She glanced at her sisters-in-law across the table. "Is that all said? It is never-ending. We could talk for 3 days and nights, sister-in-law. It's not that we are criticizing Xiaoyu, but he has truly gone too far this time. Indeed, sister-in-law, our people cannot even enter Sioux City. What kind of situation is this? In all the realm, is there anywhere our Qi family cannot access?" "Exactly. Even if it's for his precious girlfriend, Su Jiani, does he really have to be this overprotective? Just because she is in Sioux City, he forbids us from visiting. That logic is simply nonsensical." "Yes, sister-in-law. Sioux City is a tourist destination. Even if we are not going to invest, can't we at least visit for leisure? We are not looking for trouble with his precious girlfriend." Madame Qi maintained a poised and elegant demeanor, her tone calm. "Whether you wish to travel or seek out Su Jiani, you are aware of your own intentions. If he does not allow it, then you shall not go. I see no issue with that." Aunt Qi's expression darkened. "Sister-in-law, are you siding with Xiaoyu, endorsing his relationship with that girl from the Su family?" Madame Qi continued to smile gracefully. "I do not endorse it, but neither do I oppose it. This is Yu's decision, and I must respect his choice." Aunt San's expression also soured. "Sister-in-law, we have investigated Su Jiani. She is simply not suitable to marry into our Qi family." Aunt Qi Si and Fifth Shun nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. If Xiaoyu were to marry her in the future, it would not only be a source of ridicule for him, but for our entire Qi family, including each of us present." One lamented. "Just the thought of being mocked at future gatherings for having such a niece-in-law pains my heart. I have scarcely slept these past few nights." Mrs. Qi smiled coldly, remarking, "Yu is merely in a romantic relationship. Must you all project so far into the future?" The elder sister interjected, "It is not so simple. If he indulges her to this extent while courting, how will she be treated should she enter our Qi family?" Chapter 72. Can the baby still be like before? Madame Qi lifted her teacup for another sip before leisurely stating that she could not marry into the Qi family. Aunt Chi Air's expression instantly softened. With this assurance from her sister-in-law, she felt at ease. I too felt a great sense of relief, for tonight I would finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Indeed, it is still my sister-in-law who sees things clearly. Let the young ones frolic as they please, as long as they do not enter our chief family's doors. Xiao Yu can date as many as he likes and dote upon them however he wishes. Our chief family is certainly not incapable of affording such indulgences, right? Exactly. Sister-in-law, what about Xiao Yu and the matter with Nan Fangqi? Madam Qi cast a cool glance at Aunt Chi Wu, saying, as for the chief family matters, I shall not intervene. I suggest none of you overreach. Understood. I merely inquired on behalf of my husband. After all, Xiao Yu had initially promised to go in his direction, but now he has made new plans, which has left my husband somewhat unsettled. Oh, is it you, Sister Wu, who feels discomfort, or is it your husband? There is a significant distinction here. Aunt Chi Wu, not being foolish, quickly grasped the implications and began to sweat nervously. Hastily explaining, Sister-in-law, please do not misunderstand. My husband has not voiced any discontent. It is I who feel uneasy with such grand plans for the Qi family. Xiao Yu's sudden change, particularly for the sake of a mere girl, weighs heavily on my heart. Madam Qi smiled lightly. Since you has chosen this path, there must be his reasons. The decision to alter the future trajectory of the Qi family has the approval of the old master and Yu's uncles. Who among us has any lingering dissent to present before the old master? Not at all, not at all. I am certain Xiao Yu is being prudent. It is I, Aunt Wu, whose perspective is too narrow to see clearly. I merely spoke out of concern. Please do not take it to heart, sister-in-law. Aunt Chi Wu bowed her head in deference. Madam Qi maintained a gentle smile. This matter is now settled. Let us not dwell on the past. You have all witnessed you grow up, and should understand his character. He will not become so infatuated as to disregard the future of the Qi family for a romantic dalliance, will he? Aunt Chi Wu nodded in agreement, while Aunt San and Si followed suit, and Aunt Chi'er hesitated momentarily before affirmatively nodding. Anyone could be lovesick, but our Xiao Yu of the Qi family would never succumb to such folly. Enough, you may all return now. In the future, refrain from scrutinizing Yu and his girlfriend. Instead of wasting time on them, it would be more prudent to investigate any discrepancies in the projects before investing, considering the pile of bad debts from last year that I have yet to discuss with you. Yes, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave. You need not see us off, sister-in-law. After the sisters-in-law departed, the female assistant smiled and remarked, Madam, you truly possess a remarkable ability to effortlessly keep them in check. Madam Qi smiled gently. As I manage the finances of the Qi family, they dare not act out openly. However, it seems you is becoming increasingly entangled. I must meet Su Jiani once more. Prepare the car. The assistant appeared troubled, Madam. It is not feasible to go. Why is it not feasible? The second and third wives had just mentioned it, didn't they? The young master specifically arranged for someone to keep watch. The Qi family's vehicles cannot enter Sioux City, and the Qi family members are unable to go there. The lady of the Qi family displayed a look of surprise. Is my car also restricted? The young master has given explicit instructions, particularly regarding you and the second wife's vehicles. Nonsense. Call that brat to see me. After a while, the female assistant appeared troubled. Hesitantly speaking, Madam, the young master has just gone to Sioux City again. In Sioux City, Su Jiani was engrossed in literature research at the library. While working on a project with her professor, she found herself inspired, conceiving several topics and planning to attempt publishing a paper in her sophomore year. In her previous life, she had studied foreign languages at Qing University, mastering foreign texts with remarkable fluency. Now, as she delved into Western medical literature, she found herself at a significant advantage. As she was deeply engaged, a series of familiar notifications sounded by her ear, the exclusive ringtone that she had set on her phone. She took out her phone to check. Where are you, baby? Send me a selfie. Boyfriend, gazing at the sky, the cool breeze blowing through his hair. JPG. Su Jiani snapped a quick photo and sent it. I'm researching. Implicitly, she was conveying, please do not disturb me. The other side fell silent, and Su Jiani quickly became absorbed once more in her literature review. At the computer provided by the library, She alternated between reading and jotting notes on her tablet with a pencil, her sweet face showing utmost seriousness. "Baby." A familiar, cool voice reached her ears, and Su Jianni was taken aback, initially thinking it was a figment of her imagination. Yet, the crisp aura enveloped her entirely. Turning her head, she encountered a handsome face that was uncomfortably close, her eyes sparkling with delight. She lowered her voice. "What brings you here? Didn't we just meet a few days ago? How did you find me?" Chiyu did not respond, ambiguously wrapping his arms around her, trapping her between the computer desk and his embrace. "What are you researching? I can help." "All right." Su Jianni whispered her requirements, involving several technical terms. Chiyu, having done his homework, understood and silently became her assistant. There were many tasks Su Jianni had organized. The progress bar was quickly advancing as she completed one task and immediately initiated another. Chiyu casually had his assistant bring over a laptop, sitting beside her. She focused on her work and he on his. When she decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal, he followed her closely. From a library to the nearest cafeteria, they encountered numerous classmates and seniors along the way. Su Jianni cheerfully greeted them. Chiyu walked beside her, expressionless and silent. Having visited often, Su Jianni no longer felt the need to hide their relationship. Everyone knew he was her boyfriend and recognized his aloof demeanor. Even if he did not engage with her classmates, no one felt offended. "Baby." "Yes." The two were strolling through Su Medical University. After their meal, Su Jianni planned a brief 15-minute stroll for digestion. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyu turned this time into a date, leading her to a small pavilion on a hillside outside the side gate. He affectionately called out to her. She responded, yet he fell silent again. In the absence of others, Chiyu leaned in to kiss her. Su Qiani obediently allowed him to express his affection as he desired. Yet, Chiyu found this insufficient. He firmly grasped her hand, guiding it to encircle his slender waist. He pressed her close, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck as they indulged in their tender moments. Time passed, and he affectionately called her name. Su Qiani, enveloped in his warmth, inquired about the cause of his unusual behavior. His eyes sparkled with a captivating light. "Oh, is the unwelcome news not solely directed at me, but rather affects others as well? Suyenik Wishchin, Bewildev. Could you not, my dear, reserve that enchanting glow in your eyes for me alone, as you once did?" Chapter 73. Ah, I am envious. What alluring light. Su Qiani inquired, yet Chiyu remained silent. He lowered his gaze, his dark, obsidian eyes fixated upon her, filled solely with her presence, the dim glimmer in his eyes laced with a hint of temptation. Su Qiani understood immediately. She sensed his unabashed, pure desire for her. A shiver cascaded over her skin as his gaze lingered, leaving her feeling both sweetly tinged and electrified. Was it not how she had once gazed at Chiyu? As if her eyes radiated a captivating light. Had her past glances at him drawn him in? His words resonated within her, evoking a more profound realization. To be looked at so by someone cherished filled her heart to the brim with sweetness, inciting a yearning for him to gaze upon her endlessly. With her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, Su Qiani teased, her voice soft and melodious. "You jest. I am no sea goddess, casting flirtations indiscriminately. It is only when I look at you that my eyes shine as you describe." Chiyu responded coolly, "In the past, perhaps, but not now." "Chiyu, you sound like a scorned lover." "Indeed, I am envious." "Ha ha ha." Su Qiani laughed, her laughter causing her to tremble in his embrace, nearly gasping for breath. "Do not be like that. I perceive you differently than I do others. You are my boyfriend, while they are not." Chiyu grunted in dissatisfaction. "Not enough. You may only look at me. Ideally, only at me." Su Qiani laughed until tears brimmed in her eyes. "Should I be confined at home, eagerly awaiting your return? Longing solely for you?" "Yes," Chiyu replied earnestly, pressing her head down to nestle tighter in his embrace, while securing her waist to prevent her from squirming. "That would be best. Su Qiani belongs solely to Chiyu." "Oh." Su Qiani's mind momentarily faltered before igniting with excitement. "Ah, Chiyu, is this why you deceived me in your past life, claiming to prefer the obedient girl next door? Was it your possessive nature at play?" She squirmed free, her chin resting against his chest as she looked up at him, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Chiyu, yes? Such a dynamic would not bring us happiness. Indeed, Chiyu responded, his voice muffled yet resonant, I understand. In the small pavilion, Chiyu steadied Su Qian's elegantly arched neck, allowing her to stand upon the wooden bench, granting her a vantage point to gaze down at him. He recognized that while she appeared demure and sweet, her essence was that of a fiercely stubborn spirit, resolutely adhering to her own principles, her compliant demeanor intertwined with an untamed wildness. A contradiction, yet captivating. It was precisely this quality that ensnared him utterly. No one could confine her, unless she chose to be. Chiyu encircled Su Qian's waist, and, at that moment, she stood a half-head taller than him. He leaned in, his prominent nose brushing against her collarbone. In the warm spring of Sioux City, clad in a loose, lightweight sweatshirt, his breath warmed her skin, and though his voice was somewhat muffled, it remained clear and penetrating. Would you choose to? I desire for the baby to belong entirely to me. Su Jiani. His thoughts leaped too swiftly, leaving her feeling utterly lost. She was uncertain of his meaning, whether it was singular or multifaceted, and thus remained silent. Once Chiyu had expressed his feelings, he no longer restrained his emotions. The fervent desire to possess her surged forth from the depths of his heart. At that moment, he held her tightly, wishing he could meld her into his very being. He had anticipated losing control while with Su Jiani, but he never imagined it would escalate to this extent, as if nothing in this world mattered more than her. It felt as though, should he not hold onto her firmly, she would vanish. This overwhelming and distorted sense of insecurity was foreign to him. Even the formidable self-control he had cultivated over many years of emotional management was inadequate. All he desired now was to have her, to possess her. Su Jiani felt as though her waist was being crushed by his embrace. Chiyu, we have been together for less than 2 months. Is it not a bit frightening for you to be this clingy? I still prefer your aloof and reserved demeanor. Does the baby not like it? Chiyu's voice was notably low, tinged with a hint of hurt, reminiscent of her humble self in a past life. Su Jiani's heart ached. It wasn't that, but was a bit excessive in its clinginess. Oh, this single utterance of "oh" was met with his breath against her collarbone. His cool lips deliberately pressed to her skin, clearly enticing her. Su Jiani found herself lifted from the long wooden bench, suspended in the air, her arms instinctively wrapping around him, her legs entwined as well. Chiyu, shall we go to my place? The tasks left over from the afternoon and evening. I can help the baby catch up tomorrow? No, it's too far. I've changed my place of residence. Su Jiani's expression revealed her surprise. Had it not been agreed that he wouldn't purchase a property near Su Medical University? I haven't bought it. You bows it. His gaze darkening slightly, I bought a teacher's building. Within Su Medical University. Su Jiani. It's south, very close to the baby's laboratory. More convenient than the baby's dormitory, allowing her to conduct experiments as late as she desires without the need to rush back to her dormitory. Shall we go take a look now? Chiyu's voice was calm, yet coaxing. He still held her, seemingly ready to carry her off at her slightest nod. Su Jiani, bewildered and startled, requested, could you please set me down first? Chiyu complied. Once her shoes touched the ground, she silently processed the implications of Chiyu's deeper intentions and was taken aback. Are you suggesting we live together now? Yes. Su Jiani was rendered speechless. This was entirely beyond her comprehension of Chiyu, both in this life and the last. Chiyu had originally intended to lead her gently into this realization. But now that Su Jiani had seen through him, there was no need for further pretense. Does the baby not wish for this? Of course not. My grandfather would break my legs. I will speak to your grandfather. Hey, don't. This is not a matter for jest. My grandfather can be extraordinarily fierce when angered. What is the baby worried about? Chiyu gently held her small hand, reassuring her, I will behave appropriately and will not engage in any indecorous conduct towards the baby. Your grandfather understands. Su Jiani gazed at him with her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Living together was already quite audacious, wasn't it? Chiyu gently squeezed her ring finger and suggested, how about this? You can live on your own for now, and when the time is right, we can reside together. Su Jiani shook her head resolutely, firmly rejecting the idea. Noticing the disappointment etched on his face, she quickly elaborated, I'm quite content living in the dormitory. It's convenient for attending classes with my roommates. And we often discuss coursework and group assignments together. All right then, he replied, I will stay here for now, and when the time is right, you can move in with me. Chiyu's dark eyes fixed upon her. Shall we at least go and familiarize ourselves with the place? We've purchased it and set it up. It would be impractical to return it now. Chapter 74. Subtle temptation and open persuasion. Chiyu's gaze was fixed on Su Jiani. His cool voice resonating with a magnetic allure, his tone gentle and soothing, coaxing her to simply acknowledge him. Instinctively, Su Jiani was inclined to acquiesce. As she parted her lips to respond, a sudden memory of her previous encounter with him on the 18th floor of Sushui Bay resurfaced. She was once again attempting to lure her home. In a playful retort, Su Jiani entwined her fingers around his pale wrist, her voice dripping with sweetness as she teased, What happens after we acknowledge each other? Should I step inside? Have you prepared my slippers in your newly purchased abode? Chiyu's Adam's apple bobbed enticingly, his dark eyes glimmering with a subdued intensity as he spoke with a hint of laughter. Has my little darling seen through me? It seems you're quite difficult to deceive these days, He took her fidgeting hands and pressed them to his lips, assuring her, Not only have I prepared slippers, but also clothing, towels, and toothbrushes. And, of course, there's your handsome and capable boyfriend. Would you care to see? When subtle persuasion failed, he resorted to open coaxing. Su Jiani, unable to retract her hands, allowed him to touch her, her enchanting gaze fixed on him as she sweetly protested. No. I still need to return to the library this afternoon to research. Are you coming with me? If not, you can head back to school alone. We can't postpone this till tomorrow. There are tasks for tomorrow too, my dear boyfriend. Ah, Chiyu sighed, seemingly surrendering the idea of taking her home, muttering, It seems your boyfriend must now take a back seat to your studies. Of course, she replied playfully, if my boyfriend has objections, we could always consider parting ways. Chiyu grasped the back of her head, drawing her face toward him. Caught off guard, her soft lips collided with his in an unexpected kiss, as if she were the one initiating the embrace. Their lips met, and he loosened his grip slightly. She looked up, attempting to continue her earlier thought, we could part. Part, he interrupted, pressing his lips against hers once more. This happened repeatedly, 4 or 5 times. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Su Jiani bit his lip in defiance. Chiyu held her neck firmly, deepening the kiss, leaving her with no option but to surrender to his fervent exploration of her lips and tongue. He embraced her with one arm, kissing her for what felt like an eternity before releasing her. Breathless, Su Jiani glared at him with a mixture of indignation and allure, her demeanor both fierce and tender. With a smirk, he gazed at her as if he intended to devour her whole, his tone commanding and intense. Su Jiani, do you think those 2 syllables can be tossed around carelessly? Do not speak of it again. If you do, his voice trailed off momentarily. I shall leave you incapacitated for 3 days and nights in bed. Do you understand? Su Jiani stared at him, exasperated. You, Chiyu, have shown your true colors. Haven't you? Chiyu seemed to grasp her thoughts, responding, Indeed. Your boyfriend's feelings for you have grown quite complex. Be obedient, and do not provoke him further. He is nearing his limit. All right, Su Jiani conceded, but what does it mean to be obedient? If we part ways, I shan't mention it. Oh, embrace me, kiss me, comfort me. Huh? Now. Yes, now. Didn't we just share a kiss? Let us switch it up. Very well. Su Jiani generously enveloped him in her arms, then obediently pressed her lips against his. This time, Chiyu refrained from any erratic movements. Her kiss was swift, a gentle touch before she drew back, flashing him a smile. Is that sufficient? Am I being obedient enough? Chiyu's gaze turned slightly frosty as he spoke in a measured tone. A girlfriend no longer concerns herself with what her boyfriend is thinking or desiring. She can only rely on his honesty to convey it. Huh? Could you put a little more heart into the kiss? Ha ha! Su Jiani couldn't contain her laughter. It was quite absurd to hear such playful words delivered with a straight face. Her laughter arched her brows, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness. This scene felt somewhat familiar. In her past life, she had made similar requests of him, asking for a good-night kiss before sleep and a tender peck on the forehead as he departed in the morning. Now, the tides had turned, and he was the one making demands of her, leaving her with a mix of 3 parts heartache and 7 parts amusement. Chiyu silently observed her laughter, the chill in his demeanor thawing under her joyful spirit, his typically impassive visage now radiating affection. Sufyani, kiss me. All right, Chiyu, lower your head. He complied. She rose on her toes, earnestly leaning in to kiss him. She knew what he desired, for she had granted him such in their previous life. After a considerable time, she finally withdrew. He was utterly captivated by her, struggling to maintain his composure, his breath hot and disheveled against her neck. Sujiani, tell me you like me. I like you. I like you too, she confessed. His declaration swiftly followed. Sujiani's eyes glistened, her heart surging with emotion, yet her mind remained clear. Chiyu was thoroughly enamored. She was astute, spirited, humble, generous, yet capable of being coy, and he found himself utterly enthralled. In the afternoon, Chiyu attempted once again to coax Sujiani home, but to no avail. They returned to the library instead. That evening, Sujiani was immersed in organizing the materials she had reviewed throughout the day in a study room within the library building. Gradually, classmates departed from the seats surrounding her and Chiyu. She was so engrossed that she lost track of time. When she finally yawned and regained her senses, she realized it was already nearly 11:50, on the verge of midnight. At this hour, the dormitory had long since closed its doors. Exiting the study room, Sujiani cast a sidelong glance at Chiyu. Did you know it was this late, and deliberately didn't he wake me? MHM. Chiyu took her hand, gripping it tightly. We can only head to our new home now. Who said that? The dormitory auntie is quite accommodating. She is willing to let us in no matter how late it is. Didn't you know? Chiyu tightened his grip. You mean to say we should have returned to the dormitory earlier? The auntie is lovely, but we also feel bad about bothering her all the time, so we try to return on time. Today, we truly had no choice but to trouble her. Sujiani shot him another sideways glance. Who asked you to deliberately turn off my alarm, making me busy until this late? MHM. I turned it off on purpose. Chiyu playfully hooked his finger into the palm of her hand. Are you truly not going? I cannot go, Sujiani replied, narrowing her eyes like blooming peach blossoms. Can you guarantee that nothing untoward will happen if I do? Chiyu gazed at her intently, answering with utmost sincerity, I cannot. Then how can I dare to go? Chiyu escorted Sujiani back to the dormitory building. For your first thesis topic, choose the most audacious one. If you have an idea, your boyfriend will support you, whether it's establishing a laboratory or a research building. I understand your family is affluent, but there is no need for such exaggeration. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, a bodyguard delivered a box of items, which Chiyu took and handed to Sujiani. What is this? Some medical books collected by my grandfather. These are priceless. You expect me to keep them in the dormitory? They're scan copies. Oh, I organized them with my grandfather's notes. All right, I will find time to read them. Are you returning to Beijing overnight? No, I have a task to complete. Is it dangerous? No. Chiyu smiled slyly, but I enjoy it when my darling worries about me. It would be best if you were so preoccupied with worry that you couldn't read or conduct experiments. You. Wishful thinking. Chapter 75. You do not wish to marry. Yet Yuer desires to wed for 5 consecutive days. There was no word from Chiyu. Sujiani remained unperturbed. In her previous life, she had clung to him tightly, aware that he would occasionally vanish for a few days during university, only to return unscathed. The distinction now was that she had been unable to ascertain the reason for his absences back then. It was only in the latter part of his junior year that he began such behavior. Yet now, it was merely the latter part of his freshman year, and Sujiani was uncertain whether this alteration was influenced by her rebirth. In the absence of Chi-Yu's intermittent flirtations, Sujiani's days unfolded monotonously yet fulfillingly. Filled with joy, one midday, as she exited the anatomy building with her roommates, she heard the sound of a girl sobbing around the corner, a sound laced with despair. Upon looking over, she saw a girl in a red dress seated at a stone bench in a small grove, clutching a plastic bag, crying and retching. The 4 girls approached her. Sujiani offered her a tissue. Are you feeling better? Has your family still not agreed to your withdrawal from school? I want to quit school. Sob. You? The girl was Xiao Lin from the neighboring class. Last semester, she had ranked second in the clinical medicine program by credit points. She struggled to attend the systematic anatomy classes, enduring the ordeal each time only to vomit afterward, nearly to the point of collapse. Xiao Lin had contemplated withdrawing to retake the college entrance examination, but her parents were adamantly opposed, insisting she persevere. Once during a systematic anatomy class, Xiao Lin stood beside Su Jiani, who noticed her pale complexion and could hear the contents threatening to rise from her throat. Yet she stubbornly swallowed it down, only to expel it after class had concluded. Such tenacity was commendable. The professor remarked that it was the first time he had seen a student carrying a plastic bag to a systematic anatomy class, feeling both moved and pained. At that moment, the four girls surrounded Xiao Lin, gently patting and massaging her to alleviate her discomfort and helping to clean the mess. After she could vomit no more, her face still ashen, she uttered, "Thank you, everyone. You're welcome. We're all classmates. If your family won't allow you to withdraw, why not strive to switch majors? There are other fields you could pursue." Xiao Lin shook her head. "Other majors also require systematic anatomy. My parents do not support my changing fields. I managed to endure a semester. I should be able to manage this semester as well. And what will you do when you face the challenges of regional anatomy after this?" I haven't thought that far ahead. Xiao Lin's expression was one of despair. "You don't understand. My family's situation is dire. I am attending this university on a scholarship, and my parents are counting on me. Although I know that withdrawing and retaking the exam is the best option, I cannot do that. I am the only one from Liangshan to pursue a direct doctoral program in clinical medicine. The villagers are supporting my family because they believe I will become a doctor. If I cannot endure, I dread to think of what might happen." Wait a moment. Liangshan? That name sounded familiar. Su Jiani recalled having seen a trending news item about Liangshan during her previous life, likely during her junior year. The news reported on a medical student from a southern medical university who, unable to bear the pressures of studying medicine and anatomy, succumbed to despair, ultimately taking his own life with a surgical knife. Several prominent medical figures from the school had exerted great effort to save him, but to no avail. In the trending news, the medical student referred to is Lin, hailing from a village named Liangshan. Su Jiani was taken aback by this revelation. Hence, is the Southern Medical University the same as Su Medical University? The medical student who perished 2 years later is indeed Xiao Lin. In her previous life, Xiao Lin's story garnered significant attention, and after her untimely demise, her innocent parents were exploited by internet celebrities, leading to a surge in popularity, only to be deceived into live streaming sales that left them with nothing but scorn and online harassment. Is this the outcome of Xiao Lin's arduous struggle? Su Jiani could not respect such a fate. She gently placed her hand on Xiao Lin's shoulder. If it is merely a matter of financial hardship, it is not insurmountable. My mother annually supports a group of underprivileged high school and university students, and your situation is unique yet fits the criteria. If you do not mind, I could assist you in applying for a scholarship to retake the college entrance examination. You just need to persuade your parents. Indeed, Xiao Lin, you have done remarkably well, and we all admire your resilience. You may not be suited for medicine, but you would surely excel in another field. You are incredibly intelligent, and I believe you would succeed in re-examination. Yes, Xiao Lin, if you do not mind, I can personally donate 20,000. I will also contribute 20,000. So will I. Xiao Lin stared at them blankly, her eyes swollen and red, biting her lip tightly, her expression pained, and her tone defiant. Thank you all, but I cannot accept your money. Ah, Xiao Lin, to speak frankly, this may hurt your pride, but for me, this amount is merely the cost of 2 new outfits. Yes, it's just a pair of shoes for me. Please do not feel embarrassed. After you withdrew from school, I became second in the clinical medicine GPA, and my father's rewards exceed this 20,000. If I work hard this semester and surpass the first place, Jiani, my father would be overjoyed. Xiao Lin. Su Jiani. On the 7th day since Chiyu's disappearance, Professor Feng Huangwang faced issues with the importation of precise experimental instruments and materials, necessitating a business trip to the neighboring Lingsong city. With senior students occupied, Su Jiani proactively volunteered to accompany him. At the Lingsong City entry-exit inspection station. Professor Feng's words seemed to falter as he struggled to convey the situation, ultimately having to enlist assistant Su, who helped submit the experimental project materials, meeting numerous individuals, obtaining several seals, and toiling throughout the day before finally resolving the matter. On the morning of the third day of the business trip, Su Jiani, dragging her suitcase, opened the door, preparing to reunite with Professor Feng to return to Su City. A familiar female assistant stood outside. "Miss Su, Our Lady wishes to see you." It was Madame Chi. Su Jiani complied. They met once again in an elegant CAF. Madame Chi wore her shawl and adorned a luxurious pearl brooch. This time, Su Jiani refrained from misnaming her. She was more composed than before and smiled, asking, "What can I do for you? Please sit. This concerns you, I may need to speak at length." Su Jiani sat down and listened attentively. It was only through Madame Chi's words that Su Jiani learned that after the incident with Aunt Chi, the Chi family had not sought her out again, as Chiyu had confined himself, preventing anyone from reaching out to her. In recent days, she departed from Su City and arrived at Lingsong. Upon receiving the news, Madame Chi rushed over without delay. "My dear, you should be well aware of my stance. I do not oppose your relationship with you. The aunts of you are merely concerned about the possibility of your future marriage into the Chi family. I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter." Su Jiani smiled, reassuringly stating that they were overthinking. It was impossible for her to marry Chi Yu. "Indeed," sighed Madame Chi inwardly. "While you may not wish to marry, you are as eager to wed. Your background presents challenges for entering the Chi family. You has already begun strategizing for his future. Silly girl. If I were not aware that Ewer is embarking on the most perilous of tasks, striving earnestly to establish his foothold within the Chi faction, why would I be so anxious to gauge your sentiments?" Chapter 76. The bottom line. Madame Chi observed Su Jiani with a composed demeanor. "My dear, I trust your words, for I have faith in you heir's judgment. You must be a person of integrity, untainted by vanity, which is why my son holds such affection for you. Su Jiani checked softly. You flatter me. I'm not as admirable as you suggest. Your son's black card still resides in my wallet. He must have emptied the collection of medical books belonging to the late Master Chi for my sake. You are aware of that, aren't you?" Madame Chi remained silent. Su Jiani continued with a smile. "Even if I were inclined to marry Chi Yu, it would only be after 4 years. Your urgency in questioning me now suggests that your son has done something once again, hasn't he?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Madame Chi's elegant face. This girl was quite astute, having turned the tables on her inquiry. "If you wish to know what your heir has done, you should inquire directly with him. With his temperament, he would certainly not divulge anything, even if it meant risking everything for you. No matter how much she cares for her son, she would not assist this couple in igniting their romantic fervor." Madame Chi chuckled lightly. "My dear, allow me to share a bit about myself. I hail from a prestigious family, with 3 generations of wealth behind me. Yet, even so, I cannot compare to the offspring of Yuer's aunts, who come from even more illustrious lineages. I have been studying financial management and various business courses since I was 10, through years of exposure and deliberate learning. Alongside holding the financial reins of the Chi family, I have managed to keep the family's numerous troubles at bay. The Chi family is not an easy one to marry into. My dear, your background is rather humble. If for years hence, you aspire to be with my son in a recognizable and respectable manner, I can assist you from now on. You need only dedicate over 10 hours each day to the courses I will arrange for you, and perhaps in the future, you will adeptly manage the household." Su Jiani was taken aback. Why had Madame Chi's attitude shifted so dramatically? Based on her understanding of her future mother-in-law, such acceptance and willingness to assist seemed improbable. Thus, it was either a test or an attempt to dissuade her. With a polite smile, Su Jiani replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but 4 years is a considerable span. It is possible that by then, Chi Yu and I may have parted ways. Even if we remain together until that time, marrying Chi Yu and entering the Chi family is my bottom line." Upon leaving the CAF, Su Jiani called Feng Huangwang and learned that her mentor was reminiscing with former students at the first hospital of Lingsong City, prompting her to take a taxi there. At the first hospital of Lingsong City, Su Jiani arrived to find Feng Huangwang discussing treatment plans with several doctors clad in white coats while enjoying a boxed meal. Gianni, come here. These are your senior brothers and sisters. Greet them and familiarize yourself. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. A little junior sister. How delightful to see you. Teacher, you've praised her all morning, but Haven T mentioned how stunning she is. Come over here, junior sister. Let us see if you've indeed learned as solidly and perceptively as the teacher claims. Sufyanis Maid Okwerdi. The senior sister answered every question posed to her with a seemingly obedient demeanor, which attracted the attention of her fellow seniors, who each took turns quizzing her. Whenever she encountered a topic she had yet to grasp, they would take the opportunity to teach her on the spot. It was quite an experience. Inside the office, the atmosphere was congenial until a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Before Su Jianni could comprehend the situation, several figures clad in black attire and masks stormed in, brandishing ominous dark weapons. Bang! The large screen mounted on the wall was instantly perforated. To avoid dire consequences, everyone was instructed to raise their hands and crouch to the ground. Su Jianni and her colleagues complied without hesitation. The leader of the black-clad intruders spoke with a fierce tone, "You, and you three in white coats, come with me." While they were willing to comply, they implored him not to harm the innocent. Among those present, only Su Jianni and Feng Huang were not donned in white coats, and the term innocent referred to them. Observing the unfolding situation, Su Jianni assessed her surroundings. Although she felt confident in her ability to take on any one of the intruders in a fair fight, she knew that they would not afford her such an opportunity. Furthermore, they were armed, while she was unarmed. This was not the moment for confrontation. She needed to bide her time. Those of you I have pointed out, rise and follow. The white-coated seniors promptly stood up and obediently made their way toward the exit. Feng Huang, protective of her students, interjected, "I am their teacher. Are you not here to find a doctor? Take me with you. If they cannot be treated, I will take responsibility." Su Jianni added, "Take me as well. They're studying Western medicine, while I am versed in traditional Chinese medicine." The leader of the black-clad men gave both Feng Huang and Su Jianni a fleeting glance. "You two come along as well. Hurry up, Notrix." Once outside, they were blindfolded with black cloth. Sufyani descended intently, deducing that the group had likely entered the hospital through a special passage. Otherwise, the riot control system would have been triggered long before they reached the doctor's office. After exiting the hospital, they boarded a vehicle. The journey was lengthy, lasting over 3 hours. Throughout the ride, Su Jianni quietly calculated the time, using her perception of the speed and direction to infer that they had likely crossed the border. When the blindfolds were removed, Su Jianni was met with the sight of an opulent, resplendent estate and a group of flamboyantly dressed young men wielding weapons. It became immediately clear to her that she had indeed left her homeland. Such a scene was non-existent in Huagua. It could only be found abroad. Lingsong was one of the southern defense cities, and by car, one could swiftly reach neighboring countries. The black-clad men removed their masks and led Su Jianni and the others deeper into the estate, eventually stopping in a foreboding courtyard. The leader lowered his voice to report to a tall figure tending to the flowers, "Boss, we have brought the doctors." The individual, clad in a simple yet elegant white t-shirt and adorned with prayer beads, was watering a potted plant. Upon hearing the report, he turned his gaze toward the group that had been brought in. His chilling stare swept across them, landing squarely on Su Jianni, his eyes fixated on her like a serpent coiling around its prey. The black-clad leader quickly added, "Boss, this one specializes in traditional Chinese medicine. She may be able to treat the patient." The man let out a light scoff, his gaze lingering on Su Jianni's face. "You all go in and treat him well. A generous reward awaits for a successful recovery. Otherwise, well." Su Jianni felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her brows furrowing slightly as she followed the others into the ward. The room was heavy with the scent of blood, causing everyone to grimace at the sight of the patient. He lay half reclined on the hospital bed, his clothing disheveled, nearly enveloped in white gauze, parts of which were stained with blood. Scattered nearby were several extracted bullets, a testament to his severe injuries, with only his face remaining unscathed. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and as he looked at them, his eyes held a chilling indifference. For a fleeting moment, Su Jianni felt a sense of disorientation. His demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Chi Yu from her past life after their marriage, not merely in appearance, but in the entirety of his aura, aloof, cultured, and imbued with an air of restraint. Chapter 77. You. Come here. The more Su Qiani observed, the more she felt the resemblance. Though she could discern the distinctions between the two men, there remained an undeniable similarity. For instance, Chi Yu exuded a refined and restrained allure that beckoned her to engage, whereas the man before her emanated a chilling aloofness that instilled a sense of reverence rather than temptation. Chi Yu's entire demeanor radiated an air of privilege and grace, a natural ease that crafted a serene disposition, while this man embodied a profound tranquility forged through the trials of life. Chi Yu's coldness was akin to a perennial frost resting between his brows, while the man before her possessed an inherent chill that penetrated to his very core. Their faces told different tales. Their eyes bore distinct hues. The man's irises were a rich, earthy brown, contrasting sharply with Chi Yu's deep black gaze. Yet, inexplicably, Su Qiani found herself drawn to this man, sensing an uncanny resemblance to Chi Yu as if he were a mere reflection of him. As Su Qiani scrutinized him, the man's frigid gaze, magnified through his glasses, met hers. The expressions of those around her were peculiar. Despite their furrowed brows, their eyes sparkled with excitement. A sudden cough from Feng Huang broke the tension, his words betraying his eagerness. Your injuries are severe, yet you remain conscious at this stage. Truly remarkable. However, your method of wound care appears rather hasty. Fear not, for I have brought my students to assist in your treatment. With that, a throng of doctors in white coats surged forward, their enthusiasm palpable as they surrounded the patient. It had been ages since they had encountered a case as robust and intriguing as this. Allow me to attend to that arm. What a classic injury. It's almost textbook in its presentation. Who bandaged this? Such negligence. This leg is mine to treat. My goodness, how fortunate you are. If it had shifted just a fraction more, you would have severed an artery. I must examine it closely. Everyone, come take a look. The tautness of this bandage suggests you possess at least a 10-pack. How long did it take you to achieve such perfection? May I lift your shirt to see? The man in black who led the group of doctors appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while the leader in the white t-shirt displayed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The imposing man on the hospital bed, having reached his limit, gritted his teeth and declared, "The person you need to save is in the bed beside me." Finally, the leader in the white t-shirt chuckled ominously. "Ah, uncle, it's rare to see you resort to words rather than action," looking rather humbled at this moment. An awkward silence enveloped the room, with everyone feeling the tension. The cold gaze of the man swept across the group, prompting his black-clad subordinate to hastily part the curtain separating the beds, revealing the other patient at last. Su Qiani turned her attention from the man to the adjacent bed, where the other individual lay gravely injured, now reliant on a respirator, his presence fading as if he were on the brink of passing away. The doctors, their expressions grave, rushed to assess his vital signs and deliberated on potential treatment plans. Su Qiani felt compelled to join them. The aloof man suddenly addressed her. "You, come over and help me rebandage." Su Jianni glanced at the partially torn gauze, now seeping with more blood, hesitating momentarily. Feng Huang encouraged her. "Jianni, go ahead. Your senior brothers and sisters are all busy at the moment." "All right." Sufiani approached, mentally revisiting the procedure she had learned, quickly simulating the steps for handling special wounds. The Su Medical University, located on the southern front line, offered specialized courses on wound treatment, which Su Jianni had just completed. When she finally took action, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy. She slowed her pace to avoid making mistakes. The aloof man's gaze remained indifferent as he watched her. The man in the white t-shirt chuckled. "Is this your first time?" Sufiani, masked and clad in a white coat, did not respond, her curiosity about the aloof man growing deeper. The skin on his arm was rougher than that of Chi Yu, and his complexion was not as pale. He had originally worn a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, but due to numerous injuries, his clothing was in tatters, only partially concealed by the white bandages. Su Jianni stole a glance at the muscles beneath his bandaging. They certainly resembled a well-defined six-pack. Chiyu, at 193 centimeters, also had a similar physique, one she had encountered in her previous life, having experienced firsthand the power that lay beneath such restraint and potential. So, was this man truly Chiyu? Could one disguise themselves as another person, altering not just their face but even their skin texture and voice? The aloof man caught her fleeting gaze at his abdomen, his expression growing even colder, his tone sharp. Don't stare. Oh. Su Jianni lowered her head to tend to his wounds. The man in the white t-shirt flashed a teasing smile. Uncle, I saw this girl first. Don't you dare snatch her away from me. The man on the hospital bed shot him a frosty glare. Unfazed, the man in the white t-shirt leaned in closer, his gaze more direct. Your name is Jianni, right? How old are you? Don't you know you're quite beautiful and very much to my liking? Su Jianni ignored him, but he continued, I'm the boss here. I call the shots in this manner. I've taken a liking to you, and you must stay and keep me company. As she cut the gauze, Su Jianni replied, I have a boyfriend. You broken up. From now on, I'm your boyfriend. Remember his name? I'm Han Yin, 21 years old. I have a boyfriend. I don't need a wild one. Ha, who is he? Say it, and I'll have someone take care of him. Only then did Su Jianni look at Han Yin, her eyes filled with a compassionate yet exasperated warmth. Do you need your head examined? Yes. You should treat me. Han Yin gazed at her with soft, affectionate eyes. I like the way you treat my uncle's wounds. It's very gentle. I have many injuries too. You'll treat me like this later. The aloof man interjected. Are you done with your tasks? Is this really the time for games? Or are you just eager, uncle? Now is not your time to play. I'm not playing, uncle. I genuinely like this girl. Don't you like her too? Su Jianni. Is it too much to ask for a little sincerity in conversation? Since their first encounter, the man's gaze has been nothing short of frigid. He has uttered only two remarks to her, an impolite request for her assistance with his wound, and a chilling admonition to avert her eyes. Is this truly the object of his affection? What could possibly afflict the minds of this uncle and nephew? She elegantly tied a knot, releasing the man's arm. Having spoken, Su Jianni promptly leaned in to observe her senior colleagues attending to the ailing patient, deliberately choosing to disregard the eccentric pair. Chapter 78. She is mine. Su Jianni leaned closer to the adjacent hospital bed, and Han Yin moved in as well, deliberately positioning himself beside her while casting a provocative glance at his aloof uncle lying in the bed. His uncle, gravely injured and half reclined, could only turn his head to meet Han Yin's gaze, icily uttering a single word, childish. With that, he turned away, ignoring both him and Su Jianni. Han Yin found his uncle utterly dull and redirected his attention to Su Jianni, his gaze increasingly fixated on her as he mused that fate must have sculpted her appearance to cater to his aesthetic sensibilities, for she was irresistibly captivating. He extended his arm to drape over her shoulder. Su Jianni evaded him, turning her head to glare at him, demanding he show some decorum. In Han Yin's eyes, her fierce glare was merely a charming display of annoyance. Are you aware that you are in my home? Do you remember that you were brought here by my subordinates? Come here. Han Yin, with his delicate and handsome features, spoke in a sinister tone, laced with an undercurrent of treachery. Su Jianni distanced herself further from him, her eyes fixated on the gravely ill patient, while her ears tuned into the discussion among her senior peers and mentor, Feng Huang, clearly disregarding him. Anyi unfruovnid, visibly displeased. Aren't you afraid of dying? Or of the group that accompanied you? He leaned closer, heedlessly attempting to place his hand on her shoulder. Annoyed by his intrusion while trying to absorb the jargon being exchanged by her peers, she raised her elbow and blocked his advance, forcing him back towards his uncle's bed. Anyi unsquinted in surprise. Have you studied martial arts? As he spoke, he launched an attack to test her capabilities. Su Jianni remained composed, deftly evading his attempts. Come outside and spar with me. If you win, once we've saved the patient, I will let you all go. Why would I fight you? You wouldn't dare let us perish. Oh, what makes you think so? Is it because I expressed interest in you? Just the other day, I fancied a stubborn duck, but found it dull the next, plucking it clean and preparing lemon duck. You needn't grow arrogant so soon. Who is being arrogant? Sufyan didi tortith. Unable to contain her frustration. Your reluctance to harm us is not due to your own restraint, but rather because my seniors and I are backed by the formidable power of Huagua. You dare to have your subordinates bring us here, but you wouldn't risk our lives. You cannot afford it. This is one of the reasons we came along without resistance. A flicker of intrigue ignited in Han Yian's straightforward gaze, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Oh, in the hospital, if we refuse to leave, your subordinates might become desperate and resort to drastic measures, ultimately fleeing without a trace, leaving us to our fate. Here, however, it is different. My seniors are key physicians at Lingsong City's premier hospital. Our disappearance will be swiftly noticed, and the circumstances of our abduction will soon come to light. It won't be long before someone confronts you, and should anything happen to us, you will have much to answer for. Oh, you're so confident that your people from Huagua will be able to locate this place? Indeed, I can roughly guess your identity, not to mention those in Lingsong City who have long dealt with you. Huh. What do you think I should say if they come looking for you? Su Jiani glanced at the patient wearing a respirator and replied, I suspect that the person you want us to save is of great significance to Huagua, serving as a vital bargaining chip in your negotiations. That is why you dare to summon us. Huh. Han Yin neither confirmed nor denied her assertion. The flames in his eyes flared brighter, fixating on Su Jiani with a gaze that was both fierce and fervent. Hey, what's your name, Jiani? Where's your home? Who resides there? Stay and be my estate mistress, will you? Didn't you say your affections are fleeting? My affections can be both brief and enduring. Are you still intent on saving that person? Do not hinder me. You are of no assistance. Instead, why not tend to my needs? I am suffocating because of you. My heart is about to leap from my chest. Jiani, darling, you must be the estate mistress fate has arranged for me. I am now kneeling before you. Will you accept my proposal? Su Jiani. Han Yin. His uncle's icy voice pierced through the air. For some inexplicable reason, when Su Jiani met his uncle's frigid gaze, she felt an urge to laugh, her playful eyes betraying her amusement. His uncle noticed, furrowing his brows sharply, his expression stern and unyielding. Uncle, I haven't even knelt yet. Why are you in such a hurry? You have taken a liking to her as well? If you had admitted it earlier, I might have yielded, but now it is not possible. She is mine. Refrain from your romantic distractions. Urgent matters are at hand. The atmosphere grew tense. One of the dark-clad subordinates, risking his life, ventured, Boss, the person is right here. She won't escape anytime soon, and we cannot let her slip away. But if we cannot save her, our efforts will be in vain, and our uncle will have suffered such grave injuries for nothing. At this moment, Su Jiani understood. This aloof uncle in front of her had incurred injuries to rescue a person who might be pivotal for Huagua. She boldly speculated that this was a mission assigned by Chiyu. To be injured so severely yet downplay the danger? She chose to disregard Han Yin, her expression turning serious as she turned to listen to her seniors and mentor. The patient's current condition necessitated a particular surgery to have any chance of survival. The teacher is correct, she affirmed. Teacher, I can take the lead in this surgery, but I fear he may not endure until I complete it. That is the most challenging issue. Can you help stabilize him? Feng Huang shook his head. I cannot. Like you, I practice Western medicine. Whether he survives after the incision is a matter of luck. We must employ traditional Chinese techniques to sustain his life, and only my teacher can accomplish that. Unless he is here, otherwise. Before he could finish, an idea struck Feng Huang as he glanced at Su Jiani, who was attentively listening as if in class. There is still a way. What method? Your junior sister has studied traditional Chinese medicine. Studied? That won't be of much help now, will it? Do not underestimate your junior sister. Jiani, please check his pulse and assess how much longer he can endure and how much longer you can support him. All eyes in the room shifted towards Su Jiani. With a serious tone, she replied, Teacher, I will do my best. Before Feng Huang could respond, Su Jiani had already taken hold of the patient's wrist, diligently examining his pulse, the teachings of her grandfather echoing in her mind. She eventually released her grip. Feng Huang immediately inquired, What is your assessment? Weak, but he can last for at least half a day. And after the surgery, as per the previous plan? It is feasible. My grandfather has instructed me on this. Chapter 79. It turns out she prefers the cold and distant Su Jiani, and Feng Huangwang compiled a list. And Han Yin immediately instructed his subordinates to make the necessary preparations. The medical facilities within the estate were quite commendable, and soon all the instruments and tools required for the surgery were assembled. In the sterile operating room, the temperature and humidity were just right, with monitors actively observing the patient. The senior sister wielded the scalpel, having spent a decade on the operating table and performed no fewer than 5,000 surgeries. Her hands were steady, and her skills were exceptional. Feng Huangwang and other senior brothers assisted her. The patient was under local anesthesia, while Su Jiani was responsible for monitoring the patient's vital signs, attentively observing any fluctuations in the detected values, poised for action. Outside the operating room, Han Yin received the information gathered by his cloaked subordinates, flipping through the white sheets filled with black text. The more he read, the more animated his expression became. Upon finishing, his gaze darkened as he fixated on a photo that had been extracted from the file, one featuring Su Jiani and a young man named Chi Yu, hand in hand as they passed through the threshold of adulthood. This Chi Yu, is he the current boyfriend of my future wife? Indeed, he is Ms. Su's boyfriend. He looks acceptable enough. Eliminate him. Stay calm, boss. He is the heir of the Chi family. If he doesn't eliminate us, it would be a miracle. We lack the capacity to dispose of him. Han Yin was well aware of the significance of the Chi family heir. He presented the photo to his cloaked subordinate, asking, "Do you not see a resemblance between this man and my uncle?" The subordinate widened his eyes, comparing the photo with the cold-faced uncle lying on the bed, and honestly replied, "Not at all, boss. Your uncle's appearance is barely above average, while this gentleman clearly possesses an ethereal charm." Han Yin tapped the photo against his palm, insisting, "I refer to the aura and demeanor. No wonder she gazes at my uncle in such a manner. It appears she is attracted to the aloof and distant type, rather than someone as sinister as myself. Oh, that's inconsequential. I will make her like me." Han Yin tore the photo in half, discarding the suited gentleman Chi Yu to the ground beneath his feet, leaving only the sweet, albeit awkwardly smiling, Su Jiani beneath the threshold of adulthood. Her name resonates with my taste. Stay calm, boss. He is a young master of the Chi family. Are you truly going to compete with him? Do you genuinely like Miss Su? That cannot be. You just met her today. Whether I like her or not is of no consequence. She is currently Chi Yu's girlfriend. If I manage to win her over, wouldn't I have something to boast about for a lifetime? I particularly relish seeing such cold, aristocratic young men lose their composure over a woman. The cloaked subordinate, the aloof uncle. The operating room door opened. After several hours, the surgery concluded and the critically ill patient was stabilized, having been brought back from the brink. This was Su Jiani's first participation in a surgery, and she was filled with a myriad of emotions. The senior sister's hands were indeed steady, her incisions precise and ruthless, never hesitating. After returning to school, she resolved to practice diligently, regardless of the circumstances. Mentor Feng Huangwang, seasoned and wise, had anticipated the symptoms the patient might exhibit beforehand and had prepared the appropriate medications. As the surgery approached its conclusion, the patient under local anesthesia, as anticipated prior to the operation, was on the verge of succumbing. Su Jiani promptly employed the technique taught to her by her grandfather. At that moment, the surgery had concluded, yet she vividly recalled the sensation of administering the needle in a moment of crisis. To save a life, this was the essence of her calling. Confronting death and wrestling with it, she emerged victorious, preserving a life. A torrent of joy intertwined with reverence surged within her heart. At that instant, Su Jiani felt as though her spirit was blossoming. She was certain that her rebirth had not been in vain. She relished this sensation, this method of self-actualization. She aspired to emulate her grandfather, her mentor, and her senior colleagues, to become a physician of exceptional professional caliber. Presently, she felt woefully inadequate, with a vast expanse of knowledge yet to be acquired. Eagerly, she longed to return to Tsu Medical University to continue her studies. With enthusiasm, she stepped out of the operating room, only to realize something was amiss beneath her feet. Upon looking down, she discovered she had stepped on half of a photograph. Obscured by dust, yet vaguely reminiscent of the suited youth, Chi Yu, from the day of his coming-of-age ceremony. Confused, She scanned her surroundings and spotted Han Yin holding the other half of the photograph, immediately surmising the situation. With a stoic expression, she picked up the half of the photograph and discarded it into the trash can. Turning around, she found herself locking eyes with her uncle, whose gaze was as cold as ice. Ah, this man was equally obstinate. Even in his injured state, he insisted on overseeing the patient as transfer to the operating room, stating he was concerned about his unreliable nephew and feared he might jeopardize the proceedings. It dawned on Su Jianni that if she were to leave with her mentor and seniors, what would this uncle, who was likely masquerading as Chiyu, do? Could she assume that her boyfriend's pretense of not recognizing her had its rationale? Was it her place to disregard him? Moreover, she could not be entirely certain that he was indeed Chiyu. At that moment, Feng Huang and Han Yin found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Are you still not allowing us to leave? No, we have completed the surgery, and the patient is recovering well. What reason do you have to detain us here? The atmosphere became instantly tense. A figure in black emerged to diffuse the situation. Professor Feng, our leader's intention is not to detain you. It is simply that you cannot leave just yet, as the patient requires continued treatment and care. Doesn't your estate have its own medical team? Yes, but their skills do not compare to yours. Otherwise, we would not have taken such significant risks in inviting you here, would we? This patient is rather unique, and I trust you do not wish for anything to go awry, correct? Ah, thus Su Jianni's previous conjectures were validated. The two parties began to negotiate, and under duress, Feng Huang reluctantly agreed to remain for 3 more days. Han Yin approached Su Jianni, adopting the previously cold and domineering tone of his uncle. You will be responsible for taking care of my uncle tonight. Su Jianni. The figure in black stood in stunned silence. After delivering his words, Han Yin departed with a frosty demeanor, prompting the black-clad individual to pursue him. Wait, boss, didn't you say you want to win over Miss Su? Why are you passing her off to your uncle now? Do you understand strategy? Huh? How old is Chiyu? 18. And how old is my uncle? 22. My uncle is such a tedious and unfeeling individual. By allowing her to experience the indifference of a cold man in advance, she will naturally associate her time with Chiyu with the inevitable boredom that awaits her future. At that moment, when I attempt to comfort her, would she not be more inclined to recognize my merits? Yet, in the evening, with only a man and a woman present, do you not fear for them? What is there to fear? My uncle has endured such grievous injuries. What could they possibly do? That night, Su Jianni found herself assigned to the hospital room of Han Yin, her uncle, where only the two of them were present. He reclined on the hospital bed, and 4 drip hanging from his hand, his expression as cold as frost. Su Jianni glanced around the room, noting the tightly closed door and the apparent absence of surveillance cameras. Looking into his eyes, she tentatively called out, Chiyu. Chapter 80. Endure on the hospital bed. A certain uncle remained silent upon hearing Su Jianni's calls. He slightly lifted his eyelids, casting a faint glance at the table not far away. Su Jianni instantly understood. Although the ward was devoid of cameras, a listening device was concealed beneath the table. She promptly picked up the words that had fallen to the ground. Chiyu is my boyfriend, from the chief family in the capital. You must have heard of them, right? Yes. The patient we rescued today was saved by you. Were you injured while aiding him? Was the situation particularly challenging? Nothing to disclose. Oh, shall I change your bandages? Yes. You seem to be quite severely injured. Did your nephew accompany you to save him? Why is it that you sustained such grave injuries while he remains unscathed? He did not respond. As she tended to his wounds, she remarked, ouch. Does it hurt? I thought you were so indifferent that you wouldn't feel pain at all. Endure it. I'll be gentle. In another room on the shadowy side of the courtyard, Han Yin donned headphones, while a subordinate in black leaned in, attempting to catch snippets of conversation, but heard nothing. After a considerable time, Han Yin finally set down the headphones with a scowl. The sound of the headphones hitting the table startled the sleepy subordinate awake. Boss, did you hear anything? Nothing. It was merely Su Jianni trying to engage in conversation. Seeking information, her uncle ignored her, and later, as she changed his bandages, there were some rustling sounds, but eventually, all fell silent. They probably both drifted off to sleep after the treatment. Your uncle is lying on the hospital bed. Where's Su Jiani? Boss, if you're concerned, why don't we find an excuse to deliver something and check in on them? Which of my eyes indicates that I am worried. I'm merely pondering the peculiar responses of my uncle and Su Jiani. I'm just listening. Boss, you are astute, but what exactly seems off? My uncle has always shunned female company. Tonight, he surprisingly allowed Su Jiani to stay. Boss, that was your arrangement. I merely suggested a woman to care for him, and he actually consented. Is that not strange? Is my uncle truly the kind to heed my words? That is indeed true. It has always been a case of you listening to uncle. Uncle is only a year older than you, yet possesses the demeanor of a father. And what is Su Jiani? She is hardly the timid type. Why would she willingly attend to a stranger at night? Perhaps because she is a doctor? It's her duty? Not quite. She might have some connection with my uncle. Have you not noticed anything unusual about him lately? Is it possible, boss, that you suspect uncle? Don't you recall when the old master and mistress passed away and our territory was encroached upon? It was uncle who gradually helped you reclaim it. Over the years, when has uncle not assisted you? Even during this recent operation, it was uncle who shielded you. Boss, you may doubt anyone, but please do not let a woman cloud your judgment of uncle. Han Yin, overwhelmed with irritation, glanced at his subordinate. Enough of this chatter. Speaking of the rescue, do you not think my uncle has been excessively formidable this time? Has uncle ever been anything less than formidable? The figure in black murmured softly. If the boss himself cannot accomplish this, he should not doubt the extraordinary talents of uncle. Han Yin, with a cold smile, struck a slap in response. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the tension. The man in black hastily answered the call, narrowly escaping the boss's wrath. Upon finishing the call, he spoke in a flustered tone. Boss, it's bad. The person has come to demand someone. What? They've arrived so soon? They want us to negotiate with him now. He's already outside the estate. Hey, boss, where are you going? The main entrance is this way. Foolish. I cannot approach him directly. I must first consult with my uncle for a strategy. Oh, indeed. Matters requiring thought should rely on uncle, and laborious tasks should also be entrusted to him. The boss of his family is merely suited for posturing and intimidation. In a hospital room, Han Yin entered with his subordinates. The scene that met his eyes was somewhat disconcerting. His voice, tinged with coldness, echoed, "What are you doing?" Huh? Su Jiani turned to face him, her hand trembling. The figure on the hospital bed let out a muffled groan of pain. Han Yin quickly approached and realized that Su Jiani was merely assisting his uncle in unwrapping the bandages on his leg and changing the dressings, an entirely ordinary procedure. However, from his previous angle, her focused demeanor had led to a misunderstanding. Cough. Han Yin swiftly composed himself. Su Jiani, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with my uncle. Confused, Su Jiani exited the room. Upon her return, Han Yin had gleaned the necessary information from his uncle, his expression significantly brightening as he left with an air of authority and his subordinates in tow. The negotiation concluded swiftly, even in the depths of night. Just as Su Jiani finished changing the dressings and disposing of the bloodied bandages, she was escorted out of the estate, where her mentor, senior brothers and sisters, along with the patient they had rescued, awaited her. Outside the grand gates was a sea of green vehicles and people. Inside and outside the estate, forces stood at odds. The leaders of both factions engaged in a cordial handshake, one being Han Yin, while the other. Su Jiani's expression faltered. The man before her was strikingly handsome, yet roguish. She recognized him from her past life as the seventh uncle of Chiyu. Chiyu had many uncles, but this was the one he respected and favored most. Many in the Qi family held a fear of the seventh uncle, including Madame Qi in contrast. She referred to him simply as seventh uncle, a title reserved for him due to his youth, bachelorhood, and significant influence beneath only old Master Qi and Chiyu's father. Not long after Su Jiani entered the vehicle, the window rolled down and a phone was handed to her. Girl, hold on to this. Su Jiani stared in astonishment at the phone being offered. It was hers, the one taken by Han Yin's subordinate when they had bound her. Now, the prominent seventh uncle of Qi Yu was personally returning it to her. She accepted it, gripping it tightly, and looked up at the person outside the window, saying, "Thank you, my dear girl. It is I who should be thanking you. This phone has proven quite beneficial to us." Ah, It is due to your mobile device that we were able to locate this place so swiftly. However, when they abducted me, did they not place my phone into a box designed to thwart location tracking? How could a mere trash receptacle possibly shield us from the devices of the Chi family? Upon hearing the mention of the Chi family, Su Jianni's body stiffened. In her previous life, she yearned for such recognition, yet now she dreaded being labeled as such. As long as the phone remains on Earth, we will be able to trace it. This device, the Chi family has only released 5 units to date, none of which I have acquired. That rascal, Xiao Yu, it seems this time he has inadvertently struck gold. Chapter 81. Baby, come here. Su Jianni gripped her phone tightly, her fair fingers revealing prominent knuckles. In her previous life, shortly after graduating from university and falling for Chi Yu, her phone inexplicably shattered. Noticing that Chi Yu's assistant possessed a similar model, identical to Chi Yu's, she insisted that the assistant sell it to her. After much persuasion, the assistant reluctantly accepted 10,000 yuan, and the device became hers. She reveled in her newfound joy, for she finally possessed a couple's phone alongside Chi Yu. She had not pondered deeply at the time, but now it dawned on her that the phone was likely a gift intended for her from Chi Yu. Did he believe that something freely given would be unappreciated, and that only through her insistence would she cherish it? Did he perceive her as a bandit? This man was truly perplexing. At this moment, Su Jianni's fingertips fidgeted with her phone, her expression tinged with awkwardness. She had been unaware of the phone's value. Had she known it was a device meant exclusively for the Chi family, she would have never accepted it, even if she had thrown a tantrum on the floor. Child, the true treasure is not the phone, but the person. Ah, such words were difficult to respond to. This mission has been successfully completed. Your contributions are significant. Chi Yu has sustained severe injuries. Has he been transferred? Are you worried about Xiao Yu? Not at all. If I am concerned, why should I feel embarrassed to express it? Xiao Yu is doing well. Due to the highly confidential nature, I cannot disclose much to you. You will all need to sign a non-disclosure agreement later, and my personal guards will clarify what information must remain undisclosed. Oh, Su Jianni hesitated for a moment, but ultimately inquired, why would Chi Yu undertake such a perilous mission? He is the heir of the Chi family, and his life is invaluable. Child, you may ask Xiao Yu yourself later. I suspect he is doing it for your future together. Su Jianni returned to Su Medical University, continuing to navigate between the teaching building, the laboratory, and the library, diligently studying, meticulously conducting experiments, and patiently researching materials. In the stillness of the night, she would occasionally find herself lost in thought, recalling Chi Yu wrapped in bandages. More than a week passed in this manner, and on a particular day, after finishing her class, her phone buzzed repeatedly with a message from Chi Yu. Baby, come find me. An accompanying location was sent, pinpointing the exact coordinates within the faculty building of Su Medical University, detailing the specific unit and floor with clarity. After much deliberation, she decided to go. She rang the doorbell, but there was no response. A message arrived. The unlock code is Mouth 1, JPG anniversary. Suppressing the urge to turn and leave, she entered the code, and the door swung open. Inside the master bedroom, floor plan, JPG Su Jianni couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously as she enlarged the image on her phone, matching the floor plan with the elegantly understated apartment. Following the map, she made her way to the master bedroom. The door was ajar. She stood at the threshold in her newly donned slippers, catching sight of Chi Yu leaning against the headboard. He wore a white shirt, unbuttoned to his collarbone. His hair, cropped short as if recently cut, barely grown back. At that moment, his dark eyes, framed by sharp brows, gazed deeply at her, a magnetic allure in his gaze. Baby, come here. Su Jianni reluctantly approached, her shoes clattering noisily against the ground. Chi Yu did not rush her. He simply gazed at her. After a while, she slowly shuffled forward, the sound of her shoes echoing as she took her time, eventually standing before Chi Yu. She bit her lip in silence. Noticing her presence, Chi Yu took her hand, a smile playing on his lips. Baby. Ah, your hands can move now. Su Jianni shot him a cold glare. Didn't you say there was no danger? There is no threat to your life. Is this not considered danger? After such a long absence, has my baby missed me so much that she can't concentrate on her studies? Not at all. But I miss you. I said no. I also long to kiss my baby. Su Jianni fell into a heavy silence, her expression a mix of frustration and exasperation as she regarded him. Chi Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile. With a tug, he pulled her to the ground before him. His long arm reached around to the back of her head, his pinky resting against the edge of her high ponytail, his palm pressing against the nape of her neck, guiding her towards him. His cool, pale lips met hers, initiating a kiss. Su Jianni did not resist. She remembered the severity of his injuries and understood he could not have healed so swiftly. Any struggle on her part would inevitably jostle his wounds. Yet she also harbored a desire for him. She allowed him to gently nibble and caress her, expressing his longing. After a considerable time, Chi Yu took Su Jianni's hand and pressed it against the last button of his white shirt. Regaining her breath, she inquired, "What is this about? Aren't you fond of abs?" Was Chi Yu indirectly acknowledging that the man with the 10-pack abs she encountered at the neighboring estate was, in fact, his own disguised self? Su Jianni wanted to voice her question, but recalled the confidentiality agreement she had signed, forcing her to remain silent. The truth loomed before her, creating a palpable discomfort. Chi Yu's tone turned cool. "From now on, you are not permitted to gaze at other men. If you wish to look, let me at your boyfriend. Your boyfriend can offer you more than just a view. He can let you touch." This made Su Jianni feel even more uneasy. She asked, "How do you know I was looking elsewhere? Were you there?" Chi Yu did not respond, but instead asked, "What did you deduce?" "You can tell me everything." "Not much. The person you rescued had unnaturally pale skin, likely due to prolonged confinement in darkness. He bore numerous old wounds, suggesting a history of persecution. I suspect he is quite an important figure. Yet, conventional methods could not save him, which is why you employed this roundabout approach. I surmise you reach an agreement with someone related to Han, leveraging their name, but their capabilities were insufficient for the rescue, which is why you impersonated him. Throughout this, Han, merely a decorative figure, was unaware of the deeper truths. You exploited his ignorance to ensure that a third party could not discern where the rescued individual was hidden, facilitating your cover. Am I correct?" Su Jianni squinted her eyes, observing Chi Yu's expression, but gleaned nothing. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "The individual I have rescued shall become my mentor. You will meet him in due time." "What sort of mentor?" "A doctoral advisor." Su Qiani exclaimed, "Are you planning to pursue graduate studies and eventually a doctorate?" "Indeed." "Why is that? What compels one to pursue a doctorate?" "I am studying medicine." "Is it not quite normal for a physician to attain a doctorate?" "I am studying physics." "Is it not customary for those in the physics department to pursue a doctorate as well?" "While it may be customary in a previous life, Chi Yu did not harbor such intentions. Upon graduating from university, he was compelled by her to marry, and, subsequently, he ascended to the role of the chief executive officer of the Qi family conglomerate. Su Qiani suddenly found herself lost in thought, her expression reflecting a tumult of emotions. She trembled as she spoke. "Chi Yu, why do you insist on personally undertaking the task of saving others?" Chapter 82. It turns out the baby is more anxious than I am. How could the baby be so astute, yet remain oblivious? Chi Yu was accustomed to guiding Su Jianni in this manner, but upon speaking, he realized that his precious one was responding in an unexpected way, usually soft and stubborn. Her expression now was one of anguish, her body rigid. "What is the matter?" "Chi Yu, I'm not clever. I can't guess. Some things you must tell me directly for me to be certain." Her voice trembled, revealing a profound sense of humility and impending collapse. Chi Yu embraced her, and even when the wound was grazed, he did not flinch. "Whatever you wish to hear, I shall convey. Please do not cry." "I'm not crying." "Indeed." Chi Yu rested his chin on her forehead, contemplating the task at hand. On a public level, it bore significant weight. On a personal level, having Elder Yu as my mentor would greatly benefit the future transformation of the Qi family. Su Jianni gazed up at him, questioning if that was the sole reason for the task. "Must you undertake this personally? Isn't there an abundance of family members in the Qi household?" "They cannot. Only I can." "Oh." Choosing to take this step personally was a strategic move to establish my reputation. "Establish your reputation?" "Yes." Chi Yu paused, reflecting on the existing, somewhat expansive aristocratic families, which could be viewed as miniature ecosystems adhering to the ruthless principles of survival of the fittest. The Qi family was no exception. Even as the heir, to live freely, I must exert considerable effort. Sofiani Fronith. Qi pressed a gentle kiss to her brow. To put it simply, 7 years hence, if I wish to prevent the Qi family from influencing our marriage, I must spend these years weaving a web of influence, elevating my status within the Qi family, and establishing my own power to enhance my voice in family matters. Saving Elder Yu is merely a small step in that direction. Our marriage? Indeed. A torrent of thoughts surged within Su Jiani, chaotic and suffocating. She inquired, why 7 years? My dear, in 7 years, we will graduate with our doctorates. Isn't that the perfect time to wed? This also coincides with the most comfortable period of my planned endeavors. Extending the timeline allows for the harmonious pursuit of both career and romance. If I become so busy that months pass without seeing you, I would rather perish. Su Jiani's mind became a tangled mess. She bit her lip repeatedly, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of Qi Yu's shirt, her body not only stiffening but also trembling with cold. Qi Yu, in your envisioned future over the next 7 years, will you take over the Qi family business? Not all. Su Jiani tightened her grip further. Why not? Due to family traditions. The Qi family members all harbor ambitions of becoming military leaders. My cousins are all vying to join the Qi lineage in green uniforms. Managing the various companies of the Qi group is merely a last resort. Members of the Qi family have enjoyed privileged lives from a young age, and upon growing up, they possess their own investments and income to sustain themselves, rendering them indifferent to monetary desires. You too, as a wealthy heiress, can understand, cannot you? She could understand. Yet, a coldness began to seep into her heart, causing her pain. She struggled to ask, what circumstances would compel you to become the president of the Qi family right after graduating from university? Qi Yu's voice was cold and his tone resolute. None. According to my plan, such a situation will not arise. Our mother can hold on for at least another decade. Even if I were to take over the group as the president of the Qi family, it would not occur until after I turn 35. Su Jiani inquired further. If you truly did so, what do you believe would be the reason? Qi Yu frowned slightly. Unless I were adamant about pursuing a particular endeavor while the entire Qi family vehemently opposed and obstructed me, in the absence of absolute authority, I would first need to gain control over the Qi family's finances. While it may be beneath my dignity, the outcome would undoubtedly be effective. Su Jiani let out a difficult sigh, her soft lips slightly parted. Qi Yu found her adorably mischievous and kissed her gently. Do not fear, my dear. The Qi family is complex, but with me by your side, you need not worry. Now that we are together, they cannot interfere. Even when we marry in the future, they cannot force you into doing anything against your will. Su Jiani swallowed hard. If there were no 7 years, and we were to obtain our marriage certificate 3 years after your graduation, what would happen? Qi Yu's handsome face froze, his dark eyes momentarily stunned before he gazed intensely at Su Jiani. Do you wish to marry me right after graduation? No. My dear, I took note of that. No. I meant if you are unprepared, without the arrangements you mentioned, and we were to marry upon your graduation, what would ensue? My dear, I graduate in June. With my birthday in October, I'm still 4 months shy of the marrying age. It presents a challenge, but if it must be done, well, we cannot push boundaries. We could first register elsewhere. No, that is not what I meant. Su Jiani was utterly flustered, attempting to rein in Qi Yu's spiraling thoughts. Qi Yu, I meant if you had no plans, and then upon graduation, we were too, and had a child. Then what? I want you to marry me on your 22nd birthday. What would the Qi family and you do? Qi Yu. His dark eyes shimmered like a vast galaxy, deeply scrutinizing Su Jiani, realizing that perhaps she was even more anxious than he was. I am overjoyed. What you described, our child, compelling me to marry you. Each of these 3 desires is something I yearn for. You must uphold your promises. Su Jiani was in a state of panic. It was evident that her urgency did not align with his thoughts. No, I mean if. I appreciate your ifs, my dear. I relish your initiative. Though some matters must be initiated by me. Let me ponder, shortening the 4-year timeline, I should adjust accordingly. Su Jiani observed Qi Yu's thoughts, straying further. Reaching out to cradle his handsome face, Qi Yu, stop, look at me. I was speaking hypothetically. Do you not recall my intention to study for a full 8 years? I lack the time and energy for such chaotic matters. My dear, I will arrange our time wisely. These are significant life events, not trivial matters. Sejani gently cupped his face and asked, Chiyu, are you listening to me? You have yet to respond directly to my query. If you share your thoughts with me, I can devise a way to transform your ifs into the reality you desire. What a nonsensical hypothesis. If I were to reveal that I had accomplished everything I just mentioned after your university graduation without consulting you, and suddenly presented you with an additional son, compelling you to marry, how would you react? I would marry you. Would the Kais allow this? No, they wouldn't. But I will strive, and in 3 years, they will no longer have sway over me. You can act boldly, my dear. And what if you don't strive? It would be a hellish challenge. I might only be able to enter the Kais group as a mere laborer, and given its vast structural system, I would need to tirelessly manage Kai's finances for at least 3 years. Sejani finally received the answer she sought. She had anticipated it, and now he had spoken aloud. Silently, she withdrew her hand from his handsome face. Chiyu grasped her small hand and said, My dear, I appreciate your assertiveness towards me. Having pinched my face, could you assist me in squeezing something else? Chapter 83. The princess embraces initially. Su Jianni's delicate hands were icy. But now, as they were grasped by Chiyu, a searing warmth surged from his palm into her fingertips, prompting her to vigorously shake off his hold. She disregarded whether she had inadvertently grazed his injury, propelling herself from his embrace and positioning herself defiantly at the edge of the bed, glaring at him. How dare he make such outrageous demands when he had yet to fully recover from his injuries? Leaning back against the headboard, Chiyu met her complex gaze with a nonchalant demeanor. Was it excessive to request assistance from his medical student girlfriend to massage his legs and engage in rehabilitation exercises, given that his limbs were injured and he was unable to move freely? You are not. What am I? Soufiane felt saident. Chiyu did not relent, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he continued to press her. What do you think my outrageous request is? Speak up, then. Fine. In her previous life, she had been aloof and enigmatic, like a closed-off gourd. Now, she had swung to the opposite extreme, her words flowing smoothly like a rogue. The young master of the Chi family, nurtured amidst wealth, simply could not engage with her in a straightforward manner, always intent on pushing her to her limits. Having just learned the truth of her past life, Su Jianni's emotions oscillated, but at that moment, she saw him clearly. No longer vexed, her expression transformed into a restrained smile as she retorted, No, I did not think anything. The young Master Chi possesses the purest of intentions. You would do well to remain this pure. Su Jianni rolled up her thin sleeves, revealing her fair elbows, narrowing her peach blossom eyes as she looked down at him. Which leg shall I massage? The left or the right? Not telling? Then I shall start with the right. Given the current circumstances, it appeared she would not only assist him, but also ensure he was utterly incapacitated. Chiyu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. If you feel it's a burden, you need not assist me. I'm not forcing myself. With a rehabilitation therapist available, it is perfectly fine if you do not wish to help. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Su Jianni truly began to walk away, reaching the door. Thud, hiss. The simultaneous sounds of a heavy object falling and a pained groan echoed. Su Jianni turned around, witnessing Chiyu kneeling at the edge of the bed. She hurried over, eager to help him rise. Who told you to get up? You can barely stand, yet you dare to move? Do not go, my dear. Chiyu grasped her arm tightly, leaning heavily against her, significantly complicating her efforts to assist him. Su Jianni felt a wave of foreboding. He was so heavy. If he leaned in any closer, she would soon find herself toppled onto the carpet beneath him. In a decisive moment, she wrapped her arms around Chi-Yu's slender waist, and seizing the brief moment of his surprise, she firmly grasped his hand that was clutching her and maneuvered it down to his knee. With all her strength, she pushed off the ground, lifting him with determination. Princess embrace. Chi-Yu. Su Jianni. Su Jianni regained her composure before Chi-Yu did, taking 2 steps forward and expressionlessly tossing him onto the bed. I will not leave. You better behave. Chiyu's eyes were shrouded in darkness, his gaze heavily fixed upon her face, his voice deep and resonant. How can I behave myself when you tease me like this today? Su Jianni remained unresponsive, moving closer to examine his injuries. Noticing the absence of any significant lacerations, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to meticulously observe the healing process of similar wounds, comparing the scabbing progress of his various injuries. Chiyu wished for her to linger longer, engrossed in her examination. After a while, Su Jianni noticed the disarray of Chiyu's collar, which was quite unsightly. She instinctively stepped forward to assist him in straightening his shirt, fastening 3 additional buttons, securing it all the way to the top. His pale neck tilted slightly backward, allowing her to continue her ministrations. "Baby, I enjoy it when you help me button up," he said, his tone affectionate yet strangely familiar. Su Jianni chose silence, employing the most standard techniques to awkwardly massage his legs, aiming to prevent muscle atrophy from prolonged immobility. She found joy in the task, viewing him as the perfect teaching tool. "Ouch! Baby, be gentle, it hurts," he whimpered softly. Su Jianni shot him a perplexed glance. Chiyu caught her eye, his voice gravelly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, his words increasingly laced with suggestive undertones. Unable to endure any longer, she retorted, "Chiyu, I was initially drawn to your aloof and ascetic demeanor, as I've mentioned before. I don't appreciate what you're like now. No, baby, you do like it. You adore the aloof Chiyu, but you also enjoy the rogue side of him. You love it when Chiyu calls you baby, preferably 100 times a day." Su Jianni's expression suddenly froze. His words bore a strange familiarity, reminiscent of something she had uttered in her previous life, during her sessions with a psychologist. They all assumed she was elated to have finally married the man she had pursued for years, entering the prestigious Chiyu family, ensuring a life of comfort. Yet, merely marrying Chiyu could hardly be deemed a fulfillment of her desires. They had never even dated. If her wishes were to be realized, they should have experienced a passionate and overly affectionate romance. While she cherished Chiyu's cold silence, she longed for him to call her baby during their courtship, ideally 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The thought of his cool voice uttering baby could lift her spirits to the heavens. Reflecting on this, Su Jianni couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of her rebirth, being addressed as baby countless times. Droughts lead to desperation, floods bring their own demise, and excess affection can numb one's feelings, leaving only the sensation of being overly coddled. She had experienced this firsthand, but how could Chiyu possibly know of her past ramblings? She had seen no signs of his rebirth. Even if he had been reborn, he surely couldn't have any knowledge of her words. Her previous therapist had been discreet, and there was no way he could have discovered her thoughts. It must simply be a coincidence that he spoke words resembling hers. After some time had passed, having examined his injuries and completed the leg massage with a slightly more refined technique, Su Jianni intended to take her leave. Anticipating her thought process, Chiyu preemptively interrupted just as she was about to voice her intent. "Are you planning to go back, baby?" Sujani responded with a hint of skepticism. Her grandfather had recently annotated some medical texts on the bookshelf in the study. "Would you kindly retrieve them?" "Certainly." It was quite reasonable for her to take them back this time, eliminating the need for him to make a special trip. Sujani assisted Chiyu into the wheelchair, accompanying him to the study. Upon arrival, she observed the extensive and broad shelves, filled with an abundance of her favorite books, including the textbooks she utilized in her classes. Recalling the cunning tactics previously employed by Chiyu, she hesitated to delve into the books, fearing he might attempt to entice her to stay the night while she lost herself in reading. Thus, she refrained from moving, only taking the texts he had mentioned. As she passed the desk, the dark computer screen flickered to life, instantly capturing Sujani's attention. I've been lying around for a few days, so I helped you write a program. Is it also for my studies?" "Indeed. Can I transfer it to my phone for use?" "Unfortunately, no. It can only be accessed on this computer for the time being." Chapter 84. The names of our children. Su Jianni immediately discerned Chiyu's ploy. Her initial excitement waned. She glanced at the computer screen, then at Chiyu in his wheelchair, and let out a soft sigh. "Chiyu? Can we perhaps engage with less subterfuge and more straightforward communication? Let us speak candidly and sincerely with one another, shall we? This way, We can avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and the inappropriate or even extreme actions that may arise from misinterpreting each other's intentions. What do you think? In their previous life, he had remained silent while she feigned tranquility, leading them to suffer greatly. She wished to avert a similar fate in this life. Very well. If you wish for me to stay tonight, you may simply express that. There is no need for roundabout tactics, luring me to your study or tempting me with programs. Chiyu listened quietly as she spoke, then asked with an air of indifference, "So, will you stay?" Without hesitation, Sujiani shook her head. No. Chiyu's dark eyes fixed on her. Silent, yet profoundly communicative. Sujiani turned away, awkwardly realizing her example was rather inappropriate. She forced herself to justify her stance. Well, if you put it directly, I would certainly agree to what I can. However, there are principles that may prevent me from acquiescing to certain requests. You cannot assume I will refuse you, and thus resort to trickery. Chiyu inquired further, why not stay? I have classes in the evening. Mutual sincerity? Her excuse fell apart too quickly. She had forgotten that Chiyu was aware of her schedule, knowing she had no evening classes that night. It was she, in fact, who was being insincere. Sujiani found herself at a loss for words. Chiyu did not dwell on the topic, his cool gaze shifting to the still-lit computer screen. I made some adjustments to the new program. Would you like to discuss it? Sure. After all, she would have to study hard regardless. And this could prove an efficient use of her time. Chiyu patiently explained the intricacies to her. Sujiani listened attentively. He possessed an uncanny ability to distill obscure and complex knowledge into her mind, illuminating her understanding in a way she found delightful. Despite being the bona fide medical student, Chiyu seemed to grasp the intricacies of medical theory even better than she did. She had grown accustomed to his omniscience and failed to recognize any absurdity in this. Sujiani reveled in the warmth of his guidance, feeling an exhilarating strength surge within her, as though she could memorize an entire book in a single day. Unbeknownst to her, she studied late into the night, her head nodding as exhaustion overcame her, ultimately succumbing to slumber upon the desk in the study. The following morning, Sujiani awoke in Chiyu's embrace. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by his pale, handsome face, his cool lips mere inches from her own, as he murmured in a low, soothing tone, "Good morning, baby. I'm up." Sujiani leapt from the bed. We. What does it mean? Chiyu's gaze fell heavily upon her attire. Sujiani discovered that her thin shirt and long pants were perfectly intact on her body, while Chiyu was still donned in the same shirt from yesterday, buttons fastened all the way to the top. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. How did I end up here? The baby doesn't he remember? No recollection at all. Brushing teeth, washing face, sleeping. Chiyu's faint utterance of those three phrases stirred memories within Sujiani. She had felt quite uncomfortable sleeping on the table last night, and not long after, she groggily got up and asked Chiyu if he had her toothbrush and towel. He replied affirmatively, and she followed him to the master bedroom. After brushing and washing, she saw the bed and succumbed to sleep. Chiyu observed her from aside. Perhaps his gaze was too intense. She stirred again and noticed him still seated in his wheelchair, prompting her to lean over and assist him in rising. Sujiani recalled that as she lay down beside Chiyu, she contemplated his leg injury and felt assured he would not be a match for her should anything arise, allowing her to let her guard down and sleep soundly and deeply. Quite the situation. Remembered it? Not at all. Sujiani opted to evade the topic. She didn't even need to inquire why only the master bedroom had spare towels and toothbrushes. To ask would be to fall into a trap. Ultimately, it was she who had moved him from his wheelchair to her side, leaving her without any grounds to reprimand him. Baby, come here. No, it's still early. Let us sleep a little longer. I'm heading back. Sujiani turned to leave, but quickly spun around, indeed catching sight of Chiyu attempting to get out of bed, which ignited her temper. She rushed over to stop him. Are you serious? Didn't you get hurt yesterday? Chiyu immediately grasped her hand. Baby, are you leaving at noon? Why noon? Are you returning to Beijing this afternoon? At 1 o'clock. Oh, that means it will be quite a while before we meet again. Unable to withstand Chiyu's blatant flirtation and coaxing, and with little else to occupy her morning, she decided to stay. After breakfast, Sujiani pushed Chiyu to the balcony to bask in the sun. The gentle morning rays enveloped them, soft and not blinding, warm yet not scorching. Suddenly, Chiyu inquired, "Baby, do you prefer boys or girls?" "I like both. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a pair of twins? I thought a few names last night. Let us see which one you like." "Chiyu, are you bored? Is it a waste of your precious time to think of names?" "Thinking of our child's name is not a waste of time. Where we get child from? We will have one in the future. There won't be one in the future. Didn't we discuss this yesterday?" "I'm done." Was he still caught in her hypothetical scenario from yesterday? Sujani's tone turned resolute. "Chiyu, we will not have children. If you desire, you may find someone else to have them with. I wish you well." Chiyu's pale, handsome face instantly darkened, and the coldness of Sujani's words echoed ominously. It was evident he was quite angry. Sujani recognized she had overstepped and stiffened her voice to explain, "In the future, as a doctor, I will be exceedingly busy, perhaps with little time to accompany you, let alone time for a child. Had I known I could not offer companionship, why inflict pain? She is unworthy, unqualified to be a mother." "Yes." Chiyu's voice was equally stiff. "I understand. I shall handle it well." Sujiani lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts, her peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears, unaware of the underlying meaning in Chiyu's words. Both were engulfed in their emotions, yet neither wished to part on a sour note. They sidestepped the topic, refraining from further discussion or seeking other subjects to converse about. After a brief silence, Chiyu, seated in his wheelchair, grasped Sujiani's hand, and she allowed him to pull her closer, bridging the gap between them. He gently encircled her nape, leaning in to kiss her. She acquiesced to his affection. Their lips, charged with emotion, met and sparked like fire igniting. Chapter 85: Obedience upon returning to the capital city. Sujiani found her mind wandering. She recalled Chiyu's declaration of having chosen a name for their child, the sunlight gracing his face, softening the coldness of his gaze. She also remembered the pallor of his face after her overzealous response, filled with regret. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, causing her to ponder excessively. He held such anticipation for their child, meticulously planning their future and striving tirelessly for it. He cherished her. He had been enamored with her first. After her rebirth, she had come to grasp the truth. Thus, in her past life, the oblivious Sujiani had irresponsibly relinquished herself, abandoning not only their son, but also Chiyu, the reticent and reserved Chiyu who adored her. If only she could return. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a wave of horror washed over Sujiani, twisting her expression into one of anguish. No, she did not wish to return. To stave off such musings, she immersed herself in her studies, leaving no moment of leisure. She diligently learned clinical medicine from her professors, studied traditional Chinese medicine with her grandfather, and collaborated with Feng Huang on projects, all while squeezing in time to prepare her own thesis. Sujiani kept herself exceedingly occupied, causing Chiyu to find her repeatedly in vain. She dutifully submitted all her schedules, and he calculated the perfect moments to arrange their dates, filled with affection. Neither of them broached the topic of having children again. At the tender age of 19, they were still children themselves. Lin Wan suddenly became enamored with the Qipao, having heard of Su City's exquisite designs, and promptly sought out Sujiani for a visit that weekend. With little time to spare, Sujiani reluctantly made room to treat her to a meal, while Shining led Lin Wan to explore Su City's old streets for a tailored Qipao of her liking. In mid-May, after a particularly grueling anatomy class that left her classmate Xiao Lin feeling ill, she finally confided in Sujiani, asking for assistance in applying for funding. Sujiani immediately contacted Su Lisu, who had previously expressed concern over the matter. Taking it to heart, Su Lisu made a special trip back to Su City, accompanied by her 180 centimeters tall assistant to help manage the situation. Su Lisu arrived discreetly and, after resolving the issue, took Sujiani out for a quiet meal outside Su Medical University, seemingly avoiding someone. Sujiani understood whom they were evading, but chose not to mention it. Yet, Qi Lin Yuan, the one being avoided, soon caught wind of the situation and hurried to the restaurant's private room. By the time he arrived, Su Lisu had already ordered the food. Uninvited, he stubbornly seated himself beside Sujiani, directly across from Su Lisu, joining them for the meal. Upon seeing him, Su Lisu's expression shifted dramatically, but being a master of emotional control, she quickly regained her composure, refraining from mentioning their past acquaintance. She expressed her gratitude for Qi Linyuan's care towards Su Jiani in the laboratory, speaking to him in a tone befitting an elder. Qi Linyuan's countenance darkened significantly. At the dining table, the 18-year-old Su Jiani relished her meal, while the 28-year-old Qi Linyuan did not touch his chopsticks, merely sitting there, his refined features becoming increasingly tense. The 38-year-old Su Lisu incessantly served her assistant with food. The assistant, drenched in sweat yet unable to refuse the meal, felt increasingly uneasy as he absorbed the relentless praise from his boss, Su Lisu. Sensing something amiss, he refrained from speaking out of turn, complying apprehensively with each of Su Lisu's remarks. Unable to endure the tension, Qi Linyuan interjected, "Is this your boyfriend?" Su Lisu replied with a smile. "Isn't the answer quite evident?" The assistant, standing at a mere 1.8 meters, felt small and vulnerable, trembling internally while maintaining a stoic facade. Qi Linyuan's irritation was palpable as he confronted Su Lisu, questioning the appropriateness of such displays in front of their daughter. "Is it unsuitable, Nini?" he pressed, suddenly called upon. Su Jiani glanced at Su Lisu and then at Qi Linyuan, stating, "It doesn't bother me." She then resumed her meal, which consisted of dishes handpicked by Su Lisu. In a fit of frustration, Qi Linyuan exclaimed, "You're a mother now, yet you only focus on your romance instead of spending time with your daughter. What is wrong with my daughter?" "Solisuri tortif. Your daughter is in a premature relationship. My daughter is 18 in university. How can that be considered early? How dare you?" Qi Linyuan's indignation was evident. "Have you even asked your daughter about her relationship?" Su Jiani shot a cold glance at Qi Linyuan, the warning unmistakable. However, jealousy and anger clouded his judgment, preventing any semblance of calm. The mention of old irked Su Lisu, prompting her to respond icily. "Who is Nini dating? You? That would indeed be inappropriate." "What makes it inappropriate?" Qi Linyuan retorted. "You're an ungrateful wretch." "How am I ungrateful? You never give me a chance. If you did, you'd understand what kind of person I truly am." Suddenly, Su Jiani set down her chopsticks. "Mom, I'm full." The only one genuinely dining rose to leave, prompting the other three, who were not there to eat, to follow suit. Outside the restaurant, Su Lisu stood by the car, bidding farewell to Su Jiani. "Our Nini has grown up. I have no objections to you dating. Be with whoever you like, and I will support you. Just remember to maintain decorum while in a relationship. It's inconvenient to discuss now, but I'll call you later to elaborate. I have social engagements this evening and must return, so I want to be able to take you back to school." "Okay." Su Jiani understood that Su Lisu wished to avoid giving Qi Linyuan the chance to ride with them. "I can take a taxi back." Qi Linyuan, perplexed, exclaimed, "Is your daughter not more important than a social gathering? It takes just over 10 minutes to drive her back. Can't you spare that time? What kind of mother are you?" "Nini, come, ride with me. I'll take you back to school." Su Jiani shivered at the sound of her name, evading his outstretched arm as he attempted to pull her in. Her expression conveyed her discomfort. Did he not realize that his actions were causing her embarrassment? Meanwhile, Su Jiani felt a twinge of panic, as Chi Yu had just arrived to take her on a date. Before the meal, she had sent him her location, and now she spotted his car waiting for her on the roadside. She had repeatedly instructed him to wait patiently and not to exit the vehicle. She wished to keep her relationship with Chi Yu a secret from Su Lisu, who possessed a business-minded mentality and would exploit any advantageous connections. Su Jiani was determined not to allow her mother to take advantage of Chi Yu for the entirety of her life. Most of the time, Chi Yu was quite obedient and accommodating. However, the thought of him witnessing her entangled with Qi Linyuan drove her to the brink of madness. She noticed that Chi Yu's car door had already swung open. Turning to urge her mother, she said, "Mom, why don't you head back to your work?" Su Lisu frowned and replied, "Should I not drive you instead?" She was reluctant to let her daughter return in the car of an ungrateful person. "No need. I can easily take a taxi. It's quite convenient here. Your boyfriend isn't Qi, that ungrateful wretch, is he?" "Absolutely not. Definitely not. As long as it's not him. I will support you in any relationship you choose." "All right, Mom. Please hurry and leave." Just as Su Lisu bent down, preparing to enter the car. A cold voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Good day, Aunt. Chapter 86. I can spoil her for a lifetime upon hearing a familiar voice. Su Jianni felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Qi Yu, who towered over her by a head. He appeared to be well, standing upright without the aid of a wheelchair. Just days prior, he had leaned on her shoulder, using her as a crutch. How deceptive. Su Lisu also turned around, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized Qi Yu. You are young Master Qi? Nini's classmate from the affiliated school. Greetings. Hello. She continued, struck by his handsome visage and noble demeanor. The sudden appearance of the princeling of the capital prompted a swift realization within her. She quickly glanced at Su Jianni, who mirrored her astonishment, and her previously anxious heart settled. With a warm smile, she inquired, Has young Master Qi come to this restaurant for a meal? I am here to pick someone up. Su Jianni discreetly signaled Qi Yu, attempting to steady her voice. Mom, didn't Yu say we were in a hurry? Oh, right. I have an engagement in another city this evening. Unfortunately, the timing is not ideal. I must surely treat young Master Qi to a meal next time, to thank you for escorting Nini home that day. I won't take up any more of your time. Please continue with your business. Qi Yu remained unmoved. Suddenly, Qi Linyuan interjected, What business? He is here to pick up your daughter. Your daughter's boyfriend is him. 3 pairs of eyes turned sharply toward Qi Linyuan. Su Jianni's gaze was icy, as if she could pierce him with her stare. Qi Yu's expression was equally frigid, laced with a complex mix of emotions. Su Lisu's eyes narrowed, glaring at Qi Linyuan for his public revelation of her daughter's private matters. What business is it of yours? It's Nini's decision whom she chooses to date. If she wishes to inform me, she will do so in her own time. Who do you think you are to expose my daughter's privacy like this? Qi Linyuan was taken aback by Su Lisu's lack of gratitude for his well-meaning intentions, feeling anger and grievance well up within him. Do you not know who I am? Why do you think I care so much about Su Jianni? I care for her more than you do, and you dare question my standing. Have I ever been given a chance by you, Su Lisu? As he shouted, his voice cracked with emotion, as if he were on the verge of tears. Su Lisu, exasperated by his outburst, couldn't muster the energy to feign concern. With a cold expression, she replied, What are you losing your mind over? If you wish to go mad, do so elsewhere. Nini, come with me. Su Jianni climbed into the car, followed closely by Qi Yu. Su Lisu, seated in the passenger's seat, said nothing. As the car drove away, Qi Linyuan sank to the ground, only to rise moments later and rush to his vehicle in an attempt to catch up with them. Su Lisu's assistant parked the car at a tea house by the Su River. On the second floor, the tea room had wide-open windows overlooking the gently flowing river, where boats occasionally glided by, accompanied by the soft, whispering melodies of Su Yu's songs. Su Lisu positioned her assistant at the entrance of the tea room to prevent any unwanted interruptions. She herself settled at the tea seat by the intricately carved window. Opposite her sat Su Jianni and Qi Yu. Su Lisu initiated the conversation. When did you begin your relationship? This semester. Last year. The conflicting answers emerged simultaneously, causing Su Jianni to awkwardly glance at Qi Yu. Was he unsure whether to remain silent at that moment? Where had his usual aloofness vanished? Qi Yu was also observing her, his gaze subtle yet discontented, as if he disapproved of her dishonesty. Su Lisu chuckled inwardly, relishing the fact that the 2 youngsters had yet to synchronize their stories. Qi, could you specify when exactly you started dating? On December 31st. Nini's birthday? How early? No. That's a misunderstanding, Mom. You mentioned it that day, but I didn't agree. Su Lisu cast a knowing look at Su Jianni. Then when did you agree? This year, on the 2nd day of the new year. Su Lisu smiled warmly. You spent the new year in Su City. How did you agree? Long-distance relationship? He came to Su City to pay respects to my grandfather. So your grandfather knew about your relationship all along and neither informed me nor opposed it? He did not oppose. Su Lisu surveyed the 2. You two, your level of intimacy, did you cross any lines? No. Their responses were in unison this time. And Su Lisu nodded in satisfaction. I disapprove of your relationship. Su Jianni was taken aback. Su Lisu's reaction was entirely different from her previous life. Su Lisu reiterative. I do not approve of you being with Chi-Yu. Nini, you heard me correctly. Chi-Yu's expression darkened. Why? Previously, I had little understanding of the grandeur of the Chi family in the capital. I only heard my ex-husband mention the influence of the Chi family. Over the past 6 months, having struggled on my own, I have learned much and now comprehend the reality of the Chi family. Chi, I have heard of the lineage and capabilities of your relatives. Ordinary individuals cannot marry into the Chi family. In contrast, my Nini has been spoiled by me and her father, lacking any formidable skills. She may not be particularly naive, but she is certainly not cunning. She might be intelligent, but she's by no means a genius. Both my ex-husband and I have tried to teach her, only to find that she is a commercial black hole, utterly incapable of mastering finance and investment. Given such circumstances, whether she can even step through the doors of your Chi family is uncertain. Even if she does, she would surely struggle to survive without suffering greatly. Chi-Yu fell silent. Su Jiani bit her lip, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing. Su Lisu continued, I cannot bear to see my Nini endure such hardships. If she were to date and marry an ordinary person, I have the means to ensure she is cherished for a lifetime. However, if Nini were to suffer grievances in the Chi family, I would be powerless to assist her. Therefore, Chi-Yu, if you genuinely care for my Nini, you should contemplate her future more seriously. While it is still early and she has not yet become entangled, perhaps you should let her go? As this romance progresses, what does it matter how well you treat my dear Nini? The longer she is with you, the more difficult it will be for her to find interest in other men. Su Jiani bit her lips until they nearly bled. The warmth she felt from Su Lisu was both comforting and unfamiliar. Was she overly protective of her? The Su Lisu from her past was not like this. She had always supported and even encouraged Nini to pursue Chi-Yu. Had the decisive act of divorce transformed Su Lisu so profoundly? Chi-Yu listened quietly and politely as Su Lisu spoke, and only after she paused did he respond. There will be no other man. I will walk alongside her for eternity. I shall not allow her to endure even the slightest grievance. From the day I chose to be with her, every move I made was calculated for our future together. She does not need to possess remarkable skills, nor does she need to learn about finance or investment. She simply needs to be with me. I can cherish her for a lifetime. Chapter 87. Backbone Su Jiani had not anticipated that Chi-Yu would genuinely listen to Su Lisu's words, responding to each with earnestness. In his previous life, he would never have uttered such fervent reassurances. The sentiments she had yearned to hear in her past life now brought her a bittersweet joy. His words were melodious and delightful. She found herself enchanted. Yet, she was acutely aware of the necessity for skepticism. The Chi family was not a mere vessel. It was a colossal ship, and even though Chi-Yu had taken the helm, there remained shadowy corners where his brilliance could not reach. How could he promise her freedom from any grievances? She had endured suffering in her past. She understood all too well. With a bitter smile, Su Jiani realized she was once again tugging at her garment. Her expression momentarily faltered before she relaxed her fingers and raised her hand to smooth out the creases in her clothing. Su Lisu picked up her tea, causing the delicate patterns on the surface to disperse, and after sipping, she set down the cup and remarked with a smile. Chi-Yu's sweet words may charm a young girl, but such grandiose promises, what assurance do you have to offer, young Master Chi? What can you truly guarantee? Aside from material wealth, what else is there? This path was all too familiar to Su Jiani. This was her mother, Su Lisu, always circling back to the essence of benefit. The dissonance and strangeness that arose from her mother's overprotectiveness dissipated in an instant. Su Jiani smoothed the edge of her garment and interjected, Mother, I understand your intentions are for my sake, but I am still young. Engaging in a romance does not equate to discussing marriage just yet. Let us address future matters as they come. Who knows if there will even be a future? Su Lisu shot her a glare. You little brat, this is not your place to speak. You ought to listen carefully to me. Chi-Yu's cold gaze drifted towards Su Jiani at that moment. Just then, Uncle He entered, delivering a document to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu courteously presented it to Su Lisu. Su Jiani immediately frowned. What is this? A token of introduction for your mother, he replied. Su Lisu accepted the document, glanced at it, and then, with trembling fingers, placed it on the tea table. She was scheduled to attend a social event that evening, hoping to chance upon a moment to pass a business card to Chairman Fu. Little did she expect that Chi Yu would directly secure the Fu family project for her. The document contained the contract. With her signature, a coveted project that many companies desired would be hers. Young Master Chi, your sincerity in this token of introduction is overwhelming. However, my company is just starting. I fear we cannot handle such a substantial order. Madam, with a slight adjustment, your production capacity could easily meet the demands. Chi Yu unfolded the contract, meticulously explaining everything from the overall plan to the intricate details. Su Lisu became increasingly captivated, and by the end, she comprehended why Chi Yu had been able to secure the project so swiftly. It was not merely out of respect for him, but because they recognized his strategic planning for the project. She glanced at Chi Yu and then at Su Jiani, deeply appreciating the disparities of the world. Young Master Chi, I graciously accept this generous gift, but I am not Su Maoyan. No matter how much you offer me, I shall not sell my daughter. Madam, your words are heavy. I merely wish for you to see that the younger generation possesses both the intention and the ability. Su Jiani need not concern herself with such matters. She cannot accomplish what he can. He. Su Lisu spoke harsh words, yet her hands were honest as she signed the contract. Su Lisu felt no embarrassment. But Su Jiani was immensely awkward. This was the same Su Lisu from her past life, who, despite her affection and indulgence towards her daughter, was also unabashedly mercenary. Perhaps she lacked the right to criticize her mother, having lived a life of luxury funded by the profits her mother had pursued. She was a beneficiary, yet yearned for some semblance of dignity. As Su Lisu departed, Su Jiani and Chi Yu remained seated in the tea room on the second floor. Noticing her sorrowful gaze lingering on the Su River below, Chi Yu, in silence, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. What was she pondering? Thank you for your elaborate assistance to my mother, but it is detrimental. Helping her this time will pave the way for future demands. In her past life, Su Maojian and Su Lisu incessantly sought favors from Chi Yu, their son-in-law. Though she had not yet married me, she was already turning her elbow towards me, which amused me. It is not directed at you. I simply feel uneasy. Uneasy about what? Selling one's daughter for gain, breaking one's backbone in the process. Chi Yu grasped her hand, holding it firmly within his palm. Perhaps you do not approve of your aunt's methods, but in the business world, they are hardly considered despicable. Your aunt's years of entrepreneurial acumen are not those of a short-sighted individual. Providing her with a larger platform could yield greater achievements. Your aunt's accomplishments would bolster your confidence. Was he attempting to alleviate her previously expressed insecurities? Surely, your aunt had similar thoughts when she accepted this arrangement. Su Jiani's expression stiffened. She had never viewed it from this perspective. Chi Yu tightened his grip on her fingers. Come, let us go. Where to? A date. Chi Yu stood and took her hand. Su Jiani remained still, looking up at him. Are you all right? Yes. You tricked me into helping you just a few days ago. Indeed. Why not continue the charade today? Your boyfriend is about to be taken away by someone else. I can no longer deceive you. Are you referring to Senior Chi? I know. Have you investigated? Yes. But I still cannot bear to see him lay hands on my dear. Let's not discuss him. Would you like to examine me personally? Examine what? My wounds. All right. Su Jiani proceeded to check him. She accompanied him home, peeling off his clothing to scrutinize every injury. He had healed completely, moving without any residual effects, though faint scars remained. As she observed, she took notes with her tablet and pen, leaning in closer, her gentle breath brushing against Chi Yu's skin, causing a tingling sensation. Darling? Yes. Have you finished? Yes. You may put your clothes back on. Chi Yu remained still. You undressed me. Now you help me dress. Do you lack hands? Yes. Su Jiani looked at him, exasperated. Then you shall remain bare. With enticing dark eyes, Chi Yu replied, Do you see me as a learning tool? It must be done thoroughly. Very well. Unreserved interactions, set aside the tablet and stylus. Meticulously fastening the buttons of his shirt from top to bottom, ensuring the last one was secure with care. He appeared to have developed a fondness for white shirts, as he had been consistently attired in them during their recent encounters. After aiding him in fastening the buttons, she deftly arranged his clothing, enhancing its neatness and formality. Seated upon a chair, drew her closer, gently pulling her onto his lap. In a swift motion, he secured her, resting his chin against the side of her neck, leaving her no opportunity to resist. What is the purpose of this? I find myself equally intrigued. Can a baby serve as my educational tool? Is the exploration of the spine within acceptable limits? Chapter 88. Is the technology really that poor? At the end of May, Kobayashi managed to secure funding and persuaded his family, successfully withdrawing from Tsu Medical University to prepare for next year's college entrance examination. Qi Lin Yuan casually mentioned in the laboratory that Su Li Su had once assisted him. Sufjeni feigne ignorance. Everyone expressed curiosity. She also supported you? No, he replied. She funded my deskmate. I came from a humble background, but my deskmate was even more destitute. My family struggled for basic sustenance, while his home was filled with broken cookware. Really? Aren't you the young master of the Qi family? Not at that time, he replied. She came to support my deskmate and, noticing my resemblance to Director Qi, brought me along when she took my deskmate to the capital. After many twists and turns, I, who was swapped at birth in the hospital, returned to the Qi family. That year, when I transferred to the affiliated high school in the capital, my life underwent a dramatic transformation. It took a decade to become the person you see before you today. Su Li Su is the woman who changed my life. A wave of sympathy swept through the room. Qi Lin Yuan repeatedly cast glances at Su Jiani, his face brimming with a desire to confide, as if the words were on the tip of his tongue, yearning to spill forth for her to hear. However, Su Jiani remained expressionless, wholly absorbed in operating the experimental apparatus, showing no inclination to listen. Qi Lin Yuan had no choice but to wait until she was free. He adopted a woeful expression, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding regarding the ungrateful wolf. Su Jiani barely glanced at him, cutting him off with her words, "Pitying yourself in front of me is futile. I cannot influence my mother. She has always acted according to her own will, and you have known her for 10 years, so you should be aware of this." Qi Lin Yuan restrained himself somewhat. Days later, upon learning the details of Su Li Su securing the Fu family's project, Qi Lin Yuan was incensed. "I knew she wouldn't stop you from getting involved with that Qi family member. It turns out she is driven by greed. Again, she personally arranged for me to meet Director Qi and devoted herself to helping me return to the Qi family. I thought she cared for me. Instead, she was merely intending to sign the Qi family's project. She used me. From beginning to end, Su Li Su saw only profit." Su Jiani cast a sidelong glance at the visibly shaken Qi Lin Yuan, recalling how she, in her past life, had suddenly seen Su Li Su's true nature after marriage, much like his current state of disarray. "So your mother helped you, yet you resent her?" "Yes, I resent her for using me, for not being able to continue using me. I am the sole heir of the Qi family. Do I not hold any value for her?" Su Jiani looked at him, her expression one of exasperation. Qi Lin Yuan remained oblivious to how utterly flawed his logic was. "Nini, you don't understand the complexities of adult love and hate. Let me tell you, don't. I don't want to hear it. You should persuade your mother. She needs money and connections. Can't she come to me? Why must she involve Chiyu? Doesn't she know to avoid conflicts of interest? I can't persuade her. Don't you feel upset that Su Li Su sought benefits from Chiyu?" Suhyeni Diman silent. Seeing her displeased expression, Qi Lin Yuan shifted his tone. "Do not blame your mother. She has it tough on her own. Engage in more frequent telephone and video conversations with your mother, and convey to her that there is no need to toil so relentlessly. She should also consider whether there exists an alternative path before her." Qi Lin Yuan maintained an upright posture while speaking. The nature of this alternative path was self-evident. Su Jianan clenched her fist to uphold her decorum, stating that if he had something to say, he should approach her directly. She had no interest in their affairs and would not act as a messenger. Had she not blocked me, I would certainly have spoken to her directly. Is it that, unable to find the principal party, he resorts to troubling her? He truly does not regard himself as an outsider in the slightest. Has he not perceived the insurmountable chasm between himself and Su Li? Su Jianan recalled that in her past life, she had no direct interaction with Qi Lin Yuan, now that she had been reborn. His persistent desire to assert his presence before her was both reasonable and yet strangely unsettling. She could not quite articulate what was amiss. As the end of term approached, the examination week arrived. Bai Yinluo's classmate passed a note to Su Jianan, informing her that the film she starred in was about to be released overseas and that Aunt Chi had not abandoned her plans to cultivate her into a leading actress. It was uncertain whether Aunt Chi intended to assign her a new target to conquer or to continue using her to disrupt the relationship between her and Chi Yu. But in any case, Su Jianan needed to remain cautious. After reading the note, Su Jianan tore it to shreds. In her previous life, Bai Yinluo's film had premiered during the summer vacation, achieving soaring box office success and garnering widespread acclaim. Her striking East Asian features rapidly gained global recognition, leading to an increase in her market value and establishing her fame from her very first film, eventually making her a household name as the illustrious Bai actress. She handled matters with finesse and propriety, both within and beyond the entertainment industry. It was acknowledged that Bai Yinluo was inherently suited for the acting profession, possessing both talent and tenacity, thus naturally attracting more opportunities. Few were aware of the influence exerted by the second Madame Chi behind scenes. Based on Su Jianan's understanding of Aunt Chi, it was likely that, out of consideration for Chi Yu, she could not act overtly. Yet she would undoubtedly resort to subterfuge in secret. After completing her final exam, Su Jianan exited the teaching building alongside her roommates, making her way back to the dormitory. While conversing with Shun Ning, she sensed an electric vehicle approaching from behind. As it drew near, she instinctively stepped aside to make way, only to find the vehicle closing in on her, nearly brushing against her. What poor riding skills. Can't they even avoid pedestrians? Oh, how handsome. He rides such a pink bike. Su Jianan turned to glance. With an aura of assertiveness, a striking face adorned in a white shirt and black trousers. He sat confidently astride a pink motorcycle, exuding an indescribable allure. Well, riding his bike and flaunting his charm, is he? Come on, you get down, and I shall ride. Chi Yu gazed at her meaningfully and offered her a helmet. Su Jianan accepted the helmet and fastened it securely. Noticing his insistence, she did not resist, but complied and mounted the motorcycle she had not ridden in a long time. This motorcycle, which had been frozen during winter, had actually been repaired long ago. It was merely that Chi Yu had not delivered it to her. She had refrained from mentioning it, as riding such an ostentatious vehicle within Su Medical University was not advisable. Now, as summer vacation commenced, to her surprise, Chi Yu rode over effortlessly. Su Jiani steadied herself and inquired, "Have you obtained your motorcycle license?" "Yes," he replied. "Hold on tight." No sooner had he spoken than the pink vehicle surged forward. "Wow, so cool. I'm envious, Jiani." Envy level 1. Envy level 2. As Su Jiani was the subject of admiration, the sudden acceleration of the bike caused her to collide with Chi Yu's back. He accelerated further, leaving her with no choice but to cling tightly to his waist. "Can't you ride any slower?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. As she tightened her grip, he slowed down. Whenever she attempted to loosen her hold, he would speed up again. Su Jiani chuckled helplessly, thinking to herself, "You cold and aloof one. Why can't you just tell me to hold you? I wouldn't refuse." Chapter 89, Envy the Motorcycle, adorned with a delicate pink hue, glided through the bustling streets, passing throngs of tourists before coming to a gentle halt. Su Jiani was the first to dismount, removing her helmet and handing it to Chi Yu. She gazed toward the distant imperial archway, a smile gracing her lips. The last time she had a date with Chi Yu, they had fortuitously visited the place where her grandparents used to take her for strolls. She casually mentioned the profound emotional scars she had once endured, and returning to this familiar locale felt akin to stepping back in time. The myriad memories of her childhood strolled back to her, evoking the unconditional love her grandparents had showered upon her, cleansing the sullied depths of her soul, providing a healing so intense it was almost overwhelming. Chi Yu took note of this. This time, he brought her to the West Garden Temple in Sioux City. "Did you inquire about my grandfather?" "Yes." "What other places did he mention?" "Many." "Are you going to take me to all of them?" "Yes." A bittersweet feeling enveloped Su Jiani. Little did Chi Yu know that he might believe her trauma stemmed from her parents' divorce on her birthday, but that was not the case. She spoke of her past life, one he was blissfully unaware of. She cast a sidelong glance at Chi Yu, who was diligently securing her motorcycle and helmet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It was perhaps for the best that he remained oblivious. Let her enjoy this romantic entanglement with him. She had never experienced a relationship with him in her previous life, and now, discovering the comfort of a connection where he took the initiative felt utterly delightful. She was busy, and he was even busier. Yet, he always managed to meticulously arrange their dates, providing her a brief reprieve from the burdensome weight of her studies and experiments. After each date, upon returning to her dormitory, Shen Ningyi and Li Yuran would remark on her radiant complexion, likening her to a spirited horse that had finally broken free from its reins. They all envied her. She too envied the version of herself that was reborn to be with Chiyu. Who wouldn't he desire a scholarly boyfriend who could both study and indulge in leisure with his girlfriend? At that moment, Chiyu finished locking the motorcycle, approached her, and looked down with his cool, piercing gaze, delivering an impeccable and strikingly handsome visage. Su Jianni's heart raced. He was not only charming, but also breathtakingly attractive. Who wouldn't he want to be in a relationship with someone like Chiyu? What are you thinking about? Nothing. Shall we go? Yes. The two strolled across the stone bridge, traversing the Shangtong River, passing beneath the Imperial Archway, and arriving at their destination. They lit incense and made wishes at the West Garden. With animated enthusiasm, Su Jianni recounted the legendary tale of the two famed giant turtles in the release pond, sharing how many years they had lived and the extraordinary stories that surrounded them, all imparted to her by her grandmother. As she spoke, she adopted the colorful tone her grandmother used to convey these tales. Chiyu listened intently, his gaze fixed on Su Jianni, who appeared to be more at ease here than anywhere else. As she wove one story after another, her tone shifted to a melancholic note. Your grandfather truly considers you family, which is why he shared this place with you. My grandmother used to visit frequently, accompanied by my grandfather whenever he had the time, which was less often than not. I recall that it was only a couple of years after the divine tortoise spirit in the pond had departed when my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, and thereafter, they never returned. I apologize. As Sagani turned to leave the life pond, she conversed with Chiyu beside her. My grandparents had only one child, my mother, who, in her youth, had committed actions that wounded my grandfather's heart. Are you hungry? She asked. There are some vegetarian noodles here, quite delectable, though I wonder if your palate, accustomed to fine delicacies, would appreciate them. Yes, it will do, he replied. After finishing the vegetarian noodles, Sagani led Chiyu away across another stone bridge. In front of the motorcycle, Chiyu helped Sagani put on her helmet. Darling, I have a mission to undertake. For how long? Not exceeding 10 days. Sagani recalled his bandaged form, a shiver of apprehension coursing through her. Is there a risk to life? None. Is there a danger of losing limbs? None. Not even a hint of danger? Chiyu fell silent. Then there is, Sagani observed him, at a loss for words. She wished for him to stay, yet understood she could not hinder him. At times, she could not help but ponder whether, had he been with someone of equal standing, he would not have to strive so hard. Chiyu gazed back at her, taking her hand. I will be cautious. But I did not express worry, she protested. I discerned it. Very well, then do be careful. Darling, would you come over tonight? Absolutely not. Sagani remained haunted by her previous terrifying experience, feeling both cold and hot at the thought, resolutely refusing to cross that threshold again. 7 days later, Sagani was conducting experiments in the laboratory. Her thesis had been finalized, entering the phase of extensive experimentation and data extraction. She meticulously completed a series of experiments when her phone vibrated. It was Chiyu. He had returned. She wondered what injuries he might have sustained this time. Sagani removed her lab coat and rode her motorcycle to the faculty building where he resided. The summer holiday had rendered the university nearly deserted. Upon entering, she had not yet changed her shoes when a youthful, unfamiliar voice called out, "Sister-in-law, hello." Sagani blinked in surprise. A boy clad in camouflage short-sleeve work attire was pushing a wheelchair towards her, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Sister-in-law, you look beautiful. I am Chijiyujio, the youngest of the Chi family. This is our first meeting, and I did not prepare a gift, but I shall make amends next time." "Ah, Shijujio." Sagani recalled having met him a few times after marrying into the Chi family. He was Chiyu's younger cousin, younger by a few months. From the wheelchair, Chiyu interjected. You're not involved here. Sagani then turned her attention to Chiyu. Back in the wheelchair again? What happened? You couldn't tell? Chijiyujiyo chuckled. Are you dismissing me so quickly? Considering you helped save me last time, I won't hold it against you. Sister-in-law, I brought him back. He has been injured and refuses to recuperate properly, insisting on coming here. It is said that your sister-in-law is a medical student. Please take care of my brother. Very well. Chiyu departed. Su Jiani fixed her gaze upon his retreating figure until he completely vanished beyond the door. The Chi family flourishes, and within this generation of Chiyu, there are 9 sons and 9 daughters who can claim prominence, with Chiyu ranking 7th among the males. Chijio, younger than Chiyu, is the youngest son of Chiyu's 4th uncle, notorious as the most unruly and extravagant scion of the Chi family. In her previous life, after marrying into the Chi family, she heard tales of the havoc he wreaked, utterly shocking in their audacity, leaving his 4th aunt exasperated. Compared to the Chijio she once knew, the present Chijio appears remarkably well-behaved, seemingly tamed by Chiyu. Darling. Chiyu's chilling voice broke through Su Jiani's reverie. Have you sustained an injury? Darling has come to see for himself. Chapter 90. Don't move. Allow me. Sujani approached without a hint of hesitation, bending down to match the height of the wheelchair, deftly unbuttoning Chiyu's shirt with practiced skill. She cautiously examined the wound on his left shoulder blade, where the bandage was subtly stained with blood. We need to change the bandage. Did you bring the medicine? Yes. Sujani followed Chiyu's gaze to the coffee table, where the neatly packaged medicine lay. Skillfully, she retrieved the first aid kit from the storage cabinet, taking out the necessary tools to remove the bandage, revealing the cleaned wound that lay before her. Compared to his previous injury from the blind tube, this one was somewhat less severe, with fewer wounds. However, something felt amiss. If this were merely a superficial cut, with Chiyu's robust physique, he shouldn't be in such a state that required a wheelchair. Was there an injury on his leg as well? Sujani's fingers trembled slightly. The old scars had yet to fade, and now a new injury had been added. She was acutely aware that in her past life, Chiyu bore no scars. She also understood precisely why he did now, having witnessed the formation of each scar. Chiyu keenly sensed her reaction. Baby? Sujani furrowed her brows in silence, quickly steadying her gloved hands to assist him with his wounds, her technique equally adept. After Chiyu's last injury, Sujani had quietly intensified her studies on specialized wound care, honing her skills in the intricate suturing of challenging injuries and mastering theories on infection prevention. Once the medication was applied, Sujani remained silent. Chiyu smiled subtly. Is my baby feeling pain? She bit her lip in response. He stood up from the wheelchair, gently enveloping her in his embrace with his right arm. Don't move. I just changed the bandage. Chiyu's voice was calm and deep. Baby, don't cry. My injury isn't severe. Who is crying? Sujani sniffed, her nose tinged with discomfort. Is your leg uninjured? No. Then why are you in a wheelchair? Just acting. Acting for your cousin to see? Acting for my baby. Sujani, incensed, contemplated pushing him away but restrained herself due to his injury, opting instead to scratch his chest lightly with her fingertips. You scoundrel. Is it amusing to deceive me? Indeed. Chiyu held her close. I missed you. This was no deceit. His dark eyes filled with melting snowmelt. Observe her vexed yet caring demeanor, and he relished it profoundly. Would you like a kiss, baby? Sujani ignored him. Chiyu lowered his head, seemingly aggravating the wound on his shoulder, letting out a soft hiss. Sujani clenched her teeth. Don't move. Allow me. No sooner had she spoken than she tore off her medical mask, standing on tiptoe to capture his lips with hers. The initial fervor transformed into a tender kiss. Afterward, Sujani huffed as she inspected the wound on his back. No blood seeping. She relaxed her nerves, lost in thought. What is my baby pondering? Chiyu, have you ever considered? Considered what? If someone from your family who wouldn't oppose us were involved, neither of us would need to endure such hardship. My baby thinks this way? Yes. The formidable heart of Chiyu suddenly erupted, his cold voice slicing through the air, heightened in pitch and chilled in tone. Sujiani, your boyfriend is still bleeding. Do you wish to hand him over to someone else? No. Sujiani turned away, her back to him as she organized the medicine box, her voice muffled and indistinct, though her pained expression spoke volumes. Chiyu understood in an instant, his emotions tumultuous. The stark contrast of feelings left him feeling adrift. He gently embraced her from behind, resting her head against his heart. This time, he had inadvertently saved Xiao Jiao, sustaining injuries in the process. I will try my best to avoid getting hurt in the future. The disparity in status need not trouble you. I will handle it. This incident with Xiao Jiao was a mere twist of fate. Aunt Qi will not make things difficult for you moving forward. Su Jiani was aware of this. Aunt Qi and Uncle Qi doted on their son, Qi Jiao, particularly Aunt Qi, whose gentle nature and sound principles ensured that she would not harm Su Jiani, especially after Qi Yu's daring act of rescuing her son. In the Qi family, refraining from adding insult to injury was already considered a form of assistance. Su Jiani's summer was meticulously planned. Occasionally, she visited the medical university's experimental building, but most of her time was spent learning alongside her grandfather. She would sometimes visit the medical clinic or go out to harvest seasonal herbs. Theoretically, she had mastered hundreds of medicinal herbs, yet in practice, she was still striving to identify each one, understanding their varied medicinal properties for different ailments, and learning how to utilize herbs effectively across seasons. Qi remained in Sioux City under the pretext of nursing his wounds. Initially, he had intended to advance his plans in Nanfang over the summer, laying the groundwork for future reforms within the Qi family, with several uncles supporting him. However, a few short-sighted individuals, feeling their interests threatened, were restless and foolishly hoped to summon Qi Yu back to Beijing. Yet, whenever this was mentioned, Qi Yu's doctor would insist that he was unfit for air travel or long journeys. It seemed he was only suited for riding his girlfriend's motorcycle, traversing the land, whether it be for mountain climbing or foraging herbs. Intelligence agents risked their lives to capture photos that returned to the Qi family, bringing amusement to the uncles. The aunts reacted with various expressions of intrigue. How long have they been together? Almost a year? Not that long. Remember, last year, the eldest sister-in-law went to Sioux City specifically to find that girl because Xiao Yu couldn't pursue her. It has only been half a year. What a sight. Xiao Yu is still young. He can understand. Still young? Is he just anyone? He is the heir of the Qi family, preoccupied with romance. Instead of dealing with significant matters, Xiao Yu has not neglected his responsibilities. What is your issue? Why do you disagree with everything I say these days? You can say anything else, but not about Xiao Yu and his girlfriend. Did the second sister-in-law not receive the news? Xiao Yu saved Xiao Jiao a few days ago. That was a good move, and Aunt Four is now speaking up for him. Such trivial favors can sway you. Can saving a life be considered a mere favor? Without Xiao Yu, my Xiao Jiao would not have returned. Now that Xiao Jiao is with Xiao Yu, I have much more peace of mind. A sardonic smile crept across Aunt Qi Er's face as she remarked on her darling son's toil for others, believing it to be commendable. Aunt Qi Si joined in the laughter, asserting that the Qi family would ultimately be under the sway of Xiao Yu. In the future, all the younger generation of the Qi family, cousins and siblings alike, would be laboring under Xiao Yu's authority. Upon returning to the small Western-style house from the medical hall with her grandfather, Su Jiani noticed that Qi Yu was absent. Outside the iron gate stood a well-dressed gentleman, who approached them immediately upon their arrival. "Miss Su," he stated, "there's a document that requires your signature." Su Jiani scrutinized him for a moment. His height of 6 feet and his visage held a hint of familiarity. She recognized him as Su Li Sua's assistant. "What am I signing?" she inquired. Chapter 91. Love You More, Nini, the Equity Gift Agreement. The assistant handed the document to Su Jiani. "Miss Su, perhaps you could take a look?" Su Jiani declined to accept it. "You wish to transfer the company's equity to me?" "Indeed. I refuse." Su Jiani's rejection was resolute. The assistant remained composed, having anticipated her response and prepared a counterargument. "Miss Su, President Su mentioned that this is not a gift without condition. She is currently in the early stages of her venture and facing financial constraints. She hopes you could assist her in navigating this difficult period." Upon hearing this, Su Jiani's expression turned sour. Although she lacked knowledge in finance and economics, she had witnessed Su Maojian exploit Qi Yu's resources in her previous life, and she was all too familiar with the insidious nature of such financial solicitations. To her surprise, after her rebirth, it was not Su Maojian who sought her out, but rather Su Lisu who began to do so. Su Jianni's tone was icy. I am merely a college freshman. How can I help her overcome her financial difficulties? President Su hopes that you could withdraw the educational fund from the trust and provide it to her for temporary support. Su Jianni was taken aback. This was entirely different from her expectations. What educational fund? Miss Su, do you not recall? Su Jianni shook her head. The assistant patiently elaborated. President Su established a trust for you when you were very young. Due to the nature of the trust, these funds can only be accessed by you personally. Neither President Su nor your father, Su Maojian, are beneficiaries. Therefore, even in the event of their divorce, neither has the authority to manage it. Su Jianni's eyes widened with astonishment. No one had mentioned this to her in her former life, or perhaps Su Lisu had, but she had not taken it to heart, as she had never lacked for money, whether in the Su family before marriage or in the Chi family thereafter. How much is there? She managed to ask. According to the trust agreement, the educational fund set up for you by President Su, along with your monthly living expenses accumulated to date, should total approximately 1 million. 1 million? Su Jianni looked incredulously at the assistant, who stood at 180 centimeters. How can my mother not have access to 1 million now? Did she not receive a substantial amount of assets upon divorce? The assistant appeared equally surprised. Miss Su, you were unaware? Unaware of what? President Su only received a quarter of the assets she was entitled to, and most of it has been invested into her new venture. Su Jianni's voice trembled slightly. Why? This matter was not disclosed by President Su, so I cannot say for certain, but I suspect her concessions are solely for your sake. If you wish to uncover the truth, it would be best to ask President Su directly. She intended to meet you today, but is currently occupied with an important engagement this evening. You might as well visit her. Su Lisu was in Jiangxing. Su Jianni made her way to Jiangxing. That evening, when Su Jianni and the assistant arrived at the parking lot, they found Su Lisu slightly inebriated, swaying as she engaged in a heated exchange with a middle-aged couple. I will say this once more, step aside. Su Lisu, to be frank, with such a large project from the Fu family, isn't it exhausting for your fledgling company to take it on? What business is that of yours? In my opinion, it would be wise for you to separate yourself from this situation. Have you not considered how many favors could be accrued from such a division? Is it for you? Or perhaps for your newly acquired father-in-law? Dream on. Step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Su Jianni approached, recognizing the familiar face of the middle-aged man, her demeanor instantly turning frigid. My mother said to move aside. Did you not hear? The man, Su Maojian, had also indulged in quite a bit of drink, and upon hearing his daughter speak to him in such a manner, his temper flared, and he raised his hand to strike her. Su Jianni seized his arm, and with a forceful twist, she sent the unsteady man sprawling to the ground. The woman beside him immediately shrieked as she crouched to assist him. Brother Mao, are you all right? Someone's been struck. Silence. You're unbearable. If you wish to scream, do so at home. After Su Lisu's outburst, she leaned towards her assistant. How could you bring Nini along while attending to matters in Sioux City? The assistant quickly supported her. Chairwoman Su, let us discuss this in the car. What do you mean? Let's go. No one leaves until we have clarity on this matter. Su Maojian, struggling to rise from the ground, remarked, today is quite the gathering. Su Jianni, perhaps you could persuade your mother. It would be unwise to reject a toast and instead face punishment. Su Jianni could hardly be bothered with further discourse with him, instructing her assistant to help Su Lisu into the car while she stood guard at the front. Remembering that his daughter had trained in martial arts and had demonstrated considerable skill, Su Maojian hesitated, realizing she had genuinely hurt him. He could only watch helplessly as Su Lisu's car departed, shouting in vain with no reply. His frustration boiled over, his expression darkening. Brother Mao, do not be disheartened. I did not expect that the woman who secured the Fu project would be your ex-wife. If she is indeed your ex-wife, surely she knows individuals of influence whom you are also acquainted with? Prompted by his newly married wife as reminder, Su Maojian racked his brain, but could not conceive of any powerful connections Su Lisu might possess. Brother Mao, it matters not if you cannot think of anyone. We can inquire with my father upon our return. He is a wealthy merchant in Jiang City and will surely possess insight into how your ex-wife secured the project. Let's ask now. Su Maojian's mind was in turmoil. He had specifically traveled from the capital to Jiang City to dine with his father-in-law, only to unexpectedly encounter his ex-wife, Su Lisu, at the restaurant. And worse still, his father-in-law seemed eager to curry favor with her. Truly unfortunate. In the moving car, in the back seat, Su Lisu closed her eyes, pondering how Nini had arrived. Su Jiani, glancing at her flushed face, suddenly called out, "Mother!" Su Lisu opened her eyes to see her daughter, smiling. "What is it? Are you being coy? Mother, why are you crying?" Su Lisu was about to reach out to wipe Su Jiani's tears, but having drunk too much, her vision was unsteady, and her fingers swayed erratically before finally brushing against Su Jiani's small face. "Mother is still here. If you have suffered any injustice, you must tell me. Has Liu been unkind to you?" "No." Su Jiani stifled her tears, sniffing back her emotions. "Mother, how can we withdraw that 1 million to give it to you?" "Silly girl, what use is a mere million? This is merely a stepping stone for something greater. Through this 1 million, let Shi Yu understand that his future mother-in-law is in need of funds. What should he do? Being as astute as he is, he will surely know." "Mother." Su Jiani chuckled helplessly. "You always say such things, making me misunderstand you." "Misunderstand what?" "Misunderstand that I am solely motivated by profit? Indeed, I am, without any misconceptions. But you sacrificed hundreds of millions in assets for me." Su Lisu smiled. "Did you guess it? No wonder you were disinterested in me before. Yet you rushed to see me tonight. Mother loves wealth, craves vanity, and adores all things beautiful. But Mother also loves you, and cherishes you even more, Nini." Su Jiani's eyes grew moist once again. Su Lisu took out her phone. "Here, the contract worth hundreds of millions is here. In exchange, you gain your freedom from the engagement. Please send it to Chi Yu. He should understand my intention." Sufiani. Chapter 92. Unchanging Su Jiani silently perused the agreement signed by Su Lisu and Su Maojian prior to their divorce, and her silence deepened. It was impossible for her to remain indifferent when Su Maojian so brazenly used their daughter to manipulate his wife. In her previous life, Su Maojian fell into despair and became ensnared in gambling, desperately pleading for money to settle debts, only to squander it away once more. She had witnessed the wretchedness of his character all too often. Su Maojian adeptly crafted a narrative for himself, claiming that his abrupt descent from wealth to poverty had led him astray, a notion that Su Jiani had once partially believed. However, she now recognized it for the falsehood it was. At his core, Su Maojian was simply that kind of person. Su Lisu dressed her in beautiful garments and indulged her like a little princess, genuinely wishing for her happiness. Yet under the same roof, Su Maojian was preoccupied with thoughts of how to raise her well enough to eventually yield greater benefits for himself. Su Lisu pesista moral campes. While Su Maojian did not. Her father was inherently like this. His character was not shaped by her existence, and she could not alter him. Sufiani exalir heavily, having seen through the facade, accepted the reality, and extricated herself from the emotional turmoil. She was now astonishingly strong. What Su Maojian found repugnant had no bearing on her. In her previous life, she had suffered mentally due to such a father, but not anymore. That evening, Su Jiani visited Su Lisu's 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in Jiang City. Upon entering the adjacent room to the master bedroom, she was met with an overwhelmingly pink decor that was reminiscent of her own room in the villa in Jing City. "Do you like it? Mom specially prepared this for you. Just waiting for your arrival," her mother said. "Oh." Su Jiani felt a twinge of emotion, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Mom, I prefer white." Nini's grown up. "No, I've always liked white. But every time I saw you so delighted while purchasing various pink items for me, I didn't want to dampen your spirits. Over time, I found it increasingly difficult to voice my preferences. Eventually, I even began to convince myself that I must like pink." Why didn't you say so earlier? Although Mom prefers you in pink, if you think white suits you better, I would be more than happy to buy you something new. There's nothing to feel embarrassed about." "Silly girl, does my momentary happiness surpass your comfort and satisfaction in what you wear? In the future, simply tell me if you dislike something. Haven't I always taught you not to compromise your desires? If you don't want something, don't accept it. If you want something, pursue it bravely." Indeed, Su Jiani reflected, recalling that it was her mother, Su, who had instilled in her the courage to be herself. At that moment, Su Jiani expressed her true feelings and received her mother's understanding. The emotional turmoil that had once twisted her heart due to her biological parents seemed to unfurl suddenly, albeit still bearing some wrinkles. Yet, it felt infinitely more comfortable. As the night deepened, just as Su Jiani lay down, her phone vibrated. It was a video call invitation from Chiyu. Upon connecting, Chiyu's handsome face appeared on the screen. The clarity of the image so sharp that Su Jiani could even see the remnants of moisture on his skin. He must have just bathed, as glistening droplets of water lingered upon his cool, fair skin at the collarbone, an alluring sight indeed. Where's the baby? In Jiangcheng, at my mother's place. Coming back tomorrow? Yes. It's just along the way. Shall I pick you up in the morning? Su Jiani smiled. You should still be in Lingsong, which is quite far from Jiangcheng, not at all along the way. No, it is more convenient for me to take the high-speed train back. Be at the station by 8. Wait for me. I told you it's unnecessary. Be good, baby. Once you leave Sioux City, I fear the Chi family may trouble you, and I worry about any unforeseen incidents. Oh, the highway from Jiangcheng to Sioux City was smooth and steady. Su Jiani, having stayed up late, dozed off soon after getting on the bus, her head bobbing. Chi reached out, gently resting her head against his shoulder. What was that contract Mom mentioned earlier? Nothing important. Su Jiani yawned, comfortably leaning against Chiyu, too lazy to lift her eyelids. Let me see it. Mom was just joking. It's nothing to worry about. Su Jiani was reluctant to elaborate, and Chiyu did not press further. There were always other ways to uncover what he wished to know. Soon, the summer vacation was nearly over. Bai Yinluo's film first premiered overseas, followed by a domestic release. Just as in her previous life, the film became a sensation, and she, the leading lady, rose to prominence alongside it. Throughout the summer, snippets of videos featuring Bai Yinluo circulated widely online, both praising and criticizing her, generating significant buzz. Even without watching videos, Su Jiani could hear discussions about her in the clinic and on the streets. With a faint smile, she refrained from commenting, focusing instead on her own affairs. Unlike her previous life, she no longer felt the twisted emotions of envy, jealousy, or fear of Bai Yinluo's superiority. Bai Yinluo's fame was overwhelming, igniting chatter in the year group of Jing City affiliated high school, where comparisons between Su Jiani and Bai Yinluo became rampant. Initially subtle, the remarks grew increasingly pointed and contentious, escalating into heated discussions. Chiyu was truly blind, having chosen a false pearl and missing the genuine treasure. Zhou Mingxi typed with a smirk, whether my brother is blind or not is his business. If he doesn't retract his message and my brother sees it, you will truly regret it. The wealthy socialites of the Jing circle feared Chiyu, yet they were unafraid of Zhou Mingxi, who, flaunting his power, was promptly put in his place. It was well known that Yuge never read group messages unless Zhou or Xie screenshotted them. Is it not permissible to indulge in a little gossip? Zhou retorted, stop treating trifles as commands. Yuge is not as petty as you claim. Have you not witnessed how ethereal and charming Yinluo has become? Perhaps Yuge has already begun to regret being with Su Jiani. Indeed, after such a long time, he must be weary of it. Certainly, it is time for Yuge to seek a new girlfriend. I support Yuge in finding a new partner. Suddenly, the group, which had been buzzing with messages, fell silent. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the few heiresses who had been dominating the conversation were removed from the chat. The long-absent Chiyu finally sent 2 lines of text, not changing. Consider this a warning. Lin Wan sent a screenshot to show Su Jiani, who smiled with her charming peach blossom eyes. After a short while, Lin Wan sent a pouting emoji. Was Bai Yinluo's behavior deliberate or unintentional? Just after Chiyu had spoken, the group fell silent. She made a point to intervene, stating that everyone should not misunderstand. She was quite optimistic about the relationship between Yu and Chiyu, urging others to cease their speculations about her and Chiyu. How could a mere actress dare to compare herself to the young master of the Chi family? Isn't that infuriating? If she truly intended to clarify, why did she not appear sooner? Her pretentious demeanor is utterly detestable. Oh, are you not upset, my deskmate? That's just how she is. Ignore her. Ha ha ha, laughter resounds. JPG, Bai Yinluo has been kicked out of the group chat. How amusing. The summer vacation has come to an end. Chiyu seems to have firmly established himself at the South Defense Station 7 in the brief span of summer. He has recruited several reliable followers. Initially, Su Jiani occasionally encountered Chi Jiao and later met other subordinates of Chiyu. Su Jiani successfully conducted her thesis experiments, gathering an array of data while systematically completing her traditional Chinese medicine course under her grandfather's guidance, mastering many skills, including the proficient technique of Shui Fan Wan. Everything is looking promising. Chapter 93. Chills in her second year. Su Jiani's paper, after numerous revisions, was finally published in a respectable SCI journal with a commendable impact factor. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. It was entirely expected for Su Jiani to have accomplished this, for she is a diligent medical student at Su Medical University, constantly striving for excellence. She has maintained a top GPA throughout the year. It is said that in her quest for efficiency, she has opted for a practical shoulder-length haircut. Speaking of efficiency, have you noticed that her entire dormitory seldom dines out? They prefer the convenience of the school cafeteria. It is not a matter of affordability. Rather, it is simply more convenient for them. No wonder the top 3 students in clinical medicine reside in their dormitory. However, is it not true that Su Jiani is also in a romantic relationship? I have seen her boyfriend come to take her out for leisure activities. Do not inquire further. Her boyfriend is an academic prodigy, the kind of individual whose intellect could leave you envious. As Su Jiani emerged from the laboratory building, she was greeted by a familiar, overly ingratiating voice that sent a chill down her spine. It was Su Maojian. He approached her, exuding a false sense of warmth. "Nini, have you finished your work?" With a cold gaze, Su Jiani remained silent. Undeterred, Su Maojian continued. "Well then, how about I take you out for a meal?" "I refuse." "You." Su Maojian, accustomed to being irate, almost reprimanded her, but recalled his purpose for approaching her. He then forced a smile, his tone dripping with insincerity. "If you do not wish to go, then allow me to present you with this gift instead." He brandished a designer handbag, claiming it was a luxury item worth 500,000, and asked if she liked it. Without even glancing at it, Su Jiani rejected it outright. What girl does not like designer handbags? "You must be concerned about your father's finances. Truly the dutiful daughter," he mocked. "Let me remind you, dear sir, you once personally signed a document severing our father-daughter relationship. That was merely the result of a drunken outburst. I was upset. You, of all people, should understand. Scoring 693 and not attending Qingda is a complete waste. My anger stemmed from my disappointment in you," he lamented. Su Jiani continued forward, uninterested in his words. Fearing a confrontation, Su Maojian refrained from physically restraining her and followed closely instead. "Nini, I find myself in dire straits. Could you possibly assist your father?" Su Jiani paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance at him. Su Maojian immediately began to elaborate on his woes. "My new factory has incurred significant expenses, and I'm struggling with cash flow. I cannot even pay my employees. Could you ask Qi Xiao for help?" Su Jiani frowned. "Is it already that urgent? In my previous life, Su Maojian's business only collapsed after my marriage to Chiyu." With a tone laced with mockery, she inquired, "And how do you propose I assist you?" "Just lend me a little money. 30 million would suffice." "Huh. Rest assured, Nini, this predicament is merely temporary. Once the funds are replenished, I will repay Qi Xiao." "How amusing. I have heard that Qi Xiao is now your boyfriend. As your future father-in-law, it is only reasonable for him to lend a helping hand during my time of need." "How delightful." Su Jiani smiled coldly, stating, "He is my boyfriend. What relevance do you have? Shall I present the written termination document you signed?" Seeing that Su Jiani remained steadfast, Su Maojian's patience waned, and his demeanor shifted. "Su Jiani, you refuse to listen to me when I speak kindly. Do you prefer harsh words instead?" "The day after I drafted the termination document, I consulted with legal counsel, and it is of no use. I am your father. Having raised you, you are obliged to support me in my old age." "Huh. You expect a 19-year-old university student to provide for you?" Su Jiani retorted, amused and infuriated. "Fine. Would you like half of the money in my bank account? It amounts to 20 or 30,000. What I desire is 30 million. Do you think I am some chosen one, capable of accumulating assets worth over 1 billion while still in university? You, Sujiani, if you could assist Qi Xiao with Su Li Su, why can't you extend me the same courtesy? I am your father. Every penny you consumed growing up was earned through my toil. Now you refuse to help me with this small favor? What makes you superior to that morally corrupt mother of yours? At that moment, Sujiani and Su Maojian had reached the side entrance of Su Medical University, a relatively deserted area. Sujiani glared icily at Su Maojian. Who do you consider morally corrupt? Who else but Su Li Su? If she weren't involved with that morally degraded Qi family, would we have reached the point of divorce? Did you witness it firsthand? Do you have evidence? If not, cease your baseless slander. What do you mean that the money I used was all earned by you? Let me remind you that the capital for your business was provided by my grandmother. It was her life savings. The Qi family substantial project was awarded to you not because of your abilities, but rather because of my mother's competence in resolving their issues. You squander your days indulging in feasting. How dare you claim to have worked hard? The one who truly labored is my mother, Su Li Su. Without her, your company wouldn't last 10 years, let alone 3. Su Maojian's anger reached its peak. How could I not manage? You've only been divorced from my mother for a year, and you're already struggling with cash flow? You. Su Maojian was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he venomously said, Sujiani, I will ask you one last time. Will you help me? I anticipated that you, heartless girl, would behave just like Su Li Su. Since I cannot obtain funds from Qi Xiao, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swift phone call, 2 cars approached the secluded side road. Su Maojian, grinning sickeningly, nodded and beckoned. As the doors opened, 7 burly men emerged. Su Maojian's smile was repugnant. This world has more than one wealthy individual, my dear. The affluent gentleman I have found for you may be a bit older, but as long as you obey him and keep him pleased, you can still lead a good life. A chill crept beneath Sujiani's feet. She was aware of Su Maojian's repulsiveness. Yet she never anticipated that he could surpass the limits of her imagination in his depravity. Sagani clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously. This girl is trained extensively. You must give it your all. 7 burly men charged toward Sagani. At that moment, her fury reached its zenith, and without hesitation, she surged forward, effortlessly sweeping the foremost man to the ground with a swift kick. In less than 10 minutes, Sagani had reduced the 7 hulks to a state of disarray. Her fair knuckles stained with blood, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with a ferocious crimson. Be careful, darling, as she registered the sweet yet familiar voice. She was suddenly enveloped from behind, securely held in an embrace, spinning halfway around. Chapter 94. Is there no shame? It was Chiyu. Just moments ago, a burly man on the ground had risen, brandishing a folding dagger to ambush Su Jiani from behind. Chiyu appeared just in time, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying, and instinctively wrapped Su Jiani in his embrace, spinning halfway to avoid the sharp blade that fell from the man's grip. Crashing down where she had just stood, Chiyu's movements were extraordinarily swift. By the time Su Jiani recognized him, the dagger's keen tip had already pierced the earth at her previous location, and had he not shielded her, the outcome would have been dire. Chiyu, you can loosen your grip. Hiss, where are you hurt? Fortunately, I'm fine. Chiyu relaxed his hold slightly, but maintained his protective embrace. Lowering his gaze to lift her hand from behind her, discovering the crimson blood staining her skin. His cold eyes instantly ignited with fury. At that moment, on a secluded path outside the side entrance of Su Medical University, the engine of one of the 2 parked cars suddenly roared to life. Chiyu cast a chilling glance in that direction, his gaze seemingly penetrating the glass, locking onto the figures within. The elderly man in the car, over 60, trembled in fear, his spine involuntarily shivering as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Recognizing Chiyu, he instinctively considered fleeing, while the driver, fully aware that their scheme had unraveled, was already preparing to escape with his employer. Get out of the car, Chiyu commanded coldly. Are you coming down or not? The old man's face was etched with deep lines of indecision. Not getting out meant certain death. He had indulged in too many drinks that day in Sioux City. His arrogance fueled by Su Maojian's extravagant praises of Su Jiani, leading him to follow Su Maojian without a thought of discretion. Now, He found himself out of time to conceal his intentions. Yet, getting out of the car also felt like a path to doom. Who could fail to see how Chi-Yu cherished this girl from the Su family? Who would dare to provoke him? The real culprit was Su Maojian. How could he have betrayed him like this? The old man, now completely sober from the fright, quickly weighed his options, realizing that alighting from the vehicle might offer a glimmer of hope. He bit down on his gold tooth and shouted at the driver, "What are you waiting for? Stop! Help me out!" The car door swung open. The feeble old man leaned on his cane, assisted by a young female bodyguard, and staggered unsteadily toward Chi-Yu. With a thud, he fell to his knees, his aged voice rife with a clear note of despair. "Chi-Yu, please. There's been a misunderstanding. I had no idea that Miss Su was associated with you. Had I known, not even the courage of a bear or the audacity of a leopard would compel me to commit such an outrageous act today. It's all my fault. I was blinded by this unscrupulous Su Maojian's deceit. Chi-Yu, I acknowledge my mistakes. Punish me as you will, but please spare my family from the repercussions." There was no defiance, no attempts at justification, only heartfelt repentance. The burly men on the ground were momentarily silenced, and Su Maojian stood there, astounded, unable to comprehend how the once haughty businessman, old Su, could now kneel before them in such humility. Seeing Chi-Yu's unyielding countenance and cold gaze, old Su straightened his back, knelt even more upright, and extended his hands. Slap! With fervor, he struck his own face repeatedly, flushing his countenance. His voice tinged with a genuine sob. "Child Chi, I have erred. I implore you to forgive me this time. I vow there shall be no next time. From now on, Miss Su shall be the matriarch of the Su family, and everyone shall treat her with utmost reverence." Observing his abject demeanor, Su Jian and I felt a tumult in her stomach. In a previous life, Su Maojian had similarly groveled after gambling debts, lamenting and striking himself, sometimes brandishing scissors or knives, always claiming it was the last time, yet it never was. Child Chi held Su Jian and I close, his gaze cast down upon her bloodied hands. Old Su, astute and perceptive, understood immediately and signaled to the female bodyguard beside him. "Did you witness clearly? Who struck Miss Su, with which hand, and who kicked her? Return the favor. Use my cane. Do not cease until they are broken." The female bodyguard complied instantly, and cries of anguish erupted. The culprits who harmed Miss Su were at Child Chi's mercy. He could sever whichever limb he wished, all in hopes of placating Miss Su and Child Chi. The severely injured men could barely rise. As for Miss Su's father, old Su hesitated, choosing his words with care. "This is a matter concerning Child Chi's family. I am not at liberty to inquire." "Child Chi, what do you think?" Su Maojian. Child Chi was more formidable than he had imagined, his lineage intimidating, his demeanor imposing. Just a single command to get down had made the esteemed old Su cower. His son-in-law brought him immense pride. Su Maojian stepped forward. "Young Chi, do not heed this old fool's nonsense. He covets our Ni's beauty and, knowing I lack funds, seeks to ensnare me. Mr. Su, speak with integrity. It is you who, in desperation due to a severed financial chain, seeks to barter your daughter for my 30 million. With Child Chi as my son-in-law, billions would flow to me without the need to approach a decrepit old man like you." Old Su seethed with indignation. "Who is fabricating tales?" Suddenly, the young female bodyguard interjected, "Mr. Su, we have cameras in our vehicle. The footage will reveal who speaks the truth and who does not." Su Maojian's expression shifted abruptly. Old Su grew increasingly arrogant. "Ha ha ha! Mr. Su, do you dare to utter another word? Am I to fear you? Child Chi is my son-in-law." Su Jian and I could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Have you no shame?" Just then, Assistant Su arrived with a team, apprehending those sprawled on the ground, kneeling, and even standing, including Su Maojian. Child Chi merely instructed for severe measures before leading Su Jian and I away from the scene. In the teacher's building, Child Chi's residence. "Does it hurt? Let me be gentle." Child Chi meticulously cleaned the blood from Su Jian's hands, carefully avoiding her wounds, taking a considerable time to tend to her injuries. His brow furrowed from the lacerations formed by her clenched fists and the scene he had witnessed. He surmised that the confrontation had been intensely fierce. Chiyu calculated the time. With Sagani's prowess, she would need to entirely relinquish her defense in order to swiftly incapacitate those 7 imposing figures. Suppressing the tempest of emotions within, Chiyu lowered his voice to inquire, "Are there any injuries?" "No," Sagani replied. Though the truth escaped her lips, "My shoulder and calf are hurt." She awkwardly admitted, "I was kicked. I can manage my calf myself, and my shoulder isn't severely injured. Perhaps I should return to the dormitory and let Ningyi and Yohuan assist me with some ointment?" Chiyu regarded her with an impassive expression. "Will you remove it yourself, or shall I assist you?" Sagani fell into an embarrassed silence. Chiyu's demeanor grew colder. "They can see, but I cannot. They can touch, yet I am forbidden." Chapter 95. My boyfriend's excellent performance. This. No, it is not that. Su Jian and I found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At times, being in a relationship with Chiyu felt utterly helpless. In comparison to him, her mind, which was evidently much smoother, often struggled to form coherent logic to reject him. Chiyu's voice was deep, stating that it was not ideal. "Hey, no. Is it the left leg or the right leg? Both have been kicked. What about the ankle? Did he even notice that? It wasn't severely twisted, so it should not be a significant issue." "Don't. I can handle it myself." Was he refusing out of fear that she might act recklessly? Su Jian and I neither shook her head nor nodded. Chiyu gazed at her steadily, his eyes carrying a profound meaning. "In such pain, are you still lost in thought?" "I'm not thinking. How did it turn into me being lost in thought? My foot is injured like this. What could I possibly think about? Wait. No. That's not right. I'm not thinking with my foot. What on earth? What was she even saying?" "Sufyan ni cho silencing stiff." Chiyu smirked slightly. "Shall I take over?" All right, she replied, pulling up the leg of her wide trousers and gritting her teeth. "If you want to do it, go ahead." Chiyu's long, pale fingers pressed against the side of her knee, his gaze focused intently on the bruise adorning her calf. He observed meticulously, finding no signs of broken skin on her injured leg before proceeding to apply ice and spray medicine on her ankle. Initially, Su Jian and I felt anxious, but gradually, she realized that Chiyu was wholly absorbed, earnestly tending to her bruise, and her heart finally began to relax. She took the initiative to mention the events that transpired outside the side gate of Su Medical University, deliberately omitting the details about Su Mao Jian's mismanagement and his demand for 30 million from Chiyu at the outset. Chiyu, being exceptionally astute, managed to extract the hidden truths from her with a few probing questions, uncovering inconsistencies in her story. If Su Mao Jian had known before arriving that his daughter's boyfriend was Chiyu, he should have recognized that mending their relationship would be far superior to creating a rift. Even if he could not procure the funds from his daughter, he could certainly find a way to approach Chiyu. Yet, Su Mao Jian did not do so. Instead, he opted for the most malicious approach to escalate the conflict between him, his daughter, and potentially his future son-in-law. Such behavior was unbecoming of someone who had been in business for over a decade. Thus, the question arose, was Su Mao Jian simply inept, unable to weigh the pros and cons, or was there someone behind the scenes stirring the pot? If such a person existed, they must be extraordinarily influential to instill fear in Su Mao Jian, rendering him unafraid of the Qi family or Chiyu himself. Chiyu's gaze turned icy. However, Su Jian and I did not delve as deeply into the matter as Chiyu did. She had witnessed Su Mao Jian's boundless antics and felt strongly that his character was fundamentally flawed, leaving no room for doubt. How unfortunate. I wonder how he discovered news of our relationship. Did baby go to Jiangshang during the summer and encounter him? Yes. At that time, he and his second wife cornered my mother in the parking lot, demanding that she allocate the Fu family's project to him or something along those lines. He must have gone back to investigate after that. Perhaps. Chiyu continued to apply ice to Su Jian's shoulder. I will resolve the matters concerning the Su family. The baby need not squander time in contemplation. Do not let them escape. As the bruises on Su Jian's body are tended to, the living room becomes permeated with a pungent medicinal odor, quite overwhelming to the senses. Outside, darkness envelopes the sky. Chiyu, careful to avoid her injuries. Hold her tightly from behind, baby. Su Jianni feels a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck, her spine taut as iron. Earlier, in a moment of boldness to facilitate the application of ointment, she had unfastened 2 buttons, and now they remain undone, her attire precariously slipping off her shoulders. It has become somewhat loose and disheveled. Chi-Yu's voice is cool, laced with an alluring undertone. What are you flustered about? I'm not. Flustered? Chi-Yu lowers his head, his chin brushing against her temple, his arms inching upward. Su Jianni is on high alert. What? What are you doing? Buttoning up? Baby, what do you want me to do? Who wants him to do anything? Who even thought of it? Chi-Yu leisurely assists Su Jianni in adjusting her clothing, and after a while, he finally finishes. Su Jianni feels as though she has been granted a reprieve. Yet, Chi-Yu still holds her in his embrace, asking, shall I stay tonight? Su Jianni is on the verge of losing her mind. She knows he is toying with her heartbeat. Has her composure been completely shattered? A 1T stay. Where does the baby wish to return? The dormitory. With a scent of medicine clinging to you? Su Jianni pauses, realizing it might not be appropriate. Her roommates possess keen senses, and if they discover her injuries, it would lead to endless scrutiny. Being the center of attention repeatedly, she would have to confront a whole building full of well-meaning medical students. The thought is terrifying. Yet, if she does not return to the dormitory, she has nowhere else to go in Sioux City. She certainly cannot return to her grandfather's little villa, and she definitely does not wish for him to know of her injuries. Thus, only one option remains. Su Jianni stubbornly insists. I will stay at a hotel for the night. Chi-Yu's voice is chillingly calm. That works too. The hotel has better amenities and is more convenient for us. But Chi-Yu, I am injured. So Su Jianni, what are you afraid of? With a body full of bruises, wouldn't it be better to stay at your boyfriend's place and let him take care of you than at a hotel? Such a logical argument. Sensing her hesitation, Chi-Yu adds, your toothbrush and towel are in the guest room. With this, Su Jianni can no longer insist on leaving. The following day, Su Jianni awakens in the guest room, feeling quite satisfied. Her efforts to secure the door, locking it tightly, and even moving chairs and cabinets to block it, have not been in vain. It was not only to ward off Chi-Yu, but also to guard against her own potential confusion. After some effort, she manages to return the chair and cabinet to their original positions. As she steps outside, she discovers Chi-Yu already awake, clad in an apron, frying eggs in the kitchen. The scene is breathtaking. Her pupils tremble. Upon noticing her approach, Chi-Yu tosses the fried egg effortlessly into a plate with one hand. Turning to kiss her, baby, you're awake? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Su Jianni feels as if her soul has left her body, increasingly bewildered. Chi-Yu cannot be this way, can he? She would never dare to imagine, even if she were to be reborn 100 times, that one day, Chi-Yu would actually make breakfast for her. In a past life, she had always prepared meals for him, and he had often expressed disdain, claiming her cooking paled in comparison to that of others. Now, however, it seemed their roles had reversed. What was happening? How could someone so busy find time to learn cooking? She was learning anew. At that moment, Su Jianni noticed a tutorial on frying eggs displayed on the kitchen screen, and a smile crept onto her lips, her peach blossom eyes tinged with a bittersweet longing. She felt an overwhelming sweetness that threatened to suffocate her. He was merely frying an egg for a few minutes, yet the memories of her past life instilled in her a sense of unworthiness. But why should she feel unworthy? Why couldn't she prepare meals for him, as he could for her? Their relationship was meant to be one of equality. Furthermore, she would not be as ungrateful as in her previous existence. Why did her smile carry both sweetness and sorrow? Her eyes sparkled with unspoken thoughts. Chi-Yu, hold me. Chi-Yu swiftly removed his apron and embraced her, being mindful of her injured shoulder, holding her tightly. Su Jianni, disregarding her shoulder pain, wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned down to plant a firm kiss on his lips, expressing her affection for his sweet demeanor. Chi-Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, his mind still recalling Su Jianni's injury, as he encircled her waist and lifted her, allowing her to kiss him from above. After a prolonged moment, Su Jianni steadied herself on Chi-Yu's shoulder and asked, are you returning to Beijing today? With you teasing me like this, how can I respond? Chapter 96. Pleading for mercy. A compliment is all it takes to entice him. A mere kiss, and he can hardly withstand it? The naivete of Chi Yu, who has yet to see the world, brings a smile to Su Jianni's peach blossom eyes. Is he entirely oblivious to how she pursued and teased him in her past life? If he were to discover it, would he not be driven mad? Darling? Yes. What are you laughing at? Suddenly enlightened, she feels a sense of clarity and her mood lifts. What? I can't tell you. Still cradled in Chi Yu's embrace. Her legs draped over his waist, she lowers her forehead to rest against his. Chi Yu, what I can share is that your infatuation with me delights and captivates me. She is so close to him. As she speaks, her soft lips part and brush against his. Chi Yu's Adam's apple rolls heavily, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Yet he remains utterly still, as if awaiting her next move. However, she does not advance, and he cannot endure it any longer, calling out to her, darling. His cool voice, thick with yearning, sweetly implores, kiss me. Su Jianni giggles, pulling away. No, the breakfast will grow cold. It won't go cold. There's a warming plate on the table. What Su Jianni hesitates to initiate, Chi Yu takes the lead. He lifts her onto the island counter, his hand pressing against the smooth surface as he leans down to kiss her, coaxing her into submission. He kisses her until she is breathless, lost in a daze like him. Su Jianni, do you think you can tease me just because you can't move right now? Don't you think your boyfriend would dislike such honesty? On the contrary, I adore it. I relish every moment. Then do say it more often. Very well. They linger in their affectionate banter for a considerable time, yet breakfast remains unfinished. Chi Yu has not returned to the capital, but instead has come to see Su Maojian. Su Lisu, having received a notification from Assistant Su, hastens back from Jiangcheng to Su City. Upon arrival, she encounters only Chi Yu and asks, "Where is Nini?" "In the library." "Is she all right?" "She is fine, rest assured." Su Lisu does not linger on the matter, eager to confront Su Maojian. Upon finding him, she slaps him twice and berates him fiercely, presenting him with a lawsuit for breaching their agreement and demanding compensation. In a swift motion, Su Maojian receives her blows and scolding without anger. Instead, he kneels and clings to Su Lisu's leg, his demeanor frantic as he pleads, "Wife, save me, please." "Ex-wife, thank you." "Su Maojian, have you gone blind after a single day? They wish to kill me. Wife, please save me." Su Lisu scoffs, "You deserve it." Initially, she believed Su Maojian was merely acting, but gradually sensed something amiss, ultimately concluding that his mental state was compromised. Raising an eyebrow, she smiles at Chi Yu, who has also noted Su Maojian's odd behavior. His gaze shifts towards Assistant Su, who shakes his head in a gesture of innocence. "Young Master Chi, without your orders? We dared not intervene." "Then who acted? Surely, he hasn't been terrified into such a state in just one day?" "Never mind. Asking them is less effective than inquiring directly with him." Su Lisu crouched down, suppressing her nausea as she cried out, "Jian, my dear, they want to kill me, save me." "Who wants to kill you?" They are the ones." "Who are they?" "They're using me. They want to kill me, woo dear, save me." Upon hearing this, Chi Yu's gaze shifted to Assistant Su. "I will investigate immediately." Before long, he uncovered the truth. Prior to their arrival, Su Maojian had encountered a man in black who had deliberately worn a baseball cap. After some identification, it was revealed that he was the bodyguard of the second madam of the Chi family. Yesterday, Chi Yu had dispatched someone to look into the changes in Su Maojian's company, and news was soon returned. Not long ago, Su Maojian had boasted that his daughter was Chi Yu's girlfriend, basking in the adoration without realizing her own limitations. He had invested heavily in several new projects, only to find himself ensnared in a trap, unable to retrieve the misappropriated funds from his own company, leading to his current predicament. Subsequently, a large sum of money had unexpectedly been transferred into Su Maojian's hands. Young Master Chi, the source of the funds has been traced back to the second madam. Chi Yu's eyes turned icy as he continued his investigation. Further inquiries? It is evident that the second madam is behind this. Second, Aunt has the motive, yet lacks the means. While she may engage in schemes and intrigues, she would not dare to undertake financial fraud or disregard human life, nor does she possess the capability to do so. Su Maojian was taken for examination. Suddenly, Su Lisu turned to Chi Yu, saying so. Whether it's your second aunt or someone else, those who targeted Su Maojian are indeed from your Qi family. Qi, you conceded, yes. Young Master Qi, you should have brought Nini today. If your family can covertly scheme against Su Maojian, they can directly target Nini as well. Before Qi you could respond, Assistant Su hurriedly interjected. Rest assured, Mrs. Su, our young master has arranged for bodyguards to discreetly protect Miss Su. The Qi family's phones are equipped with a hidden alarm button. Should Su Jiani press it, nearby bodyguards will rush to her side without delay. Qi Yu had specifically reminded Su Jiani of this numerous times while tending to her injuries yesterday. Qi Yu cast a glance at Assistant Su, who promptly excused himself. With only herself and Qi Yu remaining, Su Lisu felt less restrained in her speech. Are you not bringing Nini because you fear she might witness Su Maojian's tragic state? Or have you already surmised that your family's methods extend beyond what transpired yesterday? Are you afraid Nini will despise you because of your family's darkness hidden beneath a polished exterior? Qi Yu was taken aback by the depth of her insight, and he admitted, yes, I will handle it. She will not see. Sulisu Saif, young Master Qi, I greatly admire and appreciate your protection of Nini. I too have safeguarded her until now. Yet, your family is ultimately different. You wish for her to enter the Qi family while preventing her growth? Inevitably, she will one day fall outside your protective circle and be devoured to the bone. This cannot be called protection, young Master Qi, at the very least. You must allow her to understand the challenges you face and who your enemies are. My dear Nini has a mother like me and a father like Su Maojian. Have you ever noticed how she conceals things from you? You must have seen it. It highlights the stark contrast in your personalities. She is open and candid, while you're more calculating and shrewd. Such differences in character inevitably influence one's approach to life, which is why I do not hold high hopes for your union. Su Lisu noticed that Qi Yu was attentively listening to her, and she refrained from expressing her doubts further. After all, even if she is skeptical, Nini is fond of him, and her stubborn nature, shaped by her upbringing, makes it difficult for her to change her course. Thus, she can only provide support both financially and emotionally. Initially, with a determined effort, she could retire gracefully at 45, but now, given her misfortunes, she might have to toil until 70 to be the pillar her daughter needs. Sigh. As Su Lisu left in her car, Qi Yu stood in the parking lot, lost in thought. After a while, the driver, noticing he had finally entered the vehicle, inquired, Young Master, shall we head back to Beijing? First, let us stop by Su Medical University, he replied. Chapter 97. Do not merely respond with Qi Yu heeded the advice and returned to Su Medical University to find Su Jiani, who had just taken a break. Outside the library, in the corner of the corridor, Su Jiani leaned against the railing, gazing down from the second floor. Qi stood close by, leaning sideways against the railing, recounting Su Maojian's experiences and his conjectures, all the while observing her expressions intently. Sufiani Fronith. First, they set a trap to ensnare Su Maojian, exploiting him, and now, with the truth exposed, they sought to transform him into a scapegoat to obscure the facts. Indeed, Qi Yu, I concur with your assessment. Your second aunt, whom I have encountered, seems quite fond of showcasing her superiority and appears accustomed to using wealth to resolve matters. Such individuals are often more concerned about their pride than anyone else, and they value their elevated status above all. She would not jeopardize her own interests over a minor grievance with me. Your second aunt may also be a pawn in this game. Indeed, I shall seek her out upon my return to Beijing. To reach this extent, the individual's objective cannot merely be to sever the bond between us. It seems more likely that, what? To incite discord between you and your second aunt? No, it is more than that. Following this line of thought, if Su Maojian succeeded, and I were to uncover that it was your second aunt orchestrating the chaos, would you? There is no if. Qi Yu's countenance darkened. Sufiani, sensing the cold fury emanating from him, turned to face him, her hands firmly gripping the railing. You would confront your second aunt, would you not? Indeed. And what manner of man is your second uncle? Protective of his wife, perhaps? A devoted husband? Oh, Su Jiani feigned ignorance, continuing her analysis. Then your second uncle would undoubtedly harbor grievances against you. Given how events have escalated, it could very well incite discord between him and you. Furthermore, it may involve others, possibly even your father who frequently appears in the news. Their relationship with your second uncle is already quite delicate. Su Jiani tightened her grip on the railing, her mind retracing the faces of the chief family she had encountered in her past life, each one suspicious, yet seemingly innocent. Noticing her calm analysis without any trace of distaste, Chiyu felt a sense of relief. He smiled slightly. You articulate your thoughts quite eloquently. You share the same sentiment, do you not? Indeed. Have you identified any suspects? Indeed. You intend to continue your investigation, correct? Indeed. Hey, do not merely respond with Chiyu returned to Beijing. Before he could initiate his inquiry, his second aunt hurriedly arrived at his doorstep. Xiaoyu, I have heard about the Su family's affairs. I have a video for you to see. Her assistant promptly displayed the footage, which was clear in both image and sound, depicting a meeting between Chiyu's second aunt and Su Maojian. Once the playback concluded, she quickly clarified, Xiaoyu, did you see that? I approached Su Maojian merely to offer him financial assistance, providing him with 10 million to find a way to intervene and prevent that troublesome girl from the Su family from continuing to pursue you. To my astonishment, Su Maojian is indeed quite repugnant, seeking to profit while contemplating the sale of his own daughter. TSK. Even second aunt was taken aback by this revelation. Subsequently, when Su Maojian descended into madness, it bore no relation to second aunt. Your uncle has analyzed the situation, and it is evident that second aunt was duped. A pure victim of circumstance. Chi maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining silent. Second aunt lowered her stance, stating, Your uncle has already berated me. The surveillance footage was procured by him. Little you, for your uncle's sake, could you refrain from harboring resentment? When trouble arises, they immediately invoke your uncle's name. Chiyu continued to wear a frigid expression. Second aunt, unable to discern his intentions, cautiously suggested, Shall we refrain from bringing this to the old master's attention for now? Let us ascertain the facts first. Otherwise, it could spell trouble for Yumi and Su Jiani. What do you think? Chiyu's expression shifted slightly. Second aunt instantly recognized the three words that impacted Chiyu the most, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. However, the Su family's machinations had ensnared her, and although the bodyguard was hers and the money had been transferred at her behest, mere footage would not absolve her of suspicion. To evade capture and prevent the old master's wrath, she had no choice but to grit her teeth. Despite her disdain for Su Jiani, I assure you, I will no longer meddle in your affairs. If you wish to be with her, then so be it. Does that sound agreeable? Second aunt awaits your unearthing of the true mastermind to vindicate her. By the end of April, after a series of treatments, Su Maojian intermittently regained his senses and could recount the events in full. He confessed that apart from second aunt, members of the Qi family had promised him greater benefits, but he was unaware of their specific identities. By early May, it was discovered that Su Maojian had been influenced by Su Lao, orchestrated by his second wife, who frequently visited the Qi family's sixth uncle's establishment prior to their marriage. Subsequently, Chiyu's team uncovered her inappropriate dealings with sixth uncle and traced second aunt's bodyguard back to him as well. With a thorough understanding of the situation and a complete chain of evidence, Chiyu, accompanied by a team and an arrest warrant, proceeded to the villa where sixth uncle and sixth aunt resided. Sixth uncle hastily concealed himself, while sixth aunt rallied support. Within half an hour, the luxurious villa's living room was filled with several relatives from the Qi family, surrounded by Chiyu's cousins and siblings. Seeing everyone gathered, sixth aunt gained confidence. Little you, we are well aware of the circumstances. Your sixth uncle has erred. However, first, your girlfriend has emerged unscathed, and second, her father's disgrace serves to avenge her. Shouldn't you be grateful to your sixth uncle for this? We are family, after all. Is it necessary to bring people here to apprehend him? Chiyu's expression remained icy. Second aunt interjected, What should I say about how sixth brother-in-law has wronged me? Sister-in-law, I shall repay you the 10 million. Family matters can be discussed privately. As if I were in need of that 10 million. Had it not been for little you uncovering the truth, it would have been I who faced imprisonment. Do you possess no common sense? How dare you commit such acts? Offenders must be held accountable. It matters not if it is fifth brother. Even if elder brother were present, sixth brother-in-law would still face arrest. Suisa Li Wang, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Fifth brother, it cannot be that serious, can it?" Just as CHWSH was about to speak, a glance from CHRSH rendered him silent. "Fifth brother, please do not remain silent. If it were not for..." CHWSH interrupted, "Enough. Little Y, could we not find a way to accommodate this situation? The evidence was uncovered by you. If you were to destroy it, wouldn't your sixth aunt's husband be spared? Indeed, little Y, consider this a plea from your sixth aunt. Tomorrow, my aunt and uncle shall travel to Sioux City to apologize to your girlfriend. JD Mandun Moveth. I would kneel if necessary, little Y. Cough, cough, cough. Please maintain decorum. I am observing this situation. I have a recording device. Bring the individual out immediately. Yes. Sixth aunt, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. I stand with brother Y. You should summon uncle." Precisely, sixth aunt. Resisting arrest adds further charges. I too stand with brother Y. Let us bring uncle forth. It would be prudent to clarify matters and seek leniency. Given the circumstances, he might only serve 3 to 5 years. With her eyes closed, C.H. Li Gu fainted. C.H. Li Gu's husband was apprehended. Upon learning of this, S.G. and was quite taken aback. In her previous life, C.H. Li Gu had treated her fairly well. The psychologist she consulted was a niece of C.H. Li Gu's husband, and they seemed to be aware of her postpartum depression. Yet they helped her conceal it from the rest of the C.H. family. Chapter 98. Sour yet not sour in the bustling city of Jing. At the Qingde University Foreign Language School, in the Qilong apartment, Qiyu was on the verge of entering his vehicle. "Xiaoyu," Aunt Qi called out as she approached, her assistant trailing behind her, burdened with numerous luxury shopping bags that appeared quite overwhelming. "Are you heading to Sioux City to see that girl from the Sioux family again?" Qiyu remained silent. Aunt Qi continued her tirade. "You mustn't dote on that Su Jiani too excessively. You've been running back and forth, losing weight. Yet she doesn't seem to care enough to come find you in Jing City. Didn't she grow up here? You are the crown prince of the Jing Circle, a precious gem of our Qi family. How can you demean yourself in such a manner?" With a frosty expression, Qiyu retorted politely, "I must take my leave." She is not scolding her. She is genuinely concerned for you. Can't you see? Aunt Qi cleared her throat. Forget it, forget it. I heard that girl has a fondness for brooches, so I bought 2 for her. I even got outfits, bags, and shoes to match. Girls adore these things. Here, all these bags are for her. Xiaoyu, please have the driver open the trunk. Aunt Qi's assistant seemed eager to unload the bags immediately, yet Qiyu remained silent. And the driver dared not comply. What is all this for? This time, you're helping Aunt Qi clear her name, and she is deeply grateful. Not for you. All right. I know it's for Su Jiani. You lack for nothing. Aunt Qi simply wishes to offer gifts to your girlfriend as a token of gratitude. You may tell her it's my apology as well. Though Aunt Qi believed that her personal visit would convey more sincerity, she felt thwarted by Qiyu's defenses. Xiaoyu, how about I accompany you this time? Qiyu, with a nonchalant tone, understood her intentions. She does not like you. Do not disturb her. With that, Qiyu entered his vehicle and departed. Aunt Qi seethed with anger, watching the car fade into the distance, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Who cared for that insufferable girl's affections? It was she who had suffered a loss of 20 million due to that wretched girl. In June, Su Maojian's condition stabilized. He spent most of his days in a normal state, with occasional episodes, residing in a sanatorium under specialized care. He divorced his second wife, having made a property notarization before marriage, and due to the company's financial losses post-marriage, his wife received little in the settlement. Qiyu intervened to assist Su Maojian in settling debts, transferring the ownership of a row house in Jing City to Su Jiani. The company that Su Maojian and Su Lisu had built together over a decade returned to Su Lisu's hands. Upon hearing Qiyu's suggestions, Su Lisu adjusted the company's operations and factory structure. Su Jiani accidentally overheard their discussion, astonished. Qiyu actually mentioned industry transformations set to occur in a few years and even aided in perfectly transitioning Su's company. How do you know such disruptive changes are coming? It's apparent. Is it really that obvious? Was it his extraordinary foresight or something else entirely? Su Jiani keenly observed Qiyu. finding no signs of rebirth, silently accepting the formidable reality of her boyfriend's strength. During the summer break, Sujiani was busily shuttling between Tsu Medical University and her grandfather's clinic, her schedule brimming with activities. A piece of delightful news arrived from her classmate Xiaolin, who had returned home after dropping out from Tsu Medical University. She had excelled in her examinations and received an admission letter from Kyoto University. Xiaolin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she shared the acceptance letter with Sujiani, Shun Ning, and others, eliciting joy from all. The story of a medical student who had dropped out for a year and then triumphed in gaining admission to a prestigious university soon spread across the internet. As traffic surged, investors seized the moment, seeking to cultivate her into a popular internet celebrity. In the span of a single summer, Xiaolin recounted her experiences, sharing her effective study strategies that transformed her from a financially struggling student into a social media influencer with assets exceeding 10 million. She demonstrated profound gratitude, donating 90% of her post-tax income to charities supporting impoverished students, which endeared her to the public and amplified her fame. Sujiani, aware of Xiaolin's tragic past, felt an immense sense of comfort witnessing her friend's fate transformed. Both Xiaolin and Lin Wan had undergone remarkable changes, and their relationships with Qiyu were entirely different from the past. Their rebirth was resplendent and exhilarating. Qiyu reinstated the romance between the two, allowing it to flourish without interference. They reveled in their affection for one another while diligently pursuing their individual aspirations. During the summer of her third year, Sujiani published 4 papers in SCI and successfully passed her examinations, earning her assistant physician qualification in traditional Chinese medicine. As Qiyu graduated, Sujiani returned to Beijing. Over the years, they had both been busy, yet her efforts were always hands-on, while has evolved from hands-on involvement to strategic command, cultivating an ever-growing circle of trusted subordinates. Qiyu took Sujiani on numerous dates, initially within Sioux City, traversing places rich with her childhood memories, eventually expanding to nearby cities and later exploring the vast expanse of the country, witnessing mountains and lakes. Sujiani could feel Qiyu's circle expanding ever wider. Upon arriving in Beijing, darkness had already fallen, and Qiyu's graduation ceremony had concluded. He had shared a farewell meal with classmates and was now chatting on the playground. Sujiani alighted from the vehicle, navigating the familiar pathways of Tsinghua University's campus, illuminated by streetlights. In her previous life, she had created countless memories with him at this institution. She recalled moments of clinging to Qiyu under the bike shed, insisting he give her a ride, of waiting for him at the library entrance, determined to study alongside him, and of feigning hunger to follow him for meals. She even selected elective courses that did not pique her interest solely to avoid failing, often crying and pleading for his guidance. In her past, she had believed she was relentlessly pursuing him, yet upon reflection, she discerned the subtle hints of his enjoyment in those moments. Sometimes, the schemes she had not anticipated were gently coaxed by him. As Sujiani walked, lost in thought, a sudden smile broke upon her lips. The sweetness that Qiyu bestowed upon her over the past 4 years allowed her to reminisce about the bitterness of her previous life, leaving her feeling devoid of any trace of that sourness. Upon arriving at the playground, her classmates erupted into a chorus of excitement upon seeing Sujiani. "Yuga, your wife is here," they exclaimed. "At last, we meet you in person. I must confess, I always thought Yuga was merely pretending to have a girlfriend, believing that the photos on his computer and phone were entirely fabricated by AI. You are even more beautiful than your pictures." Sujiani responded with a polite, yet awkward smile. Meeting Qiyu's fervent and enigmatic gaze, her eyes drifted to the empty beer bottles scattered across the playground, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh dear, didn't I specifically tell him not to get drunk? In her previous life, he had indeed overindulged, and she had to exert considerable effort to bring him back to his apartment. Chapter 99. On this very day in her previous life, Sujiani sought out Qiyu at the dining table, where his classmates were playfully teasing him, urging her to carry the inebriated Qiyu back. To their surprise, she obliged. The location of their farewell dinner was in close proximity to Qiyu's residence in Qilong apartment. However, at that moment, they were gathered at the playground of Tsinghua University, quite far from the nearby school gate, leaving Su Jianyi pondering how to escort Chiyu back. She glanced at the familiar faces from her past life and suddenly conceived an idea. She called out to one of them, asking if he could assist in getting Chiyu to the car. The individual, visibly delighted, exclaimed, "Did brother you mention me? My face is quite recognizable, isn't it? On that note, I am more than happy to help. Luo, shall we carry brother you together?" Chiyu interjected suddenly, "No need. I can walk." "Can you really?" "Yes." He could walk, albeit unsteadily. Su Jianyi approached to support him, and he leaned into her, almost clinging to her tightly, resisting any attempts to push him away. She chuckled and steadied him as they moved forward together. Upon entering the sleek black Rolls-Royce, they swiftly arrived at Qilong apartment outside Tsinghua. Su Jianyi embraced Chiyu as they entered the elevator, feigning ignorance about his floor. After inquiring, she pressed the button for the 18th floor, a number she had already memorized. Upon unlocking the door with the keypad, they stepped inside. In a mere second, Chiyu pressed her against the door, the faint scent of beer growing closer until it intertwined with her own breath. After a prolonged moment, Chiyu finally released her, reaching for the shoe cabinet to retrieve the prepared shoes for her to change into. With a slight blush, Su Jianyi remarked, "You were pretending to be drunk?" "Yes." "Did you trick me into bringing you back?" "Indeed." "How much did you drink?" "1 bottle. Just beer. No mixing." She just learned that. After changing into his shoes, Chiyu announced, "Your clothes reek of alcohol. You should shower first." "Ah, I'll use the guest room. My clothes are in the master bedroom." Chiyu moved swiftly, and Su Jianyi watched as his silhouette vanished into the guest room, the door shutting tightly. She barely had the chance to question his intentions, an unsettling feeling creeping in that events were veering toward an uncontrollable direction. In her previous life, she had been the one to throw herself at him. Surely this time would not follow the same pattern, would it? Emerging from the bathroom, Chiyu approached the sofa where Su Jianyi sat dazedly. "Why aren't you showering?" Noticing his immaculate appearance, with his hair dry and dressed in respectable loungewear, she felt her thoughts had strayed. Over the past 2 years, during her stays at Chiyu's residence, they had shared the same bed, yet he had only held her close to rest, never crossing any boundaries. It seemed she was overthinking the situation. Once she clarified her thoughts, Su Jianyi proceeded to the master bedroom to freshen up. The loungewear she changed into mirrored Chiyu's, resembling a couple's outfit. Standing side by side, they appeared increasingly well-matched. On the balcony, the night scenery was serene and beautiful. Chiyu's arm encircled Su Jianyi's waist, holding her tightly, which immediately made her feel anxious. His tone was somber. "You're late today, my dear. You missed my graduation ceremony." Her original plan for her visit to Jing City had been to witness him speak on stage, to present him with a bouquet, and to celebrate his graduation. "I apologize. My dear, I would not wish for my girlfriend to miss the significant moments of your life. However, my Minner's project has encountered unforeseen circumstances, causing a delay in our plans." Chiyu pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, reassuring her, "There is no need to apologize, my love. Even if you regard the project as more important than I do, I can understand." Su Jianyi found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to accept or decline his statement. She wished for him to assist her with a request. "Of course, what is it?" "I shall comply," he replied. "A signature." "A signature for what?" Su Jianyi felt a sudden unease. Perhaps she had acquiesced too hastily. Surely, he did not intend for her to sign some terrifying transfer document? "For my school uniform." "Oh, that." Su Jianyi exhaled in relief. It was a perfectly ordinary and reasonable request. "Certainly, I am not a student of Qingda. It would bring me joy to sign my name on your Qingda uniform." "Where is your uniform?" "Bring it forth." "It is in my room." His uniform being in his room was entirely reasonable. Su Jianyi followed Chiyu to his chamber. He appeared to be well prepared, quickly retrieving 2 shirts and laying them on the soft bedding. One was instantly recognizable as the Qingda uniform, while the other was also familiar. It was the uniform of the Beijing City affiliated school. As Su Jianyi focused her gaze, her heart fluttered. This was indeed the old uniform that Chiyu had worn at Beijing City affiliated school. She had once borrowed his uniform, feigning that it had become soiled and needed washing, but in truth, she had taken it home to snip off the button near his heart and swapped it with one from her own uniform. She had painstakingly practiced her needlework for hours until the stitching resembled the original, and she had sewn it back on herself. She recognized it immediately. When she had given him her uniform, he had switched to a new one, and she had assumed he had discovered her actions and discarded the old uniform. It turned out he had indeed noticed, but had chosen to hide it away. Oh, Chiyu, truly Su Jianni felt tears welling up in her heart. Noticing the mist in her enchanting eyes, Chiyu wrapped his arms around her waist, teasingly saying, "Didn't we agree that you could only cry for my kisses?" With a soft, playful tone, Su Jianni replied, "Then kiss me." "Not kissing is not Chiyu," he smirked. When they finally paused, Su Jianni inquired, "Have you kept everything I gave you in the past?" "Indeed. What about the shoes I gifted you for your birthday?" "In the safe." "Unbelievable." Su Jianni gazed at him in astonishment. Chiyu playfully bit her lip, stating, "I have signed your uniform, but you have yet to sign mine." Su Jianni suddenly recalled that prior to her rebirth, she had indeed asked classmates to sign her uniform for mementos, and after much coaxing, Chiyu had finally agreed to inscribe his name. Now he wanted her to sign for him. At this moment, Chiyu seemed to read her thoughts, his dark eyes locking onto hers with intensity. He whispered in her ear, and Su Jianni instantly comprehended. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she resolutely shook her head. "No, absolutely not. You can change it to a white shirt or your basketball uniform. Anything else will suffice." With his gaze deeply fixed, Chiyu inquired, "Is it truly possible to make a change?" He indeed grasped the essence of the matter. Su Jianni hesitated for a moment. Chiyu pressed further. "Can we switch?" With a sense of abandon, Su Jianni nodded, "MHM." After a lengthy pause, Chiyu's voice, as if suddenly liberated, began to shower Su Jianni with sweet nothings incessantly. "Su Jianni, I love you. Oh, you're such a good baby. You drive me crazy. Darling, I adore you. I wish to love you endlessly until my last breath. My darling." Su Jianni, overwhelmed by his relentless chatter, responded with an impatient tone, "You are being quite bothersome. Please move aside." "I cannot move. Not even an inch. Just bear with me a little longer, okay?" Sufiani exclaimed. "Eh?" Chiyu replied. Chapter 100. The engagement ring. Upon hearing this, Su Jianni couldn't help but let out a light, genuine laugh, her amusement tinged with sincerity. However, she quickly realized that such a response might come off as unfriendly, especially in the presence of Chiyu, whose dark and brooding countenance bore a mixture of emotions. In a soft, raspy voice, she fervently began to explain, "This is quite normal. Don't overthink it. As a medical student, I assure you that lacking experience leads to such reactions. You're not the only one, Chiyu. Please believe me. Moreover, you are already quite remarkable. Based on medical research data, you have surpassed 999 of the world's average men. Chiyu, you are truly exceptional." Before she could finish her thought, Chiyu bit her lip, fiercely silencing her words. Su Jianni's uncontrollable laughter would result in 7 days and nights devoid of joy. On the morning of the 8th day, tranquility enveloped the master bedroom. Su Jianni awoke, her body aching, nestled within Chiyu's embrace. As she raised her hand, she noticed a diamond ring encircling her finger, an engagement ring. She reached for it with her other hand, intending to remove it, but the arm gripping her waist tightened, pulling her back against Chiyu's chest, ensnared in his firm grasp. Terrified, she pleaded in a hoarse whisper, "Are you awake? Please don't. I might perish. I must go out today to meet Lin Wan. Can you sleep a little longer?" Chiyu nuzzled against her neck, a faint smile gracing his lips, murmuring, "Not awake yet." Seizing her chance, Su Jianni managed to escape. Chiyu rose, tidying his blood-stained uniform. Su Jianni met Lin Wan at a CAF in the CBD, a casual spot for a morning coffee. As soon as Lin Wan spotted Su Jianni, she rushed over and embraced her tightly. "Oh, how I've missed you. It's been so long. Why did you choose this place?" Su Jianni asked. "I'm working now. The Lin family company is nearby," Lin Wan replied, releasing her hold. Only then did Su Jianni notice Lin Wan was dressed in a professional suit, her long hair styled maturely, reminiscent of the elite businesswoman she had known in her past life, Vice President Lin Wan. "Have you taken a summer job for some life experience?" "Not quite," Lin Wan said, her expression downtrodden. "I joined my company in early May, and now I'm the exhausted vice president, too tired even to eat. My father fell ill and was hospitalized. After his discharge, he requires a period of convalescence. My mother is not up to the task, so I have to manage the company's affairs. Su Jianni's expression shifted. Is your father all right? He is stable now, still resting in bed. Once he feels better, I'll take him to Sioux City to visit our grandfather and see if there are any good recuperation methods. Can you help me by mentioning it in advance? There is no need to wait so long. My grandfather is actually coming to the capital this afternoon. I can take him to your house. Thank you so much, Lin Wan exclaimed, her voice tinged with gratitude. Don't mention it. You should have told me sooner. A sudden thought struck Su Jianni, her heart racing. You started working in May. Did you manage to complete your thesis defense? Oh no, that's wrong. I didn't finish my paper. The defense is at the end of May, and I didn't attend. At that time, I was preoccupied. Zhou Mingxi suggested I find someone to ghostwrite for me, but I was reluctant. I would rather delay my graduation. Su Jianni embraced Lin Wan, her heart instantly heavy with sorrow. How could this happen? Hadn't Lin Wan already been accepted into her dream school, Tsinghua University? Why did such a calamity arise at the crucial moment? Sensing Su Jianni's emotional turmoil, Lin Wan turned to comfort her. Classmate, I am fine. I can endure this. Please do not distress yourself on my account. This is an immutable fact, which is why I haven't mentioned it to you. Initially, upon seeing my father's gray hair, I contemplated balancing my studies with taking over the family business. Yet I hadn't anticipated the unpredictability of life. As Lin Wan touched up her makeup, she returned to the Lin Corporation building. Alone at the table, Su Jianni stared at her coffee, which no longer steamed, feeling an icy chill settle in her heart. She had been reborn. Many things had changed, yet it seemed that the alterations had come full circle. Despite the divergent paths, the pivotal moments remained the same. In her past life, she had forcibly kissed Qiyu. On the very day of her rebirth, he kissed her. In her previous life, after Qiyu graduated from university, she had thrown herself at him. Yet on the same day, in this new life, he reciprocated. In her former life, Lin Wan had failed to enter Tsinghua University after 4 attempts and had taken over the family business. Now, Lin Wan had entered Tsinghua and postponed her graduation to assume control of the Lin Corporation, while she remained as Vice President Lin. The more Su Jianni pondered, the more anxious and resistant she became. No. It cannot be like this. She would not repeat the fate of her past life. There had to be something different. Little Lin, indeed. The destiny of little Lin had changed. At that moment, Su Jianni's phone suddenly rang. It was Shen Ningyi. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Jianni as she trembled and answered the call. Jianni, are you in Beijing? Yes. Quickly go check on little Lin. She is in trouble. Sufiani Khaldakov. On the way, she scrolled through the messages from Shen Ningyi, her heart sinking further with each word. Little Lin had risen to internet fame, earning a substantial income at her peak, and the company that signed her had crafted a virtuous, scholarly persona for her. However, over the past 2 years, her popularity waned, and as her contract with the internet celebrity company neared its expiration, she expressed no desire to renew it. Suddenly, various scandals about her surfaced online. The donations she had promised to charitable organizations were exposed as fraudulent. Her words were taken out of context to attack her, and her parents, who had promoted products, were accused of receiving kickbacks for overpriced, substandard goods. The attacks multiplied. Little Lin transformed from celebrated academic overachiever into a pariah, mercilessly targeted by keyboard warriors. Unable to endure the online harassment, she took a medical scalpel from her collection and sat at the edge of the rooftop, plunging it into herself repeatedly. To make matters worse, the internet celebrity company continued to live-stream her, capitalizing on her final moments of attention. Shen Ningyi organized her fellow students from a medical university of Su to report the live stream until it was shut down. Su Jianni arrived at the rooftop to find chaos. She kicked the camera that was being held up, sending both the equipment and its operator crashing to the ground. Who are you? They demanded. Su Jianni paid no heed. She immediately recognized little Lin's pallid face, drained from blood loss, on the brink of collapse. Her situation was dire. She rushed over at breakneck speed. Sufiani? As Xiaolin sat at the edge of the rooftop, she suddenly toppled backward, momentarily believing she was experiencing a hallucination, a smile gracing her lips. Su Jianni, With a pang of urgency, dashed to the low wall and grasped Xiaolin, her voice rising in frantic desperation. "Don't go, Xiaolin. Please don't go." Her arms stretched taut. Those nearby, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly joined in to assist her. When they finally pulled Xiaolin back, she was drenched in blood, unconscious. At that moment, an ambulance and stretcher arrived. Before the emergency room, Su Jianni's hands were stained with blood, yet she made no effort to wash them. In the hospital, she caught sight of a heavily pregnant woman, and memories of her tumultuous 7 days and nights with Qiyu flooded back. Those 7 days had now elapsed. No matter how many medications she took, it was futile. Had she fallen victim once more? Was her past about to repeat itself? Tears streamed down Su Jianni's face as she succumbed to despair. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Qiyu. Chapter 101. I beg you in the city of Jing, at the Qi family estate. Qiyu held the household registration book as he strolled through the charming little garden tended by Madame Qi, Xie Yimin. He encountered the second Madame Qi and her assistant head-on. "Oh, if it isn't little you, haven't you gone to Sioux City yet for your break?" Qiyu's expression remained impassive, yet his mood appeared rather buoyant as he politely responded. Observing his demeanor, the second Madame Qi could not contain her curiosity. "How rare. Have you finally broken up?" "Not at all. Did I not mention that you've been in this relationship for several years? It's high time you parted ways. Are you truly willing to waste several years of a young lady's youth?" With a good-natured reminder, she added, "It's not just me, the elders, your parents, and your uncles and aunts. All the members of the Qi family would never approve of you marrying her." "That's irrelevant," Qi retorted dismissively, striding away with long strides. The second Madame Qi was unfazed. Over the years, while she had not acted to separate the young couple, she had become accustomed to her habitual nagging, even if it seemed futile with her nephew. As Qiyu turned a corner and disappeared from sight, the assistant let out a sharp breath, finally daring to express his excitement. "Madam, what's wrong? Did you not see?" "See what?" Young Master Qi just held something. I wasn't paying attention. I was too focused on his face. What did he have? The household registration book. That troublesome item. The second Madame Qi hurriedly dashed through the garden to find Madame Qi's sister-in-law. "Did you give the household registration book to little you?" "Yes." Madame Qi replied calmly while gracefully sketching. "How could you give him the household registration book? Doesn't he have an ID? What project requires your household registration book?" Upon sensing the agitation in the second Madame Qi's tone, Madame Qi furrowed her brow. "Is there a problem?" The second Madame Qi was in a state of distress. "Not just a problem. It's a monumental issue. I learned recently that Qiyu had custom-ordered an engagement ring. I thought it was merely child's play, something to dismiss. Even if he proposed, the Qi family would never acknowledge it. But now, little Yu has the household registration book, the very book that could facilitate a marriage registration. Should she reveal this information? The second Madame Qi found herself torn, her thoughts waging a battle within. Finally, she gritted her teeth and replied nonchalantly, "The household registration book cannot be given out so carelessly, sister-in-law. I've heard that today's youth are quite audacious. Giving him the household registration book might lead to some outrageous antics. You knows his limits." In the little garden, the assistant, having held his question for quite some time, finally asked, "Madam, why didn't you directly inform Madame Qi of the truth earlier?" She looked utterly distressed. With a smile, the second Madame Qi replied, "Why should I tell her? She isn't worried at all. If you don't speak up, Madame Qi would never even begin to guess what young Master Qi intends to do. How could she possibly worry? Alas, after so many years of acquaintance, I remain oblivious to her true nature. She merely feigns elegance and composure, but as a formidable figure in the business realm, how serene can she truly be? With my hesitant demeanor, could she not harbor suspicions? Naturally, her inquiries would unveil everything. How intriguing, my dear lady. Indeed, I relish the thought of witnessing her in a state of vexation and turmoil. Most importantly, I owe a favor to Xiaoyu. Do you remember? It is fortuitous that I can assist him in secrecy, thus repaying that debt. It brings me a sense of relief. Madam, are you not concerned that Qi Xiao might genuinely obtain a marriage certificate with Su Jianni? What is there to fear? Xiaoyu still has several months until he turns 22. My sister-in-law is unlikely to uncover the truth in just a few months. This time, we shall sit back and enjoy the spectacle. In a pavilion adorned with water features, the younger members of the Chi family congregated. Chiyu idly toyed with his phone, his mind elsewhere. Chijo observed and chuckled. Yugo, why not send a message to the one you're thinking of? Chiyu smirked. I did, but there was no reply. Oh, did you upset her? Huh, I'm merely awaiting her to calm down. Chijo raised an eyebrow. Yugo, do you realize that your springtime exuberance, knowing I have a wife while others do not, is quite irritating? Indeed, I have one, and you do not. Brothers, I can't hold back any longer. Let us teach him a lesson. We can't win against him, Xiaojio. Even if we cannot win, we must try. Who can endure this? Count me in. It's a good opportunity to stretch my limbs. A scuffle ensued, swiftly concluding, leaving Chiyu thoroughly relaxed. Suddenly, a loud notification chimed, uniquely set. Chiyu stepped over the fallen Shijio to retrieve his phone from the bench, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finally, it had come. Practice more. I shall join you and play next time. Chi Xiao Jio lamented loudly, followed by Chi Xiao Ba, whose cries were even more pronounced. Chiyu opened the message, and his handsome features darkened instantly. Chiyu, I need some space. Please do not contact me for the next few days, I beg you. He immediately inquired, Where are you, darling? Su Jiani did not respond. Beloved, I am sorry. Shall I come to fetch you? Still, no reply came from Su Jiani. Chiyu persisted, sending message after message, but they seemed to vanish into the abyss without a trace. He attempted a call, connecting yet receiving no answer. The line merely buzzed until it automatically disconnected. Chiyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Noticing the sudden chill emanating from Chiyu, Chijio, believing something grave had occurred, swiftly rose from the ground. Yugo, what is wrong? Chi Xiaoba suddenly exclaimed, Yugo, is that your sister-in-law? She is trending on social media. At that moment, Chiyu also received messages and screenshots from his assistant. The images displayed shocking trending topics. Beijing University Internet celebrity wields a scalpel from a rooftop. Beijing University Internet celebrity in critical condition. Life uncertain. Female student from Su Medical University kicks a camera. Chijo glanced at Chi Xiaoba's phone screen, incensed. Yuga, this trending news is utterly outrageous. Who can fail to see that there are individuals deliberately tarnishing the reputation of this internet celebrity? How can they continue to malign her when she has already risked everything? These people are worse than animals. According to the comments, it seems she was once a student at Su Medical University. Is she from the same university as your sister-in-law? Indeed, she withdrew from Su Medical University, subsequently gained admission to Kyoto University, and transformed into an internet sensation, known as classmate Shaolin. Jiyu dialed his assistant's number, seeking more detailed information. After listening, he spoke coldly, insisting on accountability. After hanging up with his assistant, Jiyu attempted to call Su Jiani, but after numerous attempts, no one answered, prompting him to send a message. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. I'm on my way to pick you up now. Suddenly, there was a response. Don't look for me, Jiyu. Please let me have a few days to calm down. I beg you. Wait for me. I'm en route. Jiyu, let us break up. Chapter 102 Sajani. If you run away again, I will make you cry. Jiyu could not accept it. 100 messages sent without a reply. Calls made until the phone broke. The anger within him grew heavier. Sitting in the car, he contemplated the unique features of the Chi family's mobile phone and considered activating the emergency mode from the back end to force Sajani's phone to connect to his call. But he quickly dismissed the thought. If she lost her phone, he would have no way to find her. It would be better to locate her and go directly to her. Uncle He, drive faster. Master, please don't rush. This car is already at its maximum speed. If we go any faster, we might face an accident. We must prioritize safety. Wouldn't you agree? Before long, they encountered a traffic jam. After much effort, they managed to break free from a queue. It will still be congested ahead. Let's take the underground route, my father's special passage. But master, we lack the necessary permissions. I will drive. You get out. After numerous twists and turns, Chiyu finally arrived at Sajani's phone's location, the stairwell on the 5th floor of a hospital. Su, yeah, and I. He pushed open the stairway door, but instead of Sajani, he found Zhou Mingxi and Lin Wan. Chiyu, what are you doing here? Where is Sujani? Chiyu was engulfed in an uncontrollable fury, radiating a menacing aura. Lin Wan shivered inwardly. Her gaze was defiant, her tone stubborn and sharp, filled with reproach. "What do you want of my deskmate?" Zhou Mingxi swiftly pulled Lin Wan behind him. "Qiyu, why are you here?" Qiyu's voice was icy. "The phone." "What phone?" "My girlfriend's phone." "How do you know my deskmate's phone is in my bag?" "I see. You installed a tracking device on her phone, didn't you?" "No wonder she entrusted it to me. She anticipated you would trace her through the phone." "Qiyu, you are truly frightening." Zhou Mingxi, familiar with Qiyu's temper, recognized the danger in the current situation. "Enough talking. Hand over the phone to Qiyu." Lin Wan struggled to speak. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Zhou Mingxi and then at Qiyu. Qiyu maintained his cold demeanor. "Let her speak." "Qiyu, Wan is merely overly protective of her deskmate. Her words lack weight. She means no harm. If you seek to vent your anger, direct it at me instead." "Let go." Zhou Mingxi hesitated to release her. Lin Wan bit his hand, prompting him to relent. She held tightly to her bag, fearful of it being snatched. "The phone is entrusted to me by my deskmate. Why should I give it to you? How dare you come looking for her? Tell me, what have you done to make her suffer so?" "What do you mean? I have known her for years, yet I have never seen her in such despair. She cares for you deeply. You have the greatest influence on her. She returned to Jing City for you. If it isn't something you've done, could it possibly be someone else's actions?" "Oh, I see. Have you done something unforgivable with someone else that would hurt my deskmate? You scoundrel." Qiyu disregarded Lin Wan's accusations, focusing instead on what he relished to hear. Su Jiani harbored feelings for him. Indeed, her affection was genuine. He could feel it. Their mutual, unspoken adoration propelled them towards one another, and their hearts resonated in harmony. He cherished her, and she reciprocated his affections. She would not terminate their relationship without reason. Something must have troubled her. Initially, she merely sought a few days of tranquility, never intending to break up. She had expressed her desire for calmness twice, even pleading with him. It was his urgency that compelled her to utter those words of separation. He should not have succumbed to such overwhelming emotions. He ought to have remained composed and analyzed the situation. Yes, composure was essential. Yet, he found it impossible to remain calm. What could possibly be so grave that it warranted a breakup? Had he not made it clear that such a topic was off limits? Why did she insist on testing the boundaries? He had to locate her, to soothe her, to shoulder any burdens. He could not allow her to spiral into unfounded worries. Qiyu suppressed his feelings, but the tension within him remained palpable. There was no one else. He coldly and fiercely remarked, as if to clarify, what had she said? My deskmate said nothing at all. The phone. Lin Wan still refused to hand it over, but Zhou Mingxi unzipped the bag, and she could not intervene in time. Zhou Mingxi swiftly retrieved Su Jiani's phone from the bag and handed it to Qiyu. Where is she? I don't know. Brother Yu, I have some information. Su Jiani is with our grandfather. She's safe. Seeing Qiyu's expression soften slightly, Zhou Mingxi joked, I'm not privy to what transpired between you two, but brother Yu, Su Jiani is in a really bad state. Even our grandfather is scolding you. He said, that brat Qiyu, you two are making a mess of things. Qiyu shot Zhou Mingxi a frosty glance, asserting, my grandfather, not yours. With that, he departed. In a village 50 kilometers from Lingsong City, Su Jiani busied herself in a makeshift laboratory. Upon her arrival, the supervisor, clutching a list of medical aid, questioned how a fourth-year clinical medicine student from Su Medical University could qualify for this task. She mentioned having published 2 articles in infectious disease journals. The supervisor retorted that even 10 publications would not suffice. Displaying her traditional Chinese medicine assistant practitioner certification, she was again challenged. Why, as a Western medicine major, did she possess a TCM certificate? She explained that she had been trained under a master. He further insinuated that she must have connections. Proficient in TCM, she took several days to prove her worth, finally revealing that her mentor was Su Lao, her grandfather. Under Su Lao's tutelage, the crowd was left in awe. This time, the remote village faced an epidemic. The situation was dire. To prevent the outbreak from spreading to Huagua, they had specially invited the esteemed national physician, Su Lao, for assistance. This was a recurring scenario. Every few years, various illnesses would afflict the border region, and Su Lao frequently visited, holding considerable renown in the area. Su Jianni's purpose in coming here was not solely to treat patients. She was well-versed in ancient medical texts, had memorized countless ancient prescriptions, and had studied her grandfather's notes, familiarizing herself with past epidemics. Her mission was to collaborate with the team in studying the affliction, employing pharmacology to discern and treat the epidemic. Day and night, she seized every moment for experimentation. As she laid down to rest, her palm caressed her abdomen, her expression oscillating between tenderness and anguish, a tumult of emotions. A month later, the epidemic was brought under control. The lockdown was lifted, and the aid team departed in batches, with Su Jianni and Su Lao being part of the third group. Standing at the edge of the village in a white t-shirt and jeans, Su Jianni awaited the vehicle alongside a group of doctors. A vibrant green vehicle approached, and one by one, everyone boarded. Su Jianni was assigned to a different vehicle. As she leaned against the door, an unsettling feeling washed over her before she could even sit down. The scent of Chiyu and the sight of the back of his head were all too familiar, sending a jolt of alarm through her. She slammed the door shut and fled immediately. Before long, she was embraced from behind. Chiyu's eyes were crimson, holding her tightly, his cold voice trembling with intensity. Su Jianni, if you run again, I will make you cry. Chapter 103. Chiyu. I have reborn. Chiyu's harsh words could not intimidate Su Jianni, but his overwhelming affection certainly could. He held her tightly. She could distinctly feel his frantic heartbeat, his turbulent emotions, his fierce possessiveness, and his obsessive concern. All of it permeated through his white t-shirt and invaded her very being, coloring her limbs and soul. His words, though cold and harsh, were laced with a tremor of fear at the thought of losing her. This fear, Su Jianni had experienced in her previous life. Hence, she understood that he loved her profoundly, terrified of losing her, much like herself. Su Jianni ceased her struggles, her taut back relaxing under his embrace. The intensity of Chi Yu's aggression diminished significantly as he held her closer. Will you come back with me? He asked. Su Jianni remained silent, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Yet what did love matter? In their past life, she and Chi Yu had shared a love that ended tragically. She had hoped that, after her rebirth, they would change and that the tragedy would be altered. However, fate twisted in circles, mocking her. As Lin Wan's extended graduation and Xiao Lin's misfortunes foreshadowed that no matter how she interfered with destiny's course, its conclusion would mirror that of her previous life. In her past existence, the fervent love Su Jianni held for Chi Yu led to her demise. In her rebirth, she could not suppress her feelings for him. The more he loved her, the deeper her affection grew. Their love surpassed that of their previous life. Yet what difference did it make? It merely meant that when the tragedy of the past replayed, their suffering would be even greater. She had already reached a point of despair in her previous life, where she had abandoned herself once. Su Jianni dared not contemplate how fate would arrange for her to again be ensnared in despair. She feared even more for the day when, once again unable to control her fate, she might lose her life, and how Chi Yu would suffer as a result. She had already subjected him to that pain once. Loving him so deeply, how could she bear to let him endure it again? Overwhelmed by anguish, she bit her lip repeatedly before finally uttering, Chi Yu, I need some time to think. Can you let me be alone for a moment? Chi Yu tightened his embrace. No, you have been calm for 32 days, Su Jianni. We will discuss matters once we return. With ease, he lifted her from behind, leaving her feet dangling above the ground. Gasping for breath as he constricted her, she struggled. Chi Yu, let me go. I will not. You're squeezing my stomach. Chi Yu, Su Jianni exclaimed in desperation. Yet, Chi Yu did not relent until he had placed her in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Be good, Su Jianni. I wouldn't mind kissing you at the village entrance if you insist on running away again. The car began to move. Su Jianni sat in the passenger seat, her palm resting on her abdomen, her expression one of concern. Is it hurting your bones? No. Should I stop the car to massage it? Please don't. Her expression remained troubled. Chi Yu assumed she was worried about Su Lao, her grandfather, who was seated in Xiao Jiu's car. Ah, the journey is bumpy, he said. During this time, Su Jianni had not rested well, and within moments of getting into the car, she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the familiar lace at the corner of the wall startled her. In her past life, the main bedroom of her spacious apartment, where she had slept for 2 years post-marriage, was adorned in such a manner. Had she returned to her former life? "Baby, are you awake?" A cold voice broke the silence, accompanied by cool lips that descended upon hers. Su Jianni found her lips sealed, unable to articulate her thoughts, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Qiyu began with languid kisses that grew increasingly fervent, as though he were surrendering his very soul to her, yearning to consume her entirely. Su Jianni gasped for breath. Overwhelmed, Qiyu nibbled on her lower lip, tugging gently. In response, she bit back. Qiyu, fueled by the thrill, pressed closer, his entire being leaning towards her. Her delicate neck tingled with a rush of sensations, and alarms blared in Su Jianni's mind as she pushed against his chest with all her might. Exclaiming, "Qiyu, no!" He allowed her to shove him away. Swiftly, Su Jianni sat up, attempting to flee, but Qiyu's long arm effortlessly pulled her back, encircling her and pressing her against the headboard. "Su Jianni, try to run again," he challenged. "Do you think I cannot bring you to your end?" Su Jianni fell into silence. In Qiyu's eyes, her quietness signified compliance. He tightened his grip on her fingers, coaxing her patiently. "Su Jianni, do you like Qiyu?" "Yes." "Do you love Qiyu?" Su Jianni bit her lip and closed her eyes. "I do." Qiyu pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. "Then why mention breaking up?" Su Jianni fell silent once more. "You cannot articulate a reason, yet wish to part ways?" He pressed. "If you could articulate it, would you agree to separate?" "I would not." Qiyu turned her shoulder towards him, biting her lip before speaking. "You made demands post-graduation, and now you wish to renege?" "No, I merely posed a hypothetical based on my previous life. How did it become my demand?" She had explained countless times, yet he continued to misinterpret her intentions. Qiyu continued, "Not long after you made your demands, I selected this villa in Sioux City as our marital home, designed according to your tastes. How could this garish lace reflect my aesthetic?" She retorted, "Did you not used to hand me little notes adorned with such borders? They were lovely. Each time I saw them, I was reminded of your thoughtful pursuit, which was quite alluring." On the 8th day post-graduation, I returned to my parents' home to retrieve the household registration book, waiting for your birthday to lawfully assume the role of your man. Yet here you are, seeking to break up without providing a single reason and playing hide-and-seek. Is that not deserving of punishment? Qiyu nibbled at her neck, his sharp teeth grazing her fair skin. Suddenly, tears streamed down Su Jianni's face, unbidden, as she wept from the depths of her soul. Her tears a torrent of endless grievances and suffering, the accumulated pain of her past life. Qiyu embraced her, his dark eyes brimming with emotion, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. His previously icy voice softened, unmistakably tender. Crying again, Su Jianni did not respond, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Do you recognize your mistakes?" Qiyu inquired. Su Jianni wept even more fiercely, the kind of tears that clouded her vision. Qiyu embraced her, and the sounds of her sobbing echoed. "I forgive you. From now on, be good and do not leave me again." Su Jianni shook her head vigorously. Her nasal passages ached with sorrow. Upon hearing her gasps, Qiyu's heart softened completely. "Be good, do not cry. It pains me deeply. After 32 days apart, I missed you to the point of madness. Do you understand? I never truly harbored anger towards you, not even a little. I too was at fault this time, indeed, more so than you. Henceforth, apart from separation, I shall abide by your wishes, all right? Are you angry with me? Would you like to bite me? How would you like to bite? Do you not wish to? You may strike me if you prefer." As he spoke increasingly absurdly, Su Jianni buried her head into his neck, nuzzling him, inhaling his crisp scent, and after a long while, her tears finally ceased. Having cried, she felt a sense of relief and began to untangle her thoughts. "Qiyu, I have been reborn." Chapter 104. Silly wife, I have undergone surgery. Upon uttering her words, Su Jianni silently smiled, her sweet visage still bearing traces of tears. The smile, though tinged with bitterness, was predominantly one of relief. "Say, Su Jianni, expressing an innocent so arduous after all. Rebirth?" "Yes," she affirmed, gazing at Qiyu with her swollen, peach blossom eyes, her soft voice carrying a hint of nasal timbre. Are you not at all surprised? Not at all. Chiyu's demeanor suggested he had long anticipated this revelation, patiently awaiting her candor. Have you also experienced rebirth? She inquired hastily. No. Then do you not find the notion of rebirth utterly absurd? How can you not doubt my words? I harbor no doubts. Chiyu grasped her hand gently. My dear, there is evidence to support this. He traced her index finger from its base to the tip. The third mock exam in mathematics, problems I never taught you, yet you solved them effortlessly. Particularly the final question, which employed advanced calculus concepts I had only recently learned, reflecting my thought process. Yet you had no time to study calculus. How could he possibly know how she solved the math problems? Hadn't he been absent from the affiliated school? Chiyu continued to trace Su Jianni's middle finger. During that altercation with the umbrella, you executed moves I never demonstrated. The flavor of the scallion shrimp noodles you prepared is one only the esteemed cook of the Chi family could replicate. And you knew I only consumed the white part of the scallion. There are countless instances. On the night of my graduation, you called out the name of my classmate, a name I had never mentioned to you. When the driver inquired about our destination, you replied Qilong apartment, a detail I had not shared. That night in the elevator, you feigned ignorance about the floor, yet your gaze genuinely flickered towards the 18th. Your finger poised to press the button, Su Jianni felt a tingling sensation in her palm from Chiyu's caress, her heart equally numb. With so many flaws exposed, how did you deduce it? I did not deduce. You once stated you would wait until I was ready to confide in you, and now that wait has concluded. My dear, what day did you undergo rebirth? Prior to the college entrance examination at the end of May, was it the day you began distancing yourself from me? Taking the exam papers away? Was I that obvious? Kiu gently kissed Su Jianni's lips. What do you think? What transpired in our past life that led you to avoid me as if I were venomous? On the balcony sofa of the villa, with the night deepening, Su Jianni nestled in Chiyu's embrace, recounting the events of their previous life. She poured out the tumultuous thoughts from her mind like beans, feeling a profound sense of relief, more liberating than tears could provide. Chiyu held her tightly, absorbing her narrative of their past. His usually impassive face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, a blend of complexity. Once she finished, he tightened his embrace in silence, lingering without words. After a prolonged pause, Su Jianni smiled and remarked, given the nature of our past life, do you find it difficult to digest? Initially, I had no intention of revealing this to you, yet my greed prevailed. Chiyu, you are so wonderful. I do not wish to part from you. I yearn to pursue both medicine and love simultaneously. Chiyu, with great difficulty, spoke, I'm not worthy, Su Jianni. You are well now. Not well. Chiyu's cold gaze reflected his anguish. You have perished. Indeed, I have been reborn. The foolishness you spoke of is within my capabilities. He was acutely aware of his own vile temperament, especially when faced with the one who captivated him. Your choices in your past life may have been my deliberate manipulation. Chiyu rested his chin against her collarbone. Referencing the events of their graduation night in a previous life, I was willing. Only then could you fall for me. Have you not connected the dots about pursuing medicine after your rebirth? If I were truly inebriated and unconscious, how would you succeed in your endeavors? Su Jianni was struck by a profound realization. You. Indeed, it was intentional. I do not know the specifics, but on graduation night in my past life, I was certainly exhilarated to the point of explosion, for I am inherently wicked. Even now, while my heart aches for you, I cannot help but feel envy and resentment. Su Jianni, I desire your ardent affection towards me as well. After her rebirth, Su Jianni gradually began to understand Chiyu's spoiled nature, yet at this moment, her worldview was shattered by him. Chiyu continued, later, your presumed underhanded tactics may have played right into my hands, for I yearn for you to think of nothing but me, to be completely reliant on me, and to be bound solely to me. Even now, I support your medical pursuits, yet I still wish to keep you confined at home, unwilling to let you engage with anyone else. Your hands should only touch me. Chiyu pressed his cheek against hers, the difference being that I now exercise restraint. In my previous life, I did not. I am now powerful enough to protect you. Whereas in my past life, I lacked the ability to shield you and still indulged in my desires, too arrogant to notice your suffering from depression. When you fell off that cliff in your past life, I was undoubtedly devastated. I deserved that pain. I'm still tormented now. My heart aches terribly. Kiss me. Su Jianni found herself immobilized by his insistence. Qiyu leaned closer to her lips, forcing a kiss upon her. This is outrageous. As Su Jianni regained her senses, she struggled to ask him, "So, in your past life, were you truly too busy to spend the night with me?" Qiyu nuzzled her neck. "Perhaps I lacked both time and composure. Did I not hold you while sleeping without your knowledge? I wanted to cling to you day and night. How could I possibly remain celibate for 2 years?" "Oh, is that so?" Su Jianni was perplexed. Qiyu kissed her middle finger. "Where is your ring? Why are you not wearing it? Do you not like that one? On your birthday, I shall replace it with one you adore." Su Jianni understood immediately. "You mean to exchange the engagement ring for a wedding band?" At that moment, she recalled the purpose of her confrontation with Qiyu. "Qiyu, I do not wish to marry." If we marry, we are bound to repeat our past mistakes. I no longer wish to lose myself, nor do I want you to lose me." Qiyu gently grasped her chin and pressed his lips against hers with great intensity, his tone earnest. "I now possess the ability to protect you. Do not be afraid." Su Jianni shook her head. "It's futile. The tragedy has already begun." "Those 7 days and nights you didn't—" "Nothing," she interjected. "I have received the 9-valent vaccine. It's not that I think you are unclean." Su Jianni took Qiyu's hand and placed it on her abdomen, recalling the trajectory of their past lives. "Our son is on the way." Her expression was one of anguish. "Qiyu, thinking of our son from our previous life pains me. I failed to be a good mother. If I am destined to leave in 2 years, I cannot irresponsibly bring him into this world." "Do you believe you are pregnant?" "Silly wife, I have undergone a procedure." "What?" "That day, you said you didn't want a child, and I assured you it would be handled." "No." At that moment, she merely thought he was speaking casually. Who could have anticipated he would actually take action? He is only 22 now. Su Jianni was overwhelmed with despair. It was absurd. They both had their flaws, too deeply in love, to the point of folly. A foolish romantic haze. Chapter 105. I have missed you these days. Su Jianni found herself at a loss for words. Qiyu kissed her, questioning whether this was the reason she had avoided him for 32 days. That day I went to see Lin Wan, and she told me she had been granted an extension. You see, in her previous life, her performance was hindered by trembling hands. After her rebirth, her grandfather assisted her in treatment, yet she ultimately did not obtain her graduation certificate from Qingda. Lin Wan merely has an extension, not a dropout. She will receive her degree next year. I understand, but I was overwhelmed. And then there's Shaolin, whose previous life was fraught with hardship. She repeated a year, gained admission to Qingda, and even became an internet celebrity, transforming her family's financial situation. However, that day I witnessed her being forced into a bloodied state. It was a tremendous shock to me. She was later rescued, and those responsible have been held accountable. Su Jianni paused in surprise. You handled that? Thank you. Qiyu bit her lip. Are you thanking me for the sake of outsiders? Su Jianni smiled. I was utterly devastated at that moment, believing that no matter how hard I tried, everything would revert to the way it was in my past life. I couldn't conceive of a way to break free from my predicament. It was just then that I had to leave with my grandfather for medical assistance. I only wanted to escape. I'm sorry. Qiyu kissed her, understanding. I can endure it, but I've been going mad thinking of you. I have missed you too, Qiyu. Upon hearing this, Qiyu's gaze deepened as he swept Su Jianni into his arms. Hey, what are you doing? Wife, how did you pounce on me in your previous life? I'll behave and let you do it again. Who is your wife? You, Su Jianni. When did I become your wife? We haven't even registered our marriage. Don't say such things. We did in our past life, and it's still valid in this one. Su Jianni, held by the waist, tackled Qiyu onto the sheets. She laughed uncontrollably. Wife, come here. I want tea. Do you love him and not me? Which him? Aren't you both the same? What he has experienced, I have not. Ha ha ha. Qiyu, don't be too wild. Qiyu grasped Su Jianni's hand and placed it on his belt buckle. Su Jianni's eyes narrowed in amusement, her lips curving as she slowly began to unfasten it. Yet, as she pondered something, Her expression shifted slightly, and her movements came to an abrupt halt. Chiyu, something's off. Although it has been a month, I still haven't, where did you have the surgery? Was it not done properly? It can't be, right? Chiyu propped himself up on his arms. Why don't you check your own pulse? Su Jianni sat at the edge of the bed and immediately began to check her pulse. Her expression was tense. Chiyu shared her concern. How is it? Insufficient vital energy, no slippery pulse. This isn't right? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that I haven't had enough time to master the technique? Tomorrow morning, we will go see grandfather. No, grandfather will scold you and beat me. Last time, he saw right through our recklessness and sternly reminded me to take care of my health. You don't know how embarrassed I was. The delivery arrived promptly, bringing a multitude of HCG test kits. Su Jianni utilized them, and the result was negative. She was not pregnant. The following morning, she tested again, and the outcome remained negative. The two then ventured to a hospital in a neighboring city, a request strongly advocated by Su Jianni. The local facilities were filled with seniors from Su Medical University, making it rather awkward to seek assistance for her condition. Regardless of the countless days and nights spent in relentless pursuit of a solution, or the potential ignorance of a medical student who might be unknowingly pregnant, her situation was explosive and could easily serve as a cautionary tale. In the future, both in and out of the classroom, her peers would recount the tale of a senior who consistently achieved top grades, only to find herself in a predicament. The mere thought was mortifying. At the hospital's laboratory, after Su Jianni had her blood drawn, she sat anxiously in a chair, pressing a cotton swab to her arm, her heart racing as she awaited the results. What if she were indeed pregnant? Sitting beside her, Chiyu spoke with unwavering conviction. If it turns out that way, we will have a child. You could never bear to part with him. She nodded in agreement. As long as I am here, this will not interfere with your future aspirations. Su Jianni was taken aback. You know what I am thinking? It is quite easy to comprehend, he replied. The remnants of her past life's self-loathing lingered, with only the final straw yet to be removed. He truly understands. Su Jianni burst into laughter, her gaze towards Chiyu now infused with warmth. Her self-loathing in her previous life stemmed from three sources. Firstly, her sense of inferiority rooted in her family background. Since her rebirth, she had come to terms with it and had explained this to him. Secondly, the desperation she felt from unrequited love in her past life. After her rebirth, she had evaded it, but he pursued her and healed her wounds. Losing herself in the process of pursuing him and marrying him, she gradually rediscovered her identity through their romance. The affection he bestowed upon her fortified her into an unyielding force. Thirdly, the final straw that had crushed her in her past life was her lack of direction. She could not accept that she had ultimately become a woman of no consequence. Thus, since her rebirth, she had diligently strived towards her desired goals, dedicating tenfold the time to studying and conducting experiments compared to her time spent in romance with Chiyu. After more than 4 years of relentless effort, she had yet to reach the heights she aspired to. With the next semester marking her 5th year, she had no intention of pausing her studies to have a child at this critical juncture. Consequently, she felt a sense of turmoil. Chiyu understood her plight and offered her unwavering support, alleviating her anxiety. This time, I trust you. If it happens, we will embrace it. Not just this time, but always. Shall we go with the flow? Very well. When the test results arrived, they revealed that she was not pregnant. Chiyu's surgery had been remarkably successful, without a hint of complication. The intense medical assistance in a foreign epidemic zone had led to Su Jianni's irregularities, which would normalize with proper care. Su Jianni and Chiyu reached a consensus, indulging in their romantic relationship with increasingly unabashed affection. Meanwhile, Madame Qi from Beijing could no longer remain at ease. Initially, she had grown suspicious due to the words of Madame Qi and had exerted considerable effort to uncover that her son had gifted an engagement ring. Connecting this with her son's removal of the household registration book, her forehead throbbed with tension. Upon discovering that her son and his girlfriend had traveled a considerable distance to a strange city for a pregnancy checkup, darkness clouded her vision, nearly causing her to faint. At this moment, upon learning that her son, Chiyu, had returned to Beijing, Madam Chi anxiously rushed to the Qilong apartment to seek him out. Where's the household registration book? On the study desk. Bring it to me. Madam Chi. Qiyu proceeded to the study, and fearing he might play tricks, Madam Chi followed closely behind. However, he did not attempt any deception. As Madam Chi gazed at the retrieved household registration book, an uneasy feeling crept in, as everything seemed too smooth, hinting at some underlying issue. Yet, with Chiyu's birthday still far off until late October, it was improbable that he had married Su Jiani. She breathed a sigh of relief. I heard you took that girl from the Su family for a checkup? Was there any news? No, that's good. As your mother, I must advise you, our family values tradition above all. Do not entertain the thought of Su Jiani marrying into the Qi family while bearing an illegitimate child. Resorting to such underhanded methods will only lead to greater disdain for her. Chapter 106. Marry Yuer. I shall provide any sum you desire. Pregnancy before marriage is not advisable. You cherish that girl as if she were your heart's treasure, and you surely do not wish her to be looked down upon, do you? Chi responded softly. Mrs. Chi, believing her words had been absorbed, smiled while shaking the household registration book in her hand. Be honest with your mother. Were you planning to sneak off to obtain a marriage certificate? Goodness. Fortunately, I managed to stop you in time. Mrs. Chi perused the household registration book. Finding nothing amiss, with a cautious mind, she inquired, You haven't registered your marriage abroad, have you? No. Splendid. Mrs. Chi's anxious heart finally settled. She smiled warmly, saying, It's not that I'm rushing you. There's no need to hurry into marriage. You've just graduated from university and aren't even 22 yet. So young. And as for children, there's no rush either. I recall Su Jiani took 8 years. It's only been 4 years, right? It's still early. Your father and I waited until our status was stable before having you. To become parents, one must consider the child as future. We cannot recklessly bring a child into this world. We are in no hurry. All right. How rare it is. Yuer has finally heeded my advice. Mrs. Chi, initially anxious, departed with satisfaction, clutching the household registration book. 2 years later, classmate Lin successfully graduated from Kyoto University. Instead of pursuing further studies, she returned to her hometown to support the sales of local agricultural products. Having endured online harassment, she emerged resilient and remains a prominent figure. At the centennial celebration of Beijing City-affiliated high school, an alumni symposium was held. International film star Bai Yinlu attended, her smile radiant, while Lin Wan also sat on stage. Lin Wan, having extended her studies by a year, obtained her degree from Tsinghua University. Possessing a keen eye and astute business acumen, she swiftly led her team in a remarkable display of executive prowess. As in her previous life, Lin Wan capitalized on the burgeoning national trend, disregarding the objections of the Lin family elders, and resolutely supported the revival project of retro Chinese attire under the Lin brand, meticulously refining quality and investing heavily in channel development. As the wave of national fashion surged, the clothing brand Lin Wan champion flourished, achieving quarterly revenues that surpassed the total of the Lin family's previous 3 years combined. The title of Vice President Lin suddenly gained significant weight, and no one dared to underestimate her as the daughter of the Lin family who had ascended so rapidly. Initially reluctant to attend the symposium, Lin Wan decided to go after hearing disparaging comments in the group about Su Jiani, suggesting she was unworthy and preventing Qiyu from attending out of fear of encountering Bai Yinlu and being overshadowed. Fuming, Lin Wan, despite her busy schedule, felt compelled to confront the situation directly. After all, Bai Yinlu's financial backing did not diminish her capabilities. If one has the talent, they should pursue it too. Wait. Lin Wan retrieved the invitation to the symposium, took a screenshot, and sent it out, declaring, I won't spend a dime. I can go if I wish. And indeed, she went. Sioux City. In a villa, on the living room sofa, Su Jiani nestled in Qiyu's embrace, watching the live stream of the school celebration. Qiyu held a tablet, his arm wrapped around her, enjoying the moment together. In the past 2 years, she has been studying medicine in Sioux City, while he has been pursuing graduate studies in Jing City. They remain extraordinarily busy, yet they still managed to carve out moments of sweetness amidst their hectic schedules. Su Jianni has noticed that Qiyu seems intent on avoiding the actions he took in his previous life. For instance, when invited to participate in a school anniversary symposium he attended in his past life, but this time he graciously declined. In a live broadcast, Bai Yinlu smiled captivatingly, candidly expressing that her current success is largely due to the benefactors she encountered at Jing City affiliated high school. When the host playfully inquired about who these benefactors were, she cleverly evaded the question, ultimately stating that, having received kindness in the past, she would be donating 100 million to her alma mater as a token of her appreciation. The public chat instantly filled with praise for her beauty and benevolence. Lin Wan also smiled, sharing that she too had encountered a benefactor at Jing City affiliated high school, her desk mate. Today, her desk mate was preoccupied and could not attend, so she would represent her in donating 1 billion to the school. The chat erupted with excitement. Lin's contribution eclipsed by Yinlu's 100 million, swiftly propelling her desk mate into the trending topics. Su Jianni turned to Qiyu, inquiring about the 1 billion he had mentioned. He casually affirmed it, but upon recalling what Su Jianni had said about their past lives, he felt compelled to clarify. He had indeed intended to donate. Someone had been antagonistic towards her, but he had managed the situation. Her desk mate, still irked, had asked Zhou Mingxi to step in, insisting that she handle the donation as a means of vindication. "Does that make you feel better, darling?" he teased, though she was blissfully unaware of the previous hostility directed at her. With a smile, Su Jianni tilted her head back, resting against Qiyu's shoulder, and gently kissed his chin, thanking her boyfriend. "Truthfully, I do feel a slight disparity. They have all achieved so much, while I'm still studying, taking exams, conducting experiments, and writing papers. Yet, I have chosen the path of medicine, and I do not regret it. I was aware of the high costs and long timelines associated with this field, and I prepare myself mentally for this choice. This is the path I intend to walk for a lifetime. I will not rush." In her previous life, she lost her sense of direction, allowing the brilliance of those on stage to wound her deeply, leading her to despairingly believe that she, Su Jianni, was utterly worthless, a mere inconsequential woman without a chance for redemption. But how could that be true? What had truly confined her was never her circumstances, but her state of mind. Now, it seems she has completely liberated herself from such predicaments. A smile graced Su Jianni's lips, enchanting Qiyu, who leaned down to kiss her. Su Jianni, ati 26, graduated with a doctorate in medicine. Qiyu, having completed his credits ahead of schedule, graduated with her in the same year. Outside the auditorium of Qing University, Mrs. Qi took time out of her schedule to attend her son's graduation ceremony. Afterward, the three of them went to Huangzhou for a meal, where Mrs. Qi subtly hinted before Su Jianni that the two young adults, now of suitable age, ought to consider engagement. Qiyu and Su Jianni shared a tacit understanding to feign ignorance. Mrs. Qi maintained her elegance, insisting, "Do not pretend with me. It has been 8 years. Now that you hold sway in the Qi family, no one opposes your union. It is time to take the necessary steps. First engagement, then marriage. We will proceed step by step. Do not disregard the reputation of our family. Mother, there is no need to rush into marriage. We have just graduated and are still quite young." Is this not the very advice she gave him 4 years ago? To utter it now seems intentionally designed to provoke her. "Mother understands that both of you are busy. I can assist with the arrangements. Your mere presence will suffice. That is not in our plans." Madame Qi elegantly shot a glance at Qiyu and inquired, "If you have no such intentions, does the young lady not harbor any? Do you not wish to take responsibility for her?" "Thank you for your kindness, Auntie, but I, too, have no such intentions." "Very well. If you find the engagement troublesome, it is perfectly acceptable to proceed directly to marriage. The Qi family has no such precedent, but you could establish one." "Mother, we do not intend to marry." "What? Madame Caisse composure forted. How can you not marry? You are not children anymore. What would happen if an unplanned child were to arrive? Surely, the future heir of the Qi family cannot be born out of wedlock. There will be no children." "What do you mean by that?" "Qiyu, what exactly are you implying?" "Just what you think I mean. Madame Qi nearly gasped for breath, exclaiming, Have you undergone surgery? Yes. Madame Kayese Vishon darkened, and she collapsed into her chair. Su Jiani swiftly reacted, assisting her with a needle, inadvertently causing offense. Once Madame Qi regained her composure, she grasped Su Jiani's hand tightly, refusing to let go, and pleaded, My dear, please marry you. Whatever sum you desire, I shall provide. Chapter 107. Awakening, please, she said, not I beg, which was the last vestige of dignity maintained by Lady Qi. Su Jiani felt her hand firmly grasped by Lady Qi, and she attempted to withdraw it, yet hesitated to exert too much force, unable to utter a word. Qi lifted his eyelids slightly. Mother, you underestimate my girlfriend. The Jingni capital, under her name, is worth billions. She is not lacking in funds. Any expenditure would have to come from me. Su Jiani looked at Qi Yu in astonishment. When had he ever deceived her into signing a transfer agreement? She had no recollection of it whatsoever. Lady Qi gasped in disbelief. She was well aware of the magnitude of Jingni capital. Over the years, her son had refrained from engaging with the Qi family's company, instead amassing a group of financial prodigies to manage his Jingni capital. Initially, she thought he was merely honing his skills for amusement, but as skyscrapers rose from the ground, she began to sense something amiss. Logically, as her son gradually established his footing within the Qi family, his relatives increasingly recognized his visionary plans for the future, and the family's financial resources would undoubtedly support his endeavors. There was no need for him to invest time in nurturing Jingni capital. It was only today that she grasped the underlying truth. It was all for the sake of this girl, Su Jiani. Calm down, calm down. She could hardly afford to dwell on the trifles of wealth and her son's loyalties. The pressing issue at hand was that these two young individuals were unwilling to marry or have children. Lady Qi turned the tables, employing the very weaknesses of her son as leverage to persuade them. Child, look at how even his most valuable asset, Jingni, he has entrusted to you. Over the years, he has worked tirelessly for your future. There are things you know and things you do not. He has sacrificed so much for you. Can you truly bear to deny him the recognition he deserves? Ah, such a peculiar and convoluted angle. Su Jiani found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Yu smirked. Mother, this is moral coercion against my girlfriend. If it weren't for you and the others in the Qi family attempting to influence my decisions, I wouldn't have had to take such risks. My girlfriend and I will remain together, with or without a marriage certificate. It matters little. Lady Qi felt her blood pressure rise. Yet, at that moment, she could scarcely afford to lose her temper. If these two truly refused to marry or bear children, the Qi family would eventually have to seek another heir. What had she endured for most of her life, diligently managing those conglomerates for what purpose? The elegance she had cultivated over decades, honed by a life of privilege, evaporated in an instant due to her son's ridiculous romantic notions. She realized she could not sway him and clutched Su Jiani's hands tightly. Child, if you find the affairs of the Qi family too burdensome and do not wish to marry into it, it is still acceptable for you to bear a child with you. That would not take much of your time. Once there's a child, would they not be compelled to marry? Qi Yu smirked. Mother, did you not say that premarital pregnancies are undesirable, and that the future heir of the Qi family must be born of wedlock? Silence. Lady Qi shouted in exasperation at her son. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? This is not your moment to speak. I will have your father deal with you. Turning back to Su Jiani, her tone softened once more, adopting a warm and amiable demeanor. My dear, you are well aware of the unique status of Yuer. His antics cannot be tolerated, for he is determined to listen to you. You must take responsibility and guide him. There are myriad ways to address this situation. Resorting to extreme measures is unnecessary. Marriage is not my concern, but surely you both must consider having a child. How else can Yuer confront the living and the departed of the Qi family? Su Jiani took a deep breath, twisting her wrist to extricate her hand from Madame Qi's tight grasp. I apologize, but I am unwilling to bear a child. Qi Yu interjected. This is our decision, whether you comprehend it or not. Though I am your only son, the Qi family has more than just me as its descendant. Even my father would uphold this stance. Their conversation ended on a discordant note. That night, in the opulent penthouse of the capital, Su Jianyi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, reflecting on Madame Qi's attitudes in both her past and present lives, eliciting a sense of melancholy. In her previous life, she entered the Qi family while pregnant, facing disdain from Madame Qi and the aunts of the family. This became a blemish on her existence. Now, with Qi Yu having extinguished the flame, Madame Qi seemed indifferent to whether Su Jianyi bore children before or after marriage. Indeed, circumstances often dictate perspectives, and the nature of such circumstances is determined by the prevailing situation, all underpinned by a weighing of benefits and drawbacks. The actions were hers alone. The opinions of others were beyond her control. Qi Yu emerged from the bath and approached the window, wrapping his arms around Su Jianyi's shoulders from behind. "What are you pondering? In my past life, I truly erred. I resorted to the extreme of attempting to bind you with a child on 2 occasions. Yes, that was my fault. I should have been forthright with you. You do not need to bind me, for I am wholly yours." Su Jianyi smiled. The matter of being pregnant before marriage was indeed a considerable thorn in her heart. The pit of her humble infatuation was filled, yet a sharp spike remained. To avoid touching, it was to avoid injury. To touch, it was to bleed. Until today, she had deliberately refrained from considering her despicable actions in her past life. Has the thorn been extracted? Yes. I committed an act I find shameful, and I have genuinely endured the resultant anguish. Now, as I reflect upon it, I have come to terms with it. Qi Yu tightened his embrace. Is that so? I cannot find such peace. The baby has yet to deliver just retribution upon those who caused you suffering in your past life. Su Jianyi shook her head with a smile. As you have said, that was you, strong at heart, never succumbing to internal turmoil, always externalizing your energy onto others. Had I been like you, I would not have spiraled into postpartum depression. Those like me, prone to melancholy, favor internal strife. The inner world must be upheaved before it can be rebuilt. Qi Yu turned Su Jianyi to face him, embracing her closely. Speaking of this pains my heart immensely. My dear, one need not always adhere to decorum. If others err, one must strike decisively. But the fault lies with me. No, the mistakes of my past life were mine. My dear, feel free to strike me. At this, the conversation took a peculiar turn. Reluctant to strike? It seems my dear truly loves me. Beloved, I cherish you as well. Su Jianyi raised her hand, gently caressing Qi Yu's handsome face. Stay alert. I am quite awake. I shall remain so throughout the night. My dear, you must reduce the time spent in futile contemplation. Whenever something troubles you, speak to me immediately. Minimize mental exhaustion and focus on action. Darling, it is indeed a rare opportunity for us to rest for an entire week. Su Jianyi realized that Qi Yu had her waist firmly in his grasp. Rather than struggle, she smiled and negotiated. I received a last-minute notice this afternoon. I must report to the hospital in 4 days. We can discuss this matter again on the morning of the 5th day. All right. Chapter 108. Focus, shall we? Once again, an exhilarating frenzy ensues, unrelenting in its intensity. It was the evening of the 3rd day. Su Jianyi felt utterly drained. Her body languid, her bones aching, even her fingers lacked the strength to lift. Her throat was hoarse, and communication relied solely on her gaze. Qi Yu encircled her arm around his neck, lifting her effortlessly to the dining table, tending to her needs as she dined. Be good, open up. Oh. Su Jianyi parted her slightly swollen lips, taking spoonfuls of rice porridge. Once her throat was soothed, a wave of comfort washed over her. After finishing her meal, Qi Yu leaned in for a kiss, asking, shall we continue? Su Jianyi, feeling rather listless, playfully pressed her finger against his chest, conveying her discontent. How can you utter such heartless words? Heartless? Is this not cruel? Do you see any unscathed skin on me? Let me see. Su Jianyi chuckled in disbelief. He always knew how to highlight the aspects he favored. Qi Yu began to unfasten her buttons. In my past life, neglecting you was my fault. I must now make amends for my transgressions. Over the years, he often spoke in such a manner. She would occasionally express that a little neglect was quite all right. Yet he remained unwavering, executing his intentions with resolute firmness. There was no room for her to refuse, nor did she desire to. With her hair cascading over the pillow, her voice husky, Su Jianyi inquired, Qi Yu, Have you also been reborn? No. Yet I can't shake the feeling that you, too, have been reborn. Do you truly lack any memories of your past life? None. That's rather strange. You've mentioned on multiple occasions things I said to my psychologist. They're either identical or strikingly similar. It feels as though you are transforming into the person I desire, echoing the very words I long to hear, such as the endearing phrases, calling me baby hundreds of times a day. And then, their S. She bit her lip, eliciting a pang of pain. Focus, shall we? Su Jiani reported to the first hospital of Sioux City. With outstanding results from her college entrance examination, she enrolled at Sioux Medical University, and now, having graduated at the top of her class after 8 rigorous years, she began her residency. The intensity of her residency was markedly different from that of her university days. During her studies, she was autonomously engaged, thriving in her endeavors. Now, she found herself overwhelmingly immersed in a relentless cycle of demands, both physically and mentally exhausting. Tasks were incessantly scattered. Even taking a bathroom break felt like a race against time. She sent her messages while she was on rounds. He initiated video calls while she was in surgery. He scrutinized her schedule, attempting to carve out time for a romantic interlude, only to find her assigned to the night shift. After enduring a grueling 24-hour shift, Su Jiani looked forward to what was meant to be a substantial break. He, filled with concern, held her down as she fought to keep her eyes open, yearning to organize her research data. He wrapped his arms around her, insisting she rest for a few more hours, harboring no thoughts of stirring her from her fatigue. On this particular day, Chiyu went without seeing Su Jiani's face for an arduous 26 hours, unable to reach her. He arrived at the hospital, recalling her admonitions against him seeking her out there. Obediently, he accessed the back end and forcefully connected the call to Su Jiani. A middle-aged man's voice emanated from the phone, distant yet authoritative, as if he were reprimanding someone. Seeking leave again? Reluctant to work overtime? What's wrong with overtime? You're a resident trainee now. This is your opportunity for growth, a blessing in disguise. You must comprehend that nothing is more crucial at this juncture than your residency training. It determines whether you can become a competent physician in the future. What justification do you have for requesting leave? You fear fatigue and wish to take time off. She too fears exhaustion and desires the same. Who will take this shift? You must align yourself with your identity as a resident trainee and intensify your efforts. If you do not engage in rigorous training now, how will you practice medicine in the future? The fatigue you perceive is merely a part of a doctor's daily routine. Are you already weary after a mere 24-hour shift? You have yet to experience the exhaustion of completing a night shift only to face unforeseen circumstances and perform multiple surgeries in succession. This is what dedication looks like. Do you understand? Without this spirit of sacrifice, how can you call yourself a doctor? This is the essence of the profession, and as a resident trainee, you ought to embody it as well. If you cannot persevere, you will be eliminated. Still unconvinced? You no longer wish to obtain the residency certificate, do you? Still crying? Are you feeling wronged? If you find this hardship unbearable, then withdraw from the program. Dare you not? Remember, this is your final warning. If I see you lamenting online and tarnishing my reputation and that of the hospital, I assure you, you can forget about that residency certificate. The tone grew increasingly threatening. A frail sobbing sound intermittently emerged. Chi recognized it was not Su Jianai. After a while, the middle-aged man departed, and the sobbing gradually ceased. Moments later, light footsteps resonated from the phone, and then Chiyu heard a familiar voice. Hey, Liang Ran, why are you still here? Didn't you say you were feeling unwell and needed to take leave to rest? Whoa, he didn't approve it. Jianai, was your surgery successful? Very successful. The lead surgeon is remarkable. Why didn't your supervisor grant you leave? You look unwell. You must return to rest. He threatened me with a residency certificate. Whoa. Without it, all my years of effort would be in vain, but I am truly exhausted. Jianai, I envy you. You are now a doctor and have an esteemed mentor like Feng Huang, who has numerous students. They dare not bully you. We, in the specialized Master S program, are in a dire situation, constantly bullied. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's cold gaze became fierce. His girlfriend, Su Jianai, was utterly drained, yet others perceived her as favored. What must those who are not favored endure? This required investigation, and there was no time to lose. Su Jia and I took Liang Ran's pulse. No, you must return or rest. Overworking could be fatal. I will speak to him on your behalf. Su Hian approached. The middle-aged doctor scrutinized Su Jia and I. His gaze dismissive. You claim she is in poor condition and should rest to avoid collapse? Who in this hospital isn't struggling? Shall I dismiss everyone to rest instead? You're Su Jia and I, right? I have heard of you. Don't think your association with phone grants you the right to disregard protocol and command me. If I say she must work, then she must work. If Liang Ran cannot persevere, I shall not grant her the signature to proceed. And no one shall question my decision. The burden rests solely upon her. Can you be accountable? Ha! If you cannot, then do not overreach. Today, no matter whom you bring, it will avail you nothing. As the words lingered, the middle-aged man was seized by two individuals, one on each side. Who are you? He inquired. The Health Commission wishes to speak with you. Consequently, a transformative shift enveloped Sioux City First Hospital, unbeknownst to Su Jiani, who remained oblivious to the role that Shiyu played from the shadows. He had not divulged this to her. She was unaware that he could remotely control her phone from behind the scenes. Su Jiani completed her training with exceptional results, and after a protracted journey through medical education, she finally ascended to a new echelon. It was a new stage of lifelong learning, merging medical practice with continuous education. Chapter 109. Fulfillment in the realm of clinical practice and scientific research. Su Jiani adeptly juggled both responsibilities, her days passing like fleeting moments. She knelt beside the stretcher, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on a patient. During meals, she would hastily abandon her chopsticks to rush to the rescue room. With utmost patience, she listened to the incoherent accounts of patients and their families, skillfully unraveling the key details to prescribe remedies and issue medical orders. Having evolved from a doctoral graduate to an attending physician and subsequently achieving the ranks of associate and full professor, she also taught at Sioux Medical University, progressing from lecturer to a doctoral advisor capable of mentoring PhD candidates. Furthermore, she actively participated in her grandfather's clinic, preserving the traditional methods of Chinese medicine. Amidst the ordinary chaos of her busy life and the extreme demands of emergency care, she grew to deeply comprehend and embrace the responsibilities and mission of being a physician. While continually seeking the optimal treatment strategies for various ailments through the interplay